That young man merely gave a casual flick of the branch in his hand, yet that dry branch had enough force to shatter an entire boulder. With the power that had just awakened, he appeared in overwhelming fashion. The ones who had once bullied him immediately dropped to their knees, frantically begging for their lives. Even the high-ranking fiends could not withstand him. They were forced to collapse, severed apart beneath the cold, sharp blade. It turned out he was Damien, the devil incarnate who had once brought the apocalypse upon his own kind. The story returned to the moment the hellish undead came flooding in. At that time, hell had nearly swallowed the entire empire. The last hope rested on that hero's shoulders. He was pouring every ounce of strength into resisting the relentless waves of violent attacks. In the end, he paid the price with half of his face, all just to break the sealed armor of the Demon King's subordinate. Beneath that iron helmet was Damien. Moment he woke, Damien was immediately drowned in guilt and pain. His own hands had taken the lives of his family, and had even dragged down the fall of the entire empire, turning that place into a desolate wasteland. Meanwhile, the Demon King Dago was reveling in his victory. That man suspected nothing and immediately ordered Damien to present the Emperor's crown before him. "Oh, my most loyal knight, the one who contributed the most to raising me to the throne. What should I reward such devotion with?" But immediately after, that man turned on him with contempt. "What a stupid question. You are my slave. Being allowed to serve me is already the greatest reward." Unexpectedly, the crown was knocked high into the air. Immediately after, a cold, sharp sword strike flashed. Everything happened too quickly, leaving the surrounding monsters only enough time to cry out in terror. Before Dago could react, a massive surge of energy had already erupted. That man clutched the wound on his chest and groaned in pain. "What are you doing? I had defenses. How could he injure me?" Amid the thick clouds of dust and smoke, the Death Knight with long hair appeared. His scarred face spoke coldly. "At last, I can control my own body. Throughout the time I was refined and controlled, my soul still existed in silence, nurturing my will inside this slave shell." Dago froze in shock, and only after a long moment did panic show clearly on his face. Even so, the Bone Sorcerer quickly regained his arrogance. That man sneered, "Truly my greatest masterpiece. For your achievement, I shall allow you to vent your anger this time, until I find a way to control you again." At once, the Death Knight swung his sword, creating a purple explosion that tore through space and swept away the monsters blocking his path. The terrifying force of that sword strike made even Dago tremble. That man realized in panic that the tide had turned. My demon lords were defeated with a single blow. Left with no other choice, Dago raised both hands high and cast the ultimate dark magic. In that case, from the mountains of corpses piled across the battlefield, an army of white bones and red-eyed corpses rose up. Dago gave the order, sending tens of thousands of undead shrieking forward, before the sea of savage corpses and the colossal specter covering the entire sky. At this moment, the Death Knight radiated a stream of deep purple spiritual power. The terrifying pressure from that power made the surrounding monsters scream in agony. Their bodies were crushed and vanished in the blink of an eye. Right before Dago's eyes, the man realized in horror that he had accidentally created a monster with power that could rival the gods. At this point, of the 36 stratagems, running was the best. That man panicked and searched for a way to flee, but everything was already too late. A colossal sword strike split the sky in two. That attack swallowed the dark demon king whole before his eyes. Looking at that man's skull rolling across the ground, Damien coldly crushed it underfoot, leaving only an empty void in his heart. Though his vengeance had been fulfilled, regret still tormented his mind without end. "Let me do one final thing. I must apologize to them, even if I have to meet them beyond death." The painful memories of when he was controlled and turned his hand against his own family returned with piercing clarity. He only longed to apologize to them one last time, even if the price was his own life. Without the slightest hesitation, Damien drove the sword through his own chest to end everything. As his consciousness gradually sank into darkness, voices calling his name suddenly rang out. "Damien." He wondered in shock, is that voice Louis? A dazzling light suddenly drove away the night. Then Louis's gentle face appeared along with the familiar question. "Damien, why are you sleeping here?" Could his family have already been waiting for him at the gates of hell? But then he noticed something unusual and asked, "Hey, why do you look so young?" Louis laughed and teased him. "Goodness, why so sweet all of a sudden? Are you trying to flatter me before father scolds you?" She told him to trust her, then urged him to hurry inside, because it was about to rain. Watching Louis walk toward the mansion, Damien froze in utter shock. His gaze trembled violently, because he remembered very clearly that he had destroyed this place with his own hands. Damien looked down at his trembling hands, wondering whether everything was only a dream, or whether the horrifying memories of being a Death Knight before were the true illusion. To verify it, he picked up a dry branch and told himself, "I will know soon enough." Standing before the large boulder, Damien could clearly feel that everything around him was terrifyingly real. He suddenly gathered his strength and swung the rotten branch straight at the boulder as if holding a greatsword. Fierce impact left him frozen in astonishment. After a moment of silence, he gave a bitter laugh. "This really is madness. And immediately after that, cracks began to spread. Finally, the boulder burst into countless fragments with a violent explosion. The power he had possessed as a Death Knight was no longer there. Damian panted in exhaustion, then suddenly burst into laughter. The sound of his laughter rang far across the area, but immediately after he dropped to his knees, his body trembling beside the pile of broken stones. Just then, the first drops of rain began to fall. Damian clutched his chest tightly, aching faintly as all the emotions he had suppressed for so long finally burst forth. Amid the pouring rain, he understood that this was absolutely not a dream. Tears fell from Damian's eyes, but he still smiled with happiness, because he knew for certain that he had truly returned to the past. He had been reborn. I have a certain talent, Damian told himself as dark memories surged back one after another. His father, Viscount Paul, roared in fury, "You have truly gone mad, causing trouble at a tavern and getting thrown out. How much further do you intend to disgrace the family?" It was a cursed talent, staining his family's honor with his own hands. At that moment, Abel rushed into the room in panic, his face deathly pale. "Brother, why did you hit the young master of the Leon Bloom region?" "Because of you, sister." Disaster descended when Lewis was forced to marry a terrible man. That was the vile price paid for his mistake. Damian bitterly realized that he also had a talent for trampling the futures of his loved ones. His mother, Madame Merilda, collapsed and clung to her son's legs, tears streaming down her face. "Damian, why did you mortgage the ancestral land for money?" The entire family's assets were seized for debt, leaving nothing behind. Facing the son who had brought calamity, Viscount Paul gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get out." Damian quietly left the room, leaving behind his father, who was collapsing in helpless despair. As he walked away in silence, Lewis's voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Damian." She stood there, gently handing him a small pouch of money and softly giving him advice. "At least take this money. You must live happily." If it had been someone else, they would probably have beaten him, but Lewis still smiled with forgiveness. Damian felt a sharp ache in his chest. Even though her life had been ruined by him, she still gave him her last coins along with her blessing. Damian accepted the pouch with trembling hands, then firmly turned his back. He rushed out of the mansion, running as if trying to flee from the entire family. In the silent space, Damian clutched the pouch tightly, feeling pain tear through his heart. For the first time, he understood what guilt and shame meant. He ran while wailing in belated regret. Kneeling on the green grass, Damian still wondered in shock why he could have returned to the past. Though he had always longed to apologize to his family, the truth before his eyes was still too unbelievable. What was happening made him unable to help doubting it. It is true that I once wanted to apologize to them, but have I really returned to the past? Looking up at the bright sky, he wondered, could this be a blessing from the gods? A chance at atonement granted by heaven? Out there were people who had made mistakes, but would never be allowed to start over. Damian raised his hand and looked at it, clearly feeling that his current body was still trembling, then realized one thing. Just as he thought at this moment, even basic techniques were beyond his ability. He remembered Dark Triple, a technique that amplified strength several times over, and that he had once used with extreme mastery. Memories of the destructive power he held as a Death Knight became vivid, when he had once crushed the ground and blasted away every enemy with a single blow. He remembered that he had obtained that ultimate technique after defeating a knight. That was the one bearing the title Wall Breaker. While Damian was still immersed in memories of bloody battles, a panicked shout suddenly rang out, cutting through his thoughts. "Good heavens, young master." Damian turned around and saw a young boy rushing toward him in a fluster. Looking closely at the person running over, Damian tried to search through his memories. The boy Victor stopped in front of him, panting hard. "Young master, why are you still here? Miss Lewis told you to return at once." The boy anxiously reported further. "The family head is furious." Seeing Damian remain calm, the boy became even more surprised. He asked in return, what did I do?" That perfectly calm question made Victor freeze, sweat pouring out, because he could not believe his young master remembered nothing. "You damned brat." Viscount Paul's furious roar echoed throughout the Hassan mansion. He swung the sword fiercely toward his son, leaving Damian only just enough time to dodge and shot. The immensely powerful slash stabbed deep into the floor, leaving behind terrifying cracks. Merilda and Lewis had to use all their strength to stop the man who had lost control. "Dear, calm down. Father, please stop." Paul gritted his teeth and roared, "Have you truly gone mad? Causing trouble at a tavern, getting thrown out? How much further do you intend to disgrace the family?" Before that rage, Damian suddenly understood that he had returned to this exact moment. Ignoring his father's shouting, ignoring Lewis's desperate pleas, he only observed in silence. It had been so long since he last heard those scolding words. Seeing his mother and sister worry made his chest tighten with emotion. Truly missed the warmth of family so much, even the familiar silence and tears. Tears streamed down Damian's cheeks, leaving Paul stunned. Was he crying? "Sister, you have misunderstood. I think he is crying because he is too happy." Paul sheathed his sword, but his anger had not faded. He cleared his throat sharply. "What else are you going to use as an excuse? If you have a mouth, then speak." Contrary to the arguments everyone expected, Damian lowered his head and answered briefly, "I have nothing to say." The calm answer left Paul frozen. Not a single word. He could not believe that the son who always found excuses to defend himself would now silently accept blame. Damien continued sincerely, I admit my mistake. Hearing father scold me still hurts, but I was the one who damaged the honor of the Hassan family, so I have nothing to justify. Paul snorted coldly, assuming his son was still only using clever words to avoid punishment. But Damien suddenly raised his head and declared firmly, I will atone for my mistake and correct everything I have caused. Paul could only cry out in astonishment as he watched his son turn around decisively and leave. Before stepping out of the room, Damien left behind a firm promise. After that, I will return to receive the punishment I deserve. A confident smile appeared on his lips. He stepped out into the sunlight, leaving his parents and elder sister standing in silence as they watched his unfamiliar back. The young master truly was different today. Meanwhile, Damien and Victor had arrived in Landwork, a bustling commercial city lined with rows of tightly packed houses. Standing before the heavily guarded mansion, Victor reported shakily, Young master, we have arrived. The boy asked anxiously, do you truly want to go in? I heard there is a powerful force behind them. I am afraid something will happen. Damien answered calmly, if you are scared, go back first. Victor objected in panic. Though in his heart he secretly hoped they would both run away, he did not dare abandon his master and leave. Damien smiled to reassure him, do not worry. I am only here to sincerely apologize to the owner. What could possibly happen? I will seriously correct my mistakes. Looking at Damien's steady back as he walked forward, he quietly made up his mind. Though he still did not understand why he had been allowed to return, if the gods had given him a second chance, he would not let foolishness ruin his future and hurt his family again. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he was stopped by two vicious-looking lackeys. One with a red scarf swung a gleaming knife, while the other crossed his arms and provoked him. Hey noble, why did you come back? They lowered their voices in threat, saying they had already warned him not to show his face here a second time. Damien quietly observed them, feeling that their faces were very familiar, but too much time had passed, and he could not clearly remember who they were. He spoke calmly, I want to apologize to the owner for what I caused last time. Damien's request left the two thugs stunned for a moment. Then they burst into contemptuous laughter, suddenly coming to apologize. How ridiculous. The one holding the knife said he would put in a good word with the boss, secretly thinking this young master was more sensible than he had imagined. But immediately after, filthy words began to ring out. Hey, I heard his sister is a rare beauty. Oh, really, that family still has such a bargain left. As he spoke, the leader squeezed Damien's face hard and laughed sinisterly. Hey, young master, I suddenly feel like accepting your apology. Introduce your sister to me, and I will forgive you. That man's accomplices stood beside him and laughed gleefully in agreement. Damien only answered calmly, then that will be difficult, before sighing in disappointment. Just the thug was still bewildered. Damien moved like lightning and snatched the knife from his hand. He told himself, I thought I could do it. I only had to apologize in return, but perhaps I overestimated myself. The thug roared in fury, has this bastard gone mad? What nonsense are you babbling? Before he could finish speaking, Damien swung the knife with tremendous force, severely injuring the accomplice beside him and making him collapse on the spot. Without stopping, Damien continued attacking, leaving the man with the red scarf unable to resist as well. Cries of pain rang throughout the mansion courtyard. Amid the chaos, Damien looked down coldly. Want to see? Then I will let you see clearly. A dark murderous aura erupted behind him, turning into a towering phantom filled with rage. From behind the wall, Victor witnessed the entire terrifying scene, his face pale and bloodless. Boy trembled and burst into tears, stammering, Young master, I thought you came here to apologize. The boy screamed in despair when he saw the young master, who had come to apologize, attack so fiercely. The noise inside the mansion drew curious people from the surrounding area. As the crowd whispered about a brawl, Victor hid behind the wall, deeply worried about the young master's safety. In the courtyard, the long-haired leader gripped his sword and roared furiously, Do you know who we are? Damien answered calmly, I do not care. Do whatever you want. The boss angrily pulled open his shirt, revealing a tattoo of a snake coiled around his arm. He growled, No one has ever caused trouble with Black Serpent, and walked away whole. Seeing that symbol, Damien lightly curled his lips and old memories began flooding his mind. So it turned out that Black Serpent was a criminal organization expanding its influence everywhere. Their forces in Landwork often targeted taverns, stirring up trouble to make a profit. Damien remembered his previous life. When he was still a debauched wastrel, he had only complained that the food was expensive, yet they beat him right inside the tavern. Back then, he could only kneel down, clutching his face as he cried and begged amid the mocking laughter of the crowd. Those beatings and that humiliation remained carved deep in his mind. This painful debt would be hard to forget even after 1,000 years. The boss regained his composure and charged forward with his sword. Even if you are a noble, I will not go easy on you. Get ready. He roared and put all his strength into a slash straight at Damien. But with the reflexes of a death knight, Damien easily evaded the razor-sharp blade by a hair's breadth. Under his opponent's astonished gaze, he quickly closed in and unleashed a powerful leg sweep. The boss was sent flying and crashed miserably to the ground, groaning in pain without end. Damien stepped forward coldly, grabbed his hair, and growled, "Honestly, dealing with all of you here still would not be enough." Though dark murderous aura surged up, he reminded himself that he had to endure it for his family's honor. Despite the enemy's weak pleas, Damien still struck decisively, making the scene grow heavy. Looking at the two lackeys groaning beneath his feet, Damien stood there silently until a long-haired man wearing a fur coat appeared. That man blurted out in shock, "Who is that bastard?" Damien let out a faint sigh when he saw another group of thugs rushing over. There are still more. The leader grew suspicious, wondering whether he belonged to another gang, then asked through gritted teeth, "Where did you come from?" That man waved his hand and ordered his underlings grab him. At once, 3 vicious lackeys charged straight at him with swords in hand. Damien clicked his tongue in annoyance. More trouble again. He gathered all his focus, then suddenly struck with terrifying speed. His sharp blow seemed to tear through the air, leaving the thugs unable to react before they collapsed in pain. For the overwhelming power that had just unfolded, the ringleader could only stand frozen in horror. Damien let out a weary breath, silently blaming his current body. "Is it this weak? Damn it, I am already panting after just that much." Looking at the badly wounded lackeys crying out nonstop, he asked coldly, "Still want to continue?" The boss trembled and begged for mercy, but Damien answered only with an icy gaze. He gave a cold little hum, then suddenly rushed straight toward him. A heavy punch crashed down, making the ringleader scream in agony. After the brawl, the tavern gradually grew lively again as though nothing had ever happened. Amid the crowd that was still eating and drinking, the boss of the Haksa gang now appeared with a swollen face, bruised and battered from severe wounds. The cruelty of the young master of House Hassan immediately threw the entire tavern into chaos. The servants and guests who witnessed that terrifying scene could only. They cried out in panic for help and fled the scene. Amid the wreckage, Damien calmly wiped the blood from his face, his cold eyes watching the men who had blocked his path disappear. Just then, from the second-floor balcony, a bald old man with a long mustache, dressed in a luxurious red robe, appeared and shouted angrily, "What is all this noise? Where are the guards?" Looking at the one behind everything, Damien raised his head and answered calmly, "Ah, you must be the owner of this place. If you are asking about the men outside, I already dealt with all of them." Matter-of-fact answer left the owner of Anderson home stunned, and he realized in terror that the young man before him had taken down the entire Haksa gang alone. The old man asked through gritted teeth for the identity of the one who dared wreck his business. Damien coldly gave his name, then made it clear that he had not come here to cause trouble, but only wanted a sincere apology. He brought up the old debt again. "The prices here were too high, so I complained, yet your guards beat me and threw me outside." That very incident ruined his reputation, making everyone see him as a drunken troublemaker. Damien's eyes suddenly turned sharp and dark as he recalled that time. The days when his family had to endure humiliation and lose far too much because of it. Yet Anderson only sneered in contempt, mocking that he was too old to understand the honor Damien spoke of. The tavern owner lifted his chin and jeered, "As far as I know, House Hassan has no honor left to lose." That smug smile only made the atmosphere even tenser. He called Damien a foolish noble and challenged him. "Do you think saying that will make me apologize? Drop that cheap act and pay for this mess." Seeing that the other party remained stubborn, Damien curled his lips into a dangerous smile. "I understand. If you apologize, I will let it go. But if you want it this way, that is fine too." Immediately after, he bent his knees and shot up to the balcony at a speed that left Anderson unable to react. Damien swung his dagger in a frontal attack, his voice filled with rage. "You must also pay for what you just said." But at the very instant the blade nearly reached its target, a mysterious black shadow suddenly appeared, blocking his sword path. A violent collision erupted at once. A surge of blue-green spiritual power flared up, making Damien murmur in shock, "This presence is..." He quickly retreated and landed, keeping his distance without taking his eyes off the stranger who had intervened. Anderson breathed a sigh of relief and smugly called the name of his savior. "Thank goodness, Ted, you came at just the right time." The one called Ted hid himself beneath a black cloak and coldly remarked that Damien did not look like someone suited to a lowly place like this. Standing in the hall below, Damien narrowed his eyes as he observed the warrior above, who was radiating formidable pressure. He wondered in a low voice, why would a knight appear in a place like this? Beneath the hood was a man with blazing red, ice-cold eyes. That man silently looked down at the young master of House Hassan. In this world, knights were people who devoted their entire lives to pursuing the path of martial arts. Depending on their strength, they were divided into many ranks, from recruits and apprentice knights to formal knights. Formal knights were superior existences, able to freely wield aura and create miracles, such as cleaving a mountain in two with a single strike. They could slash through city walls as easily as cutting paper, terrifying combat forces far beyond ordinary men. Tavern owner Anderson laughed arrogantly and smugly. "Ha ha ha, that is right, Ted is an apprentice knight. He is practically the true boss of Haksa. Now that you have met him, you are dead for sure." Before that threat, Damien still calmly considered, so he is an apprentice knight. That must explain why I sensed that aura just now. Conversely, Ted also stared at Damien in astonishment, inwardly puzzled as to how he could sense aura when he had not revealed it at all. Damien propped a hand under his chin and thought, then mockingly guessed that Ted worked in this place, because he had been eliminated from the ranks of apprentice knights, and lacked the ability to become a formal knight. Seeing that his bodyguard was ready, Anderson hurriedly asked, "Sir, how much money will it take to deal with him?" Ted gnashed his teeth in fury and snapped at the old man. "We will talk about that later." The feeling of being insulted made that man lose his composure, and only the mocking words about his apprentice status echoed in his head. He stamped down hard and leaped from the balcony, roaring that he would make Damien shut his mouth. The truth was too unpleasant, and Ted did not want to accept it. A sword strike covered in blue-green power tore through the wind toward Damien. He calmly observed it and silently assessed, for an apprentice knight, he is not bad. The powerful impact shattered the wooden floor, creating a violent shockwave. Damien moved with agility, slipping aside and dodging the relentless attacks. He realized his opponent moved with great freedom, yet every strike he unleashed was terrifyingly sharp. Ted swung the sword blazing with blue spiritual power and charged in, but Damien nimbly slipped aside and dodged. Even so, he could clearly feel his current body gradually reaching its limit. He could not drag this out any longer. First, he had to focus on strengthening his stamina. Ted roared in rage, "You bastard, let us see if you can still dodge this move." He poured all his spiritual power into the next blow, making Damien immediately heighten his guard. That move was. Ted unleashed a secret technique, slashing down fiercely from above and creating a gigantic band of energy that shot straight toward his opponent. Facing the danger before him, Damien told himself he should respond with a technique worthy of it as well. At that very moment, ancient memories suddenly surged back. It was the figure of a legendary killer, the master of the calamity-killing sword, the man known as the Shadow Assassin. Said coldly, "If I kill off all humanity, this world will have no fun left at all." Amid the ruined scene, the Shadow Assassin threatened the knight blocking his path in a low voice. "Shut up and get lost if you still want to live." Seeing that the other party still would not retreat, he curled his lips. "So you want to die? I will show you my secret technique." He explained that the human body was mostly water, and once he reached the highest realm, he could exploit that. A dark blue surge of spiritual power covered his body, creating a pressure that made the person facing him shudder. He unleashed the ultimate technique, calamity killing, cleaving apart the gigantic entity before his eyes with a single slash. He calmly declared that even with only a wooden sword in hand, he could still cut through the human body. Looking at the enemy as he fell, he sneered, "You should have run when I still gave you the chance." Suddenly, a blood mass of matter rushed in from nowhere and surrounded Damien, making him cry out in shock. In the violent aftershock of the technique, the dark entity howled in agony. "I clearly struck you, how can this be?" The enemy could not believe the opponent's absurd endurance. Behind the mask, a pair of crimson eyes filled with killing intent appeared, along with an icy warning, "Do not tell me you are immortal." A surge of vivid blue spiritual power exploded, enveloping the mysterious knight, as he prepared to unleash the decisive blow. Fast as lightning, he rushed forward and tore through space, leaving the opponent only enough time to cry out in terror before being swallowed by the sword's strike. Ted, the apprentice knight who had been arrogant just moments ago, now collapsed to his knees, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes filled with shock. With his final breath, he trembled and asked why he could use his secret technique, then sank into unconsciousness amid utter terror. Ted collapsed onto the floor, motionless in a pool of blood. Damien looked at him and calmly thought his enemies never knew what had brought them down. After becoming a Death Knight, Damien could absorb the skills and power of his enemies. He looked at the blade and let out a faint laugh at his new strength. From the balcony, after witnessing the terrifying scene, old shopkeeper Anderson was so frightened his soul nearly left his body, and could only stammer in a trembling voice. His entire body shook violently, sweat pouring out as he realized he had just offended a true monster. The arrogant look from earlier had vanished completely. He hurried downstairs, knelt flat at Damien's feet, and kept kowtowing an apology for mocking the great Lord Hassan. He offered up piles of gold, silver, and jewels as compensation, urgently asking whether that much was enough to atone. Damien looked at the bag of gold and silently weighed it. He said coldly that it was still not enough, but barely acceptable for now, making Anderson sigh in relief as if he had escaped death's door. Sheathing his sword, Damien turned toward the door and called out loudly, "What are you still doing? Hurry out and clean up, Victor." The young attendant timidly poked his head out and answered in a trembling voice, "Yes, young master." While gathering the gold, Victor was still stunned, because if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would hardly believe the young master had changed so much. One who had once known only indulgence and play now displayed swordsmanship so terrifying it was almost unimaginable. On top of that, the young master even knew to bring gold back for his mother. Old Anderson bowed respectfully to see them off, wishing his lord a safe journey. Victor carried the heavy bag of gold on his shoulder and said excitedly that he had never seen so much money in his entire life. But the moment Damien turned his back, Anderson revealed a sly expression, grinding his teeth in hatred and swearing he would ask the boss of Blacksnake to take the money back. Suddenly, Damien stopped, turned around, and launched a lightning-quick blow that made the old man scream in pain. Damien said coldly that the money had made him forget about punishment, then struck, leaving the old shopkeeper only enough time to cry out in agony. Damien held the other man down tightly, his gaze sharp and cold, warning Blacksnake in a low voice that if dared touch his family, he would not spare them. Leaving those powerless threats behind, Damien and Victor quietly departed beneath the sunset that covered the city. Looking at his shadow stretching across the ground, Damien murmured thoughtfully to himself. He knew very well this could not erase the sins of the past, but in this new life he would no longer let his family down. A man who knows to turn back still deserves a chance. Keep going. Damien called out, "Let us go home, Victor." The young servant immediately replied with enthusiasm, "Yes, young master." At the same time, at the splendid mansion of the Lionglum territory, Erwin stood beside his elder brother and muttered meaningfully, "Brother, have you ever heard this saying, 'Love always leaves behind pain'?" His elder brother looked at Erwin's strange expression and asked in confusion, "What are you rambling about? You are acting as if you are about to go to war." Erwin faintly curled his lips, revealing a smile that was both mysterious and full of schemes. That expression was clear as he answered, "No, I am only going to find love." Damien walked leisurely along the corridor in the Hudson mansion. "It has been a long time since I slept that well. I am truly grateful." Contrary to his relaxed manner, Victor dragged himself along behind him, dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep and still haunted by yesterday's chaos. Seeing the servant so overly tense, Damien calmly asked whether everything was not fine now. Although he had gone a little too far, the family had still gained greatly. More importantly, word that the Hassan family's eldest son had defeated the troublemakers would spread far, making sure no one dared look down on the family again. Only when the family was truly strong and outstanding could it be proud. Damien smiled confidently, knowing everyone would see him differently. Victor looked at his master's back, realizing the young master had clearly changed, but he was still worried, because he even provoked Blacksnake's people. Facing the young servant's fear, Damien calmly reassured him that no matter how reckless they were, they would not dare lay a hand on nobles. "Do not worry." Hearing that, Victor's eyes lit up with admiration at Damien's extraordinary swordsmanship. He asked curiously, "By the way, young master, since when did you know how to use a sword?" Damien broke into a slight sweat, gave an awkward smile, and brushed it off. "Oh, that. I only practiced casually when I had free time." Just then, a furious roar echoed through the corridor. Viscount Paul charged over like a whirlwind, grinding his teeth as he shouted, "You wretched brat, where did you go all day yesterday?" He rushed up and gripped his son's shoulders tightly, roaring in fury, "Do not tell me you caused trouble again." Faced with his father's anger and his mother's worried look behind him, Damien remained strangely calm. He gently removed his father's hands and said evenly, "Father, do not worry. As I told you, I have already dealt with everything I caused." Seeing his father still bewildered, he turned and ordered, "Victor, show him." Victor immediately opened the travel bag, revealing stacks of gleaming gold coins and valuable land deeds. Faced with that unbelievable sight, both Paul and Marilda froze. The two cried out in unison, "Good heavens, money!" Marilda was so overwhelmed that she fainted on the spot, while Paul could only stammer, unable to form a word. Damien calmly offered a reasonable explanation. "I went to the tavern that once drove me out to clear up the misunderstanding. After that, I discovered they had miscalculated. With this money, we can pay off all the wages we still owe." He insisted that the tavern owner had given the compensation as a sincere apology. To make his father believe him more, Damien turned and said, "If father does not believe me, you may ask Victor. He came with me." Suddenly called out, Victor flinched nervously. Damien winked at him and asked smoothly, "Victor, I am telling the truth, right?" Under pressure from the young master, he could only sweat and stammer, "Yes, sir." Only then did Viscount Paul truly believe him and slowly nod. Marilda was so happy that tears fell from her eyes. She hugged her son tightly and choked out, "So it is true, dear. I am proud of you, Damien." Seeing his mother's happy smile, Damien felt his heart ease, while Victor only looked at the young master with unease. It seemed he still was not used to lying. Watching that performance unfold so smoothly, Victor thought to himself, "How can you lie as if it were the truth?" Soon after, Damien left the mansion and headed deep into the forest to begin his grueling training. He ran at full speed through the trees, his ragged breathing echoing rapidly through the silent forest. After going only a short distance, Damien had to stop, brace himself against a tree trunk, and pant from exhaustion. He bitterly realized that his body was far too weak. He ran out of breath before moving for long. If he remained this sluggish and frail, he could do nothing in his current state. Yet a satisfied smile suddenly appeared on his lips. "Good thing I still managed to get this." Damien took a small vial from his pocket, glowing with brilliant pink light inside. It was a precious medicine refined by the Alchemy Academy, capable of miraculously enhancing stamina and energy. He remembered that the Alchemy Academy was a renowned alchemy group specializing in the creation of medicines. Their potions had once sold for prices as high as top-grade gemstones. Damien silently felt truly fortunate to have this treasure in his hands. I really did get lucky. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened the lid and drained the miraculous potion in the depths of the forest. After swallowing that precious stream of energy, he let out a deeply refreshed breath. That feels great. I was exhausted, and now that my strength has been restored, I feel completely awake. A faint violet spiritual force enveloped Damien's body. He was astonished as he felt power surging within him. This thing really works. He told himself that if he wanted to become strong quickly, he had to rebuild the foundation of his physical strength and devote himself to training so he could soon reach the level of his previous life. In Damien's mind, the figure of the great demon Doggo appeared again, haunting him atop a towering mountain. In only a few more years, that cursed immortal creature would appear and bring disaster to the entire world. Damien gritted his teeth, swallowed his resentment, and silently made up his mind. Before that happens, I must have enough strength to destroy him. From above, his resolute gaze turned toward his family's mansion because he understood that only by eliminating Doggo could he fully protect the happiness of the people he loved. On the windswept cliff, Damien drew a heavy breath, then launched forward with terrifying speed, leaving behind a cold declaration of war. This time, I will definitely kill you. At the same time, at the Haksa gang's base in the city of Langul, the atmosphere there had become unbearably tense beneath the hazy moonlight. The fat leader casually gnawed on meat while looking contemptuously at Ted, who lay motionless on the floor. He is useless now. He believed it was an unacceptable disgrace that the strongest man they had hired had been defeated. The subordinates looked anxiously at the gravely wounded Ted, then timidly asked their boss whether they should treat him. Cedric Walker, the leader of Haksa, only coldly threw the bone fragment to the ground and ordered, "No, throw him away." Even though his subordinate asked again in stunned fear, that ruthless boss still wanted to get rid of the loser at once, because he believed Ted no longer had any value to exploit. Cedric walked away while declaring with certainty that as long as he had enough money, he could buy any other strong man to replace him. But while he was smugly calculating the current situation, Cedric suddenly froze, then turned his head back in alarm. Cedric was surprised to see that Ted still had enough strength to force himself up. He immediately changed his mind, intending to treat and continue hiring this defeated knight. Yet Ted suddenly drew his sword and lunged forward in overwhelming hatred. "Die, you scum." A surge of emerald spiritual force erupted from his sword, aiming straight for the fat leader's head. However, that sudden attack was stopped dead in midair. Purple-black tendrils of energy suddenly appeared, piercing through Ted's body and leaving him stunned. What? A mysterious figure with his head completely covered stepped silently out of the darkness. He asked Cedric whether this was the first target of the contract. Indeed, money could buy anything, and now he had even bought himself a demon. Cedric smugly ordered that man to act and test his strength. Ted screamed in pain, demanding that the bastard release him at once. The stranger began muttering incantations in an ancient and bizarre language. Immediately, dark entities with sharp teeth and blazing red eyes rose from the void and rushed to attack Ted. He cried out in terror as the monsters swarmed around his body. The surrounding subordinates stood frozen in horror. Ted trembled and begged in a weak breath, spare me." But right after that, a gigantic mouth filled with sharp teeth suddenly opened wide. It swallowed the apprentice knight into the darkness. A miserable scream echoed throughout the base before falling silent, leaving only a devastated scene and a single boot on the ground. Witnessing that sight, Cedric covered his nose and grimaced in disgust. The mysterious figure coldly asked whether he was satisfied with the result. Cedric nodded in confirmation, but still reminded the other party to work a little more cleanly next time. That man had devoured him so thoroughly that only one boot remained, yet that fat old bastard still had the nerve to complain. Damien trained tirelessly, soaked in sweat, his ragged breathing sounding again and again. He strained himself under heavy sacks, every muscle fiber pulled taut beneath the crushing pressure. When he set the heavy load down, Damien felt silently satisfied. The medicine's effect really is excellent. My endurance has clearly improved after only a few days. He had just picked up the water jug, but his heart was still weighed down by worry over what was about to happen. Several days passed in a strangely quiet calm, but Damien still did not dare let his guard down. He was certain Haksa would come for him. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes startled him. Thinking the enemy had appeared, he silently said, "Just as I expected." Without the slightest hesitation, Damien shot forward like a whirlwind and roared, "You damned black snakes." He grabbed the one hiding there and slammed him hard to the ground, making the other party cry out in pain. But when he clearly saw the face of the person he had just caught, Damien's eyes immediately shook violently. He cried out in shock, "You Abel." His younger brother, caught by the throat, could only groan with difficulty. "Brother." Damien hurriedly released his grip, causing Abel to collapse to the ground, clutching his neck and gasping non-stop. As he forced himself to sit up, Abel mocked him. I was gone for just a few days, and you have gotten much stronger. I thought you were going to snap my neck too. Damien fell silent for a moment, then looked at his younger brother apologetically. He reached out to help Abel up. I did not mean to. I am sorry. Are you all right? Yet Abel coldly pushed his hand away and stood up on his own. I did not come here to hear your apology. He looked straight into his eyes, filled with suspicion. Father said the tavern owner apologized to you, but I heard there was a brawl there and many people were injured. Abel adjusted his glasses, his gaze cold and sharp as if trying to see through what Damien was hiding. Are you still planning to lie to the family? Before his younger brother's doubtful gaze, Damien only smiled calmly and replied, No, that is the truth. I was the one who did it. That firm answer made Abel spring up in shock. You do not even know how to fight. Did you hire someone? When Damien said he had done it himself, Abel shouted angrily, Do not even try to fool me. Abel pointed straight at his older brother's face, sharply warning him not to damage the family's reputation, because the whole family had already cleaned up far too many messes caused by him. Before his younger brother's anger, Damien suddenly rubbed his head. Abel, he said gently, that is right. You have always been meticulous and only wanted what was best for the family. Abel flusteredly tried to push his hand away. Let go, what are you doing? Why is your hand so hard? Damien only laughed at his younger brother's reaction. Haha, do not worry anymore. From now on, there will be no more trouble. But the peace did not last long before Victor's frantic voice rang out, Young masters, bad news, there is bad news. The two brothers froze, both looking toward the servant running over with a panicked face. An ominous feeling rose within him, and Damien hurriedly strode away at once. He walked quickly down the corridor, then pushed the door open and entered the drawing room. Inside, Viscount Paul and Lady Marilda were receiving an unfamiliar guest. Seeing his son, he called out anxiously, Damien, you. The one seat across from them was Erwin Leon Bloom, calmly placing his teacup on the table before lifting his eyes to look. Oh, you are here. That man smiled meaningfully and continued. I was just telling the Viscount about what happened at the banquet hall last time. Sorry for dropping by so abruptly, but my father has already learned of it. Seeing that face, Damien inwardly cried that this was bad. He did not remember everything clearly, but he was certain that in the past he had wronged him. His sins had piled up so high that even he did not know where he had made enemies. Erwin curled his lips into a vicious smile and asked, You still remember clearly what happened, do you not? The memory of the banquet returned vividly. At that time, Damien was drunk, provoked by Erwin, then flew into a rage because he thought that man had insulted him and his sister's honor. Though Damien apologized and Paul argued that he had not meant it, the whispers around them still made the matter severe. That man leaned close to Damien's ear and dropped malicious words meant to provoke him. So what if I really did say that, you useless fool? Damien froze, his eyes blazing with anger as he realized he had fallen into the other party's provocation. Unable to endure the humiliation, Damien swung a powerful punch that sent Erwin tumbling to the floor. Yet even after being struck, that Leon Bloom man still wore a smug smile, as though everything had gone according to plan. Back in the present, Damien looked at the one sitting leisurely in the drawing room and grew suspicious. Someone about to become a knight had been so easily defeated by him. That was truly strange. What did that man truly want? Clearly, this fellow was no decent person either. Erwin took a sip of tea, then suddenly said, Now what should we do? This is somewhat embarrassing, but I have always admired Lady Lewis. Viscount Paul asked in shock, What do you mean? Without the slightest hesitation, Erwin bowed his head and made a shocking proposal. Please approve the marriage between Lewis and me. The entire Hassan family was stunned, unable to believe their ears at that shameless proposal. Damien ground his teeth when he realized the script from his previous life was repeating itself. Erwin was again taking advantage of his family's hardship for his own gain. That man continued, persuading them in a false voice. If we do this matter will become nothing more than a small family affair, and we can act as though nothing happened. However, Viscount Paul refused firmly. We cannot accept. Louis already has a fiancée. Erwin's face immediately darkened. He lowered his voice in threat. Then what about the humiliation I suffered? Can the Hassan family bear my clan's anger on its own? That man looked straight at the other party and coldly delivered an ultimatum. Choose, either pay the price for insulting me, or marry Louis to me. For someone like him, letting Louis marry him would only waste her entire life. Viscount Paul broke into a sweat, his heart torn. Leon Bloom was a powerful family, but he could not let that man, infamous for his womanizing, steal his daughter away. Just as the atmosphere grew taut as a bowstring, footsteps rang out, and Louis suddenly appeared. He spoke coldly, Fine, I accept. Those words stunned the whole family, and Paul called out in pain, Louis, what are you saying? Abel also lost his composure, pleading with his sister to reconsider before snapping. Why do you have to sacrifice yourself to make up for Damien's mistake? Damien stood frozen, his eyes darkening, only managing to utter one strained word, sister. Lewis only smiled gently, saying she would go with Erwin and telling everyone not to worry. Looking at that calm smile, Damien bitterly understood that because of his mistake, his sister had to trade away her entire life again. Seeing everything unfold exactly as he wished, Erwin wore a sinister smile. That is how it should be. That man stood up triumphantly, not forgetting to mock them. Lady Lewis, you are truly wise. I will send an official proposal soon, and then we can discuss the details later. He turned to leave in delight, but Damien suddenly stepped forward and blocked his path, making Erwin halt. That man sneered in contempt. Damien, do you have something to say? Or should I call you my brother-in-law now? As he spoke, he lightly patted Damien's chest. Rage surged within Damien as he thought of how this bastard had once ruined his sister's life and now wanted to repeat it. He muttered something, making Lewis call his name in worry. Meanwhile, Erwin continued provoking him with carefree arrogance. What did you say? I could not hear you clearly. In the next instant, Damien threw a thunderous punch straight into the face of that Leon Bloom man. The blow was so powerful that Erwin was sent flying, blood bursting from his mouth. Damien knew he should not have fallen into the trap, but for his sister and his family, he could no longer endure it. Looking at the enemy fallen before him, he ground his teeth and growled, "No, you bastard, absolutely not." Damien stood towering there, his fist clenched tight, his eyes resolute as though swearing he would not let the tragedy repeat. What had he revived for? It was precisely to sweep away vermin like these. What else could it be? Damien hurried down the mansion corridor when he heard the servant report that Lewis and Erwin's carriage had just arrived. He eagerly told himself it had been so long since his sister last visited, his heart stirring with joy. Sister, I missed you so much. At the moment he opened the door a crack and looked inside, the smile on Damien's lips vanished, replaced by a gaze of utter shock at the horrifying scene unfolding before him. Inside the room, Erwin had lost control, grabbing Lewis by the hair and yanking hard until she cried out in pain. That man snarled insults at her, saying she was nothing but good sold off by a rotten family. Then that man shoved her to the floor without the slightest mercy, before his trembling, sobbing wife. Erwin formed a ghastly smile. My love, Lewis. I will teach you properly, so you will never dare say that again. Witnessing the cruel scene through the crack in the door, Damien clenched his teeth, his fist tightening until it trembled with rage. His heart twisted when he understood that the mistakes of his past life had pushed his sister into a living hell. This is all my fault. It was because of me that Lewis was married off. Hatred flared in his eyes as he stared at his vicious enemy, Erwin Leon Bloom. You are dead this time, bastard. His anger erupted and Damien roared, that bastard. I will absolutely never forgive you. He charged forward, threw a powerful punch, and shouted, bad luck for you. The direct blow sent Erwin flying back, collapsing before the stunned eyes of Lewis and Abel. Hearing the loud commotion, Viscount Paul rushed into the room in alarm with soldiers behind him. What happened? Stand right there. Amid the chaotic room, Damien coldly looked down at the defeated man lying motionless at his feet. Erwin's two bodyguards instantly drew their swords and growled threateningly. You dare strike our young master. Damien's parents were still too stunned to react. Erwin staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and laughed madly. That man gritted his teeth and looked at Damien with eyes blazing in fury. You dared hit me in the face, not just once, but twice. That man drew the noble sword from its sheath, releasing a heavy pressure that seemed to freeze the air in the room. Erwin declared in an icy voice, you must really want to die, brother-in-law. Seeing their master lose control, the two bodyguards hurried to stop him. Please calm down, second young master. We will handle this. They were worried because too many people had witnessed it, but Erwin only roared in fury. Move aside. That man ignored his subordinates as they advised that it was not worth personally acting against an insolent wretch. Erwin suddenly erupted with a fierce emerald surge of spiritual power. The powerful pressure blasted the two bodyguards into the wall, sending dust billowing everywhere. His face twisted with resentment. That man forced out each word. I said move aside. Witnessing Erwin's madness, Abel and Lewis could only tremble in fear. Erwin held the bloodstained sword and slowly walked toward Damien, challenging him to see how he planned to resolve this. Lewis burst into sobs. She knew Erwin would absolutely never forgive her younger brother. Unable to contain her fear, she rushed out to shield him and begged, please stop. But a steady hand suddenly settled on her shoulder and held her back. Damien smiled to reassure his sister, it is all right, Sister Lewis. Let me handle this myself. Do not sacrifice yourself for me anymore. Damien stepped forward boldly, standing between Lewis and that villain. He looked straight at Erwin and made a shocking proposal. Let us duel. Erwin froze for an instant, then burst into contemptuous laughter. What? A duel? Damien calmly stated his condition exactly. If you win this sword match, I will do as you wish. And if I win, you will forget everything that has happened up to now. Erwin curled his lip, about to refuse because he saw no benefit in the terms, especially since Lewis had already agreed to marry. Contrary to everyone's worry, Damien smiled provocatively. Why twist the truth like that? Are you afraid of losing? Provocation struck his pride, making Erwin's face change with rage. That man secretly thought this was the perfect chance to repay the humiliation from earlier. Erwin smiled viciously, raised his noble sword and declared, I will use it to turn you into a cripple, then take your sister. Fine, I accept your challenge. The duel took place right in the mansion courtyard, beneath the blazing red sunset. After witnessing everything, Viscount Paul anxiously told his wife that if Damien was that confident, he must have a plan. Otherwise, all they could do was hope for a miracle. But Ebel immediately extinguished that hope. Father, you are mistaken. Do not place your faith in miracles. Erwin Leon Bloom must have reached the level of an official knight by now. How could Damien win? Facing him, Erwin asked arrogantly, how do you plan to fight without a sword? Damien still walked forward calmly. He formed a mysterious smile. Do not worry, this is enough. Right after that, he held up a dinner fork, making everyone freeze. Erwin stared blankly and blurted out, a fork. Viscount Paul could only clutch his head in helplessness and scold his son as an idiot, while Marilda and Lewis were too shocked to speak. After a moment of silence, Erwin burst into contemptuous laughter. You must be so frightened you have gone mad. I will not go easy on you. That man stomped hard and shot forward like lightning with his glowing sword. Damien nimbly shifted aside, dodging the first strike by a hair's breadth. It is still unclear who the real fool is. Erwin froze in shock. He dodged it. Feeling insulted, that man gritted his teeth and poured all his spiritual power into the sword. In that case, blazing red surge of power erupted violently. The energy transformed into a mighty giant lion surrounding his body. Erwin roared and unleashed his ultimate technique, Frenzied Crimson Lion Sword. A terrifying explosion of energy swept straight toward Damien's position. The dust and smoke gradually dispersed. Damien still stood firm amid the ruined crater, without even a single scratch on his body. Before that unbelievable sight, Erwin cried out in shock. How is he still unharmed? What is going on? That man could not believe that in that brief instant, Damien had effortlessly avoided every basic move within the Frenzied Crimson Lion Sword technique. Damien faintly smiled with hidden meaning. Thanks to the days of harsh training he had just endured, he had fully understood and analyzed the swordsmanship of the Leon Bloom family. Remembered Michael, Erwin's powerful elder brother who had once faced him in his past life, then silently judged that Erwin was far weaker. His pride wounded, Erwin madly poured all his aura into the sword and roared, you dodged it only by luck. Let me see whether you can avoid it this time. Before the oppressive blaze of red aura, Damien realized this blow would be very difficult to dodge. Immediately, Damien planted his feet firmly and decided to use his full strength. He chose the Sword Saint's ultimate technique to meet the attack head-on. A violent explosion of energy erupted in the middle of the arena, leaving Lewis and Abel frozen in terror. Amid the thick smoke and dust that shrouded everything, Damien used the small fork to precisely block Erwin's blade, shocking him so badly that he could only blurt out what. He gave his opponent no chance to react in time. Damien immediately knocked the sword aside, then unleashed the secret technique Myriad Flow Killing Thrust. With a cold farewell, he rushed forward, pressing the fork close to Erwin's neck and leaving the young master of Leon Bloom stunned speechless. Damien did not hesitate at all, darting in at terrifying speed and letting out an icy remark, farewell. The fork in his hand aimed straight at Erwin's throat, making everything around them seem to freeze. Witnessing that scene, Lewis and Abel stood stunned in shock, while the Viscount and his wife could no longer remain calm. The Paul Viscount family could only gape, sinking into utter terror. Erwin's bodyguard shouted in panic, stop the second young master. Erwin was drenched in sweat, frozen as he felt the fork's tip press close to his throat, then collapsed to his knees, clutching his neck in pain. Looking down at the defeated man, Damien thought that even punishing him 10,000 more times would not be enough, but for his family's sake, he would spare him this once. Looking at Erwin, who was trembling so badly he could not speak, Damien ordered decisively, now do as you promised and get out of here. After the shocking duel, the Hassan mansion fell into a tense silence. During the meal, Damien calmly set down his fork and said politely, thank you for the meal. He stood up and announced that he would go train in the morning, startling Viscount Paul, who sat across from him. Damien quietly left the room, leaving his parents and two younger siblings sitting silently at the dining table, each lost in tangled thoughts. Marilda spoke up worriedly, urging Paul to ask Damien about the strange things that had happened yesterday. Abel was still dazed, muttering that his weak elder brother had defeated Erwin, as if he had become someone else after just one night. Seeing his wife and children lose their composure, Paul firmly stopped them, telling them not to force Damien to answer, and that the boy would speak on his own when the time came. Though curiosity was driving him nearly mad, instinct still told him that now was not the time to press for answers. The image of Damien with crimson eyes and terrifying killing intent as he fought surfaced again in his mind. Paul trembled as he told himself that even though the boy was his son, he was still far too frightening. Changed so suddenly, it was as if something had possessed him. In the quiet room, Damien prepared for a new training session, carefully tying 10-kilogram sandbags to his legs before intending to head outside and move around. He was just about to step away when Lewis's voice rang out behind him. Damien started and turned back. Sister, Lewis let out a sigh of relief, thank goodness. You are still here. She hesitated as she looked at her younger brother, her expression troubled as she brought up what had happened yesterday. Damien immediately understood that this was the moment he should apologize to his sister. Without the slightest hesitation, Damien bowed deeply and said with sincerity, I am sorry, sister. I was reckless and made things difficult for everyone. I should have apologized to you right away yesterday. I promise I will never let something like that happen again. But Lewis hurriedly interrupted him. No, that is not it. She gently placed a hand on Damien's shoulder. Her eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you. Lewis lowered her head, her voice choking as she spoke the feelings she had kept hidden. It is true that I once said I would follow Irwin, but honestly, I never wanted that, because who could like a violent man like him? Hearing his sister's true feelings, Damien fell silent with heart attack. So that was what she had always been enduring. The memory of Damien bravely stepping forward to defeat Irwin and protect her came vividly back to her. Lewis confessed that at the time, she had felt both guilty and immensely relieved, which was why she wanted to tell the truth today. Lewis wiped away her tears and revealed a radiant smile. Thank you, Damien. That sincerity left Damien stunned, his heart seeming to tighten with emotion. He smiled gently. I am the one who should thank you for all this time, sister. Just as Damien was about to turn away, Lewis suddenly called him back. Right, Damien? Take this with you. Damien turned back in suspicion, then froze when he saw Lewis holding the greatsword their father treasured so dearly. Lewis smiled and confirmed that their father had told her to give it to him for training, a sign that the family had begun to trust him. Damien received the sword from his sister in astonishment. For me, Lewis said gently that their father was poor at expressing himself, but in truth, he cared deeply for him. She also passed on their father's words, you are a member of the Viscount's family. Never use a fork instead of a sword again, making Damien laugh quietly to himself. He decisively drew the sword from its sheath, feeling the sharp flow of spiritual power spreading out. Beneath the light, Damien smiled faintly and whispered, Thank you, father. In the Viscount's room, Paul suddenly let out a loud sneeze. He rubbed his nose and muttered in puzzlement, Who just mentioned me? When night fell, the full moon hung suspended in the sky, casting a quiet stillness over the Hassan mansion. In the empty courtyard, strange purple smoke crept through the grass like a living creature, while the two guards remained careless. They did not realize at all that a dangerous shadow was silently closing in right beneath their feet. In the dark smoke, a pair of cold purple eyes flashed, carrying terrifying killing intent. In the blink of an eye, the shadow transformed into tendrils of energy, making the two guards collapse before they could cry out. The iron gate rasped dryly as the intruder quietly slipped inside. He wore a tattered black cloak, his entire body radiating sinister purple spiritual power, as he slowly advanced toward the mansion. Inside, flickering candlelight cast itself over the dark figure silently gliding through the corridor. Ebel was still sound asleep, completely unaware that danger was silently drawing very near. Viscount Paul and his wife had also fallen asleep, Paul's steady snoring echoing through the quiet late night. The black shadow stopped before a door, then quietly slipped inside. It was Lewis's room. She was sleeping peacefully beneath the pale moonlight spilling through the window. That disgusting demon was clearly harboring vile intentions toward this beautiful young woman. He stood looming beside the bed, revealing a scarred face and a ghastly smile, then licked his lips greedily. She is rather pretty. He reached his bony hand toward Lewis, thinking he had come at the Hoxagang's request, yet had not expected to be this lucky. But just as he was about to act, an icy voice suddenly rang out behind him. The leader jolted in terror, hurriedly spun around, and saw Damien leaning against the door, his sword resting on his shoulder. Damien's eyes glowed red in the darkness, staring fixedly at the suspicious intruder. What are you doing? He said he had come because he sensed an unfamiliar energy. The assassin was stunned, unable to believe his sleep magic had become useless. To him, what was even more terrifying was that Damien had gotten so close without him noticing at all. At once, the man in black fired an extremely powerful surge of dark violet energy at his opponent. Damien swiftly swung his sword and blocked the attack, creating a small explosion that shook the room. The assassin trembled as he stepped back, grinding his teeth as he asked, Damn it, just who are you? Damien coldly pointed his sword at him. That is what I should be asking you. Do you know this is my house? Seeing Damien's skill, the man in black was stunned and guessed. Could you be Damien? He confirmed it decisively, then asked the intruder's identity and why he was targeting his sister. Just then, shouts and barking dogs rang out outside. The explosion had awakened the servants, quickly turning the situation against him. The assassin decided to retreat. He turned into a gloomy stream of violet smoke and shot out through the window under Damien's astonished gaze. He shouted for him to stop, but the stranger had already escaped outside. Damien rushed to the window, watching the smoke gradually fade into the night. He clicked his tongue in regret at letting him escape, but at that very moment, he discovered a strange trace and spoke in suspicion. Damien stared at the residue beside the window. This energy. Next morning at the stable, the servants cried out in panic, This is bad, what should we do? A valuable horse had suddenly died, leaving them worried and unsure how to explain it, because the Viscount would certainly fly into a rage. They guessed this had been caused by that hateful thief, but how could ordinary people like them understand why a horse that had been healthy yesterday had met with trouble today? Amid the chaos, Damien suddenly appeared and said he had a bad feeling. The startled servants cried out, Young master. Damien reassured them, There is no need to panic. I only came to check something. I will not blame anyone. Just lend me this place for a while. Damien placed his hand near the horse, silently realizing that the trace of last night's energy had led him here. The eerie energy radiating from it made him certain he had not been mistaken. This chilling energy was definitely black mana. Damien realized that the intruder from last night was a dark mage. Seeing that his parents were still sound asleep, Damien told himself there was no need to worry them with this matter yet. He followed the traces of dark violet black mana lingering on the ground. Damien crossed the grassland and headed deep into the forest. The gloomy trail led him to a dark cave in the mountain, making him think that the man knew how to choose a hiding place. Inside the dark cave were all kinds of strange medicine bottles. The dark mage laughed sinisterly. Kaka, the leader of Black Snake, really is foolish. He gathered everything I demanded. He was smug because he had deceived them with talk of talismans, while his true goal was to seize ingredients for his dark experiments. Even so, he still felt humiliated that someone once so famous now had to take lowly work for money, all because the church was hunting him so fiercely. Just then, a mocking voice rang out behind him. So this is how you live, curled up all alone. Maybe I should open a window for some air. The mage turned back in shock. The intruder was the eldest son of the Hudson family, the one he had met last night. He trembled as he asked how Damien had found this place. Damien replied coldly, I followed the stench you left behind. A filthy sinner who is too lazy to bathe leaves that foul smell wherever he goes. You brought this on yourself. The mage regained his arrogance and sneered that Damien was only a reckless brat. Damien placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, confirmed that he was the one Haxa had hired, then said contemptuously that he was about to pay the price. Madness erupted, and the dark mage revealed clear killing intent. He laughed loudly, gathering dark violet spiritual force in his hand and threatening to turn Damien into a toy to torture. Damien calmly replied that would never happen. He declared that in this life he had promised not to kill unless necessary, but filthy dark mages were always an exception that had to be eliminated. When Damien drew his sword from its sheath, the mage immediately realized his opponent possessed strength far from ordinary. Sensing danger, he roared, then die, and frantically unleashed a series of magic circles in a frontal assault. Despite the dark violet spiritual explosions surrounding him, Damien still charged forward and swung his sword, unleashing a powerful wind-tearing slash. This time, I will beat you to a pulp, you filthy ugly bastard. The mage cried out in horror as Damien closed in with unbelievable speed. A sharp sword stroke tore through the air, leaving a dark violet trail of energy, and making the enemy groan in pain. But right after that, Damien was astonished to realize that his body was regenerating in a strange way. He thought silently, is this the ability I once saw at the mansion? Seeing his opponent's twisted smile, Damien immediately became even more vigilant. He judged that this man was far stronger than a cheap hired hand. The mage laughed arrogantly, haha, that last blow did nothing to me. Damien's eyes blazed with killing intent, and he said coldly, then I will keep cutting until you can no longer recover. At once, he unleashed a chain of slashes that formed silver rays, tearing apart the black smoke surrounding the enemy. Although he had suffered a painful blow, the mage still tried to keep his composure and admitted, not bad. It seems your recent reputation did not come from nowhere, but no matter what. He lowered his voice and declared, the moment you walked in here on your own, you were already as good as dead. Damien matched his force and answered coldly, then let us see who falls first. Suddenly, dark tentacles rose from the ground and wrapped tightly around Damien's arms, leaving him only enough time to cry out in surprise. Behind the mage, a giant phantom with sharp teeth and blazing purple arrows up, roaring in a ghastly voice. He smiled sinisterly, revealing that he had filled the cave with magic traps in case the church pursued him, and Damien had unknowingly fallen into the net. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the dark encirclement, Damien muttered in a low voice, this seems a little dangerous. The mage roared threateningly, declaring that Damien would regret daring to oppose a high-ranking member of the Yulin organization. The dark tentacles charged wildly toward him and bound his limbs tight. The villain declared that Damien's body would rot and wither away in agony. From the giant eye of the phantom, dark spiritual power erupted violently, swallowing the entire space. A deep purple current of spiritual power surrounded Damien. The dark mage laughed smugly. Arrogant brat, you are shortening your own life. He thought with delight that the more severely he harmed the target, the greater the reward would be. Now that no one stood in his way, he could continue hunting Lewis. Amid the encirclement of dark magic, Damien remained strangely calm. He silently judged, a decomposition curse. How surprising, you stinking old man. But immediately after, the mage's face twisted in horror when he saw Damien calmly step out of the dark energy. He stammered, why are you unaffected? How much do you know about dark magic? Damien curled his lips slightly and answered in a provocative voice, guess. Even so, Damien himself could not help feeling shocked as he looked at the mark blazing on the back of his hand. He wondered why the power from his previous life still existed in his current body. Painful memories suddenly surged back, where Dago stood before a giant vessel radiating deep purple spiritual power. He murmured in fascination, "This is power." It was also called the power of a god. The skeletal wizard looked down at the knight kneeling at his feet and proudly called him, "My Death Knight." Dago declared that he had given Damien the strongest body and the most powerful magic, but that was still not enough. He wanted him to become the ultimate sword, the strongest embodiment of evil he had ever possessed. With crimson eyes full of cruelty, Dago poured dark spiritual power into his palm and declared that he would grant Damien ultimate power, turning him into an unstoppable weapon of destruction. And yet now it had followed him through rebirth. It seemed Damien had gained an unexpected benefit. A brilliant purple light erupted violently. Dago roared triumphantly, "This is power." He poured all his magic into his palm, making the surrounding space tremble violently. Damien groaned in pain as he was forced to receive a current of energy far beyond his limits. Even Dago could not hide his astonishment as he admitted, "What terrifying power." The skeletal wizard placed his hand, overflowing with spiritual power, on Damien's head. He forced him to endure the brutal process of assimilation. Damien screamed in agony, his eyes blazing pure white as the surge of dark power crashed into him. That energy tormented his body, then created an explosion that shook the entire sky. Watching his masterpiece gradually take shape, Dago said in satisfaction, "At last I have obtained it." It was the power of a god, the ultimate strength that had transformed Damien into an undefeated war god. He stood towering within the radiant ancient magic circle, his body covered in traces of battle, yet exuding the terrifying pressure of a Death Knight. After so much pain, the Death Knight was finally born. Back in the present, Damien looked at the blazing mark on the back of his hand and silently confirmed, "There is no mistake. This is the power of greed, the strength I once possessed when I was a Death Knight." He had thought that after returning he had lost that power, yet unexpectedly it appeared at the most critical moment. Without hesitation, Damien unleashed his power and delivered a thunderous kick, shattering every dark shackle. The powerful blow sent the mage flying far away, making him collapse miserably. Damien stepped forward coldly, pressed the tip of his sword close, and ordered, "Now answer me." The mage trembled in terror and stammered, "How did you survive my spell?" Damien slung his sword over his shoulder and answered casually, "Well, does everyone not have one or two trump cards?" Before the dark mage's stunned expression, he narrowed his eyes slightly and recalled, "Right, he said he was a high-ranking member of Yulin." Damien quietly searched his memories of Yulin, a ruthless assassination organization specialized in dark magic that he had once heard of. He realized why the opponent before him possessed such formidable strength. So they were mercenaries who specialized in killing others. Mage ground his teeth in anxiety. A trump card. He felt that the situation was bad and told himself he had to end this fight quickly. He growled, "I originally planned to save this move for the church, but I have no choice now." Damien asked mockingly, "You have a trump card too." Immediately, the bracelet on the mage's wrist emitted a stream of emerald spiritual power. His body began to distort while releasing a terrifying pressure. Damien was briefly surprised when he sensed the massive amount of dark mana surging forth. That is quite a lot of dark mana. That bracelet was definitely used to store and conceal mana. Behind the mage, a giant grotesque entity with dozens of blazing eyes rose up and roared violently. He shouted smugly, "No matter how you broke my magic, you cannot withstand this power. Burn to ashes and sink into eternal hell." Giant blue flame erupted, quickly engulfing Damien. This time it was not merely trying to suffocate him, but to burn him completely. Seeing the attack strike its target, the mage burst into crazed laughter. "It is over." He believed Damien had been burned by the flames of hell, a fire that could keep burning even after the target had fallen. Yet from within the sea of flames, Damien's voice suddenly rang out coldly, "You have misunderstood something very serious." The mage was stunned to see Damien still unharmed amid the raging flames. He explained in a low voice that the power of greed was not used to nullify magic. The power of greed did not erase magic, but absorbed all dark mana. That declaration nearly shattered the dark mage. He trembled and blurted out, "Power? Why does someone like you possess such terrifying strength?" Facing the opponent's panic, Damien merely answered coldly, "That has nothing to do with you. Just think of it as me having better equipment." With that, he strode forward decisively, murderous aura soaring to the sky. An indescribable irritation rose in Damien's heart. He truly hated having to use the power granted by the person he loathed most. But to defeat the enemy before him swiftly, he understood that he had no choice but to use a Death Knight's skill. Witnessing the purple spiritual power envelop the sword, the mage realized in terror that his netherblade aura. It was a sword technique said to be usable only by those who had reached the realm of sword master. How can he screamed in despair. Ko was about to stop him, but Damien had already swung his sword without hesitation, unleashing the ultimate technique, soul-severing sword. The blade carried destructive power, tearing through space as it shot straight toward Dark Mage. He only had time to let out one agonized scream before he was utterly defeated. The earth-shaking collision created a violent explosion, making the entire cave tremble as rocks and soil collapsed in waves. All that remained around them was choking dust and smoke, along with scattered ruins. Damien stepped forward coldly, pressed the tip of his sword close to the defeated man's face, and gave him one final choice. Speak before you die, and I will lessen your pain. His cold purple eyes brimmed with killing intent as he ordered through clenched teeth, so hurry up and tell me where Black Snake is hiding. Carriage rolled across the stone bridge, bringing Damien and Victor back to Landwork, the bustling, prosperous trade city. Sitting inside the carriage, Victor could not hide his confusion and asked, "Young master, what should we do now? Why are you so determined to return to Landwork?" Damien calmly continued flipping through the book in his hand, its cover printed with a grotesque demonic face. He curled his lips faintly. "My most loyal servant, Victor. If you truly want to follow me, then please keep quiet. Otherwise, I will make that mouth of yours permanently crooked." Seeing his master absorbed in reading, Victor curiously asked what he was staring at so intently. Damien raised the book and explained calmly, "This is the dark magic grimoire I just obtained after I took down that dark mage." Victor admitted he was foolish and illiterate, but still worriedly reminded him that the dark magic grimoire was extremely dangerous and difficult to accept. The boy's attention was quickly drawn to the overpowering stench spreading through the air. What exactly is that smell? Just as they set foot on the street, Damien was carrying a sack that was leaking a mysterious dark purple liquid. He called his servant over. "Victor, there is something I want you to do." Realizing the rotten stench was coming from the bag, Victor trembled and asked what was inside. Damien calmly gave an answer that chilled anyone who heard it. Human heads. Victor still tried to believe this was only an excessive prank by his young master, until he looked inside. The black smoke rising from the sack instantly drained his face of color in terror. "Good heavens, why are you only telling me now? I am really about to faint." Seeing his servant on the verge of panic, Damien signaled for silence, since passersby had already begun to notice. He handed the bag to Victor and instructed him, "I will explain that later. For now, you only need to bring these things to the place I designate." Holding the dark magic grimoire in his hand, Damien affirmed that doing so was the only way to avoid further trouble. Victor looked at the sack tremblingly and stammered in fear, "Trouble, trouble, sir." Before Damien now stood the headquarters of the Black Snake Gang, a towering stone tower. Striking carvings of coiling snake patterns were displayed right in the heart of prosperous Landwork. He inwardly mocked these underworld thugs for their arrogance in placing their base so openly, though that also made it far too easy to find. Damien approached the main gate. He was blocked by two vicious guards. One of them asked in a harsh voice, "Hey, who are you?" He looked straight at them and introduced himself calmly. "I am Damien from Viscount Hassan's territory. Did you hear that clearly, or do you need me to repeat it?" Hearing the name Hassan, the one-eyed man and his companion burst into mocking laughter, sneering that the name sounded both cheap and pathetic. But immediately after, the one-eyed man suddenly froze. He narrowed his eyes as though he had just remembered something. "Wait, I think the boss mentioned this name before." Damien calmly continued, "Then you know who I am, do you not? I have business to settle with your leader, so obediently step aside." Contrary to expectation, the two guards agreed with surprising ease. "Is that so? Just go straight inside." Their sudden cooperation made Damien suspicious. "You do not need to ask the reason." At that moment, the guard secretly pulled out a signal gun and pulled the trigger. A blazing red streak of light tore across the sky right behind Damien. That signal alerted the entire base that an intruder had appeared. Damien froze and turned back, looking at the flare blazing in midair. Only then did the one-eyed guard reveal his sinister expression. He laughed madly. "Did you really think we would say that?" Damien asked in a low voice what he had just done. The answer appeared immediately as countless mysterious hooded shadows emerged on the surrounding rooftops. Damien quickly shifted aside and dodged as the assassins lunged down to attack. They were no different from vultures fighting over prey, while he had dared to charge alone straight into their lair. Looking at the assassins surrounding him from every direction, Damien asked coldly, "What are you waiting for?" The guards smugly declared that this was the special gift their leader had prepared to welcome him. Immediately after, countless black shadows leapt down from the rooftops at once, swinging their swords in a direct assault. Facing the dense encirclement, Damien did not waver at all, only curling his lips into a faint sneer. Decisively drew his sword from its sheath and left behind a threatening warning. "Do not regret this." Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion, the governor of Landwork, Sebastian Baker, was drunk on wine and enjoying the service of beautiful women. He cheerfully thanked Cedric for arranging a banquet that had satisfied him immensely. Seated at the same table was Robert, a knight of Landwork. That man was also dead drunk and kept demanding more wine. Cedric fawned that being able to serve the two distinguished gentlemen was his greatest honor. Sebastian began discussing the takeover of commercial sites belonging to other organizations, then suggested that Black Snake should seize them soon. "Just let others cause chaos, and one day they will have nowhere left to be buried." He asserted that even the red light district had to fall completely under Black Snake's control. When Cedric worried that some people might object, Sebastian only smiled sinisterly and said his power was enough to make them no longer worth fearing. Robert also spoke up, promising to provide full support within the authority of a knight in order to protect the gang's operations. Outwardly, Cedric respectfully thanked the two powerful figures for their backing, but inwardly his contempt was unmistakable. The leader of Black Snake thought to himself that he had long grown sick of bowing his head to these greedy, filthy men. He harbored the ambition that before long, Black Snake's power would expand and devour the entire city of Landwork. Cedric Walker smiled with ambition. He smugly thought that the day would soon come when those nobles would have to bow their heads before him. Yet the indulgent atmosphere was suddenly shattered when a subordinate rushed into the room in panic. "Boss," Cedric shouted in irritation. "What is it? Can you not see I am entertaining guests? Soldiers are truly useless, ruining everything just when the mood is good." The subordinate apologized profusely, but insisted there was an urgent matter that had to be reported at once. Cedric leisurely stepped into the hallway and asked in a low voice what had happened. The subordinate leaned close to Cedric's ear and whispered, making his eyes widen in shock. "What, Damien?" Meanwhile, the honored guests inside were still absorbed in drinking and feasting. Cedric clenched his teeth as he thought of that dark mage, and the bizarre list of ingredients he had demanded for the curse ritual. He secretly rejoiced that he had ordered his subordinates to prepare in advance in case of unexpected trouble. Cedric waved his hand and ordered his trusted subordinate to leave. "I understand, go." The subordinate still asked worriedly whether it was really all right to leave him like that, but Cedric only curled his lips confidently. "What are you worried about? He is only walking to his own death." Outside, Damien was standing in the middle of a ring of dozens of fierce thugs from the Black Snake gang. He calmly looked at his opponent, then suddenly erupted. A stream of deep purple spiritual power enveloped his entire body, his eyes blazing with oppressive might. Damien shot forward like lightning, his razor-sharp attacks making the lackeys fall one after another, unable to defend themselves in time. "If you have the guts, come at me. Whoever wants to go down first, step forward." On the streets of Landwork, a mysterious group in gray cloaks silently appeared, carrying a chilling pressure that seemed to freeze space itself. Beneath their hoods, their eyes glowed emerald green as they quietly watched everything unfold. The leader faintly curled his lips with hidden meaning. "A few people still owe me favors, so what is there to fear?" Cedric stood on the balcony of the tall tower, sweating as if drenched when he witnessed the terrifying scene below. Dozens of lackeys from the Black Snake gang lay scattered everywhere, groaning amid the ruined scene. Cedric wondered in shock, how could this happen? That brat handled them all by himself. Amid the remnants of the defeated men, Damien remained strangely composed, radiating the air of a true punisher that made Cedric tremble in fear. That man grabbed his pale-faced subordinate tightly and asked again, "Is that brat really Damien?" When the guard stammered in confirmation, Cedric went deathly still, realizing the rumors about the Viscount family's useless son had all been completely wrong. That man bitterly understood that the dark mage he had sent out had probably been defeated as well. The situation had now slipped beyond his control. Cedric panicked and turned to run inside, seeking help from the honored guests. "This is bad, I have to ask for help." He could only hope they were still sober enough to act. Below, Damien suddenly froze when he sensed a scorching energy from above. He looked up at the roof in suspicion. Is that magic? Three cloaked figures stood tall on the tiled roof. One of them held a scepter set with a red orb, madly gathering power before roaring monster. "Let us see whether you can this blow." Immediately, a giant fireball shot toward Damien, radiating heat as if it wanted to burn everything to ash. The mage on the roof laughed arrogantly when he saw Damien still standing in place to face the attack. "Are you planning to use that sword to block our fire?" But Damien remained calm, planted his stance, and decisively unleashed the secret technique Myriad Flow Piercing Kill. A cold, sharp sword arc tore across space, slicing the fierce flames in two before the enemy's shocked eyes. The mage only had time to cry out in terror before all the firepower was knocked back, creating a violent explosion that engulfed his position on the roof. Those who play with fire eventually get burned. This time he really became a roasted mage. Looking at the ruins and the shattered scepter beneath his feet, Damien told himself the matter here was as good as finished. He turned around, thinking it was time to identify the true leader of the Black Snake gang. But a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, making Damien instantly go on guard. From above, a figure plunged down like a meteor, delivering an immensely powerful blow that cracked the ground apart. Damien quickly flipped backward, avoiding the forceful impact. The dense aura spreading out made Damien's skin prickle as if pierced by needles. Looking at the dark figure standing tall amid the dust and smoke, he silently judged that the one who had just appeared was certainly no ordinary opponent. With that overwhelming presence and powerful emerald spiritual power, Damien confirmed that the opponent before him was an official knight. Rapid footsteps rang out as order-keeping soldiers and city knights began to surround the scene. Damien was briefly surprised to see that even the authorities had gotten involved. Now that they had eaten their fill, it was time for them to show themselves. From the crowd, a goateed man dressed in noble finery stepped forward and shouted angrily, "How dare you cause chaos in the very center of landwork?" The old man introduced himself as Sebastian Baker, the governor of Landwork, and declared that he would punish Damien properly. Seeing Cedric standing obsequiously beside him, Damien understood that the final important guest had finally revealed himself. Faced with the governor's threat, Damien calmly asked in return, "Why must I be punished?" That composed attitude drove Sebastian into a rage. "What kind of arrogance is this? Do you not know how serious the trouble you caused is?" The old man twisted black into white, falsely accusing Damien of attacking the merchant Cedric and harming many innocent employees. The surrounding people could only whisper in mockery when a thug was actually called an honest merchant. Cedric stood beside him with a sinister smile, smug, because he believed that the governor protecting him, Damien, could do nothing to him. Damien ignored the governor's absurd words. He looked straight at Cedric, cracked his knuckles, and coldly said he had come here only to give that leader a punch. This man really thinks he can defy the heavens. Damien curled his lips when he realized the Black Snake gang and the authorities were tightly colluding. He mocked, "You truly are humorous, governor. A piece of trash like him is also an honest merchant." Sebastian roared in fury, ordering Damien to shut up and kneel to apologize so his crime could be reduced. The old man immediately ordered the guard knight Robert to act. A tall knight in heavy armor slowly stepped forward. That man stomped hard, drew a great saber that radiated dreadful pressure, and said coldly, "I am Robert, guard knight of the city. Drop your weapon and surrender." Damien only sneered at the appearance of an official knight. Why waste words if he is so capable? Let him try to cuff that man. Robert realized there was not the slightest fear in Damien's eyes. That man wondered whether he was truly brave or merely a fool who did not know his own limits. Damien confidently declared that he had enough ability, making the knight sneer, "So you are just an idiot." Immediately, Robert swung his great saber, creating a massive emerald surge of spiritual power that tore apart the ground where Damien had just stood. Damien nimbly flipped away to dodge the attack, inwardly understanding that with his current strength, facing an official knight like Robert was truly not easy. Damien told himself that for now, he only needed to endure until the real opportunity arrived. Robert closed in with terrifying speed and threw a punch. The blow was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, sending Damien flying even though he had put everything into defending. Numbing pain spread through his entire arm, leaving him shocked by his opponent's strength. As his eyes swept around in search, Damien silently asked, "Has she still not arrived?" Robert suddenly appeared right behind him and warned in an icy voice, "Where are you looking?" With that kind of distraction, of course he would be sent flying. Robert's speed left Damien almost no time to react. He only had time to raise his sword to block the lightning-like slash descending toward his head. An explosion of energy erupted. At the most dangerous moment, a gigantic weapon fell from the sky, stabbing deep into the ground and creating a violent shockwave that forced the fight to stop. That powerful intervention left the guards and surrounding townspeople gaping in astonishment. Robert retreated in shock, pressing whether there were more accomplices and demanding that the newly appeared person reveal their identity. From above, a silver-haired woman in splendid white armor descended with majestic dignity. Her presence radiated an overwhelming stream of clear emerald energy, making even the city knight tremble, because he had recognized the unmistakable bearing unique to a holy knight. Seeing reinforcements arrive at just the right moment, Damien curled his lips smugly and lightly reproached him. "Why did you come so late?" Just then, Victor hurried over with 2 strangers behind him, shouting joyfully, "Young master, I am here." He ran while waving excitedly, thrilled that he had finally brought people to save his master. This fellow was rather useful too, just a bit too talkative. Cedric froze in terror when he realized that standing before him was a holy knight. That man broke into a cold sweat, stunned as he understood that the church had officially involved itself in this matter. Terror engulfed the Black Snake leader as he wondered whether the deal with the Dark Mage had already been exposed. Victor hurried to Damien's side and anxiously asked whether the young master was all right. Damien squeezed the servant's face and snapped, "Not all right at all. I have been waiting for you until I nearly lost my temper." Looking at the dignified figure of the holy knight ahead, Damien felt secretly satisfied that Victor had fulfilled the task he had given him. Earlier, Victor had enthusiastically assured his master, "If there are no problems, leave every command to this Victor." Going back a few hours, at a branch of the sanctuary belonging to the Church of Majesty, the monks were solemnly conducting a ritual beneath brilliant stained glass windows. In that quiet space, the nun gave a slight start and turned around when she sensed someone rushing in. Victor panted as he asked for confirmation. "This is indeed a branch of the sanctuary, is it not?" Seeing his urgent appearance, the gentle nun stepped closer and replied, "Yes, what is the matter?" Victor hurriedly explained according to his young master's words, saying that he had to bring this to the church as quickly as possible. He tremblingly presented the evidence and insisted it was genuine proof. When she learned that someone had colluded with a dark mage, the nun could not help being stunned. She asked in a low voice, "May I take a look at that?" The moment she touched the evidence, the nun sensed dark energy that was weak yet very distinct. She was certain it was black magic. But when she saw the strange lotus symbol on the evidence, her eyes suddenly shook sharply because she realized something even more terrifying. With a suspicious look, she moved closer to the sack Victor had brought and silently wondered, could it be? She gently opened the sack, revealing the remains of the dark mage inside. Victor saw Agito's head in the sack and cried out in fear. Nun's eyes lit up when she recognized this thing. This was one of the leaders of the Yuland organization that the church had been hunting for so long. She gritted her teeth, clenched the hem of her robe, then asked Victor in a stern voice where the person who had ordered him to bring the evidence was now. Back at the scene, the Holy Knight smiled at Damien and asked, "Are you Damien Hansen?" Damien immediately changed his attitude and calmly admitted that he was, leaving Victor stunned by how quickly his master changed faces. The Holy Knight declared that the church had obtained enough evidence and would handle this case directly, and Damien agreed as well. Seeing the church intervene, Governor Sebastian and Cedric could only tremble and say they would not obstruct the sanctuary's actions. The Holy Knight bowed slightly, thanking them for that reluctant cooperation. Damien was secretly pleased that everything was going according to plan, especially now that a holy knight had stepped forward to protect him. In the eyes of the world, the sanctuary was a place where people gathered after dedicating their entire lives to serving God. They were always merciful, tolerant, and compassionate toward the people, but when facing heretics and demons, they turned into fanatical warriors. They were willing to trade even their souls to eradicate evil, without the slightest hesitation. The powerful vanguard of the sanctuary was none other than the Holy Knights. Damien was completely confident because those mighty warriors now stood on his side. Before the crowd, the Holy Knight declared in a ringing voice, "All soldiers and citizens, listen carefully. The sanctuary has received a report that someone colluded with a wanted dark mage in Land Kingdom." This news left the people stunned, and they murmured in outrage over who would dare do business with those filthy mages. The people here were also very clear-headed, and did not blindly side with villains. The Holy Knight declared clearly, while investigating those involved, the sanctuary will temporarily take control of this city. That decision left Governor Sebastian shocked as he objected. Land Kingdom was a city granted autonomy by the kingdom, so the old man could not accept the sanctuary seizing authority right before his eyes. But the female knight answered coldly, "Governor Sebastian, eradicating heresy is God's will. The authority of the sanctuary stands above even the kingdom." Before the old man's threat to file a complaint, her gaze grew even colder. She struck a fatal blow against those at the top of the city. "You and your knight are both prime suspects." Robert broke into a cold sweat and stammered as he asked why they were being considered collaborators with a dark mage. The Holy Knight pointed straight at Cedric, asserting that he was the one who had hidden and tolerated the dark mage. The act of sheltering such a person alone was suspicious enough. Her ice-cold gaze made both of them tremble in fear. Sebastian panicked and turned to question Cedric, "Is this true?" The Black Snake boss was drenched in sweat, repeatedly denying that it was absurd. "Deny it quickly, without evidence. They will be speechless at once." "The evidence is right here, and you still intend to deny it." The Holy Knight raised the black magic ledger Damien had obtained and declared that everything was clearly recorded. What Cedric Walker bought, and where he bought it for the dark mage were all included, and they only needed to compare it with the shop records to know who was lying. Cedric gritted his teeth in hatred toward that damned mage for recording every transaction in the ledger. Although that man still tried to argue that everything was only a misunderstanding and swore he had nothing to do with that mage, the female knight remained decisive. "We will clarify that during the investigation." She coldly ordered the soldiers to take him away. Immediately, Governor Sebastian and leader Cedric were escorted away in humiliation. Sebastian screamed for the soldiers to stay away, but it was completely useless. Cedric glanced toward Damien, who was standing beside Victor with his arms crossed smugly, then bitterly realized that bastard had arranged the entire plan from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the old governor was still trembling in fear at what those people, those zealous believers of the sanctuary, could do to him. The old man gritted his teeth and looked for a way out, but the cloaked knights had sealed every path. That sly old man would not be able to escape. If he still demanded to run, it would only make him more pathetic. Seeing the situation worsen, Cedric shouted in agitation to pull in his ally. "Sir Robert, are you truly going to surrender? They are daring to frame you." Those provocative words made Robert halt, his eyes darkening with calculation. A sinister smile slowly appeared on the bodyguard knight's lips. That man thought to himself, "If I obediently let myself be captured like this, I will only have a path to death." Immediately, Robert erupted with a surge of blue-green aura. He yanked the chains hard and shot forward like a wild beast that had just escaped its cage. He seized the great blade and roared madly that he would take her down, then find a way to escape. The blade, carrying terrifying weight, tore through the wind and cleaved straight down at the Holy Knight. Seeing that, Cedric broke into a smug smile, thinking he was about to have a chance to escape. But Damien still watched calmly with blazing eyes, silently concluding admitting that he had made a foolish mistake. A violent explosion of energy erupted as Robert closed in, but the female knight still stood firm, completely unshaken. Truly foolish, daring to strike stone with an egg would only bring defeat upon himself. Robert realized in shock that he had been wrong when he faced a divine pressure far beyond anything he had imagined. The Holy Knight swung her fist blazing with blue spiritual power, striking the traitor head-on and creating a shockwave that sent Robert flying. Witnessing the church's overwhelming power, Cedric gaped in terror, sweat pouring out from fear. Damien faintly curled his lips in satisfaction, while the female knight coldly declared that anyone who defied God must pay the price. Her fist flared with holy energy, knocking Robert down and leaving him completely unable to resist. The city guard knight collapsed to the ground, motionless beneath the holy knight's feet. Amid the majestic blue spiritual power, she declared loudly that this was punishment by God's will for a sinner. Cedric Walker, the notorious boss of the Black Snake Gang, was dragged away in humiliation by the people of the church. He struggled madly, screaming to be released, still stubbornly slithering with excuses just as his nickname Black Snake suggested. Watching from behind, Damien frowned in suspicion, not expecting the notorious boss of Black Snake to look so short, fat, and ordinary. Being escorted away in disgrace, Cedric ground his teeth in hatred, unable to believe he had fallen to such a miserable end. Damien watched the silver-haired holy knight, secretly grateful that everything had been handled properly thanks to her. He realized her strength far exceeded his expectations, shown by the powerful holy force radiating from her. Damien was certain that she was a disciple of the Brigandise Holy Academy. She was an expert who possessed skills far more advanced than anything he had ever learned. When she asked about his current strength, Damien answered honestly that he had only learned a few basic skills. He said he needed that reward only so he could continue improving his own skills. The answer left the female knight deeply shocked, because she found it hard to believe he had reached this level with only a basic foundation. If he had become that strong by training only in basic methods, then in the Holy Knight's eyes he was already a prodigy. She narrowed her eyes and observed Damien with her ocular technique, then was shocked to see a large amount of aura surging through his body. She silently judged that if he was telling the truth, that talent was truly extraordinary, and he even had firm resolve when eliminating heresy. An idea suddenly flashed through her mind, and she smiled meaningfully as she asked whether he was interested in something even better. She spread her arms wide and enthusiastically suggested that Damien become a holy knight. Contrary to her expectations, Damien immediately replied coldly, "I must refuse." The firm refusal shocked the female knight so badly that she nearly collapsed, covering her face as she lamented, "Oh God." Victor, standing beside them, also whispered in astonishment that the young master had just defeated someone that strong with a single sentence. Though she continued releasing terrifying pressure, speaking of the honor of eliminating demons in God's name, Damien remained unmoved. He calmly stood with his arms crossed and listened, letting the knight mutter about the arduous path she had taken to reach this position. In the end, Damien spoke frankly, "I am sorry, but I truly have no faith at all." In his heart, he thought that he had even faced the Demon King in the past, so faith meant nothing to him. Unable to say it outright, Damien made up a lie that he was not worthy of receiving God's love yet, and only wished to travel as a humble believer. Victor silently wondered whether such a blatant lie would work, but the female knight was moved to the point of tears. She rushed forward excitedly and tightly grasped Damien's hand, leaving Victor stunned that this method had actually worked so well. The female knight promised to give him a mana cultivation method in place of the reward money, then told him to come find her at the church if he changed his mind. Only then did she formally introduce herself as Agnes, the first disciple of the Holy Academy. Knowing she was someone recognized by a great master, Damien replied politely, "It is an honor to meet you, Agnes." After finishing matters with the church, Damien turned and asked whether he could handle his personal business now, while Agnes curiously watched to see what he intended to do. Damien quietly walked toward Cedric, who was being escorted away in chains. Seeing the terrifying figure closing in from behind, Cedric turned back in panic, intending to make threats, but it was already too late. Damien threw a heavy punch as fast as lightning straight into the bulging belly of the Black Snake boss. The violent impact made Cedric cough blood and collapse, while Damien casually mocked his fat belly, saying kicking it felt no different from kicking a cushion. Cedric was in so much pain that he ground his teeth and cursed aloud. That man had only just snarled, "You bastard," when Damien continued unleashing a barrage of merciless blows. His agonized screams rang through the street under the silent gazes of Agnes and Victor, until Damien had vented all his anger. Damien let out a breath as if he had finally found release. He stood in the middle of the scene, looking at the enemy flattened on the ground, then told himself that he finally felt better. Victor watched him beat Cedric into a miserable state, feeling both delighted and worried, then quietly asked if everything was over. Damien smiled and said it was over, but inwardly still wondered whether things could really end that easily. At the same time, in the Marcus mansion of the Leon Bloom family, the atmosphere was stretched taut. Marcus Holland angrily kicked the door open and roared Erwin's name. Inside, Erwin was curled up beneath a thick blanket, his entire body trembling without stop. The moment he saw his father appear, he panicked and stammered out a fearful call. Holland rushed over and seized his son's shoulders, asking in distress what had happened. Erwin was still gripped by terror, trembling as he said that bastard had tried to kill him, and had even held a knife, no, a fork pointed at him. Seeing the son who had once been cheerful reduced to such a pathetic, frightened state, Holland was so furious his chest tightened. When a son hurts, the father aches. But perhaps he should first ask whether his precious boy had behaved. He whipped around toward the subordinates and loudly interrogated them about who had done this to his son. Before the Marquis' fury, a soldier stepped forward, trembling. The guard stammered out that the person was Damien of the Hassan house. Hearing that name, Holland ground his teeth and roared with contempt that lowborn Hassan dared to lay a hand on my beloved son. He was certain that a nobody like Damien must have used some despicable trick to injure his son. His rage erupted violently, twisting Holland's face with fury. His eyes filled with killing intent. That man shouted an order to immediately send men to Hudson Territory and drag Damien back here. While a new storm was silently drawing near, Agnes and her night order unexpectedly appeared at the Hassan mansion with solemn bearing. She politely greeted Viscount Hassan and introduced herself as Agnes, a holy knight under the sanctuary. Before the dignified presence of the church forces, Viscount Paul and Lady Marilda were both stunned, only able to stammer replies in extreme anxiety. Standing behind them, Paul looked at his son with eyes spitting fire, inwardly scolding Damien for causing trouble behind his back and even bringing a fanatic home. Once the sanctuary left, his son had better be ready. Paul cleared his throat and said Damien had informed him in advance that they would be staying for a while. Agnes bowed her head and confirmed that this was a decision made to serve the heresy investigation, hoping he would cooperate. Unable to refuse, Paul began complaining that the mansion was cramped, and he feared there were not enough rooms to receive them. But when Agnes presented a heavy bag of gold to thank him for his hospitality, the Viscount's attitude changed completely at once. Paul hugged the money pouch with a radiant smile and warmly invited them to treat the place as their own home. Agnes smiled and looked toward Damien, saying she wanted to thank him once more for allowing the investigation team to work here. Seeing her eager expression, Damien thought he knew she had something else to ask, but he had not expected her to come all the way to his home. Agnes said pensively that the investigation was very important, then hesitated before asking whether she could ask one more thing. When Damien asked what it was, she replied. She blushed, looked straight at him, and said it was about you, Damien. Agnes's true purpose was to preach and persuade him to join the church. From afar, Paul and Marilda misunderstood, thinking the young pair were gradually developing feelings for each other. Two of them kept signaling encouragement, while Damien could only fall silent, telling himself things were completely different from what they imagined. Had his parents already started thinking about grandchildren so soon? Agnes took out the books she had prepared and handed them to Damien, saying these were the mana cultivation books he had requested, all carefully selected. Damien accepted the 2 books in surprise, then wondered why there were 2 of them. Agnes explained that one was a swordsmanship book, because it would not be ideal to have only a cultivation book without accompanying skills. Damien thought he did not particularly need swordsmanship, but having more would not hurt. When he looked closely at the 2 titles, Tyrant Force Sword Release and Tyrant Force Kai Art, he was stunned, because these were secret manuals he had never seen in his previous life. Agnes blushed and admitted she had faced considerable opposition from the sanctuary to obtain them. Damien felt grateful, because he knew she had worked very hard. Agnes smiled and said that in the end, she had to borrow her master's authority, because after hearing about him, her master had declared that Damien was precisely the person the sanctuary had been searching for. Agnes still did not give up. She clasped Damien's hand tightly and earnestly pleaded once more, hoping he would consider becoming a holy knight. Damien firmly withdrew his hand and coldly refused with a single apology. Realizing his resolve, Agnes sighed softly in regret and said she understood, and that saying more would become discourteous. She still gently told Damien that if he changed his mind, he could come find her at any time. This girl really was persistent. Someone soft-hearted would probably already have wavered. Watching Agnes disappear beyond the corridor, Damien broke into a cold sweat, inwardly judging that she truly was a fervent believer, and that obsession was honestly impressive. The battle with the Dark Mage had ended, but its aftershock had not yet settled in the Dark Cave. At the place that had once been the lair of the sinner Ajito, 2 church investigators were carefully examining the scene. One of them suddenly called his colleague over, holding up a torn piece of the dead man's clothing to examine it. The young investigator asked suspiciously whether this did not seem strange. When his colleague wondered what he meant, he began to analyze it. Think about it, who was Ajito? He was a high-ranking figure of Yulin, someone who had escaped the sanctuary's pursuit many times. Even knowing that Ajito belonged to the Curse faction and was weak in close combat, he still found it hard to believe that a seasoned dark mage could be so easily killed by some rustic noble. The other investigator also admitted he had the same doubt, but since Agnes had said nothing, they did not know what to do. As expected, investigators saw problems with sharp eyes. Just as the two were about to bring this matter up for a more thorough discussion, a dignified voice suddenly sounded from behind them, startling them. That person said the two of them could trust Damien. Agnes slowly stepped out from the darkness and stated that she understood why they were suspicious, but Damien absolutely had not lied. Even so, Damien's brief explanation earlier had still made everything difficult to believe. The investigators found it utterly unreasonable, because he had merely scratched his head calmly and said he dodged the attacks, then took that man down. Recalling that deadpan answer, the young investigator could only stare blankly and wonder whether he had really just dodged and ended everything. Agnes pensively recalled everything she had witnessed with her own eyes. That day, when Damien's servant brought Agito's head back, even she had once doubted his ability. Therefore, she had secretly observed instead of intervening directly, and then witnessed a scene that left her astonished. Damien faced dozens of enemies alone and was almost completely unharmed. He overwhelmed his opponents with absolute power, but what shocked the Holy Knight the most was the moment he faced firepower magic, something that would have reduced anyone hit by it to ash. That was right. Damien had stopped a giant fireball with his bare hands. In other words, he had directly nullified magic itself. That revelation left the two investigators accompanying Agnes so stunned their faces changed color, unable to believe it was true. Agnes affirmed in a low voice that it was entirely possible, because she had heard that a swordsman of sufficient skill could parry every attack, even magic. Though she could not be certain Damien had reached the realm of a swordsman, she still believed he was an extraordinarily exceptional warrior. Agnes's eyes gleamed with calculation. Though her main objective was to pursue the Yuland organization, now she wanted even more to take Damien to meet her master. The two soldiers could only lower their heads, accept the order, and say they understood. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the thunder of horse hooves echoed across the whole region. A troop armed from head to toe, raising the lion banner of the Leon Bloom family, was advancing fiercely toward Hudson territory. Leading the group was Opie, a trainee knight shouting in excitement because they had finally arrived. Lavender, the trainee knight riding beside him, grimaced and covered his nose in disgust, then asked Opie what that foul smell was. Opie sneered, saying it was only the cow dung smell typical of this countryside. Lavender worried the smell would cling to him, and had just asked to borrow perfume when he was cut off. Garrick's cold shout rang out, ordering both of them to be silent. As a formal knight of Leon Bloom, that man gave off a crushing pressure. Garrick stared at the Hassan Manor at the end of the road, then asked in a low voice whether that was the place. His subordinate confirmed it at once. Opie declared loudly that the mission given by the Marquis was to capture Damien at all costs. Garrick curled his lips in contempt, thinking it would be far too easy to seize a piece of trash, but still not enough to wash away Winds and the Marquis's humiliation. His icy gaze stopped on an old man trudging along ahead, perhaps intending to ask for directions to the manor. Garrick arrogantly called the old man over, making him jump in panic and turn back to ask who they were. When he heard the old man confirm that he lived in the Viscount Hassan's manor, Garrick suddenly swung his sword in a chilling arc, making the pitiful old man collapse before he could understand what had happened. He calmly sheathed his sword, then declared coldly. A commoner saw the Leon Bloom family crest and failed to bow. That was a grave crime. Though Lavender and Opie murmured that the old man might have been blind, Garrick did not care in the slightest. He smiled viciously, called the two trainee knights by name, and announced that he had just thought of a cruel plan. At the Hudson Manor, Victor was quietly sweeping the yard when he suddenly froze. He sensed a terrifying pressure rushing very close. Garrick and the Leon Bloom troops appeared with savage aggression. That man burned with the intention of dragging Damien out, ready to punish anyone who caught his eye. At the scene of the collapsed cave, the investigators reported to Agnes that the area had caved in, so they had not obtained as many clues as expected. Agnes smiled faintly and reassured them that it was fine, everyone had already done very well. Yet their attention was suddenly drawn to a strange sight in the distance. In the middle of the open ground, Damien sat in meditation atop a large rock, blue spiritual energy swirling fiercely around him like a storm. Witnessing that sight, Agnes cried out in shock, unable to understand what was before her eyes. She stood stunned, her eyes full of astonishment. Agnes realized Damien was practicing the tyrannical force-breathing art, the method she had just given him. In theory, only after reaching the highest realm could one absorb surrounding mana. Yet Damien had needed only a few hours to do it. He truly was the person she had chosen for the sanctuary. Damien ended his training session and breathed out a long, refreshing breath. Seeing Agnes and the investigation team approach with admiration, he calmly asked whether they had finished investigating. Agnes was still stunned and answered haltingly. She looked at Damien with a completely different gaze, saying he seemed to have improved a great deal. Damien only replied modestly that it was just a little. Looking at the secret manual in his hand, he inwardly remarked that Agnes had not exaggerated when she said it was very hard to obtain. Though he had been a renowned swordsman in his previous life, this method was still extremely useful for replenishing the enormous mana consumed when using tyrannical force sword release. Thanks to it, he could gather mana faster than with any other skill, even absorbing it directly from the surrounding environment. The two of them silently looked at each other for a moment, making the atmosphere suddenly grow still. Agnes suddenly realized that time had passed very quickly, and spoke up to remind him that it was time for dinner. Damien was just about to invite her back to the manor for a meal when a sharp killing intent swept in, making him stop at once. Damien's eyes narrowed dangerously as he clearly sensed the presence of uninvited guests. He coldly wondered what this killing intent was, then realized the vermin had arrived. Without hesitation, Damien turned and told Agnes that he had an urgent matter to handle and would go ahead first. Blue spiritual energy flared around him as he rushed toward the approaching danger. Seeing that, Agnes could only cry out in astonishment that he was so fast, while the investigators were also shocked by that movement technique. They secretly guessed that to move so quickly with such a meager amount of mana, Damien must be controlling it with extraordinary precision. Watching Damien's figure vanish in the blink of an eye, they could not help wondering where this young man's true limit lay. Meanwhile, at the Hassan Manor, a cruel punch slammed straight down. The blow struck Victor, making him cry out in pain. The Leon Bloom Knight savagely stepped on him, mocking the filthy thing for daring to resist him. He attacked brutally while roaring threats. He shouted that he had already said it, hand Damien over at once. Though beaten until he could no longer resist, Victor still forced himself to shout in defense of his master, insisting that they meant to harm him. Hearing the loud commotion outside, Viscount Paul hurried out of the manor with his servants. The moment he saw him, the knight cried out that the Viscount had appeared. Paul angrily shouted for them to stop, while Garrick sat on horseback and coldly confirmed his identity. Ignoring the threat, Paul rushed over to help his servant up, anxiously asking whether Victor was all right. He was so kind and considerate, yet he'd given birth to a troublesome son who acted exactly like a rich young master. Looking at Victor's miserable state, Paul asked in fury what was happening, and why a knight was assaulting a commoner. Garrett calmly replied that this was nothing compared to what the Hassan house had done to Leon Bloom. He sat imposingly on horseback, his gaze cold, and issued an ultimatum that Marcus Leon Bloom demanded Damien be handed over. If they obeyed, the territory would remain peaceful. Paul gritted his teeth in pain, understanding that Leon Bloom would certainly retaliate, but he had not expected them to act so cruelly. Facing the blatant threat from the Leon Bloom family, Viscount Paul understood inwardly that it was clearly a lie. If he did not hand over his son, they would surely turn this place into a sea of flames. Though his heart was filled with fear, a father's love still helped Paul overcome it all. He gritted his teeth and declared firmly that he would never hand over his son. Eric immediately ordered his subordinates to smash everything to pieces before that bastard Damien appeared. The two apprentice knights of the Leon Bloom family drew their swords savagely in response. Seeing the cruel scene before him, Paul roared in fury, "You bastards, stop right now." He suddenly froze when he saw a dark figure strolling in from the gate. The two guards also cried out in shock. Have those vermin gone mad? A dark, gloomy surge of spiritual power enveloped Damien as he slowly walked forward. That strange appearance made Garrick narrow his eyes in suspicion. When did he get here? A burly soldier blocked the way and shouted, "Who are you?" But in the next instant, he realized in panic that his whole body had stiffened as if frozen. What is happening? I cannot move. The terrifying pressure radiating from Damien made the Leon Bloom Knights manage only painful groans. Damien calmly walked past those frozen in place, went straight to his father's side, and asked anxiously, "Father, are you all right?" Paul answered while panting, "I am still fine. But Victor is..." Damien saw Victor lying motionless on the ground, his face distorted from severe injuries. Damien's eyes darkened, releasing a killing intent so cold it pierced to the bone. He truly felt heart-touch for this loyal servant. Damien said in a low, threatening voice, "You must think yourselves very lucky." He said coldly that if Victor had not been sturdy, he would not have survived such a vicious beating. Looking at the two knights gripping their weapons, Damien growled, "If so, perhaps I would have dealt with all three of you right here." His arrogant words made them roar in rage. From horseback, Garrick sneered, "So he is just a madman? Or do you think you are impressive, because you used tricks to defeat a few weak nobles?" The moment he heard the words "vile tricks," Damien's gaze immediately flashed with danger. Unwilling to waste any more time, Garrick shouted at his subordinates, "What are you standing there for? Break his legs and make him kneel before me." The two knights immediately swung their swords and charged. Damien decided to cast aside all hesitation. He rushed forward and stopped the sharp blade with his bare hand, leaving the knight stunned. Damien was secretly satisfied. This was the perfect chance for him to test the abundant mana he had just accumulated from the dominant force of Qigong. He poured force into his palm and clenched the opponent's hand tight, making him scream in pain. Without the slightest mercy, Damien threw a heavy punch straight into the enemy's face. He thought to himself, "How convenient to have a few targets come on their own for me to practice on." Seeing his comrade taken down in the blink of an eye, the remaining knight shouted in panic. Before he could even recover, Damien had already closed in at a frightening speed, leaving him time only to cry out in shock. A kick like thunder struck his head directly, sending the Leon Bloom knight flying before he passed out. Damien told himself he would make full use of his new strength to punish these arrogant men. On horseback, the official knight Garrick froze when he saw all his elite subordinates defeated miserably in mere seconds. Amid the ruins, Victor faintly opened his eyes and called weakly, "Young master." Damien stopped, turned to look at the loyal servant with concern in his eyes. "Victor, are you all right?" Though his whole body ached and was covered in injuries, Victor still forced himself to raise his thumb to signal that he was fine, leaving Damien unexpectedly surprised. Seeing the boy's resilience, he gave a faint smile of interest. Damien thought to himself, "Honestly, you really are an interesting person." Garrick slowly approached, growling with deep suspicion. "Did you make them fall into a trap again with Lord Irwin's cheap tricks?" He stared at Damien, unable to hide his confusion. "But I still do not understand, how could a scoundrel like you possess such skill? Even if I explained it, you would not understand. Better for you to feel it slowly." Facing the official knight's questioning, Damien only replied coldly, "You do not need to know." He remained calm, while his father anxiously tended to Victor behind him. Garrick's gaze suddenly changed, and he muttered, "He is..." As if he had just realized something, the Leon Bloom knight smiled sinisterly. "So that is it, I understand now, all the pieces fit." That sudden confidence left Damien bewildered. Garrick pointed straight at his face and declared loudly, "You are not Damien." That baseless claim left Viscount Paul and Victor utterly confused, while Damien was full of questions. Damien could only frown and ask back, "What the hell are you talking about?" Garrick screamed wildly, "Do not even think of fooling me." He invented a conspiracy, claiming this was a trap set by the battlefield hounds to obstruct the Leon Bloom family. Garrick insisted, "You are not the real Damien, you must be an imposter hired to take down Lord Irwin and smear the family's reputation." Witnessing the enemy's absurd delusion, Damien only let out a weary sigh. He must be so frightened that he is seeing demons everywhere. He silently completed his assessment of the opponent's stupidity. Meanwhile, Garrick was still blazing with killing intent. He poured aura into his sword, preparing for a life or death duel. On the ground, one of the two apprentice knights who had just been knocked down had actually woken up, but because he was too terrified of Damien's strength, he only lay there trembling and thought to himself, "Damn it, what should I do now? For now I will pretend to be unconscious." Viscount Paul called out to his son anxiously, while Victor, despite being badly injured, still forced himself to shout encouragement for Damien to win. Garrick tightened his grip on the sword hilt, inwardly admitting that the opponent before him seemed rather formidable, but he still believed Damien's luck would end here. The Leon Bloom knight began to move with careful calculation. He told himself that as long as Damien stepped into his range, he would immediately cut him in two. He stomped hard and shot forward like a whirlwind. Garrick swung a heavy slash down from above and growled with murderous intent, split him in two. But Damien calmly raised his sword and stopped the attack right before him. "Looks like you still have not split me in two, my friend." Watching the two blades scatter sparks in midair, Damien smiled sinisterly. He silently judged that this time, the Leon Bloom family truly had sent a capable official knight. Garrick was stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. He tried to reassure himself that the block just now had surely been pure luck. He swung his sword wildly, unleashing one rapid slash after another at extreme speed to overwhelm his opponent. However, Damien still stood firm. He gently deflected every sword path with precision, then remarked coldly, "You are too slow." Before Garrick's utterly horrified expression, Damien declared that it was now his turn to act. His eyes blazed with dark purple spiritual power. Damien charged forward like lightning and unleashed a thunderous blow at the enemy. Garrick groaned in agony as he realized he could not even clearly see the path of his opponent's attack. Giving him no chance to react, Damien immediately unleashed another devastating kick straight into his body, sending the knight Leon Bloom flying far away. Garrick shot through the air and slammed hard into the ground. A deep crater formed amid the thick cloud of dust. The knight lay motionless, coughing blood under Damien's icy gaze. Damien looked at the defeated man with a freezing stare and said, "That one was for Victor." Garrick struggled to rise, bracing his sword against the ground to keep his balance. Trembling as he blurted out, "You..." Rage erupted violently, and the knight roared, "You bastard." He poured the entire crimson aura into his sword, unleashing his strongest technique, the ultimate move of the Lion Sword clan. Before the enormous claws of energy rushing toward him, Dan merely said calmly, "Too noisy." He raised the tip of his sword to block the attack and gave a faint smile. "But in the end, is this all you have?" The very moment Damien's sword tip touched it, Garrick's energy defense began to crack, then shattered completely before his horrified eyes. Swift as lightning, Damien swung a cold, sharp slash that pierced through his opponent's armor. Garrick screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. "Serves you right for that arrogant, heaven-defying attitude of yours." Seeing this is truly satisfying. Viscount Paul and Victor could only freeze in stunned silence. Victor cried out in delight he won. Damien glanced back at his servant, Meanwhile, Garrick writhed on the ground, grinding his teeth in pain. Damn it, it hurts, I have to stop the bleeding at once. Damien slowly walked over, pointing the tip of his sword at the enemy's throat, making him beg in panic. I do not know who you are, but you have won. Please spare me, please. Damien replied coldly, I am Damien, you fool. He looked at the man trembling beneath his feet and continued, you should have begged sooner. Do you not think it is far too late now? Damien lowered his voice and repeated his crimes. You dared to touch my family, and even made my ugly servant look even more miserable. And now you want me to spare your life. Garrick panicked and slammed his head to the ground as he admitted his fault. I am sorry. I am truly sorry for what happened before. Yet Damien still had no intention of stopping. He asked back with a meaningful smile, even now, you still do not know whom you should apologize to. Someone has to be able to open his mouth before you can apologize again, right? Garrick stared blankly, unable to understand, huh? Just then, heavy footsteps sounded behind him, making him turn back in terror. Victor gripped the large piece of wood firmly in his hand, standing beside Viscount Paul with eyes blazing in rage, radiating a dark pressure that enveloped Garrick. Victor still had not calmed down after those painful beatings. He tightened his grip on the wood, looked at the wretched knight, and asked, young master, I still have not vented my anger. Can I hit him a few more times? Damien calmly stopped him. Enough. If you keep hitting him, he might die. Refusing to let it go, Victor suggested again, then how about cutting off a few more of his limbs? Hearing that, Damien's lips curled faintly as he thought to himself that the idea was actually not bad. Just then, Viscount Paul placed a hand on his son's shoulder and advised Damien, that is enough. Scare him any more and he might soil this place. By then, Garrick could only kneel flat on the ground, trembling as he pleaded, Lord Hassan, I was wrong, I apologize for being disrespectful to you. Paul looked at him with eyes burning in fury. He growled, do you think one apology is enough to make up for it? Paul thought to himself, if Damien had not been strong enough, this territory would surely have been destroyed, and no one knew what his son would have suffered if he had been taken away by the Marcus family. Garrick kept slamming his head against the ground, desperately pleading, I beg you, please, please spare my life. Paul looked at the defeated man with contempt and lightly shook his head, signaling to Damien. Understanding his father's intent, Damien nodded in response. He inwardly confirmed that he had never intended to finish them off right here anyway, because if he did, relations with the Leon Bloom family would definitely collapse completely. Damien's gaze sharpened. He told himself that if he were alone, he would not mind facing the Marcus family, but right now he still had his family. Even so, if he let them go too easily, they would surely return for revenge soon. Damien was hesitating, unsure how to handle this. Then Agnes's voice suddenly rang out. She hurried to the scene and asked worriedly, what happened here? She only arrived after everything was already over. Truly perfect timing. Damien looked at Agnes as she approached, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, perhaps she can help this time too. He realized that the Holy Knight's appearance was the key to resolving the trouble with the Marquis family peacefully. Agnes quietly observed the scene, then gave a small nod. That was roughly the situation. Understanding Damien's concern, Agnes spoke first. If you are worried about that, I may be able to help. Damien asked in surprise what method she had, and Agnes smiled, affirming that she already had a plan. Before Paul and his son, she declared that, thanks to the great support of the Hassan family, the church had been able to eliminate a dangerous leader of the Yulin organization. Therefore, she proposed appointing the Hassan family as an allied family. Damien cried out in joy, because he knew that once they became official allies of the Holy Temple, his family would escape this political crisis. Behind them, Victor innocently asked Viscount Paul whether becoming allies with the church was really that good. Paul merely stood speechless, silently hoping this was not a dream, because this was no different from winning the lottery. Not missing this rare opportunity, Damien immediately took Agnes' hands and put on a sincere expression. If this is not too abrupt, could you accept this proposal? Before his initiative and that gaze full of expectation, Agnes blushed in confusion and agreed at once, of course. But behind that sincerity was Damien's calculating smile. He thought smugly that everything was proceeding exactly as planned to secure absolute protection from the Holy Temple. Watching this, Victor secretly wondered if the young master had just used his looks to charm the Holy Knight, while Viscount Paul silently nodded in approval. Damien turned toward the trembling Leon Bloom knights and asked coldly, hey, you all heard that clearly. Looking at Garrick's pale face, drained white with fear, Damien ordered coldly, hurry back and tell the Leon Bloom family that from now on, the Hassan family is under the protection of the Holy Temple. His eyes lit with dark purple spiritual power filled with fury as he issued his final warning. If they dare use force again, they will face the wrath of the Holy Temple. If you understand, then get lost. Terrified by the church's authority and Damien's strength, Garrick and his subordinates hurriedly fled, still stammering their thanks. Behind them, Victor kept waving his club and shouting to drive off those lucky ones, looking no different from someone herding ducks. Watching the knights retreat, Victor said smugly, "See that? They ran like dogs with their tails tucked between their legs. We can finally breathe easy now." But Damien replied thoughtfully, "Not necessarily. Now we have to plan the next step." Viscount Paul crossed his arms solemnly, deciding they needed to open a family meeting. Soon after, everyone, along with the Holy Knight Agnes, had gathered in the meeting room. Paul spoke up. "All right, let us begin." The main topic of the discussion was finding a way to deal with the feud against the Leon Bloom family. Seeing the worried looks on his mother and sister, Ebel could not help wondering, "Father, are we not already under the protection of the temple? Why must we still worry about this?" Lewis explained that the family could not expect the temple to intervene completely. Paul nodded, saying the temple did not meddle too deeply in noble affairs. He made it clear that, if they wished, great noble families could strangle a small family like Hassan by every means, from economics to bribery. At this point, the most practical option was to seek protection from a noble of higher status. Agnes silently judged that becoming a vassal of another great family was likely the best chance for the Han family right now. Suddenly, she spoke up, "There is still another way. Damien can become a holy knight." Damien froze, thinking he had not expected her to bring that up right now. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Damien answered coldly, "I do not want to." Agnes could only let it go sadly. Since Damien did not agree, that option had to be set aside. Seeing his father accept it so easily, Abel trembled with fury. He suddenly slammed his hand hard on the table and shouted, "Father." Abel pushed his glasses back into place, his sharp gaze questioning him. "Why do you accept it so easily, father? As long as he becomes a holy knight, it will be settled." Abel still refused to stop, pointing straight at his older brother and snapping, "We only need to make him agree." Stunned by his older brother's terrifying gaze, Abel slammed the table again and shouted, "What is with that look? If I think about it, everything happened because of you." Immediately, Viscount Paul spoke up to intervene, a chilling pressure radiating from behind him. "Abel, we have a guest. Sit down at once." Paul let out a faint sigh as the room fell into a suffocating silence. He admitted solemnly, "Abel is not wrong. Damien was the one who sparked the conflict with Leon Bloom, but we cannot blame him either." Looking into his eldest son's eyes, Paul explained that Leon Bloom's second son had already set his sights on Lewis, whether Damien stepped forward or not. He confessed painfully that Damien had protected Lewis from the schemes of the Marcus family's second son in place of this powerless father. Paul rose, stepped closer, and unexpectedly placed his steady hand on Damien's shoulder. He smiled kindly and said, "Damien, you did well today." Damien was stunned by his father's sudden change in attitude. Damien was secretly astonished, never expecting his father to understand his actions to such an extent. Turned his face away slightly and replied awkwardly, "It was only what I should have done." Paul patted his son's shoulder, firmly saying not to worry, from now on leave it to him. Seeing Abel about to object, Merylda gently stopped him. Just then, a knock on the door rang out, cutting off the conversation. A servant entered and reported, "Lord Hudson, please forgive the intrusion." "What is it?" The servant answered, "Someone from the Gold Pixie family has arrived." Paul wondered in surprise why the ducal family would seek them out at a time like this. The servant's face grew visibly tense. He stammered as he reported that young Master Damien had borrowed money, using the family's wheat warehouse as collateral. The smile on Paul's lips vanished at once. The hand he had placed on Damien's shoulder began to tremble with rage. Damien broke into a sweat as he sensed killing intent erupting right beside him. His fury exploded and Paul roared in anguish, "Damien." Then he lunged forward and grabbed the face of the son who had caused trouble. The furious shout of the Viscount rang throughout the Hassan mansion, "You damned brat." "Oh, Damien, greetings, my lord." No sooner had Damien left the tense family meeting than he had to face an uninvited guest. Looking at the braided-haired man wearing a sly smile before him, Damien thought to himself, "This man looks somewhat familiar." That guest said casually, "It has been a long time. I came today because a repayment deadline in our agreement has arrived." Memories of his stupidity in his previous life gradually became clear. It was Olin who had once used honeyed words to lure Damien into mortgaging the family land. Damien gritted his teeth, blaming his past self. "Why did I hand over the land documents back then?" He forced himself to stay calm and asked, "How much do I still owe?" Damien began to sweat, his heart tightening. He could not remember why he had borrowed so much, but the Hudson family currently had no way to raise it. If he could not resolve this, his entire family might very well be driven out of the mansion, forced to live in misery and endure the world's contempt. Olin cleared his throat and threatened him, "If you do not repay it today, the mortgaged land will belong to Dash and Cut." Damien refuted angrily. That director only sneered, using Duke Gold Pixie's name to apply pressure. He asserted that the debt collection order applied to everyone, whether noble or commoner. He lowered his voice and demanded that Damien bring out the money, then narrowed his eyes viciously and asked, "Or do you not have it?" Contrary to his initial panic, Damien said in a low voice, I could not prepare the money to repay the debt. The answer made Olin freeze and he blurted out, huh? But right after that, the creditor broke into a calculating and vicious smile again. Is that so? He calmly leaned back on the sofa, arrogantly crossing his legs inside the Hassan mansion, then clicked his tongue mockingly. He closed his eyes in ease, as if victory was already firmly in his grasp. Then he suddenly snapped his fingers. Olin signaled the two burly bodyguards to move closer to Damien. He thought smugly to himself, perhaps I will have to collect the money my own way. From the very beginning, I knew he could never repay this debt. A twisted gleam flashed in the creditor's eyes as he looked at the young master's back. He liked money, but he liked this moment even more. So what kind of expression will the young master of the Hassan family show? Olin closed his eyes, savoring the sickening feeling, licking his lips disgustingly. Just imagining it filled him with delight. Meanwhile, in the Hudson family's drawing room, Viscount Paul was pacing back and forth with a deeply anxious face. Seeing her husband so tense, Lady Marilda sighed softly and advised him, "Dear, please, sit down and rest for a moment. If you keep pacing like this, the floor will be worn through." Louis also turned to remind her younger brother Abel, "Calm down." But Paul still could not stay calm, roaring, "My dear, how can I sit still when our family is in danger of collapse?" Contrary to the two panicked men, Marilda calmly sipped her tea and said, "Damien said he would handle it, so let us trust the boy." Paul gritted his teeth, sweat pouring out from fear. It is only because the boy's swordsmanship is too outstanding. Combat skills and negotiation were two completely different things. That was right, swordsmanship could hardly be the same as making money. In that very instant, Damien suddenly charged forward at terrifying speed. A fist as heavy as a hammer came crashing straight down, sending the bodyguard collapsing to the floor as the stone tiles burst apart. Witnessing the horrifying scene right before his eyes, Olin jolted up from the sofa, eyes wide with shock. Looking at the wreckage, Damien secretly worried that his father would scold him again, since that wall had only been repaired the other day. He coldly grabbed the screaming debt collector by the hair. "Oh!" Then he decisively drew his sword against the remaining man, ignoring his father's shout ringing out behind him. "You brat!" Damien moved like a flash. He gripped the remaining bodyguard by the throat, leaving him only enough time to let out a choked cry of pain. Damien lifted the burly guard into the air and declared coldly, "You drew a sword before a noble. Then this counts as self-defense, does it not?" The dangerous smile that appeared on Damien's face made Olaf. Olin was so terrified his soul nearly left his body, and could only sob in panic. Even in his dreams, he had never expected things to turn out like this. After dealing with the underlings, Damien leisurely approached the director trembling on the ground. He ordered in a low voice, "Hey, relax." Olin hurriedly obeyed, not daring to say another word. Damien calmly said he could not repay the debt at the moment, making Olin panic and wave his hands as he said it was fine. But Damien unexpectedly placed a hand on the debt collector's shoulder, wearing a bright smile filled with pressure. "Then may I repay you another way?" Olin was drenched in sweat, and could only keep nodding under caution. The next morning, the Hassan mansion suddenly fell into chaos because of Abel's endless wailing. The boy clutched his face and cried to his father, claiming that justice had suffered a crushing defeat before violence. Meanwhile, Lady Marilda and Louis carefully reminded Damien of things before he set out. His mother told him to eat properly, while his older sister wished him safety. Damien smiled and reassured them that he would definitely return. Seeing that Abel was still babbling nonstop, Viscount Paul grabbed his second son by the head and made him cheer for his older brother. Though he had agreed to let Damien leave, Paul still could not hide his worry, wondering whether his son's plan would truly succeed. As soon as he left the mansion, Damien saw Agnes already standing there waiting. She said regretfully that they had to part from him so soon. After Damien's sincere thanks, Agnes blushed and said the investigation was nearly complete, so she would lead the team back tomorrow. Enos smiled gently and wished Damien a smooth journey. He also softly thanked her for all the help she had given him during this time. Even so, the Palin still hoped he would change his mind and join the church. Damien immediately cut her off and refused firmly. "I said no means no. Why do you keep trying to tempt me?" After the farewell, Damien turned and asked Victor whether everything was ready for departure. The young servant excitedly confirmed that all the luggage had been loaded onto the carriage. After stepping inside, both Damien and Victor were surprised by how spacious and comfortable the carriage was. Just then, a trembling voice sounded from the corner of the carriage in greeting. It was Olin Demiso. The branch director who had come to collect the debt was now sitting there meekly in wait. He hurriedly bowed respectfully and promised to do his utmost, so Damien would not suffer any inconvenience during the trip. Seeing that he knew his place and obeyed, Damien smiled and praised him, then generously declared that the whole group would eat lobster for lunch today. The extravagant proposal left the director dazed, unable to believe his own ears. Damien looked ahead and told Victor that it was time to depart. The young servant immediately grew excited. He answered his master's words, then shouted loudly and urged the horses onto the road. A sturdy horse neighed, then began pulling the carriage away from the territory. The wheels began to turn steadily, ringing out with lively sounds across the road. With a determined gaze and a confident smile, Damien gave the order to set out in a clear voice. His next goal was to head straight for the ducal house of Gopixie and settle the debt once and for all. The carriage raced between majestic stone pillars, heading toward the radiant horizon and opening a new journey. Standing before the magnificent mansion of one of the wealthiest families in the kingdom, Damien could not help but exclaim in awe. Gopixie estate stood towering before him, a clear symbol of power and ultimate luxury. Damien smiled and thanked Oland for the smooth journey, promising not to forget his help if everything went well. Oland answered meekly, saying he had informed the Duke and invited him inside. But the moment Damien turned away, the debt collector immediately revealed a look of resentment, inwardly cursing him as a hateful bastard for making him work harder than a slave. He even cursed Damien to run into trouble inside the mansion to vent his anger. Contrary to Oland's thoughts, Damien calmly walked into the mansion, promising he would return soon after finishing his business. He stood in the middle of the luxurious room, meeting the icy gaze of the Duke of the Apo Kingdom, Adam Gopixie. Damien heard the old man narrow his eyes. You, the infamous troublemaker of the Hassan family. Damien smiled confidently and replied, "Haha, it is truly an honor to be recognized by you." Adam thought to himself that these nobles were all the same, then lazily asked the real reason he had come here. Damien frankly admitted that he had borrowed money from the financial institution managed by the Gopixie family, and that the debt had now come due. Adam calmly said Damien was his customer, but the next reply caught the old man by surprise. "My apologies, I currently have no money, so I would like to repay you another way." Before the Duke's stunned expression, Damien declared in a clear voice, "I want to defeat the Leon Bloom house to clear my debt." That bold proposal instantly plunged the entire room into silence. Even the escort knight Gan Himlich could not hide his astonishment. Adam burst into laughter, saying this boy must have heard some news. Gan confirmed solemnly that the matter was completely true. Damien observed quietly, because he knew very well that everyone in the Apple Kingdom had heard about this recently. At the border between the Leon Bloom and Gold Pixie houses, people had happened to discover a gold mine of great value. The two families had already been at odds, and now they were organizing duels between lower-ranking knights to fight over exclusive mining rights to the gold mine. Damien pondered as he recalled that he had already known the outcome of this event from his previous life. In the end, the Leon Bloom house won big. He used that enormous amount of gold to rapidly expand their power, while the Gold Pixie house saw its influence clearly decline. Damien told himself that if he helped the Duke win, he could not only repay his debt, but also destroy the largest organization in Landwork. Duke Adam Gopixie looked at him appraisingly and said, "You are quite ambitious. I heard you once defeated the second son of the Leon Bloom house, and even destroyed the largest organization in Landwork." Damien calmly admitted, "Haha, the rumors are not exactly wrong. Good reputation really does travel far." Adam narrowed his eyes calculatingly. "Is that so? That does sound interesting. I happen to need a knight to participate in the duel." Damien declared firmly, "Then there is no one more suitable than me. Other than me, who could fight the eldest son of the Leon Bloom house." The declaration left Ernst Horowitz, a middle-ranking knight standing nearby, startled in shock. Adam narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Are you certain you can defeat him? Everyone knows he is a genius." Damien calmly replied, "His skill is indeed formidable, but I am by no means inferior." Ernst Horowitz immediately shouted and cut him off. "My lord, please do not believe him. Rumors like that are usually exaggerated far too much." Ernst continued sharply, "Miss Chelsea will surely bring back the perfect candidate. She left for a month to find a knight who could face Michael Leon Bloom." The image of that powerful woman surfaced in their minds, someone who always overcame every one of the Duke's challenges perfectly. Hearing his subordinate's assurances, Adam Gopixie fell into thought. "What you say makes sense, but the person has not even been found yet, so why reject this in haste?" Damien clicked his tongue in annoyance as the Gopixie knights kept whispering behind his back, ruining his negotiation plan. Seeing Duke Adam silently observing his reaction, Damien decided to reveal his hand and assert his position. He declared boldly before everyone who still doubted him, "You are mistaken. If you wish to win this match, you must choose me. No matter whom Chelsea brings back, they will not surpass me." That arrogant declaration enraged Ernst Horowitz and his subordinates, who thought he was far too conceited when he did not even know his opponent yet. To erase their doubts, Damien smiled challengingly, "If you need proof, I will block your strongest strike." Feeling insulted by a low-ranking man, Horowitz roared at the Duke, "My lord, please allow me to teach this brat a lesson." Adam Gopixie sipped his tea, gave a meaningful smile, then ordered decisively, "That sounds interesting. Very well, I permit it." The duel was quickly arranged right in the mansion courtyard. Facing Horowitz, who was gripping his weapon fiercely, Damien remained strangely calm. Victor panicked, unable to understand why the young master had chosen to fight. Damien only told him to stand still and watch, because the dangerous one was his opponent. Ernst began gathering all his spiritual power, aura flames blazing around his body, making Victor tremble in fear. After the Duke gave the order to begin, Horowitz tightened his grip on the great spear and threatened through clenched teeth. "If you kneel and apologize, I may still spare you." In contrast to his opponent's tension, Damien gave a long, bored yawn. "I am already tired, so it quickly." That contemptuous attitude was like pouring oil onto the fire, driving Horowitz to charge forward madly. "You are truly seeking your own death." That knight poured blue spiritual power into the spearhead, shouting that he would bore through Damien's hateful face. Damien calmly observed the trajectory of the attack, inwardly judging that although his opponent was an intermediate knight, he was still rather easy to predict. At the very moment Damien raised his sword to block, Horowitz suddenly curved his lips into a vicious smile. A loud explosion rang out, accompanied by a violent shockwave that shattered the ground beneath them. Horowitz laughed like a madman and roared triumphantly, "Fool, you fell into my trap." Before the stunned eyes of Duke Adam and the guard knight, the cold spearhead stabbed straight into Damien's shoulder, sending blood flying. Witnessing that scene, Victor clutched his head and screamed in despair, "Young master." Victor shouted in horror when he saw his master grievously wounded, while Chelsea and the guard knight Gan were also frozen in astonishment. After the impact, Damien was flung far away. He collapsed, clutching his chest tightly under his opponent's bewildered gaze. Yet Horowitz suddenly broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth in confusion. "Impossible. Did he just block my surprise attack?" Amid the tense atmosphere, the guard knight Gan let out a faint breath and reported the situation to the Duke. Damien staggered to his feet, the blood stain still marked on his shirt, but he smiled darkly and asked, "So I can be the representative now?" Victor immediately rushed over, hugged him, and sobbed, "Young master, are you all right? I thought something had happened to you." After witnessing that display, Duke Adam Gopixie and Gaon spared no praise. "You truly blocked Horowitz's treacherous technique." Adam inwardly assessed that although he had been doubtful at first, Damien truly possessed no ordinary ability. He stood up and declared boldly before the entire mansion, "Damien has proven outstanding ability. As promised, I appoint you as the representative." Horowitz was about to speak in protest, but before he could say anything more, Adam only glared in warning, "Enough, I am in a good mood today, do not ruin it." Damien faintly curled his lips and bowed his head. On the other side, Horowitz remained stunned, wondering why the attack had landed, yet the result had turned out like this. He had no idea that he was merely a pawn in the play staged by his opponent. In truth, Damien's level had long since far surpassed the lower rank, but the duel only allowed lower-ranking knights to participate. Therefore, he had no choice but to put on a convincing act to deceive everyone. Damien had used his sword to stop the spearhead at the final second. Damien thought to himself, "If I had not used mana in time to hinder that strike, I might truly have been in danger." Seeing the wound on his body, everyone could not help worrying. Chelsea stepped closer and said, "With an internal injury like this, I cannot leave you unattended." Lightly touched the ring he was wearing. A spatial artifact was activated, leaving Damien astonished as he saw a magical black hole open. From within, Chelsea took out a small wooden box. He handed the box to Damien and said it was a gift for him. Inside were pills radiating brilliant golden light, called balance pills. Chelsea explained that he had spent quite a lot of money at the Alchemy Academy to buy them, medicine that increased stamina and treated internal injuries for knights. Chelsea patted Damien's shoulder with complete trust, hoping that he could contribute even more in the future. Damien smiled in response, "Yes, my lord." He felt his stamina recovering quickly, his condition almost becoming perfect. The next morning, beneath the brilliant sunlight pouring over the ducal mansion, Damien began his training very early. He clearly felt the effect of the pill, as the internal wounds had almost completely healed after just one night. Looking around the training room filled with high-grade weapons, shields, and armor, he inwardly marveled at the excellent training conditions here. Damien thought he could use this equipment for long-term training. Just then, two knights appeared with an air of wanting trouble. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him, asking whether he was Damien. Damien turned around and saw two knights standing above him, looking down with probing eyes. When he confirmed his identity, the purple-haired man gave an arrogant smile and introduced himself as the lower knight Pavel Berman. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall brother knights behind him also stepped forward in silence. Pavel Berman and his two hulking companions smugly declared that they were also knights participating in the upcoming duel. Damien asked in surprise, "You are also dual knights?" Pavel answered arrogantly that he had been busy training outdoors yesterday, so he had not been present, then sneered that Damien had only gotten lucky. He growled that if they had been there at the time, the one to teach Damien a lesson would certainly not have been Sir Ernst. Pavel warned that the match against House Leon Bloom was a matter of life and death, tied to the fate of the ducal estate, so he hoped Damien would not disgrace them with half-hearted ability. He waved Damien away so he would not interfere with their training, leaving he with no choice but to click his tongue and ignore him. Damien thought to himself that this was a good chance to check the strength of the knights from the ducal estate. The three immediately ordered their subordinates to quickly take position. Right after that, one knight gathered his strength and shifted into the starting stance of immovable Wisdom King. Another refused to fall behind and launched himself into the air with the ultimate technique vermilion bird ascends to heaven. Two wooden blades slammed hard into each other, creating fierce shockwaves. The sparring match unfolded with extreme intensity. The large knight gritted his teeth and declared that this was the 987th match, and this time he would definitely win. The two sides clashed fiercely, their stamina dropping sharply, yet neither was willing to admit defeat. Pavel sneered, challenging his opponent to keep dreaming. Both of them poured their strength into the struggle until they trembled under the pressure. At the decisive moment, Pavel suddenly unleashed an extremely powerful iron head strike into his opponent's forehead, catching him completely off guard. The hulking knight was stunned that Pavel had predicted the attack and had even risked his life to block it with his forehead. This tactic made his combat IQ rise abnormally. Though blood flowed down his face, Pavel still smiled in excitement, because he had learned something new. The two bowed to each other, agreeing to treat the match as a draw since both sides had improved. Just then, another plump knight charged over eagerly, demanding the next match because his hands and feet were itching for action. They all resolved to train hard so they could achieve good results in a month, defeat Leon Bloom without fail, and bring glory back to the ducal estate. The shout of all for one won, each for all rang through the entire area. The knights' morale blazed as they raised their swords high and roared with zeal like fanatical believers. Watching that exaggerated display from afar, Damien and Victor could only freeze in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Seeing his master's unusual expression, Victor asked worriedly, "Young master, what is wrong with you?" Damien had completely collapsed, his face dark as he felt the future grow bleak. He told Victor in a daze that they were truly doomed in the upcoming match, leaving the servant bewildered. Damien bitterly admitted that he had no confidence at all in winning when he had to be on the same team as those simple-minded men who only knew how to use their muscles. Chelsea burst into delighted laughter. "Ha ha ha, with this, he is not worthy of being an upper knight, is he?" John Himlich, the old knight with silver-white hair, calmly replied that he did not feel displeased. When Chelsea told him to speak honestly, he still serenely insisted that those were his sincere words. The memory of the previous night returned, when Damien stood in the study and firmly refused. "Thank you for your offer, but I would rather train alone." Although Gaon said he had only asked in passing, inwardly he was still shocked that such a young master dared to refuse the training of the renowned Gaon Himlich. Returning to the present, Chelsea smiled and remarked that Damien was indeed quite an interesting person. He curiously asked how Gaon evaluated that young man. The old knight pondered and admitted that the boy was an extraordinary youth. Yet when it came to the odds of winning the upcoming match against the Leon Blum family, Gaon's expression immediately turned serious. He said frankly that it was very hard to predict right now, because 3 people would participate in the match, and whichever side won 2 bouts first would claim overall victory. So even if Damien performed well, it might still not be enough, and Chelsea quietly agreed with that harsh truth. Guion emphasized that the other knights also had to fight very well, hoping they were training seriously. With the current lineup, even carrying the team on one's back would make victory difficult. He placed his hopes on the intermediate knight Vincenzo, who was training, so he did not feel overly worried. In contrast to that optimism, Damien stood outside the field with a fallen leaf on his head, his face full of discouragement. He thought to himself, so they were the big problem I had failed to foresee. Looking at the knights shouting as they trained, he judged inwardly, putting aside their stupidity, their stamina is far worse. Beyond their outward appearance, they are practically hollow inside. Pavel and his companions were still eagerly demanding to try the technique they had just learned. Damien sighed in exasperation. At this level, I will lose no matter what. He pondered in silence, then lifted a hand to his forehead in exhaustion. No choice, I suppose I have to step in. Before Victor's blank stare, Damien slowly walked toward the 3 smug knights and called out loudly, "Hey, you 3 idiots, come here." The provocative call left all 3 stunned. What, did he just call us idiots? Without giving them time to react, Damien took off his outer coat, revealing his firm muscles, then coldly declared, "Let us have a sparring match." Pavel Berman and his brother knights curled their lips faintly, smugly thinking Damien had real nerve to challenge them after seeing their skills. Pavel stepped forward eagerly, declaring that he would be the first to accept. The atmosphere of the training ground instantly grew tense, as if entering a boss battle. But Damien's cold, brightly shining eyes quickly extinguished that confidence. He said, "You misunderstood. I do not want to fight one at a time. I want all 3 of you to come at once." He casually crooked his finger to provoke all 3 knights into charging at once, even though he was still wearing the heavy sandbags used for training. That arrogance drove Pavel and his companions mad with fury. Damien took a fighting stance, thinking to himself that this method was somewhat contrary to knightly rules, but against mad dogs, beating them to pieces was the most effective. All 3 hulking knights charged forward at the same time. They threw punches as heavy as hammers toward Damien, their momentum blazing, yet they forgot all about defense. Surrounded on three sides, he still watched every movement without emotion. Everything happened so fast that Pavel only had time to let out a sound of shock before losing consciousness completely. When he woke up, the purple-haired knight was horrified to realize that he was lying flat on the floor. What the hell just happened? He staggered as he crawled up, then looked to the side in terror and saw that his two hulking companions had been beaten down, lying unconscious and groaning. Standing before them, Damien crossed his arms in disappointment, finally awake. Just as pathetic as I thought. Just then, Victor rushed over in a panic and shouted worriedly, "Young master, what trouble have you caused again?" Damien replied calmly, "It is not trouble. I merely taught the Duke's knights a lesson." Pavel clutched his head tightly, grimacing in pain. He was stunned when he learned the identities of the people who had just been defeated. The knight tried to dig through his memory. He clearly remembered all three of them attacking Damien together, but he had absolutely no memory of what happened afterward. 5 minutes earlier, when the three fierce knights surrounded him, Damien had easily tilted his body and dodged Pavel's punch by a hair's breadth. His face still calm, he dodged so smoothly that it was no different from a low-ping pro player on a Korean server. He quickly closed in, gathered force into his palm, and prepared to unleash a lightning-fast chop at his opponent's neck. Damien struck as fast as lightning, aiming straight at the vital points on their necks, leaving his opponents completely unable to react in time. The three knights missed their coordination again and again, their formation veering far from what they had planned. In an instant, all three large men had collapsed across the floor. Though all three still tried to brace themselves and fight back, fury was written clearly across their faces. That anger could not help them avoid Damien's punch, heavy as a sledgehammer. The overwhelming force sent the knight flying far away, making him lose consciousness at once. Pavel groggily woke up, horrified to realize that all three brothers had been utterly defeated by Damien alone. He trembled as he looked toward Damien, secretly terrified and unable to understand what kind of monster the other man was to overwhelm them so easily. Standing before the defeated men sitting sprawled on the ground, Damien called out in a cold voice. The three knights immediately shrank back and answered respectfully. Damien asked in a low voice who had trained them. The three men honestly confessed that they had been personally instructed by Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, an intermediate knight. Damien frowned slightly and repeated the words intermediate knight in doubt, leaving Pavel to confirm it timidly. Looking at the knights before him, Damien inwardly thought that an intermediate knight teaching students so carelessly was truly troublesome, but he did not want to get involved in annoying matters. He decisively ordered them to come find him after Vincenzo's training session ended. From now on, Pavel would spar with him every day. The declaration frightened Pavel out of his wits, worried that being beaten black and blue would make Vincenzo notice. Damien only smiled, saying that no matter how much he beat him, his body would not leave any marks. Pavel hurriedly checked his body, then was stunned to realize that although he had just been battered miserably, he truly had no wounds or bruises. It was as if his health bar had plummeted while his outward appearance remained intact. Damien smiled mysteriously, recalling a special secret technique he had learned long ago. It was the method of a legendary man who had once wandered the continent to discipline sinners, someone known as the character reformer. That method was simple, yet it caused pain that pierced the heart without leaving a trace. If 1 hour was not effective, he would double the time. Legend said his longest interrogation lasted 512 hours. From then on, he found a way to inflict pain without ruining the victim's life, and eventually reached the ultimate technique called Death Point. That was precisely the secret technique Damien had just used on the three knights, making them feel pain deep in their bones while their bodies left no marks at all. Looking at the three kneeling men trembling on the ground, Damien coldly asked whether they now understood how weak and useless they were. The three men and their companions could only lower their heads in humiliation. Damien raised one finger, then calmly reassured them that they still had a full month before the match began. He smiled dangerously and declared that during that time, he would turn them into worthless but still useful bugs. That assertion terrified the knights so much they were struck speechless. Damien calmly turned and left while urging everyone to return to training. Just then, a servant from the Duke's estate hurried over, calling out loudly that the Duke was looking for Sir Damien. Damien asked in surprise what had happened, while the servant hesitantly began to report. Amid the solemn atmosphere of the Duke's estate, a beautiful woman with a confident air suddenly appeared. With a radiant smile and a gorgeous red and black dress, she immediately drew every gaze. The servant respectfully announced that Lady Chelsea had returned. Chelsea knelt before her father and clearly reported that it had been a long time and she had returned. The atmosphere of the noble family immediately grew tense as a life or death meeting. Duke Adam Gopixier looked pensively at his eldest daughter, let out a weary breath, then asked whether after a month she had found a representative knight for the match. Chelsea smiled mysteriously and answered with confidence that she had found one. Immediately after, a powerfully built man like a guardian deity, carrying two enormous maces on his back, slowly stepped forward. He introduced himself loudly and clearly as the beast Gillette Moore Breaking. The identity of that lower knight left everyone stunned. The knights whispered about the famous mercenary who had once fought in the kingdom of Eclairon. There, he had nearly wiped out the enemy's lower legion single-handedly. The rumor that no lower knight could defeat him sent the entire hall into an uproar. Duke Adam appeared extremely interested, saying he had heard much about him and his title as the frenzied beast of the battlefield. Gillette Moore burst into delighted laughter, never expecting that his fame had spread all the way to the Apple Kingdom. Chelsea confidently continued, telling her father that Gillette Moore had sworn loyalty to her. She added that he had also promised to join the match and was strong enough to defeat Michael Leondon. Chelsea asserted that Gillette Moore was far stronger than Michael, because while his opponent was still aiming for perfection, he had reached that realm long ago. Duke Adam gently stroked his chin in calculation, saying that was good news, but there was still a slight difficulty. The atmosphere in the hall immediately shifted into a battle of wits. That ambiguous remark made Chelsea unable to help doubting her father's true intentions. Adam slowly walked toward the door and said he had not yet introduced the representative for the match. Right then, the manor doors suddenly swung open. Damien walked in with a confident bearing, an arrogant smile still on his lips. Chelsea could not hide her shock mixed with anger when she saw that her father had already chosen a representative. The young lady's anger erupted, and she snapped at her father, asking what he meant since she had told him to wait for her. Adam Gopixier remained calm and replied that he had indeed heard her, but had never said he would wait. Refusing to accept that, Chelsea curled her lips and proposed changing the representative. Seeing his daughter so determined, the Duke still maintained his composure. The old Duke sighed softly, then said he would consider it. But Chelsea still shouted in fury that her father did not need to think about it, because she had never heard of this Damien. Observing the argument, Damien guessed she must be the Duke's daughter. Chelsea continued fiercely persuading her father to choose Gillette Moore instead of an unknown knight, making Damien feel as if he were being treated like an insect. Damien looked over at the giant Gillette Moore, standing imposingly beside her. He narrowed his eyes slightly, doubtful about that large man. Yet Duke Adam still firmly said no. He admitted that Gillette Moore was very famous, but Damien was also strong enough to block Ernst's ultimate blow. That assertion made Horowitz, standing behind him, tremble with humiliation. Chelsea let out a mocking sneer, then vented her anger, saying her father simply did not want to acknowledge her ability. She said he always went back on his promises, both to her and to her mother. Those words struck directly at a painful spot, making Adam Gopixier glare in anger and shout how she dared behave like that before his guest. Chelsea immediately changed her attitude, put on a false smile and apologized, saying she was only a little tired after the long journey. Damien quietly observed and realized that the relationship between father and daughter did not seem harmonious at all. The old Duke decisively cut off the argument, saying they would discuss something else first and return to this matter later, ordering everyone to stop arguing. Just then, the beast Gillette Moore, bragging, suddenly burst into delighted laughter. That man's ha-ha echoed through the great hall like the final boss had just appeared. His arrogant laughter left both the Duke and the guard knights stunned. He sauntered over and said overbearingly, "Your Grace, why bother discussing it with words? We are all men here." That rude attitude made Knight Gaon immediately speak up in warning. How insolent! But Gillette Moore paid it no mind and bluntly proposed, whoever is strongest should be the representative. He lowered his gaze to Damien, his eyes full of provocation. Duke Adam glanced lightly at him and asked, "Damien, what do you think?" Damien inwardly sighed when he realized the Duke wanted to test his strength again through this troublesome knight. Damien thought to himself that, as expected, he would have to show his ability to settle this matter. The young man instantly entered skill showcase mode without needing any lengthy introduction. He agreed that the strongest person should stand as the representative, but felt that there was no need to actually fight. Yet when Gillette Moore reached out to grab him, Damien faintly curled his lips with hidden meaning. He also wanted to test a few things. Beast growled, suggesting they test who was truly the strongest. Damien merely sneered and deliberately provoked him. "Do not blame me if I accidentally tear your arm off." Before the opponent's blazing momentum, Damien mocked him. Oh, how frightening. His eyes flared brightly with challenge, making Gillette Moore even more furious. He ground his teeth and smiled ferociously, declaring that he would hold back and merely dislocate Damien's shoulder. Immediately afterward, his enormous body erupted with killing intent and charged into attack. But Damien was one step faster than him. With masterful technique, he borrowed the opponent's own force to throw him down. Gillette Moore only had time to cry out in shock before the whole world flipped over, and he was hurled hard onto the floor, making the ground tremble. The floor shook violently, no different from an action scene in a massive budget blockbuster. Witnessing that scene, Chelsea, Duke Adam, and Knight Horowitz all froze in stunned silence. Gillette Moore lay flattened on the floor, in so much pain that he could only stammer. Chelsea was stunned, unable to understand what had just happened, while the old Duke could not hide his emotions. Exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful. It turned out that Gillette Moore bragging had intended to seize Damien's hand first, but he used that man's own strength to counter and throw him to the floor with ease. Looking at that supreme technique, everyone understood that Damien possessed not only strength, but also extremely seasoned combat experience. Humiliated on the spot, Gillette Moore ground his teeth in hatred. He staggered to his feet, eyes blazing, and roared in fury. "How dare you humiliate me like this?" Damien remained calm and smiled as he remarked, just as expected, "You are sturdier than I thought. I really had planned to dislocate your shoulder." Those mocking words were no different from pouring oil onto fire. Gillette Moore screamed madly that he would tear him into pieces. He grabbed his enormous weapon, letting a dark violet surge of raging spiritual power cover his entire body. Even as Chelsea shouted loudly and tried hard to stop him, the beast still charged forward madly, roaring that he would crush Damien's head. He swung his pair of axes blazing with violet spiritual power, cleaving straight toward him. Battle aura exploded violently, making the entire hall seem as if it was about to be reset by the sheer heat of the combat. At the critical moment, a surge of green clear energy suddenly erupted and blocked it. Chelsea cried out in panic for him to stop, while Gillette Moore was stunned to realize he had been pinned in place by a terrifying pressure. Hard Knight Gaon Himlik radiated a heavy aura that made others feel almost unable to breathe. He warned in an icy voice, "You dare draw a weapon before a servant? Noble as that day are you? Are you tired of living?" Before the old knight's brightly shining, majestic eyes, Gillette Moore could only collapse to his knees, trembling under absolute pressure. Witnessing this scene, Damien inwardly judged that Gaon's strength far exceeded ordinary, high-ranking knights. Gaon declared that he would overlook it for Lady Chelsea's honor, but his voice was utterly firm. He stated with certainty that such insolent behavior was absolutely not allowed to happen ever again. Gillette Moore collapsed to the ground, coughing blood without stop after enduring Gaon's pressure. The young man had just finished fighting fiercely and had already switched to disconnected mode. Duke Adam Gopixier calmly clapped, mocking the internal discord that had just unfolded right inside his mansion. The old man decisively declared that Damien would still be the one to take the position of official representative in the upcoming match. However, Knight Ernst Horwitz immediately objected fiercely. He believed the previous match had been completely unfair. Ernst tried to defend him by saying that Gillette Moore had not yet recovered from the expedition, which was why Damien had gained such a great advantage. Horwitz switched into combat lawyer mode, his excuses pouring out even faster than a chain combo. Damien looked warily at the troublesome man deliberately picking a fight, while Ernst continued insisting that Gillette Moore was a knight specialized in weapons, so he could not be judged through barehanded combat. Chelsea also joined in, demanding that an official contest be held to compare their skills fairly instead of the childish joke from just now. Even though Duke Adam had already spoken up to remind them not to push someone too far, Chelsea still refused to stop, continuing to shout her objections fiercely. Duke Adam's anger erupted. He slammed his hand hard on the table and shouted, "I told you to stop talking about your own incompetence." That severe rebuke made Chelsea freeze on the spot. She could only lower her head bitterly and say, "I have been discourteous," then quietly turned away in silence. Knight Horwitz's resentment was still clearly visible. Amid the tense atmosphere, Damien suddenly raised his hand and spoke, "Your Grace, may I say a few words?" Before Chelsea's astonishment, Damien calmly made a decision that surprised everyone. "May I accept Lady Chelsea's proposal?" That question in return plunged the entire room into silence. Even Duke Adam had to narrow his eyes with interest at the young man's confidence. After leaving the Duke's estate, Victor kept grumbling about his master's reckless decision. He asked in panic why Damien had accepted the match, while he merely answered calmly that he had his reasons, then stopped in front of a forge. He recalled the Duke's words that his old sword had broken in the battle with Hogwarts. Therefore, the Duke had prepared a new weapon for him at the Duchy's forge. Damien faintly curled his lips, thinking that even if he could defeat Gilagmo with a wooden sword, there was no need to refuse the Duke's goodwill. As soon as they stepped inside, the blacksmith immediately recognized them. After Victor explained the Duke's order, the man eagerly led the way. "Aha, I was told in advance that you would come. Here, this way." The door opened, revealing a dazzling armory that made Victor unable to help exclaiming in astonishment. Damien quietly observed the top-grade equipment gleaming with light, inwardly marveling that they were truly excellent. He asked Victor whether he wanted to choose something, and the boy immediately said excitedly that he wanted the most expensive item. Suddenly, he stopped short when he realized something very strange. Damien's gaze suddenly stopped on a sword glowing brilliantly inside the glass case. Blacksmith Jen stepped closer and explained that this was an extremely special sword. It had originally been commissioned by a knight who once worked here, but because of an urgent matter, he had to leave before the sword was completed, so this weapon had never been taken up by its true owner. Looking at the sword before him, Damien asked thoughtfully, "Could it be that knight give you resonant iron to forge this?" That question left the blacksmith stunned. How did you know about that? Damien silently realized that this sword's shape was exactly like the weapon of a renowned master, one who had once been called the sword musician in the past. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately declared with certainty, I will take this sword. Although the blacksmith was still hesitant because the material was far too special, Damien remained firm in his choice. He knew this type of steel did not merely amplify mana like ordinary steel, but also pushed mana outward and created extremely powerful waves. Damien picked up the sword to feel it, then asked its name. The blacksmith recalled the words of the knight from back then, saying that he had planned to call it the Zen Separation Sword. Damien was satisfied and sheathed the precious sword. Just then, light footsteps sounded from behind. A strange woman suddenly appeared, making Damien turn back in suspicion. It was a maid wearing glasses with a mysterious smile on her face. She bowed solemnly, pleased to meet you, my lord. I am Rebecca, Lady Chelsea's attendant. The maid's smile carried a deeply mysterious feeling, signaling that a grand performance was about to begin. She said she had come by her lady's order and wished to invite him to spend a little time speaking in private. Damien thought there was nothing for him to say to her, but Rebecca still did not stop. Rebecca continued persuading him with hidden meaning. Who knows, my lady may be far more than you imagine. You may obtain what you desire, Lord Damien. Looking at that calculating smile, Damien guessed she was trying to lure him in. But because there was still something he needed to verify, he considered pretending to follow along. Damien nodded in agreement. Fine, lead the way. He leisurely followed behind the maid, while Victor carried the new sword with great effort behind him. The three stopped before a luxurious wooden building, standing out beneath the radiant sunset. Rebecca introduced it as a restaurant personally operated by Lady Chelsea, a high-class place reserved only for nobles and requiring reservations before entry. She said that today the entire restaurant had been completely cleared out to receive him alone. Rebecca gently pushed open the large door, then invited him to step inside where the young lady was already waiting. The mysterious atmosphere grew thicker and thicker, feeling as though an aristocratic trap had enveloped the entire room. Damien walked in with suspicion, inwardly wondering just what kind of invitation Lady Chelsea's was supposed to be. Suddenly he froze when he smelled a strange scent spreading toward him at the same time. A hazy purple smoke began covering the space, making the atmosphere even stranger. The sound of wine being poured into a glass rang out softly, accompanied by an arrogant voice, "You are rather late." Chelsea sat alone beside the luxurious banquet table, leisurely pouring wine amid the purple smoke. She ordered, "Hurry over and sit, Damien." Under the dim lights, Chelsea appeared bewitching with her blazing red eyes and mysterious smile, holding up a glass as she looked straight at Damien. In the luxurious restaurant filled with a dreamlike purple glow, Damien coldly asked her directly, "So why did you call me here?" Chelsea sipped her wine, then teased him, "You really are quick to anger. Shall we wait until the dishes are served before talking?" Before that evasive attitude, Damien only remained silent with an icy gaze. He said decisively, "I do not want to waste time, just say it." Seeing that the other party had no intention of playing along, Chelsea set down her wineglass and gave her final condition. "I have one condition, give up the representative position." Damien curled his lip and asked in return, "Are you worried about that monster Gillette Mo breaking?" Chelsea sneered and told him not to misunderstand, because once Gillette Mo took up a sword, someone like him would amount to nothing. She said her true purpose was to preserve strength for the battle against the Marcus family, because being injured in a meaningless match with him would be quite troublesome. Damien found that reasonable, but still calmly asked what benefit he would receive. Chelsea confidently declared that if he agreed to give up, she would make every wish of his come true. Damien asked in return whether she truly knew what he wanted. Chelsea laughed arrogantly, "A rustic noble like you is far too easy to predict. Money, fame, things of that sort." Damien quietly observed her, silently judging the arrogance and complacency of the woman before him. He asked mockingly whether what the Duke granted would be better than her promise. Chelsea leaned closer, her blazing red eyes full of enchantment. "It may look that way, but think carefully, is it not wiser to curry favor with the future Duke?" She leaned beside the hourglass, using her allure to apply pressure and ordering him to go back and tell his father. The atmosphere of psychological manipulation at that moment was thick with suffocating royal drama. The bewitching purple smoke covered the entire space, while Chelsea continued repeating her demand, "Say that you will give up." Damien lowered his head and stayed silent for a moment, letting the young lady's pressure surround him. Immediately afterward, he raised his head, wore a defiant smile, and declared decisively, "I do not want to." The blunt refusal left Chelsea frozen in shock. She stammered in astonishment because everything had completely deviated from her script. Damien silently understood that Chelsea was deeply shocked to see that he was completely unaffected by the enchanting scent. In truth, this was a sophisticated form of black magic capable of creating emotions. Those false emotions helped control other people's minds like puppets. With his profound knowledge of black magic from his previous life, Damien had recognized its true nature the moment he set foot in this room. He knew that with such a dense concentration, an ordinary person would quickly submit within an hour. Yet the power of greed within him had quietly absorbed all of that smoke. That was exactly why every attempt at manipulation from the young lady had become completely meaningless. Damien calmly asked in return to dig deeper into the other party's shock. "Ah, what do you mean by things should not have gone this way?" The sudden question startled Chelsea into panic. She stammered in confusion. "What I mean is, why did you refuse me? I said I would give you everything you wanted." Before that desperate attempt to cling to him, Damien decisively turned and left. "I do not need your help. From the very beginning, what I wanted was not something you could give." Chelsea shouted in anger, her eyes blazing with resentment. "What is it? Just what is it that makes you yearn for it so much?" Damien paused for a moment, then answered in a low voice with a sentence that seemed to freeze the very space around them. "My family's happiness." Chelsea froze and blurted out in astonishment, "What?" That fatal answer made even the villain pause for a few beats. She stood rooted in place, watching Damien's back as he leisurely left the banquet hall. Before disappearing beyond the door, he coldly left behind a sharp challenge. "I am leaving. Tell Gillette Moore Brecken to prepare for battle." Chelsea gritted her teeth, her gaze darkening with malice as she watched him, then muttered, "Family matters that much to you, does it?" She stood towering in the middle of the room, her hand clenched tight in threat as she delivered an ultimatum. "Then I will change methods. Give up the representative position, otherwise I will deal with your family." Chelsea roared in fury, "I will crush the Hudson family." Her eyes blazed with killing intent, ready to target his relatives. But before she could act, Damien had already rushed over like a ghost, seized her by the throat and slammed her hard to the floor. Chelsea was stunned, barely managing cry out in pain. "How dare you touch me?" Damien stood towering above her, radiating a terrifying pressure that made the young lady of Gopixie tremble and plead in despair, "Let go." Hearing the loud commotion, the escort knights panicked and broke through the door into the room. "Young lady, what happened?" Seeing their mistress restrained, they all drew their swords and charged forward, roaring, "How dare you lay a hand on Lady Chelsea?" Damien calmly released his grip, causing Chelsea to collapse and cough violently again and again from suffocation. Immediately after, he circulated his power, his eyes shining with vivid blue spiritual energy, as he unleashed lightning-swift slashes that tore through the air. Damien's astonishing speed left the knights no time to react. The cold, sharp sword strokes brought down every guard in an instant. Damien strolled away, calmly warning them with biting mockery, "The cuts are not deep, apply medicine right away and you will not die yet." He stopped and coldly called the other party's name. Chelsea Gopixie, looking at the trembling young lady amid the wrecked room. Damien lowered his voice in threat. "Though I very much want to finish you off right here, I will endure it this time, because that punishment would still be far too light for you. So just wait and see." Damien slightly turned his head, the corner of his lips curling into a cold smile. "Far more terrible things will soon fall upon you." He stepped over the defeated men and decisively left the room, leaving Chelsea sitting collapsed on the floor, her whole body trembling in terror. Just then, Rebecca rushed in a panic. The maid hurried over to support her dazed mistress and asked anxiously, "Lady Chelsea, are you all right?" Chelsea gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with hatred as she watched Damien's figure. She roared madly, "That bastard dared humiliate me. I will kill him. No matter what, I must kill him." Her rage had crossed a dangerous threshold. Chelsea immediately screamed for Mustafiri, and a fat man in a green robe appeared in a fluster. Chelsea furiously questioned why the charm magic was useless against Damien. Sweating, Mustafiri explained that a few rare cases were immune to dark magic, but that excuse only made her angrier. Chelsea angrily struck him with a heavy blow that sent him collapsing, then shouted, "Fool." She sat down and asked in a low voice about Gillette Moore Brecken's whereabouts. Mustafiri panicked and reported that the monster was at a tavern venting his anger after the humiliating loss that morning. That news drove Chelsea even more insane. "The match is tomorrow and he is drinking now, he truly is mad." She grabbed Mustafiri tightly and pressed him on whether Gillette Moore could truly defeat Damien. He hurriedly affirmed that Gillette Moore was the masterpiece of the Yulun organization, and also the knight most compatible with dark magic that he had ever seen. Mustafiri obsequiously guaranteed that the Yulun organization would surely help her seize control of the ducal family. Chelsea looked at him with eyes blazing with killing intent, then threatened coldly, "You had better keep your word, otherwise you will be the first to pay the price." Mustafiri trembled and swore that he would carve that warning deep to his mind, while dark conspiracies were quietly being kindled. Damien stood alone on the balcony beneath the brilliant sunset. He gazed toward the distant horizon, his face clearly showing contemplation and resolve before the battle to come. Late at night, the room sank into silence. Victor had fallen asleep from exhaustion while guarding the pile of weapons. Damien sat quietly in a corner, carefully inspecting the thousandly sword he had just received. He lightly flicked the blade, then pondered the Yulin organization. Damien understood that the dark mages appearing here were a threat that could not be taken lightly. Chelsea Gopixie was certainly connected to them, and the strange energy on Gillette Moore Brecken must also be dark magic. He began linking everything together, his mind operating as quickly as an acceleration magic circle. Damien continued to circulate his power, a vivid blue current of spiritual energy flaring up to envelop his body, startling Victor awake. Rather than seek out the Duke to explain the trouble, Damien decided to let him see the truth with his own eyes in the coming match. The day of the final duel had finally arrived. Brecken entered the arena with a powerful roar, showing off his bulging muscles and making the atmosphere seem to tremble. The terrifying presence of that monster made the knights in the ducal residence tremble in fear. Babel and his companions watched from afar, unable to hide their concern as they discussed who would ultimately win. Abel admitted that in terms of reputation, Brecken was completely superior. The Fat Knights only hoped that after this match, they could escape the clutches of that demon Damien. The memory of the one-sided domination 2 days ago still haunted them, when Damien had seemed to greatly enjoy tormenting his opponents. He desperately hoped Damien would fail. Pavel still bitterly admitted that he did not think he would lose this match. Damien leisurely stepped onto the stage, ready to enter a life and death confrontation. Moore looked at Damien with contempt, curling his lips in mockery. "You did not run away. Impressive." Damien merely rolled his shoulders calmly to warm up. "I slept too well last night. My shoulders are a little stiff." He entered the match as though taking a stroll, his provocative bearing stretching the opponent's nerves to an unbearable point. That dismissive attitude made the monster grind his teeth in anger, though he still tried to appear calm. Just as the atmosphere grew taut as a drawn bowstring, Duke Adam Gopixie leisurely walked to his seat and remarked, "It seems I am a little late." Seated in the chair of authority, the Duke solemnly announced the final rules. "As promised, the winner today will take the representative position. I hope everyone will gladly accept the result." The entire grandstand seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the official opening of the fiery duel. Chelsea sat beside him, glancing faintly at her father with a venomous gaze as she thought, "Enjoy it while you still can, father, because Gillette Moore will win this match." Duke tossed the white cloth into the air, then shouted loudly, and then the battle officially began. Immediately, Gillette Moe swung his enormous twin axes blazing with purple spiritual power, charging forward like a whirlwind as he roared. "Damien, accepting a duel with me was your mistake." He spun his weapons wildly, forming a heavy vortex of energy with pressure so suffocating it was hard to breathe. "I will make you understand why the world calls me a berserk beast." A strike as heavy as 1,000 pounds, carrying terrifying destructive force, came crashing down, but Damien reacted in time. He swiftly raised the 1,000-mile sword, stopping the attack by the narrowest margin. Damien gently touched the blade with his finger. He activated the energy of resonant iron, creating rings of blue sound waves that spread outward violently. That strange transformation and sudden pressure left Gillette Moe stunned, unable to understand what was happening. An extremely powerful shockwave burst from the sword, blasting that beast far backward. Gillette Moe had to brace himself, driving his twin axes deep into the ground to keep his balance amid the thick cloud of dust. Gillette Moe dropped to one knee, clutching his chest and panting in shock. What the hell just happened? Before the audience could even grasp the situation, the tide had already turned. Chelsea and the maid Rebecca could only fall silent in astonishment. From the stands, Duke Adam remarked with interest, "That is quite a unique skill," making the nightgown unable to hide his curiosity. Gillette Moe flew into a rage and charged forward, roaring furiously, "Damn it, you wretched knight, what dark art are you using?" But the only answer he received was the continuous burst of blue sound waves from Damien's sword. He struck that beast's body head-on with heavy blows. Strange signs began appearing on Gillette Moe's body. He trembled, his eyes streaked with terrifying red veins. A bizarre black liquid poured from that beast's mouth, making the scene extremely tense. He gritted his teeth and looked at Damien with eyes full of hatred. "You bastard." Damien coldly raised the radiant sword and declared, "Playtime ends here." Immediately after, he gathered his strength and created a gigantic pillar of light that tore through the sky, swallowing Gillette Moe whole. A violent explosion erupted, shattering the surrounding ground into broken slabs. Amid the dazzling spiritual power, Gillette Moe screamed in agony as streams of black smoke began being forced out of his body. Gillette Moe's terrifying transformation left the Duke and Chelsea frozen, unable to speak. The beast collapsed completely. He frantically vomited a large amount of pitch-black liquid right in the middle of the arena. Damien stood silently in the distance, observing the ruined battlefield he had created himself. Witnessing that unbelievable scene, Duke Adam wondered in shock, why did Gillette Moe become like that? Could it be? Chelsea trembled so hard her face turned pale, crying out in disbelief, "Impossible." Gillette Moe was now utterly exhausted, and his skin began to change visibly. His skin became wrinkled, silver-white hair emerged beneath the hazy smoke, and he could only groan in pain. Damien leisurely walked toward the defeated man, curling his lips in mockery. "Oh, so your true nature has finally been exposed." Looking at the once renowned knight who was now nothing but a withered old man, Damien said coldly, "Fake knight." Cruel truth had become clear. That famous beast was actually nothing more than a man impersonating a knight. Witnessing that shocking truth, Chelsea blurted out in disbelief, "Fake knight." Amid the murmuring crowd, that question made everyone even more astonished. Damien calmly affirmed that it was completely true. He explained that the man had used dark sorcery to forcibly alter his physique, turning an old man into a powerful warrior through an elaborate performance. News of dark sorcery threw the guests and servants into panic, fearing that if the church learned of it, disaster would descend. Amid the tense atmosphere, Duke Adam Gopixie looked at Damien and asked whether he had already known the man's true background. Damien calmly admitted it, while apologizing for not reporting it sooner. Damien explained that he had kept it hidden because he wanted to lure out the true mastermind behind the matter. That revelation left Duke Adam stunned. Damien confirmed that a dark mage had infiltrated the residence, and that there was also an insider helping him. His words made Chelsea start in terror. Damien immediately pointed straight at her. "It is you, Chelsea." The accusation made Chelsea's face change in panic. She cried out that she had been wronged. "Father, I did not do it. I know absolutely nothing." Duke Adam Gopixie lowered his head in heavy disappointment. He told himself that even if he did not want to believe it, he could no longer keep denying the truth before his eyes. His gaze turned cold and furious as he looked at his daughter, then roared, asking how she dared bring such filth into his house. Adam gave a decisive order: imprison Chelsea and everyone involved. Throw them into the dungeon and investigate the true mastermind for me. The family upheaval erupted before everyone's eyes. Despite Chelsea's sobbing pleas, the soldiers still rushed forward to escort her away, realizing that if she fell into their hands, everything would certainly be exposed. Chelsea frantically ordered her personal guards. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and protect me." The soldiers immediately drew their swords and resisted. A chaotic battle broke out inside the mansion as Chelsea's guards desperately blocked the Duke's troops. Faced with that resistance, Adam Gopixie merely gave a cold, contemptuous snort, then called Gaon and ordered him to arrest Chelsea Gopixie. The old knight Gaon Heimlich quietly replied, "As you command." Then he leisurely stepped into the midst of the chaotic encirclement. Chelsea's knights trembled as they saw Gaon approaching, feeling a terrifying pressure that seemed to freeze their entire bodies. Gaon's eyes blazed with majestic blue spiritual power. He ordered in a cold voice, "Move aside." The power radiating from the high-ranking knight completely suppressed the guards blocking the way ahead. They understood in despair that they were utterly incapable of facing someone on such a level. "My lady, we will hold them back. Please hurry and find a way to escape." The loyal guards roared, trying to open a path for Chelsea to flee, making her answer in panic, "All right." The air of survival was as tense as a final battle with no way out. Yet a cold sigh suddenly rang out. How pitiful. In an instant, the sword in Knight Gaon's hand erupted with terrifying blue spiritual energy. A slash tore through the wind, creating a massive wave of energy that swept across the guards. In the blink of an eye, everything was completely overwhelmed, leaving Chelsea standing frozen in shock. In terror, Chelsea screamed as the aftershock of the attack sent her crashing to the ground. She collapsed, coughing painfully. Cough, cough, light. Her eyes showed utter shock as she witnessed the horrific scene before her. Knight Gaon had now entered his most serious state, no different from stepping onto a battlefield. The battlefield instantly turned into a deathly silence amid the panicked crowd. Knight Ernst struggled to rise in order to protect his master, but was quickly struck down by a chilling sword strike. That sight made Chelsea's face twist with fear to the very extreme. Chelsea cried out in shock when she saw her final protector fall right before her eyes. The heavy footsteps drawing closer made Chelsea tremble so badly she could not stand. She shouted in despair, "Do not come near me," then frantically crawled backward. Chelsea's eyes were filled with terror as she saw Knight Gaon's imposing figure slowly approaching, like an executioner delivering judgment. With no path left, Chelsea looked toward Ernst and pleaded desperately, "Sir Ernst, please save me, I beg you." The only answer to that cry for help was Ernst's cold gaze and bitter grinding of teeth, as he himself was also being restrained. Seeing the young lady's wretched state, he could only curse inwardly. What an utter fool. Damien stood silently behind, coldly watching the once arrogant enemy collapse. Gaon looked at Ernst Horowitz and said in a low voice, "Ernst Horowitz, intermediate knight, you have made many contributions to the prosperity of the ducal family, and furthermore, you are highly valued by His Grace the Duke." But the old knight's gaze instantly turned sharp and full of warning. "If you try to shield Lady Chelsea, I will deal with you right here." The pressure from the high-ranking knight was so heavy it seemed to make even the air bow, enveloping Ernst. Before that absolute power, Ernst was completely suppressed and could only tremble in pain. Unable to resist any longer, Ernst released his weapon and collapsed to the ground under Chelsea's stunned gaze. She could only cry out in despair, "Sir Ernst." Immediately after, the guards rushed forward and restrained Chelsea, making her scream in fear. Dragged before her father, Chelsea wept and begged, "Father, please hear my explanation. I am innocent, please give me a chance to explain myself." The young lady who had once been arrogant now turned to pleading in panic, but the only answer she received was Duke Adam's cold shout, "Shut your mouth, useless thing." He looked down at her from above, his voice heavy, as he declared that her actions could push the entire family into ruin and drag everyone into the mire. The old Duke's eyes showed utter disappointment as he declared that bringing Chelsea back into the family was the greatest mistake of his life. Chelsea went deathly still, her crimson eyes brimming with tears. She screamed madly, "Impossible, I did nothing wrong, let me go." But the Duke did not want to hear any more and ordered, her mouth covered, "Drag her out of here at once." Chelsea was dragged away in humiliation, leaving only choked sounds behind. Her cries caught in her throat as the guard's firm hands held her tightly. She widened her eyes and looked back, her gaze full of hatred and resentment. In the distance, Damien still silently observed the entire tragic family drama. Seeing his enemy pay a steep price, Damien curled his lips faintly, revealing a mysterious and triumphant smile. A few days after the chaos in the dark, damp, and cold dungeon of the Duke's estate, agonized screams rang out continuously, breaking the stillness. The dungeon air was so oppressive that merely hearing it made one shudder. Under the heat of the red-hot iron rods being pressed close, one of Chelsea's subordinates screamed in utmost agony. Amid the intense pain, he breathlessly confessed the entire truth. "That is everything I know. As long as someone smells that fragrance, they will fall in love with Lady Chelsea." Duke Adam coldly observed the interrogation, his gaze emotionless as if he had already found the answer he needed. The old man ordered in a low voice, "Enough, bring in the next one." Everything was exactly as the old Duke had predicted. He bitterly confirmed that Chelsea had secretly expanded her influence within the estate through a group of heretical black mages. Inside the freezing prison cell, Lady Chelsea no longer had the elegance and arrogance of the past. She collapsed on the hard stone floor, her clothes torn, her whole body smeared with wounds, her mouth constantly groaning bitterly. Damn it. In the depths of despair, painful memories of the past surged back once more. They surrounded Chelsea's mind, making her ask herself in pain, whose fault is this really? The image of a little Chelsea with an innocent face appeared clearly, back when she had only longed for one single thing. I only wanted to be acknowledged. She wanted to be recognized as her father's daughter. She remembered the moment she ran to him holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, hoping to receive a word of praise or a warm gaze. But all she received in return was his turned back and an indifference so cruel it was heartless. Flower petals fell in tatters across the ground, just like the heart that had shattered within her that year. Chelsea screamed in her mind as she remembered her father's cold, emotionless eyes always looking at her like a stranger. Why does father still look at me with those eyes? Returning to the cruel present, Chelsea collapsed, her crimson eyes pouring tears, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth in utter resentment and loneliness. Just then, heavy footsteps rang out in the corridor. A servant silently placed a tray of meager food before the prison door and announced that food had been brought for Lady Chelsea. She trembled as she snatched up the piece of bread, then tore into it wildly like a beast driven to the end of the road. A fierce will for revenge rose within Chelsea. "That is right, I cannot let everything end like this." She gritted her teeth and crushed the dry bread, swearing that no matter how humiliating it became, no matter what happened, she had to survive. Behind the iron bars, a figure silently observed her frenzy with a solemn and melancholy gaze. Meanwhile, in the mansion corridor, Damien was stretching and loosening up after a long, drawn-out day of training. He thought to himself that today's training at the ruins was finally over. Now he should return and rest after a string of battles as tense as a boss fight. Just then, Victor hurried over to greet his master. "Young master, you are back. His Grace is calling for you." Damien frowned slightly, suspicion rising in his heart at the Duke's sudden summons. The sound of wine being poured into a glass rang out softly, breaking the silence in the luxurious drawing room. Duke Adam Gopixier leisurely pushed a glass of wine toward Damien and invited him to taste it. After taking a sip, Damien nodded and praised it. "Oh, this is good wine, old Duke." The Duke smiled brightly, pleased that he recognized its value. "I am glad you understand it is not expensive, but it is my favorite kind." After saying that, the old man calmly drained his glass with great satisfaction. Adam nodded smugly. "Excellent, truly excellent." The old man continued introducing angel cheese, a specialty of the Blanco region, insisting that its flavor was exquisite when paired with wine, then told Damien to try it. Damien accepted it politely. "Oh, thank you." This noble drinking party looked elegant on the surface, but the plot twist had already quietly hidden itself right on the dining table. However, just as he was about to bring the piece of cheese to his mouth, he suddenly announced a turning point decision concerning Chelsea in a grave voice. "In the end, I have chosen to accept the church's support." Damien stopped midway, unable to hide his surprise. "This is unexpected. I thought you would continue investigating on your own." The old Duke lowered his head, his face heavy with thought, admitting that he felt guilty toward him after everything he had done to help. Adam wearily held his head and spoke a rather unpleasant truth. "But we have lost all of the dark mages. All the effort spent tracking them had almost vanished completely, leaving not the slightest clue on the map." Those words left Damien stunned with shock. "What, are you truly serious?" Adam explained that all they had captured Chelsea's closest underlings. They still had not found a single dark mage. He wanted Damien to understand the situation clearly, fearing that every trace had been erased. Damien gritted his teeth teeth and thought to himself, damn it, have we truly lost every trail? Perhaps I have to act personally. Even so, Adam still entrusted the search to the church to avoid stirring further suspicion. Damien asked thoughtfully whether Chelsea had revealed anything about their identities. Adam shook his head slightly and sighed helplessly. No, even under harsh interrogation, that child did not say a single word. She is far too stubborn. The old man took a sip of wine as if trying to swallow down the pain tearing at him, then drifted into memories of the past. That child was not always like this. Adam revealed a truth few people knew, that Chelsea's mother had originally been nothing more than a common woman of low birth. Memory carried the old man back to his youth, when he happened to meet her during a hunt with the knights. Not long after, that woman became pregnant with Chelsea, but instead of taking responsibility, Adam grew suspicious and regarded it as a shameful mistake. The old man despised the thought of a lowly woman carrying the noble bloodline of the gold pixie family. It was because of that selfishness that when mother and daughter came to him and begged for help, Adam coldly drove them away, then slammed the door shut right in their faces. Even as the mother collapsed, crying and pleading in despair, time passed in silence until one day Adam suddenly grew curious about the child he had once abandoned. That impulse made Adam order an investigation, yet the result he received was unbearably painful. That woman had passed away. She died of illness, leaving the small child alone in the world. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt like a sorrowful melody playing at 3 in the morning. And he saw his little daughter alone beside her deceased mother, with empty eyes filled with haunting shadows. Adam finally decided to bring the child back to the estate. Adam gently covered his face and let out a bitter laugh. Thinking back, that truly was a very unusual action for me. Why did I do that back then? Damien silently observed the Duke, then quietly gave the answer to that contradiction. Perhaps because she was family. The old Duke froze as he looked at Damien, murmuring in shock. Family. Could that have been what the child truly longed for, to become someone in my family? The room fell silent like a conversation that had suddenly lost signal. Belated regret showed clearly on Adam's face when the old man realized the painful truth. Perhaps the child thought doing all of those things was the only way for me to acknowledge her. The old Duke sighed with regret. How that child could have lived as an ordinary noble lady. He looked down at the empty wineglass. Adam smiled bitterly, trying to dispel the suffocating atmosphere. It seems the wine is starting to take effect, which is why I'm saying things like this. Forgive me for rambling to you about meaningless matters. But at that very moment, a rush of heavy sounds rang out, breaking the silence in the room. A guard rushed in a panic, panting as he cried out, "My lord, are you here?" Adam snapped in irritation. What is all this noise about? The pale-faced soldier trembled as he reported, "Something terrible has happened, Lady Chelsea." Adam's face twisted from the shock when he heard the dreadful news about his daughter. In the dungeon, 2 guards collapsed in terror, their vacant eyes fixed on the inside of the cell. A haunting sight appeared before their eyes. Chelsea had ended everything herself inside the cell, her body covered in injuries, her clothes torn and wretched. Victor groaned softly as he carried a towering basket of clothes, his face crumpled from endurance. "Are you truly planning to keep doing this?" Damien calmly asked in return, "What did I do?" Victor answered angrily, "I have told you countless times already. When taking clothes to be washed, you must separate undergarments from the other clothes." However, Damien suddenly stopped. His gaze turned toward a room, where the figure of a long-haired man stood silently with his back turned. Damien quietly hid behind the door, silently observing with a darkened expression. 4 days had passed since Chelsea's death. Based on the traces at the scene, everything was concluded to have been something she ended by her own hand. The interrogation of those involved also officially came to a close, leaving the underlings dejected in despair. As punishment for endangering the family, even her resting place was stripped of its final dignity. Chelsea's grave was erected crudely on a deserted hill, completely unworthy of the status of a noble lady. The crisis enveloping the Gopixi ducal estate seemed to have temporarily subsided beneath the silent night. Yet Damien understood very clearly that this was absolutely not the end. His gaze turned icy as he thought to himself, "If they truly are the ones I know, they will definitely act again." Victor's questioning voice suddenly sounded right beside his ear, cutting through his thoughts. "Young master, are you listening to me?" Damien snapped back to himself and answered hurriedly, "Ah." He put an arm around his close servant's shoulders, trying to soothe him. "I know already." "Alright, so stop nagging, you little brat." Victor still refused to hold back and retorted in frustration. "Do you think I was just nagging?" The boy continued muttering in dissatisfaction because the young master would not even do the simplest thing properly. The two argued back and forth like an endless morning show. They walked and debated along the corridor, while dark schemes quietly smoldered behind them beneath the blood-red moonlight. Knight Ernst Horowitz staggered through the dark alley, still gripping a bottle of wine tightly in his hand. He drank mouthful after mouthful as if trying to forget reality, then collapsed beside the cold stone wall. In his drunkenness, he called out the name of the deceased in a faint voice. Lady Chelsea. Memories of the beautiful days from long ago suddenly surged back into Horowitz's mind. Back then, Chelsea was still an innocent little girl in a red dress, brightly holding a bouquet of fresh flowers as she asked, Sir Ernst, do you think my father would like it if I picked these flowers from the garden and brought them to him? Horowitz at the time merely scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I am not sure either, since I have never received flowers before. It was a gentle memory, yet as painful as the ending of a sorrowful film. Chelsea spun around and danced as she spoke happily. Truly. But mother once said flowers have magic that makes everyone happy. Besides, these are the flowers that bloomed in the field where my mother and father first met. The little girl smiled as brightly as morning sunlight and said with certainty, so my father will be happy too, right? Seeing the sincerity in those eyes, he froze for a moment. Lewis blushed slightly, then smiled and answered, "Ah, yes, certainly." But cruel reality struck violently against his mind again. Ernst sank to his knees, tears mingling with the flood of belated regret. "I am sorry I could not protect you, Lady Chelsea." He nearly went mad, slamming his fist hard into the ground and roaring in the depths of self-reproach. "Fool, you stupid bastard. You should have died back then. You should have protected her." Horowitz's agonized cry echoed through the night as he repeatedly poured his fists onto the road beneath the blood-colored moon. In the dark alley, Ernst Horowitz collapsed to his knees, his breathing ragged from exhaustion, pain, and despair. Suddenly, the clatter of footsteps rang out along with a call that tore through the silence. "There you are, Sir Ernst." It was Rebecca, Chelsea's close maid, hurrying over with a face full of worry. The atmosphere grew tense like a villain appearing in the rain. Recognizing the one who had arrived, Ernst cried out in shock. Rage erupted violently, and he lunged forward like a wild beast, seized the maid by the throat, and slammed her hard against the stone wall. "You still dare appear before me?" Killing intent gleamed in Ernst's eyes. He gritted his teeth and roared that she was the one who had driven Lady Chelsea to such a state. Rebecca was in too much pain to speak, and could only plead desperately, "Sir Ernst, please listen to me." The aura of revenge surged up even fiercer than a hell-level spicy noodle pot. Ernst had completely lost his reason by then. He shouted, "Shut your mouth." A filthy dark mage climbed into that demon's bed. "I will snap your neck right now." On the boundary between life and death, Rebecca mustered all her strength and screamed, "Help me take revenge." She insisted that the young lady had died, because she could not endure the cruel torture in a single night. Ernst released his hand in shock, causing Rebecca to collapse to the ground. She kept coughing violently from suffocation. He stood towering in the darkness and asked through gritted teeth what proof she had for those insane words. Rebecca looked up with calculation in her eyes, reminding him to think carefully, because he himself knew that Chelsea was not someone who would take her own life. Moreover, she said she had heard the frightening truth from the very people who had personally cleaned up Chelsea's body. Rebecca continued planting harsh truths about the young lady's death into Ernst's ears. She insisted that Chelsea's body was covered in signs of abuse, terrible injuries that an ordinary person could hardly withstand, and that this was surely the cause of her death. Seeing the knight's unbearable pain, Rebecca lowered her voice and accused the ducal estate, or the old duke himself, of hiding everything and staging her death as a suicide to preserve face. Ernst clutched his head in shock, groaning in horror as he realized the bitter truth. Damn it. No, that could absolutely happen. The old duke I know is certainly ruthless enough to do something like that. Rebecca gently placed a hand on her chest and sadly admitted that she had first approached the young lady for her own purposes, but Chelsea had always treated her warmly like an older sister. The maid's eyes turned cold and sharp with hatred. "I cannot let this matter sink into silence. I will take revenge on the ducal estate that did all this to her." Rebecca's eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie purple spiritual light. She leaned close and offered a tempting proposal. "And to do that, I need your help, Sir Ernst." Under the influence of dark magic, Ernst panicked as he felt his mind gradually being invaded by a mysterious energy. The light in his eyes slowly faded. In its place came a soulless purple hue, the sign that he had been completely manipulated. In his daze, the mid-level knight asked in a hoarse voice, "What do you want me to do?" The empty wine bottle rolled across the ground, like evidence of a will's collapse. Ernst silently stepped in the darkness under Rebecca's guidance. Immediately after that, Rebecca met the fat man Mustafuri and his accomplices again in the night. This villain combo looked like it had never lived kindly for even a minute. He remarked with satisfaction, "Fortunately, you succeeded." The dark mage with the strange mustache wore a sinister smile. He admitted that he had previously worried the spell would not work on someone as capable as a mid-level knight. He smugly declared that no matter how strong a person was, there would always exist in their heart a weakness, and the greater that weakness was, the easier it became to manipulate them. For Ernst, Chelsea was not. Pixie was precisely his fatal weakness, allowing them to easily turn him into a puppet in their hands. Beneath the crimson moon, dyed with the color of death, the nameless figures silently watched, self-satisfied, because Damien still did not know they existed. The whole group flexed their airtight plan, like they were filming the trailer for a final season villain arc. Believed that even the old duke had let his guard down, because he thought the dark mages had truly disappeared. This was the once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for them to exploit and strike. Their sole objective was nothing other than taking Damien's life at any cost. It covered the mansion. Damien was still sitting in meditation and training, his whole body radiating a powerful emerald spiritual energy. He breathed out softly, focusing his entire mind on absorbing mana, completely unaware of the sinister shadows lurking behind the stone pillars. A flickering candle suddenly blazed fiercely, as if signaling that a purge was about to begin. Suddenly, shadows rushed out from the darkness and attacked all at once. Damien still spoke calmly. How laughable then. Quick as lightning, he shifted aside and slipped out of the encirclement. With astonishing speed, he closed in from behind, causing those assassins to only widen their eyes in shock, unable to follow the trajectory of their opponent's movement. Sword strike carrying blazing red energy tore across the space, directly blasting the assassins far away. Amid the thick cloud of dust and smoke, an unfamiliar man with blue-gray hair dropped to his knees. He groaned in pain after taking the full force of the powerful blow. Gritting his teeth, he stared at Damien with eyes full of hatred. Damien looked down at the three knights kneeling at his feet, his expression clearly showing disappointment. He sighed mockingly. How pathetic. I even told you to sneak close and just strike them once. Yet you still failed. Pavel trembled and bowed his head in apology. I am sorry. Faced with the weakness of his subordinates, Damien declared decisively, all right, today's training session ends here. Those cold words left Pavel stunned. Hearing the word ended, Pavel's spirit seemed to revive on the spot. He thought in relief, it is over. Is it really over? You are really stopping? Seeing that dazed look, Damien asked, what is it? You do not like it? Pavel immediately changed his attitude and shouted joyfully, no, I do like it. He inwardly sighed in wonder, because he had thought this time he would be beaten black and blue as usual. Damien ordered, I said go rest. In 2 days we will duel the Leon Blum family. Damien continued instructing them, from today onward there will be no more sparring. Use the remaining 2 days to reflect on everything I have taught you. While the subordinates were still wondering what they had learned aside from being beaten half to death, Damien had his own calculations in silence. He told himself that sparring with them was not only to train their bodies, but also served a deeper purpose, though outwardly it did not look that way. Damien suddenly froze when he noticed Pavel's pensive expression. He curled his lips faintly, pleased that someone seemed to have understood his intention. Damien calmly hoisted Paul onto his shoulder and strolled away, leaving the three knights still kneeling behind him, with countless vague thoughts about the battle to come. Looking down to T5 planes from above, Duke, Adam Gopixir, Damien, and their entourage finally officially arrived at the site of the decisive battle. As the ducal camp gradually came into view, the old duke remarked in a low voice that they had arrived a little late. As he urged his horse toward the camp, Adam turned to the man beside him and asked, Lord Hudson, what do you think of them? Damien silently observed the army ahead and assessed it inwardly. Overall, this was a force with truly formidable strength. Not only was the equipment they carried impressive, their individual skills were also highly respectable. Just from their aura, it was clear they were not some tutorial map spam soldiers. Seeing this, the old duke burst into a mocking laugh. Haha, right, that foolish Leon Bloom may be good for nothing else, but he trains soldiers fairly well. Just then, the guard knight Gown approached and reported the situation. My lord, the envoy from the Marcus' side has just arrived. They request a meeting between the representatives of both sides before the match begins. Adam curled his lips meaningfully at that unexpected proposal. Is that so? It seems they are starting to feel the pressure too. The pre-combat drama scent is spreading even harder than a new handicap schedule. The old man tightened the reins and decisively gave the order to the whole group. Very well, let us go. Meanwhile, at Marcus Leon Bloom's camp, the atmosphere was stretched taut by Holland's shouting. That man angrily kicked the side of the bed and roared at his son, who was still lying there lazily. Michael, are you still not getting up? We must go out to receive the Duke's side right away. How much longer do you intend to sleep? Yet Michael only gave a languid yawn. Father, you are too noisy. That indifferent answer left the Marcus stunned in disbelief. What did you say? Michael stretched lazily and grumbled in irritation about why he would wake someone who had been sleeping so well. His father, Marcus Holland, flew into a rage and roared, You wretched son, do you know how important your role is in this match? But all that expectation received in return was an indifferent attitude. I do not care. Holland ground his teeth in helpless frustration, then declared that he would personally face that Damien. When he heard his father explain that the Duke's side had chosen Damien as their representative, Michael lazily asked why Damien was at the ducal estate. Michael's eyes suddenly flashed with a dangerous red light. The war god aura surged at maximum output, his murderous intent as tight as overloaded Wi-Fi. He gripped the hilt of his sword and revealed a chilling smile. Ah, is that so? Then that is perfect. On the T5 field, the two factions finally officially faced each other. Marcus Holland sneered, Haha, you invited us here, yet you still arrived late. Duke Adam refused to be outdone and immediately struck back with words mocking the other side's lack of manners and narrow mind. The two old men laughed arrogantly in the gunpowder-laden atmosphere, making the space seem to spark from their sharp verbal attacks. Knight Gaon Himlik spoke up, breaking the tense stalemate. Holland immediately tempted Gaon to leave that dreary place and join his family instead. But the old knight firmly declared that he would serve the Gopixi ducal estate until his final breath. After being flatly refused, Holland mocked that it was no different from handing a precious gem to someone who did not know how to value it. Then the old man turned to look at Damien in suspicion. "Is this the one?" Adam confirmed plainly. "Yes, this is the man, Damien." The moment he saw Damien, Holland ground his teeth in hatred as he recalled what he had done to his son and his knight. The old man clenched his fist tightly. In his heart, the intent to crush him burned fiercely if he ever had the chance. Yet a strange feeling of unease suddenly slipped into the old man's mind. Holland broke out in a sweat, unable to believe that a high-ranking noble like himself would feel tense before a nameless lowborn. The old man feared Damien's terrifying potential, even secretly placing him on the same level as Michael. At that moment, Michael strolled over, breathed out softly, then lifted his gaze. He looked straight at him with ice-cold eyes. "Damien." Hearing the other man call his name, Damien frowned faintly in suspicion. The atmosphere suddenly tightened like a voice chat room right before a full team fight. Unexpectedly, Michael revealed a mad smile. He drew his sword and charged straight into attack, like a bolt of lightning, catching Damien completely off guard. Michael shot forward like a phantom with astonishing speed, his eyes flashing with a murderous red light. The sudden attack left Damien only enough time to let out a startled sound as the cold blade closed in before his face. The ambush was so fast his brain had not even loaded the animation. But at that life or death instant, Marcus Holland managed to rush in, seize his son's arm and shout loudly, "Stop!" Michael. Sweat poured from Holland's forehead, because even the old man himself could not believe his body had reacted on its own to stop his son in that fleeting instant. Witnessing such disrespectful conduct, the Duke Adam Gopixier questioned him in a deep voice. "Young Michael, what is the meaning of this? I did not expect you to draw your sword before his grace right before the match." The old Duke sternly reminded them that pointing a sword at a noble was a grave crime, while demanding that Marcus Holland take responsibility. Holland could only force a smile, excusing it as nothing more than the impulsive action of his foolish son. Deep inside, Holland still had not recovered from his shock, wondering why his body had reacted by instinct like that. The old man glanced toward Damien and shuddered when he realized that what stood before him felt like a true wild beast. Realizing that this was a good chance to pressure the other side, Duke Adam suddenly changed his tone. "Let me see. This can also be considered a good opportunity and I have no other choice. Honestly, I wanted to cancel the entire match, but this time I will let it pass." That sudden tolerance left Holland utterly shocked. The old man thought inwardly that an old fox like Adam would never let it pass so easily. Just as expected, Adam curled his lips faintly and made his next demand. "Instead, I will add a few conditions to this wager." Holland narrowed his eyes and asked back, "What conditions do you want?" Faced with the Duke's calculating attitude, Marcus Holland could only grind his teeth bitterly, then decisively accept. "Fine, I will agree to all those conditions." Holland declared decisively, then urged Michael to leave at once. Adam Gopixier waved a mocking farewell, inwardly cursing the old Marquis as a true old fox for knowing how to exploit that moment to set favorable conditions. The smell of petty cunning drifting around the battlefield was harsher than end-of-month KPI. Turning to Damien, he asked curiously why Michael had suddenly drawn his sword and attacked him like that. Damien only shrugged and gave an awkward smile. Who knows? Adam silently concluded that Michael had awakened his sixth sense from a very young age. A true genius like that made the coming match more worth anticipating than ever. Meanwhile, Holland was reprimanding his son for the reckless act that had nearly pushed the entire family into danger. Michael immediately asked in return, "Father, you saw that too, did you not?" He said Damien had known for certain he would draw his sword, yet had still smiled calmly as if he had seen through everything. Michael was wildly excited because he had finally met an opponent on his level, making the boredom long settled in his eyes flare with interest. Holland realized his son's gaze had changed, while Michael suddenly grew worried about the disadvantage he had just caused the family. The old Marquis scolded his son for being an utter fool, only thinking of the consequences now. Even so, Holland still wore a calm and confident smile. He reassured his son that there was no need to worry, because the final victory would surely belong to the Leon Bloom family. On the sunlit field, a flag fluttered in the wind. The emblem of a proud white lion billowed, declaring the authority of a mighty family. The sound of the loudspeaker rang out clearly, spreading across the entire arena. Knights from both sides were asked to step into the center of the field to officially open the first match. Duke Adam said thoughtfully that the opening match was very important for seizing the initiative, then turned to ask Damien for his opinion. But he had not yet answered. An intermediate knight with hair standing on end suddenly stepped forward and asked to speak. It was Sebastian Vincenzo, the knight trainer of the ducal estate. Damien immediately recognized him as the one who had trained Pavel and the group of foolish knights he had once met. The air carried a faint scent of rivalry, and everyone understood that someone was preparing to show off his achievements. Damien keenly noticed that Vincenzo was full of wariness, as if afraid he would steal his prestige and position in front of the Duke. To preserve that knight's dignity, Damien calmly agreed, suggesting that Sir Sebastian Vincenzo be allowed to choose the opener. Adam was slightly surprised, but still nodded. Vincenzo smiled confidently, then introduced the first warrior, looking no different from a medieval fantasy self-promotion act. Right after that, a young man with slicked-back black hair stepped onto the field with a long spear in hand and imposing momentum. That person was none other than Fabian Vincenzo, the son of Knight Sebastian. The father placed all his trust in his son, and Fabian immediately made a firm declaration. "Please do not worry, father. I will win this match beautifully and regain his grace's favor." Duke Adam gave a faint smile and told Damien that he had once heard Fabian was an outstanding talent. By contrast, Damien merely responded with a sound full of doubt, then quietly walked away. On the opposite side, the first representative of the Leon Bloom family also appeared. It was Ronald, a burly blonde man dressed in striking blue and red clothing. The instant the loudspeaker announced the start of the match, Fabian declared his name loudly. "I am Fabian of the Vincenzo family. State your name and family." Ronald answered coldly that he merely came from a nameless family. Fabian froze, unable to believe his opponent was only a lowly commoner. He curled his lips in contempt. A commoner dares face the one who has mastered the vision of the Vincenzo family. Faced with that arrogance, Ronald merely sneered, saying the Duke's knights seem enjoy fighting with his mouth. The match had not begun, yet the mental damage was already complete. Those words struck his pride, making Fabian roar in fury. "What did you say, you arrogant brat?" Immediately, he stomped hard and rushed forward like lightning, emerald spiritual power bursting forth. "I will show you the gap in our levels." The crowd behind them could not help but be shocked when they saw Fabian truly begin to attack. Spear arcs wrapped in green spiritual power swept past, as if tearing the very air apart. Fabian kept pressing his opponent with a barrage of fierce, relentless attacks. He roared with determination, pouring all his strength into a direct thrust. The combo looked as intense as a top server end-season highlight. Sound of weapons clashing thundered across the arena. The two sides locked in a fierce struggle amid the cloud of dust. Yet before Fabian's efforts, Ronald only coldly dropped one contemptuous word: pathetic. The other man's composure left Fabian stunned, sweat pouring from him. He gritted his teeth and roared in humiliation, "You lowly bastard." At that exact moment, Ronald suddenly launched a counterattack with overwhelming power. The strike completely subdued Fabian, leaving him only enough time to widen his eyes in terror as he realized his opponent's frightening strength. Fabian collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling from extreme fear. When he realized the gap in strength was far too great, he was almost unable to resist. Witnessing that scene, Michael Leon Bloom still kept a cold expression without the slightest emotion. As for Damien, he merely curled his lips in mockery. What gap in levels? Standing before the defeated man, Ronald declared, "You are finished," then delivered a punishing blow that made Fabian scream in agony. Seeing the opening victory, Marcus Holland gave a smug and sinister smile. The first match ended with an overwhelming victory for Leon Bloom. The gold pixie flag still flew in the wind, but a heavy atmosphere settled over everything. Fabian was carried out of the arena with severe injuries, his face twisted in pain. Amid the clamoring crowd, Sebastian Vincenzo rushed in panic to the stretcher, shouting that Fabian had to endure a little longer. Everyone was tense. Witnessing that miserable scene, Damien quietly observed and inwardly judged that he had expected too much. He had held expectations, but this was clearly beyond that young man's ability. Duke Adam Gold Pixie, standing beside him, could not hide his disappointment either. He held his head in exhaustion, cursing those damned Leon Blooms. Marcus Holland Leon Bloom laughed arrogantly at the sight of his opponent falling, mocking that victory and defeat were all that mattered. So what need was there to cut off someone else's hand? Faced with this perilous situation, Adam turned to ask Damien, "What should we do now?" Of the 3 matches, they had lost the first. Adam thought Damien should intervene, but he still analyzed calmly. "Even if I win, if Michael takes the field last, no one will be left who can face him." Understanding his meaning, the old Duke nodded slightly. Adam asked about the next step, and Damien said decisively that he had already chosen the second knight. Adam's curiosity immediately surged. The answer left everyone stunned as Damien placed his hand on Pavel's shoulder. The purple-haired knight trembled, his face pale, stammering in horror, "Hey, it is my turn now." Damien smiled confidently, then reminded Pavel of the brutal training sessions where he had beaten him black and blue. Though Pavel was panicking, Damien firmly reassured him, "Do not worry, you can win." Pavel's brothers kept cheering him on, "Big brother Pavel, we believe in you. One for all for one." Seeing this, Duke Adam could not help feeling doubtful. "Damien, are you really nominating him?" "To be honest, Pavel has never been an outstanding knight." Damien gave a faint smirk and answered in a firm voice, "Do not worry, my lord. I trained him especially for this very moment. He will definitely win." While Damien brimmed with confidence, Pavel behind him was so nervous that he vomited violently. No warrior spirit was in sight, only his digestive system charging into battle first. At last, Pavel stepped forward with his sword in hand, his legs trembling, looking no different from someone being pushed toward the gates of death. The second fighting night, Pavel officially stepped into the center of the arena amid thunderous cheers. Pavel walked onto the field, his legs shaking nonstop. Only bewilderment remained in his mind. I have come out here, but what am I supposed to do now? His opponent appeared with an arrogant look, swinging a gleaming greatsword before loudly declaring his name. I am Huey. And who are you? The opponent's aura was turned up to maximum output. Looking at the other man's icy gaze, Pavel trembled as he realized that man was far stronger than he was. He tried to stay calm and stammered out his name. I am Pavel. Huey gave a faint smirk of disappointment. He had originally thought Damien would be entering the fight, so now he only felt bored. His eyes blazed with red spiritual power. Then he decided coldly, fine, I will end this quickly and take the victory. Pavel focused with all his strength, reminding himself that he had to be extremely careful if he did not want to lose his life. The battle erupted as Huey charged in with lightning speed, forcing Pavel to struggle as he raised his sword to defend. A piercing sound rang out as Pavel poured all his strength into blocking the opponent's violent sword strike. The impact sent him flying far back, but Pavel still managed to keep a defensive stance amid the clouds of dust. Huey was briefly surprised to see his prey had not fallen yet. He blocked it. You are better than I expected. Pavel was stunned as he realized a very strange sensation was rising inside his body. Could this truly not be a coincidence? He realized Huey's attacks resembled what he had endured during Damien's hellish training, allowing him to gradually see through his opponent's trajectory. Huey gave him no time to breathe, continuously swinging crimson sword strikes that tore across the space, forcing Pavel to dodge in an extremely desperate state. The sound of clashing weapons came in rapid succession, creating fierce shockwaves. Dust blanketed the arena, while Pavel was pressured until he could barely breathe. He gritted his teeth and endured the heavy impacts from the greatsword amid the thick clouds of dust. Pavel strained himself to block the blade closing in on his face. The two sides locked in a tense struggle. This match was as strained as overloaded Wi-Fi during rush hour. Anyone watching felt the pressure. Huey was so shocked that his eyes widened. He completely could not believe that Pavel had blocked a blind strike aimed straight at his line of sight. Even Pavel himself could not hide his shock. Sweat poured from him like rain as he realized the truth unfolding inside his own body. He looked up at the stands, where Damien still stood calmly with his arms crossed, then silently asked, "Is this why you were so certain I would win?" Damien gave a faint, satisfied smirk and thought to himself, exactly, you have finally realized it. In truth, the swordsmanship Damien had taught the knights during those hellish training sessions was the Lion Sovereign Sword, the renowned secret technique of House Leon Bloom. After countless merciless beatings from Damien, Pavel's body had taught itself how to block through its strongest survival instincts. In theory, he knew nothing yet, but in actual combat he was suddenly auto-skilled, the very definition of meta. Now Pavel slowly closed his eyes, a tear rolling down his cheek. The instincts tempered through countless beatings allowed him to block every attack even with his eyes closed. Pavel realized that although Huey's swordsmanship was powerful, it was still far too slow compared to Damien's profound level. Boundless gratitude rose in his heart, and he silently thought, thank you, Damien. Thanks to you I have reached an entirely new realm. Today I will surpass myself. Pavel gathered all his spiritual power and swung out a sapphire sword strike that tore across the space in a direct counterattack. The violent collision scattered blinding sparks. Pavel roared with overwhelming power, my sword is a heaven-defying sword. The two knights poured everything into the decisive blow, creating an energy explosion that shook the entire arena. A low-level soldier with high damage, this build was truly absurd. Huey was stunned as he felt the cold blade pressed close to his neck. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the arrogant knight of House Leon Bloom collapsed to the ground in a miserable state. Standing tall in the middle of the arena, Pavel declared loudly, victory belongs to me. Cheers calling Pavel's name immediately rang out across the stands. A satisfied smile appeared on the young knight's lips as he quietly told himself. In overwhelming happiness, he said to himself, I finally did it. With this victory, GoPixie's side officially evened the score in the second match. Witnessing that scene, Michael slowly stepped onto the stage. He gave a mocking smile, ridiculing his teammates' defeat. Huey lost. He looked stronger than that. Third Knight Gaon Himmlich observed with a grave expression, inwardly judging as expected, the final one is him. Michael entered the arena, crimson spiritual power blazing like fire and radiating terrifying pressure that made the space seem to tremble. He declared arrogantly, then in the end the result will be decided by us. Is that right? Michael stopped, looked straight toward his opponent, and called Damien's name. Gaon gave a faint nod, as if placing all his trust in Damien. The young master of House Hassan stepped forward calmly and answered decisively, fine, this is exactly what I have been waiting for. I exist for this moment. Seeing the opponent's momentum, Michael grew excited to the point of near madness, his face flushed red, his eyes blazing with desire. He had longed for a one-on-one match with the one he considered his equal. But Damien merely smirked in contempt. My equal? Do not make me laugh. The drama had only just begun, yet it already felt like a season finale. Michael tightened his grip on the glowing sword and roared in fury. That is why I begged you so desperately. Reflected in his eyes was Damien's figure, along with a fervent will to fight and a provocative message. Do not disappoint me. Michael erupted with a crimson aura like a ferocious flame, swinging his sword as he charged straight in with earth-shaking power. The skill name had not even appeared, yet the screen was already shaking. The system wanted to request leave. A few minutes earlier, back at the Leon Bloom family camp, Huey, who had just tasted a humiliating defeat, was kneeling flat on the ground and begging in pain, please finish me off. However, Marcus Holland remained extremely calm. He reassured his subordinate, stand up, you did your best. That night was simply stronger. With a cold, calculating gaze, the old man asserted with certainty, in the end, victory will still belong to us. Holland looked toward his son with absolute faith, because in the end, we still have Michael. Hearing this, Huey could only bow his head in wholehearted submission. You are right, my lord. After telling his subordinate to go rest, Holland began to ponder in silence. The old man realized something deeply abnormal. Huey was clearly stronger than the Duke's knight, yet he had been overwhelmed as though every move had been seen through. The scene of the duel just now kept flashing through his mind, becoming a huge question mark over this strange oddity. Holland muttered to himself in suspicion. The family's guardian swordsmanship had always been passed down only by word of mouth. There was absolutely no way it could be countered so easily. While he was still lost in confusion, Michael suddenly clutched his chest tightly and burst into a crazed laugh of excitement. Father, do you know my heart has never beaten this hard before? Looking at Damien, who was surrounded by his teammates, Michael beamed as he declared that he had finally met someone like himself. He affirmed that he would remember the name Damien well and dedicate this victory to his father. Before his son's resolve, Holland curled his lips in satisfaction. Michael was exactly like a light plot twist, as though the game had just unlocked a new chapter. The old man encouraged his son to enjoy this match to the very end by himself. Michael, the third knight of the Leonblum family, officially stepped out with a flushed face and an excited smile tinged with madness. The childhood memory of the first time he held a wooden sword flooded back into his mind, leaving behind only one feeling: it was truly fun. On the first day his father taught him swordsmanship, Michael found it so fascinating that he nearly went mad. He had once dreamed and wondered how many truly powerful warriors existed in this world. But as time passed, his hope and excitement quickly vanished when he realized reality was too cruel. It felt like the endgame had already arrived, with no achievements left to unlock. Even when he faced knights famed for being powerful, he realized they were nothing special either. To him, victory became a matter of course, then gradually lost all meaning. He sighed wearily, how so boring. Before knowing that person, Michael had once intended to lay down his sword because of this emptiness. And then, a figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. That person was Damien. Michael's eyes lit up with excitement when he realized this was the opponent he had been searching for all this time. Standing in the middle of the windy open field, Michael wore a crazed smile and slowly drew his sword from its sheath. He declared loudly, "Then I sincerely beg you." Michael charged forward like a savage beast, accompanied by a fervent plea, "Please do not disappoint me." A slash carrying blazing red spiritual power tore through the wind, flying straight toward Damien at a terrifying speed. Yet Damien remained astonishingly calm. He immediately raised his sword and stopped the attack by a hair's breadth. From the collision, a violent surge of energy erupted. Damien put strength into it and blasted his opponent far away. Michael was forced back a long distance, his eyes widening in shock at the unbelievable power of the Hudson young master. It was exactly like Barry in perfect form, with the system's skill alert feeling far too mild. An earth-shaking collision exploded, and jade blue spiritual power erupted violently, sending Michael flying far away. Without giving his opponent time to react, Damien unleashed a kick like thunder tearing through the wind. Michael was forced to skid across the ground to keep his balance. The combo had not even had time to read the instructions before being forced to skip the cutscene. Michael grew wildly excited, repeatedly swinging blazing red sword strikes in a relentless assault. And yet all of them were effortlessly neutralized by Damien. Seeing his opponent's composure, Michael wondered in shock. My attacks were blocked that easily, just as I thought. Excitement exploded and Michael roared as though losing control. I did not misjudge you, you truly are the best. A blazing red aura gradually appeared clearly, transforming into a mighty giant lion wrapped around his body. Michael poured all his strength into a strike down at the ground, creating a terrifying explosion of energy that engulfed the entire arena. Amid the thick cloud of dust and smoke, Damien still stood towering like a ghost, without a single wound on his body. Michael panted, gritting his teeth as he challenged him. How long do you plan to keep dodging? Draw your sword. Make this match more interesting for me. He leaped into the air, his sword shining with spiritual power as he prepared to unleash the next attack. Michael was certain that this time he would seize the advantage. He told himself that his opponent would have no chance left, because his sword would definitely strike first. But in a single instant, Damien's eyes blazed with oppressive authority. He swung his sword as fast as lightning, dragging a massive stream of jade-blue spiritual power that tore horizontally through space. Damien's terrifying speed left Michael with only enough time to widen his eyes in horror, realizing he could not keep up with his opponent's trajectory at all. The impact was so powerful that it made Michael collapse. Damien's figure was carved deep into his eyes, which were dilated from shock. Michael lay sprawled on the ground, wondering in shock what had just happened, when he had not even had time to see the attack. Large cracks spread across the ground right beneath the Hudson young master's feet. Seeing his son defeated, Marcus Holland screamed in panic, "Michael." In that moment, the system seemed to show only the word defeat in silence. Holland shouted madly, ordering Michael to stand up, draw his sword, and keep fighting. "What are you doing? Stand up, draw your sword." Michael only reached up in a daze to touch his face, his entire body trembling from the feeling of death having just brushed past by a hair's breadth. He wondered in shock, "What is this? I clearly died just now." The pressure from that attack had completely crushed the will to fight of the Leonblum family's genius. His body was still fine, but his mind had long since been knocked out of the game. Damien looked coldly at the one kneeling on the ground, then mocked him. "Hey, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly kneel down?" A terrifying dark killing intent radiated from Damien and enveloped the entire arena, making Michael tremble in utmost fear. Damien asked in a low voice, "Do you still think we are equals?" Before the overwhelming gap in strength, Michael completely broke down and stammered in panic. Could all of it have been an illusion? In the end, Michael Leonblum lowered his head and gave up. "I surrender. Just drink with all your heart and enjoy it to the fullest." Laughter and chatter rang throughout the camp as the victory celebration was held that very night. Meanwhile, Marcus Holland clenched his teeth, his face flushed red with resentment, humiliation. Duke Adam, on the other hand, looked extremely delighted. The old man raised his wine glass high and cheerfully invited everyone. "There is still plenty of meat and wine. The more people there are, the livelier the feast becomes." The knights under him kept cheering and thanking the Duke for his generosity, while Holland merely sat there growling in fury before turning his face away in resentment. Adam did not stop there. He slowly walked closer to his defeated opponent, a bottle of wine in hand. The old man smiled meaningfully and called out, "Marcus Leonblum. Oh, we had a bit of a dispute earlier. Everything is over now. Forget it and enjoy yourself with us." The old man calmly poured wine for Holland, then struck him with another psychological blow. "Have a drink. Since I am the winner, I will pour for you first. After all, besides me, who else won?" The mockery made Holland so furious that blue veins bulged on his forehead. The old man could only roar in humiliation. Looking at Damien, who was quietly sitting in a corner, Holland bitterly thought about his son's unbelievable defeat. "It is unbelievable that Michael surrendered before even drawing his sword. I do not know whether to call that bad luck or something else." The old man resentfully drained his glass. A victory feast with no need to fight, only needing the opponent to leave the match on his own. Watching that farce from afar, Damien inwardly remarked that it was truly hopeless. He even invited people from the Marcus family. Looking at Adam's smiling face, Damien clearly understood the true nature behind that generosity. On the surface, the old man seemed warm, but this feast was plainly meant to mock the Marcus family, even teasing his opponent right to his face. Even so, Damien was not too concerned with those power struggles. He smiled faintly, telling himself that in any case, he had achieved his initial goal. Thanks to that match, he had brought victory to the ducal family, making Leonblum think carefully before daring to touch them again. Damien looked at the Pavel knights, who were happily raising their glasses by the fire. Damien knew that his family's position was temporarily safe for now. The mission was done, yet there was still the post-victory scene, with the political DLC unlocked at once. But amid the lively atmosphere, Damien's gaze suddenly deepened. He reminded himself that there was still one unfinished matter, as the shadow of a dark conspiracy still lingered in his mind. Lost in thought, Damien was startled by the sound of ahem clearing a throat right beside him. He turned his head back suspiciously. "If you do not mind, may I sit with you?" Michael asked, his face flushed red from wine and excitement. He poured wine for Damien while stammering a confession. I truly respect you." Damien held the wineglass hesitantly, his eyes full of suspicion as he repeated, "Respect." Michael confessed that all his life, he had thought no one was worthy of standing on equal footing with him, but now he realized Damien was not merely like him, but far greater by a vast margin. Damien inwardly found this dizzying change in attitude hard to believe, especially after everything he had done to his family. From final boss to hardcore fan after one round, this speed was a little game-breakingly fast. Michael scratched his head awkwardly, admitting that although he did not understand how everything had unfolded, even before they had truly fought, his instincts had already told him the result in advance. It turned out that Michael naturally possessed a form of supersensory perception far beyond ordinary people. In the imaginary space Michael had built for himself before the duel, he had realized a terrifying truth when facing Damien. In that mental world, Michael saw himself as utterly small before an existence with overwhelming power. He understood that Damien was on a completely different level from what he could comprehend, and it was that instinctive fear, before such a powerful being, that had saved his life. Damien silently looked at Michael and thought to himself, if you had truly charged in, what you lost would not have been only one arm. Michael looked up at the brightly shining night sky, emotionally remarking that this world was far wider than he had ever thought. Seeing his opponent's awakening, Damien gave him sincere advice in a grave voice. He reminded Michael that the world was indeed vast, and no matter how rare his talent was, he must never delude himself or grow arrogant enough to think he was the strongest. Damien affirmed that even within the Empire, there were at least 3 people whose talent far surpassed his by a great deal. Far too many. Taking a sip of wine, Damien's gaze suddenly darkened as he remembered his painful past. He bitterly admitted that he too had once thought himself the strongest, then paid a heavy price when facing that man. The image of Darugo standing coldly among fallen bodies returned like a brutal reminder of his bitterest defeat. The flashback switched on, turning the drinking feast into horror story mode. Michael looked at Damien with admiration and asked softly, "Then Damien, did you once live with that thought too?" Damien slightly curled his lips and answered confidently, "No, there was no need. I was already the strongest to begin with." That arrogant answer made Michael freeze and repeat the warning from just now, but Damien only replied calmly, "Exactly. If you are not as strong as me, do not dream of deluding yourself." Michael blushed and nodded with determination. "I will remember that." The answer fired his ego in full HD, no patch needed. Just then, Duke Adam staggered over together with Marcus Holland. Well, it seems you two have grown close in such a short time. The friendship of children is always a beautiful thing to behold, is it not?" Adam spoke while glancing at Holland's thunderous expression. Damien asked suspiciously, "Duke, what brings you here?" Adam revealed enthusiastically, "Sorry for interrupting. I have just finished discussing things with the Marquis family. Before the match, I promised to reward the victor by opening the Marquis family's treasury for you." The old Duke laughed with delight. Before he could even mock his opponent, he had already said this man was far too stingy, so I had to persuade him with something else. Holland shouted angrily, "Stingy. How dare you say that when you know full well the value of those treasures?" Turning to Damien, the Marquis' eyes blazed with anger. "Damien, because of what you did to Erwin, I cannot forgive you. But considering the current situation, I will let it pass this time." Holland looked coldly at Damien, then suddenly reached into his chest pocket. "First, I apologize for sending knights to show off our force." A half-hearted apology, neatly dodging the matter of his own child. The old man declared through gritted teeth that he could not open the treasury to an outsider, but said firmly, "Instead, as an apology and a reward for the duel, I will give you an item from the treasury." Damien curiously followed the old man's hand with his eyes. That is, a small wooden box opened, revealing the glittering treasure within, a ring enchanted with spatial magic. Apologizing while still preserving face, exactly the style of high-ranking nobles. The ring in the box gave off a special aura. This was a spatial magic tool crafted by the White Tower, capable of storing up to 100 kilograms of items and worth as much as a small castle. Damien knew the gift did not fulfill the promise of opening the treasury, he still accepted it because its value was not small. Holland said the treasury would not open, but Leon Blum still had plenty of fine weapons. Damien bowed in thanks and accepted the treasure. Not a treasury reward, but enough to make the inventory light up. Seeing the splendor of the greatest knight family in the Apple Kingdom, Damien thought to himself that this place must possess many excellent swords. Suddenly he remembered a special item that was still lying in the Marcus household. Damien's eyes lit up. He looked straight at Holland and asked, "Then may I ask for one more thing, with the old Marcus's agreement?" Damien clearly declared, "I want a bow." That unexpected request could not help but surprise Holland. A bow? How unexpected. Why do you need a bow? Damien gave a radiant yet meaningful smile. He answered calmly, "Father plans to use it as a wedding gift for my younger brother." Meanwhile, at the Hassan mansion beneath the hazy moonlight, Ebel suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Ebel sat blankly in the middle of the night, still holding a needle and stabbing it into a straw doll with a gloomy face. He wiped his nose and muttered in annoyance, "Why did I suddenly sneeze like that?" In front of the majestic mansion of Duke Gopixir, Adam looked at Damien with regret and asked, "Are you really leaving soon? I was still preparing a banquet to honor you. Can you at least not wait until then?" Damien calmly replied that he had been away from home for too long, and now it was time to return to his family. The main quest had just ended, yet an NPC was already trying to keep him, with a Buffett side quest. Adam smiled faintly. "If that truly is your decision, I cannot stop you either. But at least stay one more day. I will send knights to escort you on your way." Seeing that Damien was still somewhat hesitant, the old Duke explained further that although his skills were outstanding, Bandits could still appear along the road, so he wanted him to travel in the most comfortable state possible. Damian thought to himself that an escort was not actually necessary, but in the face of the Duke's goodwill, he should still accept. Damian bowed politely. Yes, my lord. Thank you for everything until now. The rapid sound of horse hooves rang out, signaling that the journey home had officially begun. Amid the escorting knights, Victor dragged his feet while sighing in relief. You are finally going back, young master, a survivor of a long chain of events, with about 30% mental battery left. The young servant even added a loaded remark. In any case, thank God the trouble you caused has been resolved. Damian gave him a sharp glance. Are you mocking me? Victor flinched and laughed awkwardly to cover himself, but then began complaining about having to walk until his legs were numb, while Damian leisurely rode a horse. The boy grumbled because he could not enjoy that luxury, constantly whining that his legs hurt. Damian looked at the servant's figure and gritted his teeth as he told himself, how much more fat has this fatty gained since leaving the Duke's mansion? Once we get home, I must train him again. At that moment, a knight ahead called out loudly, Sir Damian, it is almost dark. I will prepare to make camp. Late night descended, and the group stopped to set up camp deep in the forest beneath the bright, full moon. Victor cheerfully held a fragrant skewer of roasted meat and cried out, it is fully cooked, young master. Damian smiled in satisfaction. Good, then take a bite. Camp was set, the main quest was paused, and the eating event opened. Seeing the two escort knights still standing guard seriously, Victor warmly invited them, honored knights, please dine with us. The crew-cut knight seemed hesitant and politely refused. No thank you, we will eat later. Victor tried to persuade them to eat together for the fun of it. Damian only observed everything in silence with a calm gaze. Suddenly, he recalled the emotional farewell with Pavel's group of knights at the Duke's estate. They had wept miserably when they learned he was about to leave. Are you truly leaving tomorrow? Damian could only sigh at that clinginess. The Pavel fan club still auto-activated even though the map had ended. Pavel gripped Damian's hand tightly, tears streaming down his face as he thanked him in a choked voice. Sir Damian, thanks to you, we were able to touch a new horizon. We even rendered great service to the ducal family. Damian smiled faintly, acknowledging their efforts. Yes, you all worked very hard too. All three knights puffed out their chests with vigor, swearing they would never forget the hard-won lessons he had taught them and promising to keep striving even more. They bowed their heads together in respectful gratitude, leaving Damian momentarily surprised as well. Thank you very much, Sir Damian. Returning to the present beside the bonfire, Damian smiled faintly and told himself, yes, it was nothing. He looked at Victor, who was happily eating dinner beside the knights. The peaceful atmosphere was suddenly broken by a strange sound echoing from the bushes behind them. The red-haired knight immediately became alert. He signaled to his companion and reported, Sir Damian, I will patrol around here just in case. Watching him stroll into the darkness of the forest, Damian narrowed his thought and said in a low voice, I do not think that is necessary. The red-haired knight still stepped into the night, leaving behind a promise, it will not take long, I will be back right away. Yet at the very moment he had just as he turned his back, Damian instantly sensed a dense surge of killing intent. Without hesitating for even a second, he sprang up and swung the 1,000-mile sword, creating a purple sword arc that tore through space. A tremendous explosion rang out. The sudden strike made the traitorous knight scream in agony as spiritual power swallowed him whole. Damian coldly looked at the one who had just acted loyal, now collapsed beneath his feet. The turn came faster than a scene transition. The betrayal status had not even had time to appear. He assessed inwardly, so the Duke really did send people to escort me. Damian narrowed his eyes in contempt, fully aware that these low-ranking knights were not skilled enough to protect anyone. Suddenly, a dark hand blazing with purple spiritual power reached out from the bushes. It fired a magical spear aiming straight toward the place where Damian stood and Victor was sleeping soundly. The spear shot forward at terrifying speed, but Damian moved like lightning and raised his hand, stopping it in midair. He gripped the evil-filled weapon tightly and declared inwardly, this thing cannot stop me. The side boss had only just appeared and was already damage-tested. The remaining knight drew his sword in shock, his eyes bulging in terror as he saw a black figure strolling out from the depths of the forest. He asked tremblingly, you are... The one who appeared beneath the blood moon was Ernst Horowitz, but now he had transformed completely, with hollow purple eyes and black energy covering his entire body. The escort knight cried out in despair, Sir Ernst Horowitz, why are you doing this? Victor also woke with a start, only managing to cry out, young master. From above, the eerie black shadows of the Uland organization watched silently and mocked them. Oh my, is there a pet blocking the way? Rebecca, Chelsea's maid, lightly pushed up her glasses and smiled viciously when she saw the prey had fallen into the trap. The purple smoke of the soul-enchanting incense began spreading across the camp. It caused the escort knight to gradually lose his senses, and he murmured unconsciously, "This scent." Damien realized Victor was also beginning to be affected by black magic. He said in a low voice, "Then there is no other choice. Sorry, Victor." To protect his servant from being manipulated, Damien decisively struck him on the nape, making Victor faint instantly. Victor collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and completely unconscious. Meanwhile, Rebecca remained immersed in smug satisfaction. That woman smiled sinisterly as she watched the minds of those around her fall into chaos under the magic. Ernst Horowitz writhed in pain, trying to resist as he roared, "Stop it." But a heavy punch containing purple spiritual power slammed straight into the traitorous knight's face, knocking him down without the slightest mercy. The entire campsite was now nothing but a ruined, desolate scene under the control of the dark mages. The lobby had just reset, and our team took a map-wide debuff. The hooded people of the Uland organization strolled closer to Damien. They seemed extremely interested that a low-ranking knight could resist the soul-enchanting incense. One of them smiled sinisterly, guessing that he must have a special constitution. Rebecca curled her lips faintly, her eyes blazing with calculation. "Exactly, now I am curious. How about we just kill him, then slowly dissect him and see?" Before Damien stood monsters and Ernst, all wildly emitting black energy. Damien still kept an icy expression, his eyes blazing with resolve, as though he was ready to step into a battle of life and death. What an interesting fellow. The dark mages looked at Damien with curiosity, unable to believe that a low-ranking man could be immune to the bewitching scent. Rebecca lightly pushed up her glasses, revealing a cruel smile mixed with excitement. She declared decisively that she would take Damien down first, then slowly study his body to satisfy her curiosity. Facing those chilling threats, Damien's gaze remained sharp, cold, and calm. The villains were planning like they were ordering from a menu, unaware they had just chosen the wrong hidden boss. Ernst Horowitz ground his teeth and roared madly, "I finally found you, Damien." With lifeless eyes, he declared that he would crush him and offer him to Lady Chelsea's grave. In stark contrast to that fury, Damien only curled his lips slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. He inwardly mocked the man who had once been so frightened before Lord Can that he lost all face. Yet now he was blaming someone else for what he himself had not been strong enough to protect. Seeing Damien's attitude, Rebecca mocked him for truly being cold-hearted, knowing exactly how to dig into a man's wounds. She narrowed her eyes, unable to understand where his confidence came from when he dared face 3 powerful opponents alone. The leader of the Dark Mages began arrogantly introducing his identity. But before he could finish speaking, Damien calmly cut him off. He exposed them as dark demons, officer-level mages of the organization Yulan. That revelation left Rebecca so stunned her face twisted. She stammered, unable to understand how he knew that secret. The boss identity got spoiled mid-introduction. Exactly that kind of feeling. Like being forced to skip a cutscene without anyone asking permission. Damien indifferently picked his ear and replied mockingly that his hearing was simply a little sharp. Insulted, the leader roared that no matter how much he boasted, he would die here today. Gigantic spear blazing with jade blue spiritual power was summoned, radiating terrifying pressure. When the enemy charged forward, maximum energy erupted, tearing through the night and shaking the forest. The enemy had just cast a skill, and our side had already answered in a completely unnecessary style. The sound of rapid footsteps tore across the night as Damien rushed forward, fast as a bolt of lightning. He stopped the enemy's attack amid a violent explosion of spiritual power. Looking at the fat dark mage and his companions in shock, he curled his lips slightly with a mysterious smile. "It seems you have misunderstood something," Damien calmly declared, "because I am not alone either." Immediately, a powerful pressure appeared behind him. Sebastian Vincenzo, an intermediate knight of Duke Gopixier's lineage, appeared proudly with a sword shining with jade blue spiritual power. Back in the Duke's office, Damien bowed his head and expressed his sincere gratitude. "Yes, my lord, I thank you for taking care of me all this time," Duke Adam Gopixier said in a deep voice. There is one more matter I would like to ask of you." Then he revealed news that made the atmosphere tense. Ernst Horowitz has disappeared. He feared that Ernst resented him and Damien because of Chelsea's death and would certainly seek revenge. Moreover, the dark mages whose plan had been ruined would not let him go either. The Duke said decisively, "I have Lord Kian protecting me, while you do not." "Correct. Therefore, I will send another expert to accompany and protect you." The main quest had only been peaceful for 10 seconds, and the Revenge DLC had already expanded. He ordered, "Come in." The door to the room immediately swung open. The figure of a tall knight with swept-up hair slowly stepped out from the darkness. Damien froze when he recognized the familiar man, Sebastian Vincenzo. The Duke explained that the other intermediate knights were all busy with missions, so only Sebastian was currently free to take on the task of protecting him. Duke Adam instructed him, "Sir Sebastian, please look after Damien with the utmost care." Faced with that commission, Sebastian answered loudly, "Yes, my lord. Even if I must trade my life for it, I will protect him." As it turned out, the Duke had instructed Vincenzo from the very beginning to secretly follow behind and protect Damien. Damien calculated inwardly. If Vincenzo openly accompanied him, the dark mages would refuse to show themselves. On the surface, it was an escort, but in truth, it was a trap. a trap meant to lure out those who were hiding. Amid the silent night, Ernst Horowitz twisted his face into a sinister smile. It has been a long time, Sir Sebastian. Sebastian asked in shock why he was here. Ernst ground his teeth and swore that he would not spare anyone connected to Grand Duchess Chelsea's death. When Sebastian tried to explain that Chelsea had ended her own life and no one was at fault, he immediately screamed madly, "Stop talking nonsense." He shouted in fury, the Grand Duchess was so powerful, someone like her could never possibly have taken her own life. Ernst stubbornly insisted that the Duke had harmed the young lady during the brutal interrogation. Under the smug gazes of the dark mages behind him, a cold purple-black aura wrapped around his arm. He roared with murderous intent, "I will never let the Grand Duchess's death go. I will kill Damien, kill everyone who ever interrogated her, and finally kill the Duke as well." Plot twist stacked on plot twist. Hearing it made one want to open the internal wiki and check the lore. Sebastian answered coldly, "You say you want to murder His Grace the Duke. That is truly... You have gone mad." Ernst laughed repulsively and proposed, "Kaha, Sir Sebastian, I will not make things difficult for you. Just hand Damien over, and I will let you live." Standing right behind him, Damien commented in a low voice, "How bold." Sebastian erupted with imposing jade blue spiritual power, drew his sword, and roared, "A lowlife like you dares say you will spare anyone's life." Before the overwhelming aura of the intermediate night, Damien curled his lips slightly in appreciation. "Arrogant. Cack, that's right." Ernst laughed madly, admitting that Sebastian had once been stronger than him, but now everything was different. Sebastian was stunned as he realized the truth. "You fool. Could it be that you have gotten involved with dark magic?" The dark mage behind him explained smugly that Ernst had used forbidden arts to obtain nearly immortal strength. In exchange, he had to pay with his lifespan, gaining superior mana and physique. The villain had received a patch update, changing to a new build but losing his lifespan entirely. "Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Behold the power I have obtained." Ernst roared, erupting with a stream of dark purple spiritual power. That power tore through space, forcing Sebastian to struggle to withstand it. The intermediate knight was horrified by the terrifying pressure. Could it have even surpassed a great mage? Ernst laughed arrogantly, mocking Sebastian for not listening to the warning, because if he had simply handed Damien over, he would not have had to die. "I already told you." He roared in fury, unleashing a fatal blow that formed a gigantic cross-shaped explosion and swallowed Sebastian. The earth-shaking collision left Sebastian frozen in shock before he was struck down by dark power. Amid the rubble, Damien still silently observed with a cold, emotionless gaze. The boss had unleashed his ultimate move, yet his side's health bar had not dropped. The game seemed a little wrong. A surge of spiritual power shook the entire forest, sweeping up a murky cloud of smoke and dust that swallowed the scene. Damien stood firm amid the vortex of spiritual power, his calm gaze fixed straight on the heart of the explosion. From the gray smoke, Ernst Horowitz stepped out with a twisted face and a ghastly smile, the dark marks on his body blazing with deathly energy. The cutscene shifted phase, and the map automatically changed to Boss Enright. In the still forest night, a deep purple surge of energy suddenly erupted, tearing through space and sweeping up dense smoke and dust. Facing that terrifying force, Damien remained cold but fully alert. From the thick black smoke, Ernst Horowitz emerged with a distorted face, eyes blazing with murderous intent, and a crazed smile. At this moment, he was no different from a true monster, his muscles bulging, evil spiritual power covering his entire body. Seeing his opponent undergo such a terrifying transformation, Damien murmured in surprise, "That power is truly no ordinary thing." Ernst gritted his teeth and glared at him with extreme hatred. Witnessing that shocking scene, Rebecca and the dark mage Mustafuri behind him could not hide their astonishment either. Yet Sebastian Vincenzo still forced himself to stand amid the ruins. He declared in a ringing voice, "I am not as weak as you think. A simple strike like that is not enough to bring me down." Though he spoke bravely, the mid-ranked knight was secretly worried about how long he could hold out against this power far beyond imagination. Sebastian turned to him and ordered in a stern voice, "Lord Damien, leave this place to me and go to the ducal territory for aid." Damien froze for a brief moment at Sebastian's decision. He observed in silence, then gave a faint nod and answered firmly, "Understood, Lord Vincenzo." Damien immediately turned and shot into the night to seek reinforcements. Seeing his prey about to escape, Ernst Horowitz roared in fury and instantly tried to rush after him. The dark mages behind him also shouted loudly, do not even think of running." They unleashed purple spiritual power in unison to cut off the young master of House Hassan's retreat. The mission began, and the map automatically spawned more gatekeeping monsters. Ernst Horowitz shot forward like lightning, roaring, "Not that fast, Damien." He swung his twin claws blazing with dark energy, intending to finish Damien off at once. But Sebastian Vincenzo was one beat faster, swinging his sword bright with blue spiritual power to block the strike in midair. The violent clash sent sparks bursting through the dark night. Sebastian used all his strength to hold the escape route, determined to stop the treacherous knight at any cost. An insanely clean block, low ping but reflexes like a game hack. Sebastian Vincenzo poured all his strength into the battle. He shouted with determination, "Do not even think about it, Horowitz. We will fight to the death here." Blocked so fiercely, Ernst Horowitz gritted his teeth in rage. Damn it, Vincenzo. If that is what you want, I will take you down first. Cold purple spiritual power flared from the treacherous knight's deformed body, as if it meant to swallow his opponent whole. A violent explosion shook the entire forest, streaks of dazzling light tearing across the night. Amid the smoke and dust, Damien carried Victor on his back in a panic, running at full speed through the trees to escape pursuit. Streams of deep purple dark energy kept shooting toward him like life-stealing arrows, forcing him to dodge with great effort. Mustafuri and Rebecca suddenly appeared, blocking the escape route. He sneered with contempt. Ah, fool, you should have run alone. The dark mage's eyes flashed viciously as he looked at Damien. You think you can carry that pig with you? You have underestimated us far too much. In stark contrast to the enemy's confidence, Damien curled his lips slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. You are the foolish ones. He gently set the sleeping Victor against the base of a tree, so carefully that it made Mustafuri could not help freezing, blurting out, "What?" Damien calmly revealed, "I only lured you here because while Lord Vincenzo was still watching, I could not fight for real." He stretched his shoulders to warm up, his eyes shining with resolve as he declared, "Then let us end this quickly. I still have to deal with you and go save Lord Vincenzo." Damien's almost arrogant confidence left Rebecca and Mustafuri stunned in place. A mid-battle plot twist, the boss admits he has been holding back, and everyone lags a little after hearing it. Mustafuri roared in fury, his purple eyes blazing with dark energy. He shouted loudly, "Facing both of us alone, how arrogant." He turned and ordered his subordinate, Rebecca, "Fall back for now." She immediately bowed her head and obeyed, "Yes, Captain." Right after that, the dark mage erupted with an astonishing surge of deep purple spiritual power, ancient magic circles appearing around his deforming hands. His body began to swell, radiating a suffocating pressure of darkness. He mutated into a menacing demonic form. The boss team splits its formation on its own, one person entering a solo phase like he is about to open his final form. Mustafuri exuded dense dark spiritual power, forming a gigantic demonic phantom behind him. He roared arrogantly, "Allow me to introduce us properly. I am the captain of Yulin Mustafuri, and this is my vice-captain, Rebecca." Mustafuri's second form had completely mutated with crimson skin, bulging muscles, and threatening thorny tentacles. Damien silently observed that horrific transformation. He realized inwardly that he had once thought they were merely officers, but the truth was far beyond that. "Seeing the way you transform through dark magic, it seems you are people of the Frenzy Guild." Damien's knowledge surprised Mustafuri, but he still smiled sinisterly. "Oh, so you know us. Then you must also understand how powerful we are." In the very next instant, the demon unleashed a lightning-fast attack that left Damien only just enough time to gasp in surprise before quickly leaning aside to dodge. An overwhelmingly powerful smash slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater amid the billowing smoke and dust. Seeing that his opponent was still completely unharmed, Mustafuri murmured with excitement, "Wow, I did not expect you to withstand that." He secretly judged that the rumors about the young master of House Hassan had not been exaggerated after all, because Damien did not only possess great destructive power, his movement speed was also extremely formidable. Damien tensed his body preparing for the next attack and told himself, if judged by physique alone, he is at least above the intermediate rank. The dark tentacles blazing with purple spiritual power went mad once more, tearing across the night. Damien kept flipping skillfully between the trees, evading the attacks closing in from every direction. Streams of deep purple dark energy swept through the air, sticking close to him without falling even half a step behind. But in one careless instant, Damien realized in shock that he had entered his opponent's range. Mustafuri roared triumphantly, "Got you." He brought his gigantic fist straight down toward Damien. The battle closed on the demon's crimson eyes, blazing with murderous intent as he stared fixedly at his prey. The combo had dragged across the map too long, so the boss activated a skill to read his position outright. Damien raised his hand and stopped Mustafuri's fist, heavy as 1,000 pounds, dead in its tracks. He unleashed the ultimate technique, all phenomena insight, leaving the demon stunned in astonishment. By persistently using the divine medicine provided by the Duke every day during training, Damien had reached the level where he could freely wield this supreme ultimate technique. Seeing that his opponent was still standing firm, Mustafuri roared in fury that it was only a cheap trick, then charged forward like a madman. He poured in all his strength, yet his heavy attacks were still easily neutralized by Damien. Fast as lightning, Damien swung his sword and cut apart the dark tentacles closing in around him. Sapphire sword trails crossed over one another endlessly at a speed that made one's eyes shudder. Slashes struck straight into the demon's body, creating a dazzling eruption of energy. The overwhelming power of the 1,000-mile sword sent Mustafuri flying back and shattering in midair. The demon stared in shock as his body disintegrated. Unable to believe Damien was actually this strong, he began to suspect that he had been hiding his strength all along. He admitted Damien had enough power to take down a Jiddo. Mustafuri still arrogantly declared that all his tricks were useless. He frantically used the terrifying regenerative ability of dark mana to immediately reconstruct his body. Witnessing that astonishing regenerative power, the situation suddenly became completely different. Damien did not look worried at all. Instead, he even broke into an intrigued smile. He faintly curled his lips, inwardly thinking that he had once feared the battle would end too quickly, but the current situation left him extremely satisfied. The boss had just been taken down, yet revived right in the middle of the fight, as if this game had no cooldown at all. Damien's eyes shone brightly with excitement as he stared at the roaring monster. The more he could let loose, the more fun it became, did it not? The sapphire spiritual power from the sword spread violently, signaling a true one-sided domination. Damien had now entered long-haul boss hunting mode, with no intention of ending things quickly. In the dark forest, violent explosions erupted one after another, tearing through the night with deadly purple flashes. Sebastian was forced to pour out every last bit of his remaining strength to withstand them. He tried to block the relentless attacks from Earthquake, the one who possessed terrifying power. Intermediate Knight panted heavily, his body already exhausted to the limit. Ernst did not miss the opportunity, mocking Sebastian for struggling so terribly. He clicked his tongue, saying it was impressive that he had held out this long. Those words were no different from rubbing salt into Sebastian's pride. He gritted his teeth bitterly, feeling humiliated that he was losing to someone who used filthy black arts. Ernst gave an arrogant sneer, leisurely stepped closer, and was certain that Sebastian's death was only a matter of time. He growled out a challenge, wanting to see how much longer Sebastian could endure before completely collapsing by his hand. Sebastian sank to his knees, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He bitterly admitted that the other man was right. Right now, he could only desperately buy time. In that moment of crisis, the intermediate knight prayed inwardly. Damn it, but he is right. I can only hold out. Lord Damien, please return. Completely opposite to the dangerous situation Sebastian was facing, Damien was instead extremely excited as he battled the demon Mustafuri. He curled his lips, inwardly thinking that now he could finally run wild in the true sense. Damien's excessive confidence drove Mustafuri mad. He roared, "You are more confident than I expected. Let us see if you can dodge this move." The demon gathered a massive stream of purple spiritual power before his chest, preparing to unleash a destructive blow meant to crush Damien. The boss had been hit in his weak point, so he immediately opened a new phase. Mustafuri poured all his dark demonic power into the enormous purple sphere, then fired the destructive energy straight toward his opponent. Amid that dazzling light, Damien still stood firm without the slightest wavering. The thousand-mile sword released ripples of sapphire light, stopping the attack in an instant. Seeing his ultimate technique neutralized, Mustafuri cried out in terror, "How can you block it?" His finishing move had just been unleashed, yet was countered as if it had never existed. Damien did not give his opponent any chance to react. He swung his sword, creating sapphire slashes that seemed to tear through space itself. The slashes struck straight into the demon, making him scream in pain and panic. Though he was gravely wounded and his body kept leaking black fluid, Mustafuri still stubbornly threatened that Damien would not block it a second time. But Damien's following sword strikes completely overwhelmed him, making him collapse and realize in despair that his regeneration was gradually weakening. He panicked, thinking he had to recover quickly, but his familiar regeneration spell no longer worked as before. Damien leisurely approached the defeated enemy and asked coldly, "You cannot recover, can you?" He calmly explained that the source of that healing art came from dark demonic power. Therefore, it could not be used recklessly forever. Mustafuri asked in terror, trembling, "You bastard, how do you know that?" Damien only answered mysteriously, "That is my business." He pressed the tip of his sword close to the man's neck, asking whether cutting off his head would finish him completely. Suddenly, Mustafuri burst into mad laughter. "Haha, you have fallen into the trap," he shouted loudly, calling Rebecca's name in desperation. Becca immediately played her trump card, casting high-tier black magic. 8th tier, instant death. A giant skeletal reaper appeared behind Damien, swinging its scythe as it prepared to take his life. Gustav seized the chance to grab Damien's head tightly, then roared in triumph, "Got you." The battle was tense, yet the enemy team was still exposing its own weakness. Even while restrained by the monster, Damien remained chillingly calm. A magic sigil blazed on his hand, instantly creating an extremely powerful surge of energy. That power scattered the Reaper's figure and snapped the dark scythe before the enemy's stunned eyes. The boss tried to pour in power, while Damien still dominated without needing much effort. Mustafuri was so stunned that his eyes bulged. "It is over already, how can this happen?" Damien looked at him with contempt and mockery. "What is that pathetic black magic? Is that your final effort?" Mustafuri roared in rage that it was the culmination of Yolani's lifelong research into black magic, a secret technique capable of taking down even high-ranking powerhouses under the right conditions. The demon howled in utter humiliation as his proud technique was broken far too easily. Looking at that miserable state, Damien coldly spoke, "You disgusting creatures. The nature of black magic was merely parasitic power, feeding on the souls of others to grow stronger, not at all as profound as they imagined." Damien lightly touched the ring on his hand, his eyes flashing dangerously. "I just thought of something rather interesting. I will use the very power you worship to destroy you all." A pitch-black surge of spiritual power erupted violently, making Rebecca scream in terror. "Captain, that is black magic." Damian stood towering amid the roiling black aura, declaring that insects like them had surely never seen magic at this level. Immediately, he cast ninth ring black magic, absolute darkness, creating a jet black sphere that carried destructive pressure. Rebecca was stunned beyond belief. Ninth ring, impossible. Damian gave a cold smile when he saw the terror clearly written across the enemy's face. A gigantic sphere of darkness swallowed Mustafury, crushing the demon's body in a violent eruption of energy. Mustafury's scream died out amid the dense purple-black smoke, tearing through the air in the forest. Damian stood amid the wreckage, his cold, emotionless eyes directed at Rebecca, who stood frozen before his absolute power. The boss had just entered the fight, only to be sent straight back to the waiting lobby before he could even type GG. The enormous sphere of darkness contracted, then exploded, crushing Mustafury in a shockwave of spiritual power. The power of the 9 Emperors' magic made him vanish completely. There was no chance left for him to resist. Damian stood towering amid the ruins, his cold eyes blazing as he looked at the remains of the enemy who had just been erased. The ultimate move had just been unleashed, and the entire battlefield seemed to have reset the enemy's status. Drops of dark purple liquid from the dark mage's body dripped onto Damian's sleeve, then seeped into the ground. Just then, Victor gradually woke from his stupor. The boy asked dazedly, "Where is this?" Damian turned around, saw the servant's smeared face, and blurted out, "Victor, your face." Victor still did not understand what was going on. He raised a hand to touch his face and asked blankly, "Yes, is something wrong?" The moment he saw the dark purple liquid on his hand, Victor screamed in terror, "Blood." The boy immediately collapsed, falling hard to the ground and wailing in despair, thinking he had died because he followed Damian. Faced with his servant's excessive panic, Damian could only fall speechless. He sighed and explained, "No, I meant the dark mage's blood got on your face." Victor instantly fell silent, while Damian suddenly remembered something important. He had forgotten to ask the demons last time about Doggo before killing them, so he could only look at the puddle of black fluid and murmur that he had to use this method. He extended his hand shrouded in black energy toward the remains and began casting an evil secret art to summon the souls. Streams of dark purple energy immediately churned into a violent vortex. They sucked in the remaining fragments of the mage's souls. Miserable screams echoed through the space as their souls were compressed into agonizing spheres of energy. This fight had shifted straight into the horror arc. Just hearing the sound was enough to chill the spine. Damian looked at the dark purple spheres hovering before him and silently told himself, "I have to draw out the information I did not have time to ask while they were alive through summoning their souls." He spoke coldly, "Hey," making those souls tremble in terror. Damian's eyes blazed with authority as he raised his hand and ordered them to confess everything. From combat, it shifted straight to interrogation, and the atmosphere turned as cold as a server that had just restarted. Meanwhile, on Sebastian's battlefield, an earth-shattering explosion had just descended. Sebastian was blasted far away, blood spilling from his mouth before the overwhelming power of Ernst Horowitz. The traitorous knight in the form of a demon gripped his spear tightly, crushing the ground beneath his feet as he advanced, making Sebastian horrified by the vast gap in their strength. Sebastian collapsed beside the base of a tree, his whole body drained from severe injuries and nearly unable to resist any longer. Ernst slowly closed in on his exhausted prey, his face deranged, his body wrapped in dark killing intent. He gave a cruel smile and declared loudly, "This is the end, Sebastian. I will let you go quickly." Sebastian gritted his teeth through the pain, inwardly determined to drag him down to hell even if he died. At that critical moment, Damian's voice suddenly rang out. "Impressive. You held out very well, Vincenzo." Damian leisurely stepped out from the darkness, holding a radiant soul sphere in his hand. Seeing him appear, Ernst roared in hatred, "I was planning to find and kill you, yet you walked into your own grave." Damian curled his lips slightly, revealing a challenging smile. "Is that so? That will become clear soon enough." Tightening his grip on the dark purple soul sphere in his hand, Damian warned in a cold voice, "Take one more step and the one who dies will be you." Ernst madly ground his teeth and roared, "I do not know where your confidence comes from, but enough talk, die." He swung the spear blazing with black energy and charged straight into attack. The direct blow came crashing in, but Damian still stood firm, not wavering in the slightest. He moved like lightning, raising his hand to stop the spear tip dead, then smiled. That mysterious smile left Ernst stunned as he blurted out, "How is this possible? A charge as strong as a meta update was still read on the very first frame." Witnessing that unbelievable scene from the base of the tree, Sebastian could only stare blankly and wonder what exactly was happening. Immediately afterward, a surge of dark purple spiritual power erupted violently from Damian's hand. It instantly wrapped tightly around the traitorous knight. Ernst screamed in agony, his eyes bulging as he looked at Damian with utter hatred. "You bastard, I will kill you," he roared, but the dark power had completely vanished. Ernst collapsed to the ground in a state of exhaustion. He thought he had activated boss mode, only to have his buff turned off right in the middle of the fight. Damien looked down over the battlefield from above and mocked him. Tejish, you fool, you still do not realize it. If the soul of the dark mage controlling you is destroyed, every spell they cast will vanish as well. Ernst was now only a withered old man, lying motionless beside the broken spear. Sebastian asked in shock what exactly happened. Damien calmly explained that this condition was exactly like Gil Legmo's, perhaps a side effect of hack mana leaving his body. Although Sebastian was still dazed, he gave a slight nod in agreement, then worriedly asked about the fate of the dark mages. Damien stepped forward, carefully helped the heavily injured middle-class knight to his feet, then spoke decisively. Return to the Duke's mansion first, I will explain everything on the way. When they returned to the mansion of the Gopixi ducal family, Damien murmured softly to himself, it is just as I thought. Before the middle-class knight, Duke Adam Gopixier spoke, thank you Sir Sebastian. You protected Damien just as I expected. But Sebastian immediately corrected him respectfully. Not exactly, it was thanks to Sir Damien that I survived. The confession left the old Duke extremely surprised. He smiled brightly, having thought Sebastian had supported Damien, only to find out Damien had carried him instead, then looked at Damien with gratitude. Thank you, Damien, for eliminating those dark mages. Damien humbly lowered his head. I only did what needed to be done. Fortunately, they were not as strong as I had imagined. He further explained that when the mages were destroyed, the dark mana manipulating Ernst also vanished completely. Adam said in a deep voice that Damien should not belittle himself, because not many people could do what he called necessary. He sincerely thanked him for eliminating the threat within the mansion. Then he sighed softly as he thought of the souls of those who had died at their hands and could finally truly rest in peace. The Duke was speaking seriously, while Damien's power still exceeded the server's balance standards. Once everything was settled, Damien asked permission to return to his family, but Adam hesitated and hoped he would stay longer. Before the young man's suspicious gaze, the old Duke smiled and revealed that there was someone he absolutely had to meet. Damien wondered in astonishment, someone I have to meet. At that very moment, a graceful figure in dignified white armor suddenly appeared, completely changing the atmosphere in the room. That person was Agnes. She smiled brightly and greeted him. Long time no see. The sudden appearance of the Holy Knight left Damien stunned, and he only managed to speak in shock. Long time no see. Agnes stood tall and imposing, her dignified presence radiating a brilliant halo like a messenger of light. Meeting again with her aura turned up to max, the whole area seemed to shift mood. The radiant grounds of the ducal estate, Damien and Agnes sat together enjoying tea inside a luxurious pavilion. Behind the dense bushes, Victor and a close knight of the Duke were secretly watching with suspicion. The knight exclaimed in shock, seeing it with my own eyes, and it is still hard to believe. That slender girl is truly a member of the Star Order. Victor nodded slightly and confirmed that she was an acquaintance of the young master. Seeing Agnes so gentle, the knight remarked that she was completely different from his image of a holy knight. But Victor immediately warned him, appearances do not tell everything. She is terrifying, sir. She looks peaceful, but the survival radar has already triggered a red alert. Watching from afar, the knight narrowed his eyes in thought. He felt that something was unusual, because those two did not look as though they were conducting an interrogation at all. In the Duke's eyes, the atmosphere between Damien and Agnes was extremely harmonious, even strangely warm. Damien calmly took a sip of tea and recounted his achievement. After that, I dealt with the dark mage. Hearing that, Agnes smiled faintly in regret. I see, it is truly a pity that I could not witness it with my own eyes. Agnes gently set down her teacup, looked at Damien, and teased him. Now that you mention it, Damien, you seem to have quite the fate with dark mages. Damien gave an awkward smile and replied, I knew the Order had sent someone to investigate this matter, but I did not expect that person to be you, Lady Agnes. Agnes's cheeks faintly flushed with shyness. She lowered her head and confessed, because I knew you were here, I volunteered, Damien. That moment left Damien only able to stare blankly and blurt out, But Agnes quickly regained her stern expression and asked about the important matter. Before eliminating them, did you manage to investigate which organization they belonged to? Damien narrowed his eyes slightly in thought. He knew that revealing the truth about the Yuland organization right now would bring many complications, so it was best to hide it. He calmly replied, I did not find out anything. Judging from their skills, they did not seem connected to any organization. The question had barely been asked before it went straight into high-level logic mode. Hearing Damien's answer, Agnes fell into thought. I see. I had wondered whether they might have come from the dark mage Euron. Realizing that she was especially concerned, Damien asked curiously in return, Lady Agnes, you have been investigating Euron for quite some time. If it is not inconvenient, may I ask the reason? Agnes lightly touched her teacup, her eyes suddenly turning deep and filled with many unspoken feelings. She breathed softly and revealed, actually I am pursuing a dark mage connected to Euron. Damien immediately asked, who is that man? The tea had not even cooled before it switched into investigation mode, straight into national criminal profile mode. Agnes said in a grave voice that he was a notorious serial killer who had caused thousands of deaths, her face clearly showing rage. He was known by a horrifying title, corpse play. Damien listened in silence, clearly sensing the heavy pressure radiating from Agnes. She tightened her grip on the teacup, her hands trembling slightly with anger, then said that no one knew his real name. However, that grotesque title became famous after a case that shook everyone. Agnes recalled the terrifying memory of one night, when a noble's mansion suddenly turned into a nest of undead. Corpses with distorted faces poured into the streets, turning the entire town into a horrific scene. The knights arrived and immediately devoted all their strength to exterminating the undead. They had no idea that the one behind everything was still silently watching. From within the darkness, hidden beneath a mysterious cloak, at the central square, a chilling sight appeared, leaving any knight who witnessed it frozen in silence. The remains of the victims had been cruelly arranged, forming the giant words "corpse play" in the middle of the square. Agnes shuddered and raised a hand to cover her mouth as revulsion surged within her. Even more bitterly, she realized that the monster had committed all those crimes only to satisfy his desire for fame. Seeing Agnes tremble with fury, Damien thought to himself that this still was not enough to explain why she was personally pursuing the Iron organization. However, there was one truth Damien could not tell her. In reality, he knew very well the real name of the one called Corpse Play. In the distant future, this demon would gain Darugo's absolute trust. He would climb to the position of regional leader, commanding a mighty army of undead on the front lines of the war. Hearing about that future alone was enough to fill the screen with red alerts. No oracle needed to know how dangerous he was. Agnes looked at Damien with eyes full of expectation and told him, "Sir Damien, if you discover anything about that man, please inform me immediately." Damien nodded slightly and answered calmly, "Yes, I understand." He drank the last sip of tea and stood up. "Lady Agnes, this is currently my entire testimony. If you find it acceptable, may we end the interrogation here?" Agnes smiled. "Thank you." Damien responded with a polite yes, accompanied by a mysterious smile. He stepped out of the pavilion and called out loudly, "It is done, Duke." Damien inwardly breathed a sigh of relief because everything had ended smoothly. He told himself that he could now return to his original schedule, because there was no longer any reason for the old Duke to keep him there any longer. Victor hurriedly followed behind, drenched in sweat from waiting far too long. Once free of the pressure, the protagonist immediately switched into the ultimate off-duty mode. Damien waved goodbye, then take care. His journey at the ducal estate officially came to an end, while at the Hassan Barony estate, the evening light was gradually fading. Louis stood quietly before the gate, her eyes still fixed on the distant road. Seeing that his older sister still had not gone inside, Abel walked over and asked, "Are you going outside again?" Louis startled and turned back, while Abel asked worriedly, "Heavens, what is wrong with you?" Abel explained, "You suddenly disappeared, so I had to come looking for you." He advised her, "Do you really think standing here waiting will make him come back sooner? Wait inside." Louis smiled gently and replied, "It is all right, I will go in later." Knowing his sister's thoughts clearly, Abel asked directly, "Are you worried about him?" Louis nodded slightly. Yes, that child has always been gentle, and he went to the Duke's mansion alone. Hearing the word gentle, Abel shuddered as he remembered the scene of Damien overwhelming the enemy with killing intent blazing in his eyes. He inwardly screamed, where exactly was he gentle? This definition of gentle is far too off-meta, it needs an urgent patch. Louis still could not feel at ease, afraid that the knights there would look down on and bully her younger brother. Abel could only break out in a cold sweat, thinking that it was the exact opposite. If anything happened, he would be the one who made others afraid. Amid the peaceful countryside scenery, Louis still stood there, silently praying, "Damien, please return safely." Suddenly, her eyes wavered violently when she saw a figure approaching from the horizon. Louis exclaimed in shock. Seeing his sister acting strangely, Abel called softly in worry, "Sister?" Louis kept staring at the road ahead, shaken inwardly before blurting out a question to herself. Could it be? From afar an arm was raised high, waving an excited greeting. Damien rode back proudly on horseback and called out loudly, "Sister, I am back." Victor, following behind him, also broke into a radiant smile when he saw the figures of his family. Seeing her younger brother return safely, Louis burst with happiness, her eyes blurred with tears, while her smile still shone brightly, looking at the mountain of luggage being unloaded. Viscount Paul and Lady Merilda could not help being stunned. Could His Grace really have bestowed all these things on us? Damien calmly confirmed, "Yes, when I left His Grace gave me all of these things." Damien began handing out gifts to each person, starting with his father. The gift opening scene exploded, as though the entire family had received legendary loot. He took out stacks of precious books and said excitedly, "I bought all of these from the bookstores in the Duke's territory, and a few are even popular in the capital right now." The moment he saw the book covers, Paul was so shocked that he lost his usual dignity. "What? Wait, this is Lady Delphilus's new poetry collection, and this is Viscount Delacis's latest novel." After that, Damien turned to his mother. "Mother, this is yours." Lady Merilda froze before the glittering, luxurious furnishings. She cried out, "Heavens, is this cedarwood? And is this table made of rosewood?" Damien smiled at his sister. "This is yours." Louis asked blankly, "I have a gift too." He answered firmly, "Of course. This is a grand piano personally crafted by Master Berkeley, a masterpiece he gave to me. The elegance of the gift made the whole house seem to shift into reverence mode. Lewis was so delighted by the priceless gift that she ran over and hugged her younger brother tightly. Thank you, my dear little brother. Damien laughed. The soldiers will carry it inside for you. While everyone was still cheerful, Damien suddenly noticed Abel standing silently in the corner with a gloomy face. He walked over, rubbed the boy's head, and teased him. What is wrong? Why is your face so gloomy? Abel fumbled awkwardly, while Damien curled his lips as though he had already guessed correctly. You are upset because you did not get a gift, right? Abel started, blushed, and shouted, who wants one? His brother read him with 100% accuracy the moment he spoke, leaving Abel frozen as though his entire chat history had been exposed. Damien then raised the hand wearing the ring, activating jade blue spiritual power to form a magical black hole that terrified Abel. What is that? Damien answered calmly, this is a spatial pouch. I can store things inside and carry them anywhere. There are a few things I want to give you. He reached into the special space, took out a top-grade bow, and said loudly, look at this. Damien leaned close to Abel's ear and whispered in a meaningful tone, I wonder whether Miss Copperhead would like it if you gave it to her. What if you gave it at just the right time? His words made Abel's eyes widen and his body freeze, because deepest secret had been seen through by his older brother. Damien curled his lips and teased him, ha, if my little brother wants to take a wife, then I must step in and help a little. Those words made Abel's face flush red, and he shouted in panic, what nonsense are you talking about? Damien remained calm. What do you not like, Miss Copperhead? Having his thoughts exposed, Abel stammered in utter confusion. How did you know? He lowered his head gloomily, but Miss Olivia does not even know me. His brother's psychological analysis was so clean that even an anonymous account would not had time to escape. Damien chuckled softly and reassured him, do not worry about that, we brothers already have a plan. He revealed an important piece of news he had heard from the Duke's territory. The Copperhead family was about to hold a grand martial tournament to celebrate Miss Olivia's birthday. Damien planned to have Abel participate, using the opportunity to approach the girl of his dreams. Abel asked in panic, is a martial tournament not where knights display their swordsmanship? The moment he heard about a tournament, he immediately trembled as though he were about to enter a ranked match. Thinking of knights clashing fiercely, Abel admitted that he did not know how to fight. Yet Damien still calmly told him there was no need to worry. He raised the hand wearing the magic ring, his eyes blazing with confidence, then declared loudly, because I will take your place. The plan sounded like hiring an expert to borrow an account and enter the tournament, while the younger brother only needed to stand there and receive the spotlight. A few days later, in a small town in River Coast, the atmosphere was unusually lively. In the crowded tavern, men were noisily discussing the upcoming martial tournament, hosted by the Copperhead family. A brown-haired man asked excitedly, hey, have you heard about the martial tournament being hosted by the Copperhead family? The man sitting opposite him nodded, saying that the reward this time was enormous. Not to mention the winner might also have a chance to catch the beautiful young lady's eye. The brown-haired man daydreamed about Miss Olivia's beauty and planned to try his luck, but he was immediately mocked by his friend. The two drank while teasing each other, challenging one another to defeat the other in the tournament. Suddenly, the brown-haired man lowered his voice and asked, right, have you heard Baron Hassan's eldest son is participating too? What was his name again? He tried to remember, then blurted out, Damien, I think, yes, probably. The moment Damien's name rang out, a customer at the next table flinched. Rumors of Damien's achievements spread throughout the tavern, saying that he had once defeated the Leonblum family's hair genius without even drawing his sword. The brown-haired man remained doubtful, unable to believe that an unknown person could do such a thing. He even grew overly confident, saying that Damien was probably only as handsome as he was. His companion sighed in exasperation, wondering whether he should deal with this fool. Just then, an arrogant and wild burst of laughter suddenly rang through the tavern, making everyone freeze. Fresh gossip had just dropped, and the whole tavern instantly switched into drama-watching mode like a live stream. In the middle of the lively tavern, a blond man named Jason sat drinking with an arrogant air. Beside him, a seductive woman in a red and black dress. Hearing the gossip from the neighboring table, he curled his lips slightly in contempt and let out one sentence, ridiculous. Jason leisurely stood up, walked over to the two who had just spoken, and shouted loudly, hey, you two, what did you just say? You were laughing at me, the most handsome man in River Cross. Even though the bearded knight tried to smooth things over, woman with Jason spoke up to explain that they were talking about Damien, not about him. Jason roared in anger, do not try to change the subject, I heard everything. Hey, are you flirting with my fiancé? The brown-haired knight was still confused, not yet understanding what had happened, when at that very instant, he was immediately struck in the face by Jason's powerful punch and sent flying far away, throwing the entire tavern into stunned chaos. Jason roared furiously, you bastard, how dare you flirt with Jason Carter's fiancé? Seeing his companion assaulted, the remaining knight angrily drew his sword and challenged him. What nonsense are you spouting? And you still dare pick a fight with us? Do you want to die? Jason looked at them coldly with empty eyes. You fools. Do you not know who I am? The game chat had just pinged, and this character had already switched into final boss mode. He walked away calmly, ignoring the opponent who was still shouting insults behind him. Jason's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying blaze of red killing intent. While the woman continued sitting calmly and enjoying her tea, screams of pain and the clash of weapons began ringing throughout the tavern. In an instant, Jason knocked them all down with devastating blows. The system meta rank reported at once. The opponents had been kicked off the server. He stepped on the defeated man writhing beneath him and asked arrogantly, "So how about now? Do you realize it yet?" When the trembling knight asked what kind of monster he really was, Jason did not hesitate at all and threw another punch as heavy as 1,000 pounds, forcing his opponent's face down onto the wooden floor. The woman staggered closer. Jason called out in frustration, "Sophia, can you believe it? They actually thought that pathetic Damien was more famous than Jason." A woman named Sophia gently embraced him and soothed him. "Jason, that is not true. These fools simply do not know who is truly better." She coldly stomped hard on the hand of the man collapsed below, pressing it into the ground without the slightest mercy. In her heart, Sophia gnashed her teeth in hatred as she remembered her old flame. She told herself that only recently, Damien had still been a tiny unknown. Yet after just one night, he had become wildly famous. Sophia glared into the distance, killing intent flaring as she burned with the resolve to take revenge to the end and gritted out Damien's name. Not long after returning home, Damien and Abel had to prepare their luggage to set out for the Copperhead territory. In front of the mansion, Lady Marilda could not hide her sorrow. She clenched her handkerchief tightly, lamenting that her two sons had only been home for a few days before having to leave again, while their older sister Louise stood beside her, anxiously reminding them, "May you too travel safely." Understanding their mother and sister's feelings, Damien smiled and reassured them, "Yes, mother, sister, please do not worry." Meanwhile, Viscount Paul carried the private worries of a father. He looked thoughtfully at his two sons and said, "I agreed, because it's a good opportunity to bring glory to our family. But letting you go so far still worries me greatly." Turning to his youngest son, Paul said apologetically, "I heard about it from Damien. Had I known you had feelings for Lady Copperhead, I would have arranged the marriage sooner. I am sorry, Abel." Struck right where it hurt by his father's words, Abel flushed bright red and hurriedly waved his hands. "There is no need, father." Paul smiled faintly and carefully reminded them, "Winning is good, but do not get hurt. Remember that." The two brothers answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Yet Paul's expression suddenly became far more solemn. He looked straight into Abel's eyes and emphasized, "And Abel, do not forget what I asked of you." Abel pushed up his glasses, his face full of determination. "Yes, father, please rest assured." That look was exactly like activating a secret mission that did not appear on the map. Standing behind him, Damien narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the discreet understanding between the two, secretly wondering what heavy responsibility his father had entrusted to his timid younger brother. Damien patted Abel on the shoulder and said gently, "Then goodbye. Remember to return safely." The two brothers quickly stepped into the waiting carriage. Damien stood at the carriage door and waved goodbye to his parents and sister as the wheels began rolling toward Copperhead County. The journey lasted for many hours, making the atmosphere inside the carriage strangely stifling. Victor sat curled up in the corner, sweating as if he had been drenched, because he could not bear the terrifying silence between the Hassan brothers. The young servant groaned inwardly. At last, unable to endure it any longer, Victor spoke up and broke the silence. Young masters, could you two talk a little? You have both been silent for hours." In truth, because Damien and Abel had never spent too long alone together, both of them were extremely awkward. Abel stared intently at his book but could not take in a single word, secretly wondering what he should say, while Damien looked at his younger brother with mockery, as if a person could die from embarrassment. Realizing the situation was not improving, Victor decided to speak first and save the atmosphere. Young Master Abel, may I ask something?" Seeing Abel stop reading and ask in return, "Are you curious about something?" Victor immediately leaned closer with a gossip-hungry expression and asked directly, "How did you fall in love with Lady Copperhead?" Faced with Victor's sudden question, Abel jumped in shock and stammered in confusion, "Dubby, why are you asking that?" The chat log had only just opened and max-level romance drama was already visible. Seeing his younger brother flush red with embarrassment, Victor only chuckled and calmly defended himself, saying the road had simply been too boring. Sitting beside them and watching, Damien suddenly fell into thought as old memories came back to him. Even in his previous life, he had only known that Abel secretly yearned for her, never understanding the true reason. Taking this chance, Damien also wanted to satisfy his curiosity, so he urged him on, I am curious too, tell me. Abel cried out in panic. Ah, brother. Left with no other choice, he clicked his tongue and gave in. Fine, you asked for it. Boy began recalling something from 4 distant years ago, while Damien and Victor looked as eager as if they were about to watch a long romantic drama. Abel said that back then, he had followed his father to a social banquet among the Western nobility, and it was at that very banquet, Lady Olivia happened to appear as well. The moment he saw her, Abel seemed to have his soul stolen away, only staring blankly as he murmured, huh? In Abel's memory, Olivia had been wearing an A-line dress in a shade of elegant blue which made her captivating brown hair stand out even more. The sight of Olivia radiant as she descended the stairs, like a princess from a fairy tale, was engraved deep in Abel's mind. If this were a game, that scene would probably auto-unlock a memory cutscene. He fondly insisted that she truly had been very beautiful back then. Seeing his younger brother's dreamy expression and flushed cheeks, Damien and Victor could only fall silent and conclude inwardly, in short, you like her for her looks, so you really fell in love with your eyes. But when he saw the sincerity in Abel's eyes, Damien grew quiet again, thinking about the fate between the two of them. He was certain that in the previous life, Abel and Olivia had originally been a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, that bond ended in tragedy when Count Copperhead firmly prevented them from marrying. It was not merely a simple refusal. That man had also insulted the Hassan family and cruelly looked down on Abel. Because that emotional wound was too deep, Abel chose to live alone for the rest of his life. A plot twist like this in a game would definitely signal that the bad ending was coming. Damien painfully remembered that in the previous life, when Abel fell into despair, his younger brother had come to him in the terrifying form of a monster swallowed by darkness. Damien softly clicked his tongue in sorrow as he thought of the death of his pitiful younger brother, who had remained alone until the very final moment. Damien looked at his younger brother with eyes blazing with determination, silently vowing, "This time, I will not let that happen again. I am here now." His overly focused gaze startled Abel. He timidly asked, "Why do you keep staring at me like that?" 3 days later, the group officially set foot in Count Copperhead's territory. The whole town bustled with a festive atmosphere, bright banners and flowers everywhere, and a magnificent birthday archway decorating the entrance. The moment they entered, Victor's eyes widened in amazement. "Wow, this place is really huge. They must have spent a fortune," he said while absorbed in admiring the luxury around them. An old man with snow-white hair, dressed in a neat butler's formal uniform, suddenly appeared to block their path and spoke, "Halt. Where have you come from?" Victor quickly answered, "We have come from Baron Hassan's territory." Hearing the name Hassan, the old butler's expression shifted slightly. He hurriedly flipped through the notebook in his hand and cautiously asked, "From the Hassan territory? Are you Sir Damien?" Damien calmly confirmed, "That is right, I am here with my younger brother, Abel Hassan." At once the old man bowed respectfully, "Please forgive me. I am Connor, the head butler of Count Copperhead's house. Please follow me." The group slowly followed Connor, heading deeper into the solemn estate grounds. The old butler led them to a luxurious room and politely said, "Please feel free to use this place. If you need anything, please call me. I shall take my leave." Victor excitedly ran around the room and exclaimed, "Wow, it really is spacious. Letting us stay somewhere like this, the Count must be very generous." Indeed, they even prepared a separate room next door for me. Unlike the servants' excitement, Damien felt extremely suspicious, thinking to himself, "Strange, the Count in my memories was not like this." He narrowed his eyes in calculation. "Perhaps because my reputation is rising, that man wants to seize the chance to build a good relationship." But that only made him feel even more displeased. Damien turned to the other two and said, "You two rest here. I will go out and look around." Just as he was about to lift the curtain and step out the door, Abel suddenly rushed over, grabbed his hand tightly, and cried in panic, "Wait, let me come with you." Damien asked in surprise, "Huh? Why? Just rest here." But Abel still did not let go, and he said firmly, "I cannot. I promised, father." Damien froze and asked, "Promised?" Abel explained the duty his father had entrusted to him. "Yes, father told me to stop you if you looked like you were about to cause trouble." Damien only gave a faint smile and waved his hand. "Do you think I am a child? Stop worrying and rest." Even so, Abel stubbornly clung to him. "No, I am going with you." Damien slipped out the door while muttering, "I told you it is fine." But the moment he stepped out, Damien accidentally crashed hard into a woman, causing her to fall with a sharp cry. The game physics looked like ragdoll mode had been turned on at full damage. He froze as he looked at the girl sitting flat on the ground, her face twisted in pain. Just then, a panicked voice called Sophia. Jason hurriedly rushed over from afar, while the girl only groaned softly, "Ouch." Without even knowing right or wrong, Jason charged over aggressively, grabbed Damien by the collar and roared, "Hey, you idiot, where do you think you are?" But when that man clearly saw the other person's face, he suddenly stopped in doubt. "You are." Jason curled his lips and called out his name directly, his voice full of provocation, "Damien." Damien narrowed his eyes in confusion, while Sophia had already stood up, lightly straightened her dress, and awkwardly thought, "Why did I have to meet him at a time like this? How embarrassing." something. She stepped closer, forcing out a smile as she greeted him. Oh, it has been a long time. Yet Damien only replied coldly with a question that left both of them stunned. Who are you two? He continued asking back, do you know me? That question made Jason furious, and he inwardly wondered why he was pretending not to know them. Sophia also could not hide her irritation, resentment flashing in her eyes at the indifferent attitude of the man from her past. Seeing that Jason was still gripping his collar tightly, Damien calmly said, hey, first put this hand down, then we can talk. Alright. At that moment, Abel rushed over in a fluster. Brother, what is going on? Young master, something. But the boy immediately froze when he saw the woman standing beside Jason. Abel exclaimed in shock, huh, you are Sophia. Seeing Sophia avoid his gaze with a sigh, Damien turned to ask his younger brother whether he knew her. Abel denied it in confusion, but then firmly confirmed that she was indeed Sophia. The boy pushed up his glasses and revealed the shocking truth, she is your former fiancée. In a game, this plot twist would probably flash red text warning, past relationship detected. The moment Abel finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze, while Sophia glared at Damien in anger. Damien pondered for a moment, then said softly, now remember, these faces, painful memories from the previous life suddenly surged back. In the pouring rain, the Damien of the past had once screamed and cried in despair as soldiers blocked him. Sophia, Sophia, please talk to me. You cannot do this, please come back to me. At that time, Jason had contemptuously asked her who he was. Sophia coldly answered that he was the man she had once been engaged to and had mentioned before, causing Jason to burst into mocking laughter. So he is that useless man. Damien of the past could only collapse into the mud, painfully asking why she had so cruelly annulled the engagement on her own. If this scene were rendered, the mood meter would probably drop straight into the bad ending route. Sophia coldly looked at Damien with contempt in her eyes, then spoke. Damien, do you still not understand the current situation? She cruelly said that the engagement between the two families had only been a forced promise, and now everything belonged to the past. Sophia Zaso kept her arrogant expression and continued pouring cold water over his pride. Besides, do you think you are worthy of me? Why should I, Sophia Zaso, marry someone mediocre? Especially someone born from a family with no reputation like yours. The Damien of the past had only stood frozen in the rain, tears mingling with the rainwater as they fell in despair. Seeing that, Jason ordered with contempt, hey, for Sophia's sake, I will give you one chance. Get lost quietly right now, or do not blame me. He held Sophia intimately, threatening Damien never to appear before them again. Jason snapped, if you heard me clearly, then get out of here. The game voice chat seemed to have muted the main character outright. Damien clenched his teeth. His two hands tightened, trembling with the utmost resentment at the humiliation from that shameless pair. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he let out a pained roar and recklessly charged straight at his opponent. But Jason struck first. He threw a powerful punch that sent Damien flying backward. Hunter punch rained down on Damien, cold and without the slightest mercy. He collapsed into the mud, coughing blood in agony and almost unable to resist. Jason slowly walked over, grabbed Damien by the collar, then roared viciously, I already took pity on you and gave you a chance. Yet you still do not know your place, and you still dare make trouble. Looking down from above, Sophia coldly spoke with contempt. You truly are vermin. The side boss NPC triggered an execution voice line, chilling enough just to hear. Heavy punishments fell upon Damien beneath the emotionless gaze of the woman he had once loved so deeply. His vision gradually blurred from the pain, reflecting only the disgust on Sophia's face. Back in the present, Damien thought bitterly. That's right, I was once abandoned on a rainy day after being beaten into a miserable state. Jason anxiously asked whether Sophia was hurt anywhere. She only shook her head slightly and replied softly, I am fine, Jason. Facing that shameless pair, Damien lightly clenched his teeth. Even though he had lived another life, the heat in his blood when seeing them had not diminished at all. Jason noticed the change in Damien's gaze and immediately curled his lip in mockery, thinking he was ashamed after remembering the humiliation of that year. Sophia also laughed scornfully, narrowing her eyes at her former lover with triumphant pride. A sinister glint flashed in Jason's eyes as he stared at Damien, no different from a beast toying with weakened prey. Jason slowly approached, wearing a false smile as he extended his hand. I never expected to meet you here. Either way, I am very happy. One look at that smile and it was obvious the tutorial chapter was about to activate. Damien narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked what he was planning. Jason calmly argued that he was only too happy and wanted a polite handshake. But behind that appearance, the devil inside him was screaming with jealousy because Damien had become more famous than him, and he wanted to teach him a lesson right here. Damien quietly looked at the hand extended before him, then faintly curled his lips. Since you want to, The instant the two hands touched Zhu, Jason laughed inwardly, thinking the prey had fallen into the trap. The server seemed to report a danger status, interaction lockdown. He intended to use his strength to crush his opponent's hand, his eyes filled with cruelty and smugness. But Jason never expected that the one stepping through death's door would be himself. In the blink of an eye, Damien was a beat faster, turning his body and throwing him down with a beautiful takedown. Jason only managed to blurt out, "Huh," as the entire world flipped upside down and his body was lifted into the air. Witnessing that scene, Sophia was so shocked she froze speechless, her eyes widening in absolute terror. At this moment, Damien radiated a terrifying pressure, his cold azure eyes blazing amid the swirling dust. He poured in all his strength, unleashing a blow as heavy as 1,000 caddies that slammed Jason into the floor. Damien looked at the man sprawled on the ground and revealed a dangerous smile. Sorry. I could not control my strength. Behind him, a fierce specter appeared like rage bursting into flames. Damien said coldly, "In any case, I have wanted to beat you for a long time. Thanks for giving me the chance, bastard." Sophia trembled as she called Jason's name in despair, seeing her powerful fiancé defeated in an instant. Jason lay limp, his hand twitching slightly in the mud, then struggled to rise in a miserable state. After being painfully thrown down by Damien, Jason clutched his wrist and roared in fury, "You damned bastard." Before that useless aggression, Damien merely sneered, "Whoever gets a nosebleed first loses." Ebel stood beside them with his mouth hanging open in shock, then called out loudly, "Brother, brother." Suddenly, a deep, powerful voice rang out, ordering Jason to stop at once. At the same time, a mysterious, sharp, cold gaze emerged from the darkness. Recognizing the person who had just appeared, Jason cried out in shock, "Ma master." A high-level NPC had just spawned, and the atmosphere instantly stretched taut like a bowstring. The mysterious man in black silently assessed Damien, astonished that he had grown considerably stronger in such a short time. Damien narrowed his eyes warily, clearly sensing the terrifying aura from the other party, one that even far surpassed Nightgown. When Damien asked whether that man knew him, the man only coldly remarked that he was rather interesting, then told Jason to leave quickly because the game had gone far enough. Jason was still resentful after being beaten until his nose bled, but he did not dare disobey. He trudged after his master, his mouth still ceaselessly threatening that next time, he would kill Damien. Even after losing, he was still spamming threats in chat like an online game lobby. Witnessing his opponent retreat with unexpected speed, Damien could only freeze in exasperation. What is this? Did they already get bored and leave after just that? He silently watched the figures of master and disciple gradually vanish behind the street. The unfamiliar man suddenly stopped, turned his head, and left his identity behind. "Jack Norris, remember my name." The moment that name rang out, it was like unlocking a hidden boss in the plot. Along with it came the promise that they would meet again soon. Damien repeated the name Jack Norris with a pensive expression, then suddenly revealed a smile that was both sinister and excited. Damien's eyes blazed as he sensed an interesting chain of events, and a dramatic one was about to follow right after. No sooner had they returned to their private residence. Jason had already muttered resentfully, "Master, why did you stop me? I could have dealt with bastard." The atmosphere in the room naturally plunged like a training app reporting failure. Immediately, Jack Norris turned back and unexpectedly seized Jason tightly by the throat, making his eyes bulge in terror. He growled threateningly, "I told you to stay silent and behave while you are here. Do you think I was joking?" Under the terrifying pressure of his master's hand, Jason could only stammer pleas in panic, then was flung onto the floor, clutching his neck and coughing violently in pain. Jack coldly turned his back and gave a warning, "Fool, if I had not stopped you, you would have been torn apart by Damien Haxon." Those words left Jason stunned, unable to believe his own ears. He stammered, "What? No, impossible." Jack explained that although he did not know what stroke of luck Damien had encountered right now, he was no longer some Jason could handle at this level. He coldly ordered, "If you encounter Damien Haxon again, Jason, do not engage him, understand?" Jason could only kneel flat on the ground, timidly obeying, "Ah, yes, master." Jack's gaze sharpened. He reminded him that the only goal right now was to win the martial arts tournament, and demanded that he focus on that. Jason still did not understand, asking why his master had made him participate from the start, and even wanted him to defeat young Lady Olivia when he was already engaged to Sophia. That question enraged Jack, oppressive spiritual power bursting forth as he roared, "Silence." He looked at Jason with contempt and scolded that he had not raised someone to reach the Hyorung realm only to be betrayed for the sake of a woman. Jason lowered his head trembling, stammering, "No, master." Jack lifted his face toward the sky, revealing an ambitious smile and disclosing that winning both the tournament and his relationship with Lady Olivia were key pieces for him to fulfill the greatest ambition of his life. The moment the final plan was spoken, it was clear this was no longer a side route. Jisun was stunned as he realized what his master had always longed for, while Jack firmly confirmed that the final goal was to reach the realm of a master. Jisun went numb, able only to tremble as he repeated the two words, master. Jack Norris turned and left, coldly instructing him, I will investigate Count Copperhead and the other candidates. As for you, focus on preparing for the tournament and do not concern yourself with anything else. If this atmosphere entered a game, it would probably have shifted into the Before Storm chapter. Jisun bowed his head in submission and answered softly, yes, master. Sophia hid behind the curtain, stunned as she witnessed Jack's terrifying authority when he left. She hurried over to Jisun in panic. Sophia looked anxiously at the wound on her lover's neck and pressed him. Oh my, what happened to your neck? Are you all right? Jisun forced down the pain and spoke in a strained voice to reassure her. I am fine, Sophia. But inside Jisun, resentment surged violently. Damn it, if that man had explained properly, things would not have turned out like this. He kept asking himself what his victory had to do with his master becoming a master. Jisun's eyes blazed with hatred as he swore inwardly, just wait. Once I surpass the intermediate level, I will end you with my own hands. The atmosphere in the martial arena became livelier than ever, banners flying across the sky. The crowd began whispering when they saw Damien appear. That is him, right? Yes, just like the rumors, that face really is unpleasant. Damien calmly walked past the murmurs. Victor leaned close to his ear and whispered, you are truly famous, young master. It seems many people have recognized you. Damien merely curled his lips faintly and replied, it seems so. The festival drums suddenly rang out in rapid succession, signaling that the opening moment had arrived. On the high stand, the middle-aged man with a refined mustache cleared his throat and declared, ahem, today's event is being held for my daughter's birthday banquet. From the very opening, it already felt like a national event. This was Count Chester Copperhead, the one hosting the tournament. He offered his sincere thanks to all the guests present here. Suddenly he paused, his eyes shining in infatuation when he saw the person of his dreams. Lady Olivia. Olivia Copperhead, the Count's only daughter, appeared with an elegant and noble beauty that seemed to illuminate the entire arena. Count Chester Copperhead puffed out his chest with great vigor and declared before all the guests, today those gathered here are the brave knights of the western region of the Apple Kingdom. The winner of this tournament will not only become famous throughout the West, but will also be known across the kingdom. The moment those words were heard, it felt like a great battle was about to begin. Amid the crowd, Abel anxiously clenched his hands, while Damien remained calm and told himself, it is finally starting. The Count continued to emphasize the worthy reward reserved for the victor. Beneath the stands, Sophia asked coquettishly, Jisun, is Lady Olivia prettier than me? Those words made him snap. Why are you asking such a pointless thing? The old Count announced that the tournament would last 2 days, consisting of team battles and individual battles. He also confirmed that healing priests were ready, so the knights could fight with all their strength without worrying too much about injuries. Meanwhile, Jack Norris still stood silently, observing from afar. Count Chester reminded the contestants that they had 2 hours to prepare for the first match. He raised his hand excitedly and shouted, now then, I very much look forward to witnessing the courage of you all. Cheers thundered throughout the arena, making the atmosphere hotter than ever. Damien turned to his 2 companions and instructed them, Abel, Victor, I will see you out there. The young servant did not forget to remind him, please be careful, young master. Abel also answered softly, yes. Seeing his daughter's cold face, the Count frowned slightly. Count Chester reproached her gently, this event was organized for you. Can you not smile a little? Olivia remained indifferent and answered bluntly, for me. I never asked father to do this. To her, this was merely another display of the family's power, with nothing worth getting excited about. Faced with his daughter's stubbornness, the old Count could only give an awkward smile. Fine, I understand. Even so, he still believed inwardly that even if Olivia disliked it, others would surely be swept into this grand event. That reaction was exactly like a final boss feeling tired of the game before even logging in. When the matches officially began, the entire arena shook with cheers. The first match in the team event, called Monster Hunting, was announced. The spectators kept roaring the names of promising candidates, such as Andrew Graden Gerdovan, and especially Damien. Damien stepped onto the field with an arrogant bearing, but he immediately caught a gaze full of hostility. It was the icy gaze of a knight in golden armor on the same team. He ground his teeth in displeasure. Teach, why was I placed on the same team as that bastard? The match had not even begun, yet civil war had already broken out, just like opening ATC a king with a system bug. Cheers resounded across the stands as the name Jisun Cutter was called out with excitement. He looked immensely pleased with himself, thinking that this monster hunting match was the perfect stage for him to build his reputation. Jisun even winked confidently, then blew a kiss toward the crowd cheering wildly. That very moment, violent tremors rang out from the arena's main gate. The enormous gate slowly opened, making a knight snap his head up in shock. Immediately after, a ferocious roar tore through the air. Darkness, a gigantic monster charged out with glowing purple eyes and sharp fangs. The crowd screamed in panic, God, it is a troll. Terrified screams echoed everywhere, urging people to scatter quickly and absolutely not confront the dreadful creature head-on. The troll slammed its fist into the ground, sending dust billowing up violently. The moment the blow struck the floor, the entire stand seemed to shake from a small earthquake. Standing before the monster looming closer, Damien only curled his lips faintly, forming a meaningful smile. I did not expect something like this. He glanced toward the high stand and silently assessed the situation. It seems that man has more twisted tastes than I thought. Damien quietly observed the chaos below. Count Chester Copperhead revealed such excitement that his face nearly distorted. The old man stared fixedly at the chaos in the arena, his eyes shining with mad fervor. Troll's gigantic hand suddenly came crashing down. A deadly shadow covered the knight who stood frozen in fear. That instant was no different from a game triggering an unavoidable execution animation. He only had time to scream in terror before the blow swallowed him. The terrifying weight of the monster smashed into the ground, creating a violent shock that cracked the arena floor into countless pieces. Amid that horrifying scene, Damien still observed calmly, his gaze cold as though analyzing every movement of his opponent. In the stands, the crowd fell completely into chaos. Screams rang out without end. Troll, that is a troll, right? Fear spread as people realized that a knight had just lost his life right before their eyes. What is happening? Did that person really die? Witnessing the dreadful scene right before her eyes, Lady Olivia Copperhead was so horrified she felt nauseous. She hurriedly covered her mouth, trying to suppress the choked sob about to escape. Standing right beside her, Count Chester remained cold to the point of cruelty, even speaking mockingly, "Hmph, if a knight dies so meaninglessly, what dignity is left?" Olivia turned to question her father through tears, filled with indignation. "This is too much. Father put a troll into the arena. What exactly are you thinking? This is only an ordinary contest." But the old count merely cleared his throat softly and replied calmly, "Do not act so shocked. This is meant to eliminate those unworthy before the final winner is found." Despite his daughter's objections, Chester still sank deeper into the crowd's deranged fervor. He shouted encouragement for names such as Andrew, Graden, and Jurdovan. The old man formed a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with malice as he looked down at the arena. "Look at this. The audience always craves breathless spectacles. The more intense the stimulation, the better. You understand the reason now, right?" The moment one heard that kind of reasoning, it felt as if the whole arena was about to become a real survival game. Suncutter poured in all his strength and charged straight at the monster to open the death match. Suncutter rushed forward to face the monster, unleashing a confident slash. He curled his lips into an arrogant smile, certain that he would shine brilliantly in this boiling arena. But the dog suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar. Not at all. It showed no fear before that knight's attack. A mocking thought flashed through his mind. There was always someone reckless enough to protect them. After the collision, Dai-san froze when he saw the wound on the buffalo's body shrinking and healing at a terrifying speed. That man gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, its recovery ability was monstrous. That strike just now still was not enough to finish it off. Amid the thunderous cheers of the audience, Damien still stood silently, observing the scene with a cold, sharp gaze. Damien recalled that before the match, everyone had been forced to sign a strange pledge, including a clause waiving all responsibility even in the event of death. The buffalo roared ferociously again, wildly swinging its enormous arms and smashing heavy blows into the ground. Jason was blasted away by the shock, groaning in pain. Even someone like me would have trouble dealing with it alone. Just then, an orange-haired female knight with twin tails rushed in to support him. Jisun glanced over and realized their chance of winning had increased. Emerald sword arcs tore through the air one after another as the knights began coordinating relentless attacks against the monster. The dog howled in a frenzy of rage. It swung its arm and sent a knight flying, leaving that man only enough time to cry out before being hurled away. Each sweep seemed ready to flatten the arena. Its smashes created violent shockwaves, covering an entire corner of the arena in dust. The orange-haired knight nimbly searched for an opening, while a spear-wielding knight also charged in bravely to encircle the giant beast. A pink-haired knight charged forward with fierce momentum, swinging his spear through the wind along with a resounding shout. He confidently believed everything was over as he aimed the spearhead straight at the monster's head. But the dog suddenly roared, then swung its hand and caught him in midair. That knight begged in panic and despair, but was instantly struck down without mercy by the monster. The finishing blow had been reversed far too suddenly. Realizing the timing was ripe, Jason Cutter clenched his teeth. That man told himself, "Excellent, now was the moment." That man shouted, unleashed a lightning slash at the buffalo's leg, making it collapse. The stands immediately erupted with excitement. Sophia could not hide her happiness and immediately called the name of the one in her heart. Eyes filled with absolute admiration, Jason Cutter. Ji-sun stood proudly in the middle of the arena, panting yet smug. That man laughed loudly and arrogantly asked the crowd whether they had seen it. Ji-sun tightened his grip on the sword and conceitedly declared that he was the one destined to become a powerful holy knight. The host immediately raised his clear voice, loudly announcing the name Ji-sun Cutter. But in that very moment of glory, a gigantic shadow suddenly fell over him. The atmosphere seemed to shift straight into the second boss phase. Ji-sun looked up in shock and doubt, but before he could react, disaster had already descended. A heavy stomp came crashing down, pinning that man to the arena floor. Ji-sun screamed in pain as the shockwave blasted him away. Sophia screamed in horror, "Ah, Ji-sun." Flattened beneath the monster's giant foot, Ji-sun groaned in regret. Damn it, I forgot there was still another one. Damien realized he had no choice but to temporarily cooperate with detestable Ji-sun, while that man was still struggling on the ground. The giant buffalo let out a fierce roar. That sound seemed to signal that the battle had reached a dead end. Seeing Damien stroll over, Ji-sun sneered inwardly. That idiot charging into the dog alone was no different from suicide. The monster swung its arm to crush its prey, but Damien nimbly dodged by a hair's breadth. He immediately performed the secret art myriad flow-piercing kill. Damien borrowed the force to launch himself high, then landed lightly right on top of the buffalo's head. Giving his opponent no time to react, Damien leapt into the air, his sword blazing with emerald spiritual power as it awaited the finishing blow. The dog howled in despair when it realized death was right before its eyes. Damien swung his sword decisively, performing the ultimate technique secret art, Blade of D. A gigantic slash tore across space, cleaving the monster's massive body in two head-on. The entire arena fell dead silent. Ji-sun could only stand frozen in place, his eyes bulging in utter shock. Damien landed on the ground coldly, his eyes blazing with authority amid the devastated scene. Abul witnessed his brother's victory. Abul could not hide his excitement and immediately roared, "Damien!" The entire arena seemed to explode, thousands of spectators rising to their feet and chanting Damien's name while buzzing about who he really was. Even Count Chester praised him without holding back. "Oh, so that man is Damien Harson. His reputation is indeed well-deserved." Damien calmly sheathed his sword and clicked his tongue in boredom. It felt like he had just taken down the opening boss, yet it still was not satisfying enough. Looked at Ji-sun lying flat on the ground, his face smeared with blood and full of humiliation. He mocked coldly, "I did not expect that dealing with just a dog would be this difficult." The chants of Damien grew even more thunderous. That sound was like salt rubbed into the defeated man's heart. Ji-sun gritted his teeth in hatred, eyes burning as he glared at Damien's back. At the luxurious estate of the Copperhead Count family, the appearance of the Hassan brothers immediately drew every gaze, making the noble young ladies marvel and whisper without pause, "My goodness, up close he is unbelievably handsome." Another person answered with curiosity, "That is true. The one beside him must be his younger brother." The scene was no different from a noble social event, where the two brothers stood out dazzlingly. Abul asked in surprise when he had prepared this outfit. Damien said he had bought it at the Moonlight Shop in London Kingdom, making Abel accept it gratefully. Damien only answered with a brief nod, "Yes." As they advanced deeper into the great hall, applause continued to ring out from every direction. That was Damien Hasenu. Some people even declared excitedly, "He is too cool. From now on he is my idol." Watching his opponent being praised, Ji-sun Cutter gritted his teeth and crushed his wineglass, roaring in irritation. "Damn it, this is grating on my ears." He trembled with jealousy, feeling overshadowed, as if no one cared about him anymore. Why would a bastard like him draw the attention of noble young ladies? The feeling of having the spotlight stolen was even more unbearable than losing a match. He glared after Damien with utter hatred, then turned to Sophia to seek a little sympathy. "That bastard looks disgusting, right, Sophia?" Completely unlike Ji-sun's spiteful look, Sophia stood rooted in place, her cheeks flushed with shy embarrassment. She was captivated by her former lover's elegance and sighed inwardly. Damien, was that man truly this elegant and handsome? Amid the lively atmosphere of the banquet, a clear announcement suddenly rang out. Count Copperhead is entering the great hall. The atmosphere instantly shifted from festive revelry to solemn political ceremony. The Count appeared at ease, wearing a confident smile as he slowly walked amid the respectful gazes of the guests. Damien and Abel quietly observed the most powerful man in the region as he advanced toward the podium of honor. Stepping into the central position, Count Chester Copperhead spread both arms and spoke enthusiastically. "Thank you to the knights and honored guests for attending the tournament celebrating my daughter Olivia's birthday." He lavished praise on the courage and blazing will the young knights had shown throughout the thrilling matches over the past 3 days. Damien remained composed, while Sophia clearly showed admiration at the Count's declarations. Chester continued expressing his emotion, saying it had been a very long time since he had felt this way. He hoped the knights would maintain their form in tomorrow's final match, then loudly declared that he would announce the reward for the strongest. That declaration stirred the guests into discussion. Everyone was curious about the valuable gift the wealthy Count had prepared. Suddenly Chester shouted, "Look closely." With that, he calmly reached into the blazing fire inside the furnace beside him. That bold action left Damien and Abel unable to hide their shock, their eyes widening in astonishment. Seeing the crowd panic, Count Chester burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, honored guests, please do not worry. He slowly withdrew his hand from the flames, revealing that it remained intact, without the slightest burn. Disbelieving murmurs immediately rose all around. He raised the crimson gem high as it radiated powerful energy, then revealed that everything was thanks to the power of this treasure. The vibe was exactly like a legendary item getting reviewed in a limited event. Damien stared intently at the precious gem while the people around him began to realize the true origins of the treasure. Damien narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the crimson gem radiating powerful energy in the Count's hand. From afar, Jax Newert could not hide his sinister look as he thought to himself, just as I guessed, it is here the spirit heart. The moment the item name appeared, the treasure hunt route was officially unlocked. Count Chester Copperhead solemnly introduced the treasure's miraculous ability. As you can see, it can protect its owner from flames. Not only that, it also helps stabilize body temperature. He admitted that even mages did not know its origins, but it was certainly a priceless treasure. Chester raised the radiant gem high before the entire Great Hall, declaring that the champion would receive this treasure as a trophy. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. It was truly a miraculous reward. Witnessing the scene, Damien faintly curled his lips. He thought to himself that the old Count truly knew nothing to actually use the spirit heart as the prize for a children's contest. Yet his gaze quickly turned cold and calculating. I was not very interested in the reward at first, but that item is worth paying attention to. Count Chester smiled brightly, inviting everyone to set aside their worries and enjoy today's birthday banquet. The atmosphere gradually became melodious as symphonies rang out from the orchestra. Along with the enormous, dazzling cream cakes, this luxurious scene looked like an event lobby preparing to open a rare gacha banner. At that moment, a young man with vivid orange hair stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the Count. "My lord, it is an honor to meet you. I am Frank of the Nation Baronial family." Chester appeared very cordial when he recognized the guest's identity. "Ah, the Nation Baronial family, I know it well. Is that not the place famous for its excellent apples?" Frank smiled and presented a small, shining box. "For the young lady's birthday, I have prepared a modest gift to offer you." He enthusiastically introduced it as a medicine crafted by aestheticist alchemists from spirit powder, capable of making an old woman's skin as smooth as a child's. Just hearing it made it sound exactly like an aristocratic skin upgrade. Count Chester was extremely pleased, laughing with delight and praising it without pause. "What a practical gift, ahaha, thank you, sir." Continuing the lively atmosphere, Charlie of the Zion Viscount family stepped forward with a formal greeting, then introduced a special offering for Lady Olivia. It was a necklace crafted from rare 7-colored stone, something he said could only be found by luck after bringing down 100 stone golems. Yet Count Chester merely curled his lips in a faint smile, calmly saying that stones of that sort were piled up like scrap in his family's storehouse, leaving Charlie frozen in embarrassment. Damien quietly observed that farce from afar. Damien silently realized that the battle to win the young lady's favor had truly begun. But with a Count wealthy enough to shame whole estates, ordinary gifts would struggle to move him. At a glance, the meta had clearly shifted to aristocratic pay-to-win. Just then, Jason Cutter stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself as the legendary Ogre Slayer. He surprised the old Count by loudly declaring that this gift was meant specifically for his lordship, not Lady Olivia. Jason presented a vial of vital essence, an elixir he claimed would keep a man vigorous all day, without fatigue after just one sip. The name alone made it sound like the kind of item banned from every serious ranking board. The gift struck the Count's taste perfectly and made Count Chester excited, but Olivia still coldly remarked that such a thing only suited her father. Jason was smug because his plan to win the Count's favor had succeeded. Damien quietly reminded Ebel to prepare himself, because it would soon be the two brothers' turn to step onto the stage. Jason brushed past Damien with an arrogant look, completely unaware that he was mocking him for having utterly failed to win the young lady's favor. The moment Damien appeared, Count Chester had already taken the initiative to step forward and greet him warmly, lavishing praise on his outstanding performance over the past 3 days. Damien humbly returned the courtesy, while the old Count affirmed that the reputation of the young master of House Hassan was spreading like wildfire across the kingdom. Damien modestly replied that it was merely a little empty fame, not worth mentioning. Count Chester burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, and so modest too." Damien glanced lightly at Olivia, who sat indifferently on the throne. He thought to himself that although this was a banquet held for her, she showed no interest, and seemed to be an extremely picky person. However, when he looked at Abel, who was nervous enough to sweat, Damien only curled his lips with quiet confidence. He told himself that as long as she saw this gift, that woman would certainly be unable to remain indifferent. She would definitely have an unexpected reaction. Damien declared clearly, "Count, we have also prepared a gift to present to the young lady." The old Count immediately grew enthusiastic. "Oh, is that so? I very much look forward to seeing what a person of your caliber has prepared." Damien calmly replied that the gift he had prepared was precisely this, then lightly touched the ring, opening an azure magical black hole in the middle of the banquet hall. If this scene were recorded, it would need no editing and would surely trend within seconds. Witnessing it, Countess Chester cried out in shock. That was a spatial storage magic tool. From that deep void, Damien slowly took out a bow. It was a jet black bow brimming with power, crafted with extraordinary finesse. Damien raised the weapon before everyone and declared in a clear voice, this was it. The moment they saw the bow's form, both Count Chester and Lady Olivia immediately changed expression. The atmosphere stretched taut as a drawn string, everyone frozen as though they had just lost their lives mid-combat. The Count sprang up, his eyes wide with shock. Olivia, who had remained cold throughout the banquet, was now so stunned by the unimaginable gift that her mouth fell open. The guests began whispering with disdain. They mocked that the bow looked cheap, perhaps just something hastily bought from some weapon shop. Even Count Chester was secretly disappointed, believing his daughter would certainly pay no attention to such an ordinary item. Yet Olivia's reaction was completely different. Her eyes shone brightly, her face flushed with excitement as she recognized the bow's rare beauty. Olivia earnestly asked whether she could examine it more closely. Damien's lips curled faintly in satisfaction because the plan had succeeded. Seeing Abel still dazed with worry, he urged that of course she could. What are you standing there in a daze for, Abel? Hurry and bring the bow to the young lady. After receiving the gift in her hands, Olivia immediately checked the bowstring with an extremely practiced motion. Damien secretly felt pleased, because the information that the young lady was passionate about hunting had indeed been completely accurate. He understood very well that to win someone over, one first had to grasp their interests. Olivia marveled at the bow's wonderful elasticity and immediately recognized its origins. She asked whether it had been crafted from minotaur horn, and Damien nodded in praise of her sharp eye. As expected of someone who knew how to recognize rare treasures, the kind who spotted an unusual item and instantly knew it was top tier. Damien revealed that this was a bow made from the horn of a leader minotaur, shocking the entire banquet hall, because that monster was extremely dangerous. Suddenly, Olivia discovered the tiny inscription and called out August's name in astonishment. She could hardly believe this was the work of the kingdom's most talented craftsman. For that shocking truth, Count Chester gaped in amazement and then shouted. This situation was no different from a game dropping an SSR item that left the whole server frozen. Damien's lips curled faintly as he confirmed that it was indeed so. The answer startled Count Chester so much that he sprang from his chair. He cried out in astonishment that this was a bow crafted by August himself. He suddenly recalled that August was the greatest craftsman in the Apple Kingdom. The items he forged, like the shield from before, were all sold for sky-high prices. Holding the treasure in his hands, Chester could not hide his excitement. Moved, he said he never expected to be fortunate enough in his lifetime to receive such a precious treasure. Seeing her father so excited, Olivia immediately snatched the bow back and gently reproached him, saying this was a gift meant for her. She turned to Damien with an admiring gaze and sincerely thanked him for this priceless gift. But Damien calmly denied the credit, saying the one who had found the gift was not him. He stepped back and introduced that Abel had put in a great deal of effort to give it to the young lady. Olivia looked at Abel in surprise and asked if that was truly so for her. The timid younger brother only answered softly in embarrassment, yes. At this moment, the young lady of House Copperhead had been completely won over. She smiled radiantly, expressing curiosity about how Abel had obtained such a masterpiece. Realizing that the time was ripe, Damien immediately pushed things along, suggesting that the young lady hear the story directly from Abel. Though Abel was nervous, Olivia still nodded eagerly. Damien politely asked the Count for permission, and he readily agreed at once, even wanting his daughter to tell him about it afterward. Damien softly called Abel, making him start and answer with a stammer. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. Abel slowly walked up before the person in his dreams, nervous as if he were soloing the final boss with only 1% health left. Damien watched from afar with pride, silently hoping Abel would firmly seize this precious chance. He bowed solemnly, surprising Olivia with that sincerity. Damien smiled in satisfaction, knowing that tonight's main character was now his younger brother. He quietly left, giving the young pair their own space. Jack Nourish pondered anxiously as he realized his plan was gradually drifting away from his original calculations. Seeing his master's expression change, Jisun called out timidly. Jack inwardly judged Damien to be more formidable than expected, not only strong but also able to win the favor of the Count and Olivia. He ground his teeth in bitter resentment, afraid that both the championship and the young lady would fall into the hands of the Hassan brothers. Jack declared that he could not stand by and watch. He coldly ordered Jisun to follow him. Jisun hurriedly bowed his head and replied that he would obey his master's command. He told Sophia to stay where she was and wait. After that, he quickly followed in Jack's footsteps. Meanwhile, Damien's lips curled faintly, forming a meaningful smile as though he had seen through everything. Soon after, the atmosphere in the Copperhead territory became livelier than ever, opening the curtain on new developments. On the way to the arena, seeing his older brother keep looking at him, Abel asked in embarrassment what he was staring at. Damian burst out laughing, praising his younger brother for speaking more skillfully yesterday than he had expected. He also remarked that the atmosphere between Abel and Lady Olivia seemed very harmonious. It right where it mattered. Abel blushed but still proudly insisted that when needed, he could also handle things properly. Exactly the type to enter pro player mode the moment he was praised. Damian laughed heartily and encouraged him. He said he would soon be waiting for good news from Abel, then urged him to do his best. Victor also eagerly added that young Master Damian had to fight with all his strength today, and he nodded in confirmation. Suddenly, Abel hesitantly lowered his head, awkwardly expressing his gratitude. He said thank you to his brother for trying to create this opportunity. Damian silently looked at his younger brother, clearly sensing the sincerity in every word. Damian teased again, asking who he was and saying he surely could not be Abel. Abel blushed and snapped, telling him not to tease anymore because he was being serious. Damian smiled faintly to soothe him, saying that it was only natural. It was normal for an older brother to look after his younger brother. He patted Abel's shoulder in encouragement, telling him to focus on nurturing a good relationship with Lady Olivia. Abel immediately brightened. He answered loudly, yes, then quickly ran toward the stands where Victor was waiting. Cheers rang throughout the arena, signaling that the second round of the individual event had officially begun. The moment Damian stepped onto the field, he displayed overwhelming power, leaving the entire audience astonished. Thunderous punch, wrapped in a fierce surge of spiritual power, slammed straight into the opponent clad in iron armor. Its terrifying force unleashed violent shockwaves, as if tearing space apart, sending the enemy flying back and leaving him completely unable to defend against the overwhelming power of the young master of the Hudson family. If this scene were in a game, even the boss would probably call GG early just to spare himself. The stands erupted, thousands of people rising at once and chanting Damian's name. Abel and Victor were beyond excited, cheering nonstop and blowing horns to celebrate that lightning-fast victory. The announcement board clearly showed that the second round of the individual tournament had ended. Damian stood in the middle of the arena with an effortless air, his hand glowing with blue spiritual power, inwardly thinking that the next match was already the final. With undeniable superior strength, Damian Hansen officially advanced to the final amid thunderous cheers. Exactly the kind of scene where after 1 minute of fighting, the system keeps spamming victory. Amid the jubilant crowd, a hooded figure suddenly approached Abel and called out loudly, "Ah, Abel, so you were here." Abel turned back in surprise, then grew even more stunned when he recognized the person before him. Lady Olivia, why are you here?" Olivia now looked visibly panicked. She trembled as she delivered the dreadful news. "Yes, Sir Damian, my brother." The face of the young lady of Copperhead was filled with worry and urgency, as if she were foretelling a terrifying disaster about to descend upon them. It all began the night before, right after the impressive birthday banquet. Lady Olivia leisurely walked along the mansion corridor, softly humming a cheerful melody. In her heart, she kept recalling the moments that had just passed. That truly was an enjoyable conversation. "Sir Abel, I sincerely hope to have the chance to meet you again and talk more." Just as her mood was still floating, a maid behind her suddenly spoke. "Lady Olivia, the Count is calling for you." Olivia turned back with a slight start, her eyes full of doubt. "Father is calling me at this hour." She quietly followed the maid to the audience room, a bad premonition rising in her heart. It felt no different from chilling peacefully only for the system to ping an urgent quest. The moment she entered the room, Olivia could not suppress her shock and blurted out, "Father, what do you mean by suddenly saying that?" She shot to her feet, eyes wide as she looked at her father. Count Chester continued calmly sipping red wine, answering coldly that if she had not heard him clearly, then yes, that was exactly what he meant. The air was taut as a bowstring, one sentence enough to make the whole room fall silent. That man loudly declared a decision like a bolt from the blue. "You will marry Sir Jisun." Facing him at that moment were Jisun and Master Jax Nuret, both wearing grave expressions. Olivia cried out in a choked voice, "Please, father, do not say such groundless things. I have never even exchanged a single word with that person. Why force me to marry him?" Even Jisun was extremely displeased. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "This damned old man. What is the meaning of suddenly calling me here in such a hurry without discussing anything beforehand?" Despite her father's coldness, Olivia still resisted through her tears. "How can you decide this on your own without saying a single word to me?" Count Chester remained silent for a moment, then slowly set his wineglass on the table. That man glared at his daughter, his voice turning hard and cold. "Stop dreaming, Olivia. You are the eldest daughter of this family. Marriage is not something you decide on your own, but something I, the head of the family, consider and determine." Olivia was left speechless, then asked back in resentment, "What standard are you using to make that decision?" Count Chester gave a calculating smile, then declared firmly, "Naturally, it is based on the benefits our family will receive from your marriage." Count Chester continued persuading his daughter about the immense power Sir Jax would bring once this marriage became reality. That man asserted that if they received support from such a high-ranking figure, the Copperhead family would possess resources no less than the two great families, Gold Percy and Leon Bloom, who were manipulating the West. If this news spread, the family group chat would probably explode with drama. Not stopping at political benefits alone, Jax had also promised to provide secret techniques and the mana training methods of high-ranking knights to the family knight order. Hearing this, Jisen could not help feeling shocked upon learning that his master had still been hiding supreme techniques that even a direct disciple like him had never heard of. A master hiding skills like this was truly an apprentice life plot twist. Olivia bitterly questioned whether her father intended to sell her out merely for the family's interests, but all she received was a cold warning that she had better watch her words. Jax Nuret curled his lips slightly and asked for the final decision, making Chester admit that the conditions were very satisfactory, with only one troublesome point remaining. That man was concerned about marrying his daughter to an unknown knight like Jisen. That would seriously damage the family's honor, especially after he had spent so much effort organizing a martial arts tournament of such scale. Jax firmly asserted that his disciple would certainly win tomorrow's match, using that victory to prove his strength, though the Count still had doubts, because an extraordinary opponent like Damien was present. The Black Mage remained confident as he suggested a little assistance to turn the situation around. Jax formed a sinister smile and offered an extremely simple solution. The Count only needed to use his authority to prevent Damien from interfering in the match. That man's eyes gleamed with calculation as he noticed the wavering in the family head's gaze. Seeing her father truly consider that filthy proposal, Olivia could only cry out in utter horror and disbelief. Count Chester set down his wine glass, then coldly declared, "I agree." That calculating consent left Lady Olivia so stunned that she froze in place. Right after that, she secretly put on a cloak and went to find the Hassan brothers, her face filled with frailty and guilt. "I am truly sorry, Sir Damien. With my ability, I could not stop my father." Damien listened in thought, then said softly, "So that is the truth." In contrast to his composure, Abel and Victor cried out in panic, "We have to run. Who knows what else that man Jax is plotting?" Victor tremblingly agreed. "Yes, exactly, young master." Damien recalled Jax Nuret's sinister gaze and Count Chester's greed. He thought inwardly, "No wonder I had a bad impression of Jax. I never expected that man to pull this move." As for Count Copperhead, he is still the same as in my previous life, willing to do anything as long as it benefits the family. As tense as a game server already halfway into the final boss fight. Faced with everyone's urging, Damien firmly declared, "No, I will not run away." Abel asked back in shock, "What?" His younger brother anxiously reminded him that Jax Nuret was an extremely powerful man, but Damien only smiled with full confidence. "Do not worry, I have already calculated everything carefully. For now, focus on settling the match first." Under the brilliant sunlight of the final competition day, Damien strode proudly into the arena amid the resounding voice of the announcer. The strongest fighters had fully gathered, creating an atmosphere so heavy it was suffocating. The gong rang out, signaling that the decisive moment had officially begun. The atmosphere in the arena swelled with tension, and everyone seemed to have switched into survival mode. Count Chester looked around for his daughter with suspicion. "It is about to begin. Where exactly has Olivia gone?" That man stood up and declared loudly before all the guests. "Distinguished guests, in just a few moments the final match of this martial arts tournament will officially begin." That man offered his congratulations to the finest knights who had reached this round, then began explaining the rules. There will be only one winner. The only one still standing until the very end will become the champion of this tournament. Count Chester Copperhead declared loudly. "In addition, there are no other rules, so fight with everything you have." The old man faintly curled his lips, inwardly making vicious calculations. "I hope you will not blame me, Damien. If Jisen is to win, this is the only way." In the stands, Jack Norris was thrilled by the death match. Below, Victor asked worriedly, while Abel remained calm, trusting that his brother already had a plan. Damien narrowed his eyes and thought, "No rules, huh? Well, this seems suspicious. Drama is about to cover the whole arena." In the middle of the arena, one cold, sharp blade after another began to be drawn from its sheath. Damien stood in the center of the encirclement, silently observing the opponents around him. What exactly was going on here? The audience cheered wildly, making the atmosphere even more chaotic. In the stands, Jack Nuret smiled smugly, waiting to watch the good show. The two groups of knights simultaneously took their stances, focusing all their attention on the young master of the Hassan family. The blonde knight gritted his teeth with determination. Damn it, even if he did not want to admit it, that man had no choice but to accept reality. Fortunately, everyone seemed to share the same thought. That man circulated emerald spiritual power around his whole body, understanding that they had to bring down the strongest one first. Immediately after that, all the fighters charged at Damien from all four directions at once, killing intent blazing. Facing the deadly encirclement, Damien still wore an arrogant smile. The boss was still standing still, yet the other side had already switched into hunting mode. The night before at the camp, the atmosphere between the master and disciple, Jacques Nuret, grew so tense it was suffocating. Jisen could not suppress his resentment and shouted, demanding to know why his master had done such a thing. That man could not accept being forced into a political marriage without anyone asking his opinion. You never asked me about that marriage. The answer to that defiance was a thunderous slap, knocking Jisen to the ground as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Jax coldly looked down at the disciple collapsed at his feet, gritting out for him to shut up. If you were capable enough, I would not had to propose that matter to the Count. The old man said bitterly that he would not have needed to waste effort scheming if Jisen truly had talent. Jisen gritted his teeth in humiliation, silently cursing the hateful old man. Jax decisively ordered Jison to stay silent and absolutely obey everything he said. But Jisen still tried to cling to the last bit of feeling. But do I not already have Sophia? Jack's cruel answer left Jisen stunned. That girl has lost all value for yous, discard her. Feelings were erased like a side quest. Jax calmly made it clear that letting Son associate with Sophia Giessel had only been to receive support from the Giessel Viscount family. Thanks to them, the old man obtained the necessary swordsmanship books and important elixirs, helping Jisen reach the level of intermediate swordsmanship. But once the Viscount family could no longer bring benefits, Jax immediately decided to find a new patron family. Jisen realized in shock that he was being used to obtain support from Count Copperhead, replacing the Russell family that had already lost its value. Jax Nuret calmly laid bare his scheme. Not only did the old man need support, he also wanted to use this marriage to swallow that family whole. Jax coldly answered with a sharp gaze that everything was for his final ambition, then ignored Jisen's pleading. This time please reconsider once more. I truly love Sophia. Jax glared at him with contempt. Do you still not understand? The drama was stretched taut as a bowstring, while the old man remained as composed as a final villain. The old man bluntly exposed the true nature of the woman Jisen had always worshipped. Sophia once abandoned her fiancé Damien because he was useless and chose you instead. That means you can also be discarded at any time. Jax repeated the dizzying change in her attitude, especially when she witnessed Damien becoming powerful. It was like a warning bell meant for Jisen. The old man took out an item and ordered him to take it. Jisen stared blankly at the ring set with a purple gem, asking what it was. Jax said in a low voice that it was an activation ring. The moment this plot twist was heard, his faith plunged straight to the bottom. The old knight carefully explained the entire plan for the next day. When you fight Damien, use this ring exactly according to my instructions. Jax smiled maliciously, saying he would make Damien lose control and intend to attack the entire arena, then ordered him to pretend it was an accident and eliminate that man. Jisan gritted his teeth, knowing his master would never listen to him. That man had no choice but to endure, temporarily pretending to obey the accursed old man. That man secretly nursed the intention of using this chance to get rid of Damien, the irritating thorn that had offended his eyes for so long. Jisan answered respectfully, yes, I understand, master, then accepted the sinister treasure. Back in the present, the arena rang with cheers for Jisen. In the stands, Sophia excitedly called his name. In his dazzling golden armor, Jisen tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Just wait, Sophia. Today I will defeat that man and prove to you the strength I possess. Jisen Cutter was determined to defeat Damien, to prove that he was the man most worthy of Lady Olivia. Standing in the middle of the encirclement of ferocious knights attacking madly from every direction, Damien still maintained an unusually calm expression. A surge of emerald spiritual power suddenly erupted. Powerful slashes tore across space, leaving the opponents no time to react. It felt as if Damien had just turned untouchable mode. Damien radiated a brilliant aura, beginning to display peak combat techniques that left everyone stunned. With only a few lightning-fast movements, he easily knocked down the black-armored knight in a burst of trembling spiritual power. Damien glided like a ghost, calmly stepping on the defeated man's head before launching himself high into the air. In midair, before the shocked gaze of the white-armored knight fumbling to defend himself, the match was no different from switching on cheat mode. A heavy punch struck the opponent straight in the face, sending that man collapsing amid the dust. Damien stood arrogantly in the center of the arena, one hand raised high. The stand seemed to explode as thousands of people shouted his name in unison, Damien, Damien. Bull and Victor were wildly excited. The younger brother mocked the knights for having nothing but appearances, while Damien leisurely walked through the devastated battlefield. Damien lightly crooked his finger in provocation, coldly ordering, "What are you still doing? All of you hurry up and attack." Ison broke out in a cold sweat, shocked to realize that Damien had not drawn his sword, yet had still easily defeated a string of lower-grade knights. That man began to suspect that the opponent's strength had already surpassed the lower grade and touched the realm of an intermediate swordsman. Despite the fear closing in around them, the female knight from the Baronanti family and an old knight from the Viscount family, the blue roller kept madly closing in, attacking Damien from two directions. Looking at the knights surrounding him, Damien curled his lips in mockery. "Ha, ganging up on me and still talking about family and glory. You really are a bunch of clowns." Immediately after, the spiritual power around him flared brilliantly, and Damien unleashed the secret technique Myriad Flow Counter to shatter the encirclement. Azure shockwaves erupted violently, sweeping powerfully in every direction. All his opponents were blasted away, only managing to groan in pain. This move looked no different from activating an ultra-powerful anti-gank mode. Amid the thick clouds of dust and smoke, Damien still stood proudly among the knights sprawled across the arena floor. He reminded them coldly, "You have all signed the pledge to die without complaint, have you not?" If that is the case, Damien swung his sword, creating a beautiful slash that tore across space, then declared decisively, "Just consider having to face me in unlucky accident." Witnessing that peak display, Ubble was so excited that he kept shouting, "Damien, Damien, that is my big brother." The stands were now exactly like a fan club running at full power. In the stands, Count Chester and Jack Norris both could not help but change expression before the terrifying strength of the Hudson young master. Damien turned to look at the only one still standing and mocked him indifferently. "It seems you are the only one left now. Not going to keep fighting." Jason Cutter clenched his teeth and growled, a malicious smile appearing on his lips. He laughed coldly with a snort. Your arrogance only amounts to this much." Immediately he took out a small object and swallowed it right in front of Damien. Damien froze in astonishment. What did you just swallow?" A cold purple-black aura burst from Jason's chest, releasing a shocking pressure that made him scream in pain. Jason's body began to deform, his eyes blazing with frenzied purple spiritual power. Damien stared in shock at that bizarre transformation as pitch-black tentacles began to appear. They rose from the ground, surrounding the treacherous knight. Damien cried out in horror, "What kind of monstrous thing is happening over there?" Standing in the middle of the arena, Damien frowned as he observed the purple-black aura erupting violently around his opponent. He wearily wondered what the hell was going on, while black tentacles and purple smoke covered the space with menace. Jason revealed a sinister smile, his eyes blazing with purple spiritual power, then declared smugly, "Kaka, this is none other than a magical power rampage. It is an extremely dangerous state for anyone caught in it. When the magical power inside the body goes beyond control, it erupts violently throughout all the meridians. Once this process occurs, the user will consume an enormous amount of magical power. Just hearing the name makes it sound like a health for buff exchange, the very definition of risking it all. That brutal power also destroys the user's meridians and body to the point of possible crippling." Damien curled his lips, inwardly guessing this was the effect of the gem he had just swallowed. Jason staggered closer with a self-important look, confirming that it was the most precious treasure his master had passed down to him. He revealed that the gem could disrupt the magical power of those nearby, then allow him to absorb that energy himself to increase his strength. This build was literally the more pain, the more power type. Jason's eyes blazed with hatred so intense it reached the extreme. He growled in mockery, "A lowly wretch like you has been far too arrogant for far too long." He madly ordered Damien to lie flat on the ground and crawl like an insect. The dark purple pressure enveloped Damien, making he seem completely restrained. But before the triumphant look of his enemy, Damien suddenly burst into hearty laughter, causing Jason to freeze, unable to understand what was happening. Damien laughed loudly in delight. "Foo ha ha." He looked at Jason with an expression full of ridicule. "I had roughly guessed what you were trying to do, but I never expected you to use the power of black magic to face me." Jason was stunned, his face twisting in terror. "What black magic? What nonsense are you talking about?" He could not believe Damien was still perfectly unharmed, then asked in panic why he was still standing. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Damien immediately struck with terrifying speed. Lightning-fast kick landed squarely on Jason, sending him flying as he let out a painful grunt. He flew as if kicked out of the match server, the impact kicking up thick dust across the floor. Jason collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, in so much pain that only a hoarse groan escaped him. Seeing her lover fall into such a miserable state, Sophia screamed in horror. Jason lay motionless on the floor, his breathing broken and feeble to a pitiful degree. Damien slowly approached and mocked the defeated man. "What a shame. You made all those schemes and still could not defeat me. Save those petty tricks for your next life." At that moment, purple-black aura and an ancient magic circle suddenly erupted from Damien's body, enveloping the entire space. Jack Norris in the stands broke out in a cold sweat, stunned as he wondered what was happening. The power of the ring had clearly activated. Could magical power rampage truly be completely useless against him? This situation was exactly like plan of failing hard while the boss was still at full health. Amid the fervent cheers, the crowd could not hide their shock at that unbelievable strength. That was the terrifying strength of the Hudson young master. Damien glanced toward the old knight, inwardly giving a cold snort. That Jack Norris had colluded with the Count to eliminate him, even using his own disciple as a pawn in that scheme. Damien narrowed his eyes, silently calculating. "Wait, if I make good use of this chance, I can make all of them pay at once." The evil black aura radiating from Damien made the crowd begin to panic. Someone trembled and cried out that the terrifying black aura was definitely Another person shouted in horror, What the hell is going on? A knight actually dares to openly use black magic. Whispers demanding that this matter be reported to the church quickly rang throughout the stands. Count Chester's face was pale at this moment, drained of every drop of blood. Fearing the news would soon reach the ears of the church, the old man panicked and immediately ordered his subordinates. For now, stop this match at once and block every source of information. Absolutely do not let the rumors spread outside. Hurry. Damien glanced after the figure fleeing away and laughed coldly to himself. Humph, that cowardly rabbit cannot even stay here anymore. He was standing above everyone just moments ago, and now he is frantically running away. Running that fast is no different from speedrunning an escape from a disastrous failure. On the other side, Count Chester rushed toward the carriage in panic, cursing endlessly in his heart. Jack Norris, that mad, foolish bastard, I trusted him with this task, yet he dared to smear ash all over my face. The old man reassured himself that there was no evidence linking him to Jack, and that as long as he pretended not to know and denied everything when questioned, it would be over. Just as the old man was about to step into the carriage, a cold voice rang out behind him. Where are you rushing off to, my lord? Chester jumped in fright. Sweat poured from the old man as if he had been drenched when he realized Damien was standing right beside him. The old man forced a smile, trying to keep his composure. Dad, Damien, what brings you to me? Ahead, Damien laughed with sinister amusement. He leaned closer and asked, Why must you keep pretending you know nothing? Surely you have something you want to confess to me, do you not? The atmosphere was stretched taut like a bowstring. Just talking felt like opening a sentence. Chester froze, wondering whether Damien already knew the whole truth, but he still forced himself to keep acting. I truly do not understand what you are talking about. I still have urgent business. Let us discuss this another time. Seeing that he remained stubborn, Damien sighed. Even now, you still want to keep acting, my lord. Then I have no other choice. Chester cried out in panic. What are you planning to do? Do not come near me. But he had no time to react. Damien moved like lightning, instantly knocking down the soldiers. The guards were all beaten down with only a few heavy punches. He struck the door right beside Chester's face with a powerful blow, making him scream in terror. Damien bent down to look at the trembling old man and asked, Father, how do you feel now? Damien's eyes shone with menace as he leaned close to the old count's face. Surely you have remembered the words you need to say to me by now. Under that terrifying pressure, Chester fell silent, his whole body shaking violently as he nodded again in fear. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere was tense enough to suffocate. Count Chester slammed his hand onto the table and angrily roared at Olivia. Was all of this caused by you? Before her father's fury, Olivia remained strangely calm. She answered frankly, Father, yes. I told Lord Damien everything. His daughter's betrayal made the old count lose control. He pointed straight at her face and cursed her. Have you gone mad? I raised you and gave you food and shelter, yet you dared to stab me in the back. While Chester was venting his rage wildly, Damien leisurely walked in with a mocking smile. Count, am I not helping you handle this trouble? It was exactly like the main character appearing at the perfect moment, changing the entire mood instantly. The sudden appearance of the young master of House Hansen left the old man so stunned he could barely speak. He stammered in fear, right? Where were we again? Damien narrowed his eyes at him with contempt and threatened him. Before long, the cult's people will come to investigate. He began listing the crimes. If they find out that you joined hands with Jax Nurit to harm me, what do you think the consequences will be? Not to mention, you are also involved with black magic, the thing they hate most. Count Chester turned deathly pale and hurriedly denied it. I knew absolutely nothing about that. Truly, I never expected that Jax would dare to use black magic. Faced with that cowardly excuse, Damien merely sneered. Do you truly think that excuse can deceive the cult? The old count lost all dignity and collapsed to his knees, begging. Lord Damien, I sincerely apologize, I was wrong. Please do not report this matter to the cult. Damien coldly reminded him that even if he stayed silent, Jason Cutter would soon confess. Under the harsh interrogation of the Heresy judges, he would certainly reveal the entire truth. Seeing that the old man had completely collapsed, Damien leisurely offered him a way out. How about this? I have acquaintances in the cult, so standing as guarantor for the count is not impossible. A glimmer of hope appeared and Chester hurriedly asked, Is that truly so? Damien's lips curled faintly. But I need you to satisfy a few requests. The old count nodded rapidly as though he had found gold. Say them quickly. As long as I can do it, I will accept everything. Damien slowly stepped closer and clearly stated the first condition. Very good. First, agree to let my younger brother Abel and Lady Olivia freely get to know each other. Behind the table, Olivia shyly blushed. Count Chester immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. That matter is simple, I approve. It was truly saving the crisis while smoothly slipping in one sweet move. Damien clearly stated the next request. Second, officially acknowledge me as the winner of this martial arts tournament. Count Chester hurriedly answered, That is only natural. Is that all? Damien smiled meaningfully. Third, transfer 300 gold to the Hassan Viscount family as compensation for the trouble just now. The enormous sum made the old count break out in sweat. As much as 300 gold coins. Unexpectedly, Olivia spoke up in support. "Oh, that is a good idea. Please add that in, Count." Damien was secretly surprised because this detail had not been part of his plan. Olivia continued coldly, and one final condition. Chester roared, "Why do you keep wanting to interfere? What else do you want now?" The atmosphere shifted into an upgraded negotiation scene, tense yet still absurdly funny. Olivia calmly presented a shocking request. "Within this year, hand over half of the territory's ownership to me." Both Damien and Chester were stunned. The old count trembled with rage and shouted, "Olivia, have you truly gone mad? Who do you think you are to dare demand this of me?" Olivia coldly reminded him that she was the living witness, the one who had seen the entire incident from the very beginning. Chester slammed the table in anger. "What? Are you planning to use this chance to extort money from your own father?" Olivia's eyes shone with unshakable resolve. "I will take back what belongs to me, then leave this rotten family." Chester stammered in shock. Olivia bitterly accused her father of treating her like a tool for all these years. So now it was her turn to use him for her own purpose. This family was as tense as a final boss fight, every sentence dealing mental damage. The old count ground his teeth, his face flushed red with anger. "You dare be this insolent." Watching that family drama unfold, Damien broke into a sweat as he realized things were drifting away from his expectations. He secretly felt that Olivia was more frightening than he had thought, then worried whether Abel could endure it. Olivia turned to ask, "Surely that is all the conditions, Lord Damien?" Damien could only force a smile and answer, "Ah yes, that is enough." Olivia concluded, "Then if father has no more objections, consider every agreement approved." Count Chester could only tremble in utter resentment, but there was nothing else he could do. A few days later, at the investigation office, Chester cried out in terror as he stood before the officials. Damien calmly placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke clearly before the judge. "I will present the entire truth. Count Copperhead here is completely innocent." This reversal was exactly like being cornered, only to counterattack in return. The cult's second-rank officer, Thomas, still looked doubtful. He asked, "But we have already obtained Jason's confession." Thomas said Jason had testified that the entire group had colluded with the Count to harm Damien. Hearing that, Count Chester turned pale and hurriedly denied it. "Collusion? What collusion? It is all fabricated." He argued that he had only told them not to interfere with the result of Damien's match, and knew absolutely nothing about the scheme behind it. Standing right behind him, Damien unexpectedly spoke up in his defense. "That is exactly how it was. In truth, the Count secretly came to find me beforehand and warned me." He placed a hand on the trembling old Count's shoulder and continued, "He was worried that they would use tricks during the match, so he told me to be on guard." Thomas was stunned and wondered to himself, could that be the real truth? The plot twist spun so fast that standing in the courtroom felt like watching a TikTok edit, flipping angles nonstop. Damien smiled brightly and asked in return, "If the Count had sincerely wanted to harm me, he would not have needed to warn me in advance like that. Is that not right, Count?" Chester hurriedly went along with him. "Of course, Lord Damien. Yes, after coming into contact with them, I felt uneasy, so I secretly went to meet you. If I had known they would use black magic, I would have stopped them from the start." Damien turned to Thomas and assured him, "Please believe my words, Lord Thomas. For the Supreme One, I guarantee that there is not a single lie between the Count and me." The two nodded together with sincere expressions. This teamwork was probably enough to compete for an Oscar in the group comeback category. Thomas was completely convinced, his eyes shining with admiration. Oh, Lord Damien. He believed him absolutely, thinking that someone trusted by Lord Agnes like Damien could never lie. He officially declared, "I declare this case closed. The Count is innocent and has escaped death's door." Chester breathed a sigh of relief. "I finally survived." But immediately afterward, Damien leaned close to his ear with a sinister smile. "What a wonderful result, Count. I have kept my promise. Now it is the Count's turn to fulfill his part, is it not?" Damien's icy gaze made the old Count tremble in fear once again. 1 week later, the luxurious carriage of the Hassan family slowly crossed a peaceful forest, amid the sounds of small animals around the path. Inside the carriage, Lady Olivia shared excitedly, "I truly did not expect to be taken home to meet your parents this soon." The atmosphere inside the carriage was like romance mode with the whole map unlocked. One glance was enough to know something special was happening. Abel blushed awkwardly and replied in a polite tone, making Olivia laugh. "How long do you plan to keep speaking so distantly? I already told you to speak naturally." Seeing his younger brother so flustered that he turned clumsy, Damien, sitting across from them, could only grimace, utterly speechless. After all, he was the one who had pushed the two of them closer together. Olivia took the initiative and told Abel to call her Olivia from now on, leaving the boy so happy that he looked dazed. Standing behind them, Damien sighed in exasperation. This scene was truly painful to watch. Damien smiled faintly in satisfaction. Although there had been a few unforeseen incidents, most of the goals he had set had been fully accomplished. After a tense week, the church's inspection officially ended, and they reached their conclusion. While Jason had already fallen into the net, a nationwide wanted order was also issued for Jack Norris, who was still on the run. The chapter had ended, yet there was still a stray boss roaming somewhere on the map. All suspicions against Count Chester were also cleared, but the price paid was by no means small. After her father's cruel schemes, Olivia decisively severed ties with him and left the Count's estate. She chose to go with Abel and begin a new life. In that way, Abel finally won Olivia's heart, just as he had always wished. As for Damien, he quietly looked at the precious treasure in his hand. Seeing his older brother keep fiddling with the crimson gem, Abel asked curiously, "A big brother, is that not the champion's reward?" Damien answered calmly, "Yes, that is right. Because the situation was too chaotic, the ceremony was cancelled, but I still managed to receive the reward." He secretly mocked that foolish old count who had completely failed to recognize this thing's true value. But for Damien, it was different. This was the spirit heart, a crystallized mass of energy essence with an extremely low appearance rate. It was so rare that it only formed when a high-ranking spirit was completely destroyed. If one knew how to refine and absorb it through the proper method, the user would not only receive an enormous amount of magic power, but could also inherit that spirit's abilities. Damien stared intently at the gem, thinking to himself that this was the first time he had seen a heart containing the power of a fire spirit. As long as he could absorb it, the day he regained the peak level of his previous life would no longer be far away. It felt like he had just looted an SSR item. One glance was enough to know it had to be stored carefully, because one mistake would mean losing everything. The carriage slowly left the territory, carrying Damien's new plans with it. But in the darkness of the roadside forest, a figure wearing a black hat was silently watching the carriage with eyes full of hatred. He gritted his teeth, radiating a gloomy killing intent aimed straight at Damien. This kind of entrance made it obvious at a glance that a side boss was about to break the game. Night gradually fell over the road. On the way back, the carriage quietly stopped beside a flickering campfire deep in the forest. After the long and exhausting journey, Abel and Lady Olivia had fallen into deep sleep. At that very moment, from within the darkness, soft footsteps began to silently draw closer. The stalker was Jack Norris. He stealthily approached the carriage, his eyes lighting up with malicious intent, then slowly drew his cold, sharp short sword. Just as he was about to strike, a cold voice rang down from above. "I thought I would have to wait until my neck grew long." Jack raised his head in terror and discovered that Damien had been lying in ambush on a tree branch for who knew how long. Without giving his opponent time to recover, the fake knight swung his sword horizontally, cutting the tree trunk clean through. Right where Damien had just been standing, he nimbly sprang away to dodge, making Jack remark in a low voice, "Your reputation is truly deserved. A mid-level sword master is indeed different. What quick reactions." Damien landed lightly, facing the man who had been secretly following him the entire way. Jack narrowed his eyes and asked, "You noticed from the start that I was following you?" Damien curled his lips faintly, took out the crimson gem, and replied calmly, "Of course. I also know that the target you are seeking is this." Seeing the treasure, Jack nodded and admitted, "So that is how it is, just as I guessed. The spirit heart is in your hands." Damien gave a faint smile and said that it was only natural, because he was the winner of the tournament. Jack did not understand how Damien knew he was after the gem. He raised a hand to his forehead, his voice full of mockery. "What is so hard to guess about that?" Damien began exposing his scheme. "If you only wanted to help Jason Cutter marry Lady Olivia, you would not have risked your life to this extent and done everything possible to help him win the tournament. You even did not hesitate to use dangerous black magic." That sharp analysis made Jack's expression change. Damien concluded, "Your final goal was actually the reward meant for the victor." Knowing he had been seen through, Jack gave a faint sneer. "Humph. Then that makes this even more convenient for me. I was still worried the church had surrounded the outside, making it hard to return to the arena. This matchup was exactly like showing your hand and still going all into the end." The old knight tightened his grip on his sword, killing intent rising thickly from him. "Good thing I followed you in case you took that object away. Now all I need to do is take your life and seize it." Damien was not shaken at all. He curled his lips in challenge. "Is that so? If you are confident you can do it, then try." Damien drew the 1,000-mile sword, blazing with emerald spiritual power, his gaze full of pressure as he said coldly, "Step forward and try to take it." Jack Norris rushed forward like a phantom, swinging the sword covered in purple spiritual power as it tore through the night. Damien flexibly tilted his body, dodging the dangerous sword's strikes by a hair's breadth. He poured power into the 1,000-mile sword, creating waves of emerald sound to dissolve the pressure from the fierce series of slashes. The sound of weapons clashing rang out again and again, generating powerful shockwaves in the depths of the forest. When the two sides temporarily separated, Damien silently assessed his opponent. This man truly was the strongest among those who had reached the threshold of a mid-level sword master. Damien realized that every one of his strikes was so precise it had almost no openings. Jack Norris also could not hide his astonishment. He looked at Damien and said, "You surprise me. A low-level man like you can actually withstand my techniques to this extent." Immediately after, his eyes flared with a bewitching purple light. He declared coldly, "Even so, the game ends here." The atmosphere instantly shifted into an entirely different phase. It was exactly like finishing a warm-up and realizing the opponent was by no means ordinary. Damien's expression shifted slightly as he sensed an unfamiliar aura enveloping the other Manhwan. That thing is... Before his eyes, Jack's figure gradually blurred, then split into countless purple illusions surrounding him from multiple sides. Jack asked smugly, very surprised, "Are you not? How does it look to you?" The dense illusions were like glitches filling the entire screen, making everything confusing no matter where one looked. He revealed that this was the Imperial Sword, a legendary sword art he had spent his entire life restoring. Jack asserted that his sword path moved between illusion and reality, leaving opponents unable to distinguish which strike was real. Jack roared with killing intent, "Damien, sink into that ignorance and meet your end here." The purple phantoms swung their swords all at once and charged straight in. Standing in the middle of the dangerous encirclement, Damien remained terrifyingly calm. He immediately unleashed the ultimate technique, True Step Drifting Shadow Sword. His eyes blazed with emerald spiritual power, and the sword in his hand radiated powerful energy, completely stopping the opponent's rain of swords. Jack froze when his ultimate technique was countered so easily. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes as he recognized the familiar move. What is this? Impossible? Is this not the move that nullified Jason's sword back then? Before his opponent's horrified expression, Damien remained composed and mocked him. "You are making such a fuss over a trifling bit of swordsmanship." Those words from Damien were no different from a slap straight across Jack's pride. He roared in fury, his eyes bulging from unwillingness. What did you just say? Trifling." Jack frantically swung his sword to counterattack, but Damien was already one step faster as he lightly shifted his footwork. Emerald spiritual power erupted, forming a series of constantly shifting illusions that made Jack lose his sense of direction. Damien asked indifferently, "Was this what you wanted to do?" That speed made the opponent feel as though his entire sense of battle had been reset. Jack trembled, sweat pouring down like rain in utter terror. "How can you use pseudo-true phantom sword?" Damien calmly replied in an airy voice that all he had to do was watch him do it and imitate it a little. That answer made Jack collapse completely. Jack sank to his knees at Damien's feet, and all the pride he had in always calling himself a genius vanished along with it. The belief that had followed the old man since childhood now shattered completely. One skill copy was enough to make the boss's entire mental system collapse. The old knight forced a pitiful, deranged smile when he realized his dream of being a genius had been crushed by a true genius. The immensely powerful strike, carrying a vast surge of spiritual power, came crashing down and sent Jack flying as if he were a dry leaf before a storm. The old man lay sprawled on the ground, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, roaring in both hatred and helplessness that this could not be happening. "How could you defeat me so quickly?" In bitterness, the old man recalled the past, when he had never been a genius, merely someone with a little more talent than ordinary people. Perhaps everything had begun then. To make up for his lack of talent, the old man traveled everywhere in search of spiritual medicines and the secret manuals of masters. Just to become stronger, Jack did not hesitate to use despicable methods, even secretly harming others. After decades of sacrifice, the old man finally reached the intermediate realm. The old man's trembling hands tightened around the sword hilt, and Jack roared in resentment that the secret technique, the thing I traded my entire life for and only understood after countless hardships, yet you say all you needed was to imitate it. Faced with that fury, Damien only sighed in boredom and lamented that it was truly a waste of mana. It sounded no different from a top server player calling an opponent's move a little low grade. That indifference only fanned Jack's madness even higher. The old man roared, and what he hated most were Damien's two words merely. Jack charged forward madly, his eyes blazing with fierce spiritual power. But Damien only asked coldly what he was rambling about, telling him not to drag things out with those bland stories of the past. He walked leisurely through the darkness and declared that everything would end here. Damien turned away coldly, leaving Jack nourished to scream in resentment. He said in boredom that he was rambling again, telling him not to waste any more time with such mediocre excuses. Without bothering to pay attention to the defeated man, Damien yawned wearily and thought he should go get some sleep. He strolled through the silent forest. Suddenly, Damien curled his lips faintly and told himself that now that he had dealt with that bastard, it was time to look for the spoils. "I wonder if I can pick up anything usable this time." A month later, at the Hudson family mansion, life had returned to its familiar peace. Olivia Copperhead was now enthusiastically helping with the housework, gently raising a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Seeing the young lady do the work herself, the servants hurriedly tried to stop her. Olivia only smiled and said it was all right, she could handle such a small task herself. On the balcony, Lady Merilda gently called to her daughter-in-law, telling her to leave that alone and come inside to rest. Olivia answered her mother-in-law politely, then asked curiously where she was going. Marilda said cheerfully that the horsekeeper's wife had just become pregnant, so she wanted to pay her a visit. Olivia exclaimed with joy and asked if that was really true, then suggested bringing some nourishing things for her. Her thoughtfulness pleased Marilda greatly, and she invited her to come along. This family was so friendly that they were no different from a whole group of support-type NPCs. Olivia happily agreed, then also mentioned that yesterday she had seen the windmill blades had grown old, so they probably needed repairs. She thought it would be better to do it before winter arrived. Marilda nodded in agreement and said they would discuss it with her father later. Watching from the window, Viscount Paul remarked to Damien that ever since Olivia arrived, managing the territory seemed to have become much easier. Paul followed Olivia's figure with his gaze, secretly amazed by how quickly she had blended into the family, because he still remembered very clearly the first moment he saw her step down from the carriage to greet everyone. Viscount Paul recalled pensively that he had once been shocked when a count's young lady came to them on her own, bringing half of her family's assets and wanting to marry Abel. Yet after only 1 month, Olivia had become a natural part of the Hassan household. Paul smugly thought that his youngest son truly knew how to choose a wife. To Paul, this daughter-in-law was truly a real savior. Suddenly, he turned and called Damien. Seeing the family running smoothly, Paul hinted that his son should also begin thinking about finding a partner. Paul said this was not surprising at all, because Damien had been very famous lately. He pulled back the curtain, revealing a wall covered with portraits of noble young ladies. Paul was curious about what kind of person his son would set his eyes on. Only then did Damien understand that his father had called him over early because of matchmaking. He smiled awkwardly and tried to refuse, saying, "Father, I am sorry, but marriage is still far too early for me right now." Paul frowned and questioned what he meant by too early. This scene was exactly like suddenly opening a dating event. It left the main character completely unable to prepare himself mentally. The old Viscount snapped, asking what he was talking about. Paul insisted that there was only marrying too late, not marrying too early. He began lecturing that a man had to establish a family before building a career, then told stories how he had refused many young ladies in his youth to choose Marilda. Damien could only sigh in exasperation as he listened, because his father would not stop talking. Paul even mentioned that his younger brother had already settled down, and as the elder brother, remaining alone would invite gossip. Unable to endure it any longer, Damien decisively leaped out through the window, making Paul shout in panic. The sound of shattering glass rang throughout the mansion. From below, Damien shouted back that, "Father, I have not even reached that age yet, so why are you already rushing me to take a wife?" He landed safely, raised a hand to his forehead, and sighed wearily, never expecting his father to suddenly press him about marriage like this. Damien curled his lips faintly, revealing a cold and resolute smile. He told himself that he had never once thought of such a thing, not even in his dreams. Damien's eyes shone with determination, because he still had greater goals to accomplish instead of getting entangled in romance now. Being forced to choose a wife while he was focused on the main quest made his spirits sink completely. From the very beginning, that concern had been far too much of a luxury. Strange streams of black energy began spreading beneath Damien's feet as he recalled his dark previous life. In those memories, he had once been a terrifying existence, a great general clad in demonic armor, spreading horror across the battlefield. Damien tormented himself with the thought that although the sins committed under Dago had been forced upon him, the fact that he had once taken the lives of others could not be denied. Those people had also been someone's siblings, someone's parents. The truth that he had struck them down with his own hands would remain an indelible stain forever. Memories of a blood-stained sword and a battlefield strewn with bodies returned like a sentence of conscience against one who had committed far too many sins. Damien bitterly realized that he was no longer worthy of peace, much less qualified to enjoy that happiness. Instead of seeking comfort, his eyes blazed with rage and iron resolve. He chose another path. I have to grow stronger quickly, even if only 1 day sooner. Destroying that bastard is the highest priority. Dago's gloomy specter appeared behind him, radiating a cold purple aura as if urging him toward absolute power. Damien took out an ancient book glowing with a mysterious blue light, something he had found after defeating Jack Znurit. He turned the pages one by one and murmured softly, "Bear Branch Frenzy Elixir, huh?" This was the special mana cultivation manual obtained from the defeated enemy. It was completely different from ordinary cultivation methods, which forced the practitioner to sit still and absorb magic power, such as Tyrant Force Bamboo Key Art. Inside the secret manual was a unique technique that allowed the user to absorb magic power in a very particular way. It could operate continuously even while the body was moving. The moment he picked it up, it already felt like an absurdly powerful auto-farming skill. Although the principle was complicated and the amount of magic power absorbed was rather small, Damien still thought that if it were combined with his current method, then perhaps it would produce a very promising result. Moreover, if he fully fused with the spirit heart, his power would certainly soar at an astonishing speed in a short time. Damien clenched his fist with determination, telling himself that it was time to get started a little. Suddenly, Victor's voice rang out from behind. Young master, a guest has come looking for you." Damien's expression shifted slightly, and he wondered inwardly how they knew he was here. He was still building his gear when the system announced that a VIP guest had knocked at the door mid-battle. An ominous premonition gradually filled Damien's mind as he slowly walked toward the parlor. As soon as the door opened, a familiar hair-haired beauty appeared, leaving him unable to hide his surprise. Agnes stood and greeted him. "It has been a long time, Lord Damien." Damien let out a faint sigh, because everything was indeed exactly as he had predicted. He awkwardly responded to the Holy Knight's apology for visiting so suddenly. "Ah yes, it is all right." Taking advantage of the other party not paying attention, Damien whispered instructions to the servant. "Hey, next time just say I am not home, understand?" Turning back to the honored guest, he realized the atmosphere seemed unusual, so he decided to ask directly. "But what exactly happened for you to come here so suddenly?" Agnes pondered for a moment, then admitted in a solemn voice that she had a rather difficult request and wanted to ask for his help. Before Damien's curious gaze, she revealed the shocking news that the Order had finally discovered the location of the necromancer's dungeon. Damien narrowed his eyes warily. "A necromancer, huh? I heard you all have been relentlessly pursuing him, so you finally found him." Unexpectedly, Agnes stepped forward and grasped Damien's hand tightly, her gaze extremely earnest. Before the bewildered young master of the Hudson family, the Holy Knight looked straight into his eyes and made her plea. "In the operation to eliminate that wicked necromancer, could you lend us your support?" Under the quiet night, Damien secretly climbed through the window to carry out his hidden plan. However, the moment he touched the ground, he was caught red-handed by Victor, startling him badly. Damien awkwardly made the excuse that he only wanted to exercise early in the morning. But how could that sneaky look escape the eyes of his close servant? The stealth plan failed because the guard NPC had his radar set far too sensitive. Victor immediately exposed the lie, asserting that his master intended to sneak out and join the subjugation party at Agnes' request, then anxiously asked whether he truly wanted to go to such a dangerous place. Damien admitted that it was true. Victor earnestly begged him to reconsider, because a dark mage's dungeon was famous as a terrifying death ground. It also reminded him that the Viscount would certainly never allow him to venture into such a dangerous place. Damien sighed in agreement. Right, father would absolutely never agree. He explained that this was exactly why he had no choice but to sneak away, leaving Victor only able to cry out in stunned helplessness. Determined not to let his master face danger, Victor held up a staff to block the way, firmly stopping him. "No, I cannot allow it. Even if I must enter that death ground myself, I cannot let the young master go there." But Damien struck the back of his neck as fast as lightning, making the boy faint instantly. Looking at Victor lying flat on the ground, Damien softly marveled at the servant's weight, then told himself, "Do not worry, Victor. Someone like that ghost cannot defeat me." His eyes blazed with determination, affirming that this was a golden opportunity to cut off one of Darugo's arms, and he absolutely could not miss it. Damien calmly waved goodbye to the unconscious Victor and told him to find a way to explain things to father for him, then he quickly leaped over the fortress wall. The next morning, Damien arrived at the meeting point and officially met the members of the subjugation party. A woman with blazing red hair and a muscular build stepped forward to greet him enthusiastically. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Magada, a second-rank Holy Knight." Looking at the Holy Knight's bulging muscles, Damien could not help being stunned by her powerful physique. Meeting a new teammate felt like entering a lobby and running into the team's main tank. He politely shook her hand and introduced himself as Damien. While inwardly judging that Magada possessed formidable strength, Magada laughed heartily, admitting that she had thought he would not dare come because their opponent this time was the notorious corpse artist. Damien curled his lips and replied, with Ags asking me, "How could I refuse? Moreover, I also utterly despise dark mages." The newly formed team had clearly switched into anti-evil mode on its own. Seeing the two work so well together, Magada teased Agnes, saying that she had chosen the right man for herself. Before her younger sister's flustered expression, Magada, though somewhat reluctant, decisively drew out the precious sword and handed it to Damien. "Here, take it." Damien received the radiant weapon in astonishment. "Ah, this is," Magada confirmed in a solemn voice. "It is that sword." Holding the treasured sword in his hand, Damien clearly felt a stream of divine energy flowing within it. This was a sword forged from the rarest precious metals by the hands of master blacksmiths. It had undergone thousands of temperings, and priests had infused it with holy power for many years before it could be completed. Just by gripping the sword hilt, Damien felt all his fatigue melt away. He marveled inwardly, "It really is impressive." Magada revealed that to obtain this gift, Agnes had begged her master for a very long time, wanting him to receive a worthy reward for joining the operation. He also teased that lending a holy sword to an outsider was extremely rare, unless it involved Damien, because Agnes was willing to risk her life to protect him. Far too embarrassed, Agnes delivered a thunderous kick, making Mangetta cry out in pain. Despite the pain, the female knight still laughed brightly, then told Damien to make good use of this treasure. Damien thanked her sincerely, while Agnes once again expressed her gratitude that he had accepted the invitation. Damien said it was nothing, but wanted Agnes to explain the current situation clearly first. The whole group quickly boarded the carriage and headed straight toward the hot zone. On the way, Agnes began telling him about the strange events that had occurred in the Northrim Mountains a few weeks earlier. In that once peaceful rural area, 3 people had mysteriously vanished one after another, and even the patrolling night squad could not find any clues. They had no idea that in the nearby bushes, a bizarre creature with glowing eyes and sharp teeth was silently watching, letting out a threatening growl. The mission atmosphere instantly shifted into survival mode, and the danger signal rose a level. In the Northrim Mountains, 2 patrolling soldiers were staring in shock at a wolf showing extremely strange behavior. They wondered why it was clawing at its own body as if enduring unbearable agony. Suddenly, from the monster came a ragged, broken voice, pain. The 2 soldiers froze in shock, almost unable to believe their ears. "Did you hear that? That sound was exactly like a human voice." That cry of pain rang out again, so mournful it chilled them to the bone. That very moment, a gigantic black shadow with pairs of crimson eyes suddenly appeared behind them. A grotesque being as massive as a mountain radiated terrifying pressure, making them both tremble in fear. It was a giant chimera stitched together from countless human parts, roaring in agony. Its scream shook the entire sky, sending the black crows into a panicked scatter. Back in the present, on the rolling carriage, Agnes said the local soldiers had followed the traces of the missing villagers and narrowed down the new dungeon of Corpse Theater. Sitting in silent thought in one corner, Damien narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Something was wrong. How could an old fox like Corpse Theater so easily let an experimental subject escape and expose its tracks? He had never left a clue before. This boss was screaming as if the system had bugged out mid-combat. Damien gave his blunt assessment, and the Grand Order also suspected this might be a trap. Mangetta nodded in agreement, saying the Order had gathered transcendence from all 3 sects. Damien thought to himself that such a force was enough to overturn a kingdom, yet still wondered why they needed him. Only then did Agnes speak hesitantly. "That is because of me." She lowered her head, guilt plain on her face. She revealed that her master had originally forbidden them from participating because this subjugation was far too dangerous. The lineup was already strong, yet they still called in Carrie just to be safe. Driven by her thirst for revenge, Agnes had begged her master to let her take part. Because time was short, only she and Mangetta arrived in time to join the force. Mangetta said her master agreed on the condition that they add outside combat power. She looked at Damien and said firmly, "If you do not accept, I will not allow Agnes to participate either." Damien let out a breath, understanding the reason, but there was a cruel truth he absolutely could not reveal. Damien stared out the window with a dark expression, letting the haunting memories of his previous life surge back once more. He knew the fate of this subjugation force all too well. In his previous life, a similar large force had once been mobilized, and the result could be summed up in 2 words: total annihilation. Through the final words of the last surviving Holy Knight, the true cause had finally been revealed. Damien narrowed his eyes toward his new companions, extreme vigilance rising in his heart. The words that Holy Knight left behind were that there was a traitor within the subjugation force. Mangetta announced that they had arrived at the place they were looking for. The group entered a vast military base, chosen as the main gathering point for the entire subjugation force. Damien quietly observed his surroundings, silently judging that the soldiers here were very well trained and professional. The atmosphere inside the base was solemn, as if everyone was about to step into a final boss battle. The deeper they went, the more surprised Damien became to see so many holy knights here who had reached lower rank. He narrowed his eyes in calculation, telling himself it seemed the Order truly intended pour all its resources into this pursuit. Mangetta waved for Damien to follow. "This way, sir." He quickly followed her into the central area. This scene felt exactly like a full roster preparing for a raid. As soon as they entered the command tent, Mangetta cheerfully raised a hand in greeting. "Well, you have arrived. Long time no see, still doing fine." What answered her was the stern voice of the man beside the map table. "You are far too late, Mangetta." That was Gan, a second-class holy knight of the chaotic blizzard sect, waiting with his subordinate Dionysio. Mangetta laughed awkwardly and explained that she had been delayed by a little personal matter on the road, and that she would be punctual next time. Gaiman coldly mocked her, saying that was yet another stale promise, making him doubt her sincerity. Mangetta remained completely unfazed. She laughed heartily and teased him not to look so grim all the time, saying that if he kept frowning, his forehead would soon be full of old wrinkles. Mangetta's carefree attitude only made Gaiman angrier. He ground his teeth and muttered that she should know remorse instead of standing there making excuses, then made a contemptuous remark. This truly was the style of someone from the Shortfall sect, hot-tempered and rude. Their way of talking sounded like they were getting hyped up between two guilds on a hardcore server. Insulted in regard to her sect, Magada's expression changed at once. She glared and warned Gemen to watch his mouth, saying he could criticize her but not touch her sect. Gemen replied that if her sect's rules were strict, she would not act so casually. Magada curled her lips in mockery, saying that even if Lord Black Snow had once been beaten miserably by her master, Gemen did not need to cling to such petty resentment. Her words struck his sore spot, making Dionisio slam the table in anger and shout, demanding when his master had ever been beaten so miserably. Watching the fierce verbal clash, Damien quietly asked Agnes who that unpleasant man was. Agnes softly explained to Damien that he was Gammon, Black Snow's true disciple, and a second-class holy knight of the chaotic Blizzard sect. Magada continued to wound the other side's pride by insisting that Black Snow losing to her master was the truth. Dionisio argued that his master had only been exhausted then, because he had just completed an important duty. Damien observed the rift between the two sects and silently felt that they truly disliked each other. Just then, a sweet voice rang out, advising everyone not to waste time arguing and to save that anger for the dark mages inside the dungeon. One who appeared with a radiant smile was Sanus, a second-class holy knight of the Radiant Pain sect. Gammon and Agnes quickly recognized the familiar face, introducing her as Light's disciple. Sanus sat down calmly, swept her eyes over Damien, then asked curiously who the man standing there was. At a glance, he did not look like a holy knight at all. Magada immediately introduced him to everyone with enthusiasm, saying this was Sir Damien. The moment the name rang out, Dionisio froze. He could not believe the man before him was the knight who had single-handedly taken down two dark mages under Euron. Magada gleefully teased Agnes, saying she looked innocent but still knew how to attract men, even managing to invite Damien all the way here. Agnes blushed in confusion. Amid the noise, Gaiman suddenly cut in with a stern face. Gaiman bluntly asked whether they truly intended to let an outsider participate in this important punitive force. Agnes affirmed that Damien was an official collaborator of headquarters, but Dionisio still said haughtily that he was merely someone outside the faith. Agnes clenched her teeth in anger at that exclusionary attitude. Gaiman continued to apply pressure, saying that arbitrarily bringing an outsider into the operation was far too reckless. Damien folded his arms calmly and coldly asked in return how they defined reckless. The question sounded as if he was about to overturn the entire meeting. Gaiman remained full of suspicion, raising the possibility that this outsider might be hiding a dark scheme. He reminded them that black mages often planted spies in headquarters to sabotage it from within. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly grew tense to the extreme because of that direct accusation. Magada immediately slammed the table and barked, "Hey gay man, watch your words. You are crossing the line." Damien quietly observed, silently judging that Gammon truly was excessively suspicious. Unexpectedly, Sanus also agreed with Gammon, saying that bringing an unverified person into the formation was too risky. Magada asked in shock, Sanus, "Even you think so?" Gammon looked straight at Damien and spoke in a low voice. "Sir Damien, may I be so bold as to ask you one question?" He declared that the Holy Knights had devoted themselves to this war in order to eradicate heresy and glorify the greatness of divine, then continued in a resonant voice. "Then what is your reason for joining this subjugation?" Damien was silent for a moment. He understood that if he wanted to win the trust of these stubborn people, he needed an answer convincing enough, but he also had to consider how to phrase it. Just as Damien was about to speak, a flustered soldier rushed into the tent, cutting through the suffocating atmosphere with urgent news. It was exactly like a strategy meeting being interrupted by a server alert that the boss had spawned. The soldier reported that the scouting team had encountered the flesh golem on the mountainside. The grim news startled every holy knight in the meeting room. At the scene, a terrifying sight was now unfolding. A gigantic creature stitched together from countless human parts was crying mournfully, calling for its mother again and again in despair. The soldiers who witnessed it could only cry out in confusion and terror, saying that this was truly too dreadful. The monster kept moaning in many overlapping voices, painfully begging for its mother and pleading for someone to save it from the darkness. The knight raised his shield to defend himself while silently cursing, unable to understand why such a horrifying creature existed in this world. A stream of emerald spiritual power descended, making the monster howl in agonizing pain. It roared in fury. "It hurts so much. Why are you torturing us like this? Do not touch me again." Just hearing it was enough to feel both chilling and morally off by game standards. Eyes covered the heads all across its body. The golem blazed red with hatred and charged straight at the soldier, frozen in terror, leaving him only able to cry out in shock. It roared that it would take all their lives, then unleashed a thunderous strike that sent a knight flying. Magada rushed over in time to catch his fading comrade, then shouted loudly, "Hey, wake up already." but that the situation grew more dangerous by the moment as another knight cried out in panic. "This is bad, Magata. Look ahead." The monster suddenly spewed a sickly green poisonous gas, covering almost the entire area. Magata immediately ordered, "That is deadly poison. Use divine power to protect yourselves right now." The holy knights braced themselves against it. Gaiman gritted his teeth under the pressure, forced to focus on defense until the attack weakened. Amid the deadly poisonous smoke, Damien still walked forward calmly, leaving Dionisio stunned. "Ah, Sir Damien," from his body emanated. Powerful emerald aura spread outward, easily pushing back all the surrounding toxins. Dionisio could hardly believe his eyes. He used aura to repel poison this powerful. The golem groaned in voices filled with resentment. "Do you also want to make us suffer?" Damien kept advancing slowly, throwing it into panic. "Do not come closer, stay away from me." It kept firing purple spikes to stop him, exactly the kind of reaction one had when meeting an endgame character who needed no build. Damien coldly crushed the spikes beneath his feet, ignoring the monster's screams of pain. He sprang into the air, swung his sword, and delivered a fatal blow that pierced straight through the golem's head. Under Dionysio's astonished gaze, Damien asked coldly, "You asked why I came here earlier, did you not?" Hatred flared in Damien's eyes as he recalled the past. Agito, that damned dark mage, placed a curse on my territory and tried to murder my entire family. He drove the blade deeper and said decisively that when a dark mage had pushed him to the brink, taking only one life would never be enough to quell his hatred. The souls of the victims imprisoned within the golem were gradually freed amid radiant light. Before the Holy Knight's astonishment, Damien declared firmly, "That is why, until I eradicate all you dark mages, I will absolutely never stop." Inside the gloomy dungeon, rusted iron chains hung suspended among piles of white bones and flickering candlelight, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Amid that eerie scene, two members of the Iran organization rushed over in panic to question Delon, who sat motionless in the darkness. The purple-haired knight shouted angrily, "Hey, Delon, what were you thinking, exposing our whereabouts like that?" The atmosphere was exactly like betrayal mixed with a server-wide event about to launch. He could not hide his panic as he realized how dangerous the situation was. "Do you not see the holy knights of the order surrounding us outside?" The purple-haired knight gritted his teeth and repeated the cruel reality. "The Iran organization now has only the three of us left. Do you want to extinguish our lost hope with your own hands?" Faced with those fierce accusations, Dylan slowly turned his head, his purple eyes glowing with a demonic light. He answered calmly in a terrifyingly composed voice, "You ask for the reason. I am merely carrying out his will. If I use this dark mage to create a golem right before my eyes, surely he will be pleased." The purple-haired knight asked in horror what he meant. The situation had shifted into the mode of executing a teammate outright. No pause menu needed. Without giving the other man time to react, Dylan struck in a flash, taking down his accomplice in an instant. He coldly ordered the subordinate beside him, "I will begin the operation immediately. Take him to the stitching room." "Did you hear me, Kai?" The masked figure in the blue cloak silently grabbed the defeated man by the hair, then dragged his unconscious body across the cold stone floor. Dylan sank into madness, raised the deep purple soul sphere, and muttered, "This time, I will definitely create a perfect work that will satisfy him." Dylan's eyes burned with fanaticism as he looked at the new materials. "That is right, with the body of a high-ranking holy knight like this, surely he will grant me a response again." Streams of purple dark energy began to swirl around, molding the pieces of corpses into a grotesque gigantic form. The flesh golem slowly emerged with countless grieving faces and red eyes. It screamed in agony inside the dark dungeon, controlled by deadly threads of magic. Just hearing it already felt like building a boss from a server system bug. Dylan narrowed his eyes suspiciously when he discovered a stranger who did not belong to the Holy Knight's order mixed into the formation. He stared in shock as Damien accurately identified the golem's core, then destroyed it with a single thrust. Dylan could not believe it had happened so easily. The boss had not even managed to cut skill before its animation was skipped outright. He flew into a rage because the test he had painstakingly prepared had been solved by an outsider right before his eyes. Yet Dylan suddenly let out a chilling laugh full of excitement when he realized Damien was the magnificent material he had long been searching for. Standing before the large mirror, he pleaded, "Please wait patiently just a little longer." Dylan sank deeper into madness, swearing that he would capture this premium material no matter what and create a golem masterpiece to offer his master. The next day, at the foot of Mount Norfrey, the subjugation officially began. Gaiman gathered the entire force in a ringing voice, asking everyone to focus so that duties and missions could be clearly assigned, ensuring victory. According to the tactical diagram, Gaiman and the chaotic Blizzard squad would serve as the vanguard and open the path. The formation was as tense as an end-of-month deadline without a paycheck. Behind them, Magata's incinerator squad was responsible for blocking attacks from the rear, while the center was the Blazing Pain squad, supporting both flanks with their powers. Damien quietly judged this to be a fairly reasonable tactic, since it made use of each order's individual strengths. Agnes sighed softly in regret. She believed she should have been on the front line sweeping away the heretics, instead of staying behind to provide cover. Just then Dionysius strolled over to start a conversation. He promised to deal with the small fry ahead and open the way, then told Agnes to conserve her strength for the final decisive battle. The drama felt even more intense than watching a livestream expose. Dionisio approached Damien, outwardly praising his impressive performance the day before, while his heart remained filled with suspicion. He said coldly that although everyone admired Damien's ability, he was still not convinced. To him, an outsider would always remain an outsider. Dionisio glared and warned that he would not take his eyes off Damien for even a single moment. Damien merely replied calmly that he would remember that. Seeing her subordinate go too far, Agnes immediately scolded him, ordering Dionisio to stop with the meaningless remarks and return to his proper position. Dionisio awkwardly explained that he was only worried. Damien smiled faintly, telling himself that dragging the traitor in the order into the light before capturing the necromancer would certainly be quite interesting. Damien turned and asked whether they could set out now. Agnes agreed decisively, her face filled with killing intent. She nursed a deep hatred and declared that it was time to hunt down that bastard at all costs. Seeing her terrifying expression, Damien quietly wondered what had created such intense hatred. Immediately after that, the operation opened with the sight of an undead monster completely frozen inside a deep blue block of ice. The holy knights of the chaotic blizzard sect began displaying overwhelming power. Dionisio and his comrades charged forward like whirlwinds, swinging their swords to create an extremely powerful blast of cold air that froze every obstacle in their path. Corpse monsters were cut down one after another beneath sword strikes sheathed in razor-sharp snow crystals. Frost kept bursting apart, turning the battlefield into a cold graveyard strewn with shards of ice. The battle was no different from a blizzard live-streaming combat. Damien watched in silence, thinking that even though he had seen Paul many times before, this power was still far too strange. It was a special energy even he could not copy, something known as the authority of the Holy Knight Order. He understood clearly that depending on the church, the authority they possessed would have completely different properties. They were people who had reached the peak of this form of power. Just then, Sana stepped closer and proudly asked Damien what he thought of that magnificent technique. She said with pride that Chaotic Snowstorm was one of the strongest forces among the churches in the Empire. That authority looked no different from a boss-level game hack. Sana smiled faintly, explaining that a knight's pride could sometimes be excessive, but that was only a minor flaw. She believed Dionisio was still bothered by yesterday's display. Damien's excellent performance the day before made her feel guilty for having doubted him. Damien calmly replied that he did not mind it either. Sanus remarked that Damien struck very decisively, but she had not expected him to show mercy to the monsters created by that necromancer. With her warlike nature, she said that if it were her, she would have torn them to pieces and given them an ending in agony. Damien broke out in a sweat, realizing she truly was the disciple of Radiance, the most fanatical zealot among the 5 great saints. Sanus stated that from the moment she saw Damien's strength in his eyes, she understood that his hatred for dark mages was entirely real. Her eyes shone brightly with excitement as she invited him, saying the cult of radiant pain always welcomed someone as merciful and strong as him. She asked whether he wanted to join their cult. Damien immediately refused with firm resolve, leaving Sanus unable to hide her disappointment. She tried to persuade him, saying that if he became a holy knight, he would be the most loyal servant of the god of glory. Damien sighed in exasperation, wondering how many more times he would have to hear this invitation whenever he met holy knights. The recruitment pitch dragged on like endless drama, making anyone watching want to hit skip. He modestly said he was still far too inexperienced to carry out divine wrath on behalf of the gods. As for his lack of mana, Damien believed that perfecting his mana training method and fully absorbing the spirit heart would be enough. He silently told himself that he could not become a hunting dog of the church over such a small matter. As the entire team continued deeper into the dungeon, Agata stood behind them and laughed with delight, teasing Agnes that at this rate, Damien might be stolen away by Sanus. Sanus still refused to give up. She pressed close to Damien, admitting that after those steadfast words, she wanted to have him even more. Sanus's face flushed, her enchanting gaze fixed on Damien. She whispered that failing to obtain what she wanted had never been her preference, then leaned seductively, close to his ear. She invited him to go somewhere alone with her later. Damien could only remain silent before that relentless assault. Suddenly, a surge of emerald-clear energy erupted fiercely, and the sword was drawn from its sheath. A lightning-fast slash tore across space, sweeping away the corpses blocking the path. The situation shifted from an invitation to go alone together into high-speed combat in the blink of an eye. The terrifying might of that sword strike left both Agnes and Magada stunned in shock. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark dungeon, the atmosphere was stretched taut as the purple-haired knight of the Iran organization angrily questioned his companion. "Hey, Dylan, what exactly are you thinking to actually..." expose our movements like that. The atmosphere was so tense it seemed internal drama was about to explode. Damian unleashed his spiritual power, his emerald eyes blazing with oppressive force amid the chaotic battle. He swung the holy sword, creating dazzling streams of radiance that ripped through the darkness of the dungeon. Suddenly, a giant specter with burning eyes and eerie armor appeared out of thin air. Damian narrowed his eyes in surprise, realizing that there were apparently golems capable of concealment as well. Standing beside him, Sanus remained composed. She lightly raised the holy scripture radiating deep blue energy and smiled, saying its armor was extremely sturdy, so she would handle it. Sanus declared in a clear voice that she was preaching, so she asked everyone not to interfere. Immediately, she activated the authority from the book, creating a violent explosion of holy flame that engulfed the giant golem. Witnessing that destructive power, Damian could not help being shaken. He silently judged that suppressing a high-grade golem with only a book meant this power was truly terrifying. At that moment, an alarm rang out, because someone suddenly attacked from behind. Magada shouted loudly, ordering Sanus and everyone else to return to formation at once. Damian immediately turned, unleashing a fatal sword strike that pierced straight through the monster sneaking closer. The battle temporarily calmed, and Sanus waved goodbye regretfully, promising they would talk again next time. She even took the chance to draw him in, saying their side had a special 3-month doctrine course for newcomers. Damian decisively poured cold water on it, saying there was no need. Watching that blatant flirting, Agnes stood behind them with an icy, gloomy gaze. Magada rushed over in a panic and asked Damian if he was all right. Damian was about to rush off to support the other squads, but Agnes walked past coldly and told him to leave this place to Maximus. The atmosphere after the battle felt like they had just escaped a boss only to get caught in unresolved romantic drama. Looking at Agnes' anger, Damian silently thought he should let her vent a little. Agnes at that moment was no different from a goddess of war, her entire body wrapped in blazing emerald blue flames, her eyes shining with killing intent. She charged into battle with terrifying speed, unleashing powerful attacks that left the giant golem able only to howl in pain. It felt as though she had turned on high-speed monster clearing mode without needing any instructions. Damian quietly watched, then suddenly remembered, right, she was the successor of Blue Flame. Streams of blue flame continuously erupted from Agnes's hands, burning every enemy, blocking her path into ash. He silently judged that among the 5 great saints, if the Radiance cult of Sanus was the most troublesome, then a blue flame successor like Agnes was an entirely different existence. A giant pillar of blue flame from the holy sword tore through the night, swallowing the corpses in an explosion of spiritual power that shook the ground. Agnes stood towering amid the sea of fire, a majestic blazing spiritual image appearing behind her as if to declare she was the strongest individual among the 5 great saints. The punitive force finally advanced deep into the dark dungeon, where towering rock walls wrapped the air in a heavy aura of evil. Tactical discussion began to grow tense. Magada proposed checking each entrance one by one together, but Dionysio immediately rejected it, saying the efficiency was far too low. Magada had no choice but to yield and agree if they split the formation. Watching the debate, Damian felt wary because this meeting had dragged on far longer than necessary. Seeing that the situation still had not been settled, Agnes sighed softly and said it would probably take a long time, so she would go get some food. Dionysio coldly stopped her, saying there was no need. Just then, a young blonde male knight stepped forward, smiled as he handed her a small packet, and said he had already prepared a ration for her. It was a tactical meeting, yet the atmosphere felt more like a family discussion about where to eat than preparation to fight a boss. Agnes brightly accepted the field ration from her younger brother and thanked Dionysio. Not only did Dionysio take care of his older sister, he also coldly handed a small packet to Damian and invited him to eat. Damian was briefly taken aback, a strange feeling of déjà vu rising in his mind over things that had once happened. Dionysio turned and left, not forgetting to solemnly remind everyone that a great battle was approaching, so they needed to eat carefully to preserve their strength. Fighting while handing out boxed meals was truly the full combo. Watching the young knight's figure gradually disappear into the darkness, Damian asked Agnes in a low voice whether it was related to the one manipulating the corpses. Agnes' face immediately hardened. Her eyes blazed with hatred as she confirmed that the only reason they had gone to such lengths to come here was to eliminate him. Damian quietly watched Agnes as she ate. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked directly why she was so obsessed with that dark mage. The sudden question made Agnes pause for a moment. She sighed, saying Damian was truly blunt to ask so easily about someone else's private matters. Seeing her discomfort, Damian was about to take back his words, but Agnes quickly stopped him. She believed that since he had agreed to come here at her request, it would be improper toward a comrade if she continued hiding the truth. Hidden story unlocked, the NPC automatically switched on lore-telling mode. The story told of the village that had once been completely wiped out by the undead butcher. Damian gave a slight nod, confirming that he still clearly remembered the tragedy where no one in the village had survived. The truth was even more heartbreaking when Agnes trembled and revealed that she was the sole survivor of that disaster. The confession left Damien stunned, while Agnes was swept back to the day her elder brother, a majestic holy knight, had returned home on leave. When she was young, every time he came back, she would stay up late listening to his stories about the order. But that night, darkness suddenly fell over the village. Cries for help rang out as the bloodthirsty corpses surged in, turning the entire village into a scene of chaos and mourning. Agnes's elder brother immediately brought her to a safe hiding place. He looked at his younger sister one last time, telling her to hide well and never reveal herself. Then he resolutely turned away to face the danger, leaving Agnes to choke out his name in helpless sobs. "Until someone opens this door, you must not come out or make a sound. You understand?" Those were his final words. That was also the last time Agnes saw him, because when the order found her, everything in the village had already turned to ash. After the order confirmed that the one controlling the corpses was the culprit behind that year's tragedy, Agnes swore to herself that no matter what it took, she would become a holy knight. After listening, Damien fell into thought, realizing that she had carried an unbearably painful past. The atmosphere grew heavy. Just then, Magada stepped over and broke the silence, saying that everyone had been waiting for a while because the tactical meeting had just ended. She said they had argued quite a bit between checking each entrance one by one and splitting their forces to sweep through all at once. When Damien asked which option they had ultimately chosen, Magada confirmed that they would attack simultaneously. Gaiman wanted the whole team to move together, but she and Sanus objected, making the meeting drag on. Magada sighed because Gaiman was far too cautious. Seeing that, Damien remarked that it seemed they had known each other before. Magada merely laughed it off, admitting it was more or less like that, the kind where the whole team was ready but the captain still read the instructions for another half hour. Suddenly, Gaiman's voice echoed throughout the dungeon. He solemnly ordered the entire force to assemble and split into 5 teams for the sweep. He demanded that the squads strike quickly while also supporting any groups pinned down in the rear. Gaiman roared that today would mark the end of that bastard ace. Immediately after, the entire force charged into the dungeon with blazing momentum. Amid the dense darkness, a sinister smile and sharp teeth appeared within a bizarre stream of purple-black energy. The ground beneath the Holy Knight's feet suddenly cracked apart, opening into a bottomless trap. Damien and his companions lost their balance, swept down into the abyss amid violent waves of dark energy closing in around them. Damien fell freely through the pitch-black abyss. Around him, broken stones fell in chunks, mingling with the chilling howl of the wind. He silently judged that this place was truly unbelievably deep and wide. Sudden shock had been too powerful, separating everyone in this damp, cold, and murky space. Even so, Damien believed those holy knights were as tenacious as cockroaches and could surely land safely. What bothered him was who would be reckless enough to dig a gigantic pit straight through an entire mountain like this. No wonder the dungeon entrance was halfway up the cliff. Damien curled his lips. "You are building your own tomb, corpse controller." Amid the wreckage at the bottom of the abyss, Damien suddenly saw a familiar figure radiating brilliant golden spiritual power. He called softly, "Dionisio." The call made the young holy knight flinch and turn around. Dionisio, blood still trickling from his forehead, blurted out in shock, "Is that not Damien?" Damien saw that the other man was using divine power to heal his wounds. He thought to himself that they really were hard to kill. Dionisio gritted his teeth in irritation. This situation was no different from reviving only to meet a boss blocking the door. He shouted in frustration, asking why the one who had fallen with him had to be Damien of all people. Faced with that hostility, Damien calmly replied that he only dared speak so rudely because there were just the two of them. He said coldly that if it bothered him that much, they could each go their own way, then decisively turned and walked on. "I will go first." As soon as he finished speaking, Dionisio froze for an instant, then his eyes flared with vivid blue spiritual power filled with killing intent. He wildly swung his icy sword and charged straight toward Damien from behind at terrifying speed. That slash was not aimed at Damien, it was meant to eliminate the danger lurking right behind him. Dionisio snapped, reminding Damien not to be careless. They were in a dark mage's lair, going alone would be extremely dangerous. Damien curled his lips, realizing that this young knight was actually worried about him. He asked mockingly, "I thought you hated me." Struck where it hurt, Dionisio blushed and retorted that of course he hated him, but if Damien died here, Lady Agnes would surely be heartbroken. Damien gave a faint laugh and teased, "So you like Lady Agnes?" Dionisio grew even more flustered, stammering as he shouted for him to shut up and stop talking nonsense. He told Damien to focus on staying close to him. Damien only shook his head in exasperation at that difficult personality, though it was rather similar to his younger brother Abel. Suddenly, Damien's expression changed as he sensed something. Terrifying killing intent was closing in right behind Dionisio. A bizarre creature with blazing red eyes took shape, giving off a suffocating pressure like a boss suddenly appearing from behind. A massive explosion struck straight down onto the ground. As quick as lightning, Damien grabbed Dionisio by the collar and pulled him back to avoid the fatal attack. Dionisio stammered in panic, asking what had just happened. Seeing that the enemy had a human shape, he wondered in shock whether it was human. Damien corrected him coldly, "Look closely. That is the product of the corpse controller. One beat slower, and it would have been over." He explained that the dark mage had a bizarre preference. The more a golem resembled a real person, the more terrifying its power, and he called them premium goods. The monster roared violently and charged in, swinging its dangerously sharp hands. Faced with the enemy's depravity, Dionysius still declared, in a solemn voice, that this was indeed a disgusting thing. He asserted that he would use divine power to purify them. It seemed that this time he was truly serious. He continued pouring strength into the sword, blazing with emerald spiritual power, ready to step into a life-and-death battle. Dionysius swung the icy sword with all his might to attack, but the golem's crimson eyes suddenly flashed with menace. He was stunned to realize that his divine power had somehow dissipated for no clear reason. How could this be? Where had his sacred power disappeared to? Dionysia was immediately sent flying back, coughing blood in agony. The monster did not miss the chance, bringing a heavy punch down on the young knight helpless before Damien. This situation was no different from being hit with a full debuff. Even standing still dragged one into the damage zone. Collapsing to the ground, he gritted his teeth in pain as he realized the cruel truth. Was divine power completely useless? From afar, Damien narrowed his eyes and observed the abnormality in the battle, wondering what exactly was going on. Unable to keep watching, he slowly stepped forward and drew the sword blazing with spiritual power. This was exactly the moment for the main character to intervene. The boss was about to be reset. Damien charged forward like lightning, his eyes blazing with majestic purple spiritual power. A massive sword strike tore through space, piercing the golem amid an explosion of dazzling light. Damien thought to himself that he had been right after all. Had that man already planned this far ahead from this moment? The undead controller. There it was. He stared intently at the item, radiating an eerie dark purple miasma, a demonic tool. Doggo's image surfaced in his mind, and Damien affirmed in a low voice. He knew exactly which bastard had created this thing. The monster roared violently, about to unleash its final blow. Then take this. Damien merely looked straight at it coldly. With a stunning X-shaped sword stroke, he cut the golem into countless pieces amid a violent explosion of energy, then stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield. Damien bent down and picked up the sphere of demonic energy that was leaking thick black fluid. Witnessing that eerie sight, Dionysius trembled, sweat pouring down from sheer terror. He stammered in overwhelming fear. What exactly is this thing? Damien looked at the glowing sphere in his hand, then instructed in a low voice, take it back to the Order for your people to study. This is the key to deciphering the cause of the disruption in divine power. Inwardly, he recalled his previous life when the Order had found a way to neutralize it far too late, and suffered heavy losses against the monsters. Damien curled his lips in satisfaction, telling himself that this time he had gotten one step ahead to make the enemy hurt deeply. He turned and asked, "Can you still move?" Dionysius immediately stood straight and respectfully replied in fear, yes, I understand. After getting checked by the boss aura, he automatically switched to polite X mode. Dionysius' sudden respectful attitude left Damien somewhat puzzled, while he only said awkwardly that he felt he should do so. The two advanced deeper into the overwhelmingly vast empty space inside the cave. Damien realized that perhaps the entire mountain had been hollowed out for it to be this immense. Suddenly, a voice rang out with a mocking tone. "Well, now, are both of you still alive?" Appearing before them was Sanus with a bright smile. The atmosphere had been peaceful, then the villain NPC turned on map-wide voice chat. Sanus acted delighted. "Seeing the two of you still safe like this makes me very relieved." While Dionysia was still stunned, Damien remarked coldly, "Miss Sanus, it seems you are still doing quite well." His gaze turned icy as he looked at what she was doing. "But what is that thing you are holding?" Right behind Sanus, a knight was screaming in pain, his body drained to a critical state. Damien questioned in a low voice, "Can you give a reasonable explanation?" At this moment, Sanus gradually revealed her true nature, a mad smile clear amid the air of death. Sanus gave a mysterious smile, touched the radiant gem before her chest, and said coldly, "All hope ends here." In another passage of the tunnel, a voice rang out. That eerie sound was filled with satisfaction. "Have the ingredients meant for me come on their own?" Agnes and Magada were stunned to see a stranger slowly walk out from the darkness. He sneered that the two of them were truly unlucky, because they had fallen straight into his lair, and at the same time, he wondered if the other troublesome one had seemingly gotten lost somewhere else. Before the stranger's sinister smile, Magada shouted at the top of her lungs, "State your name." He curled his lips in mockery, asking who I am again. How sad. That man was so confident he wanted to delete the smoothness button in his brain. The stranger challenged them in return, "Did you not come here to take my life?" As the truth gradually came to light, the two female holy knights were shaken. "So you are?" Amid the dark purple miasma surrounding his body, he confirmed clearly, "Yes, I am the necromancer you have been frantically searching for." Dylan looked at the prey before him with hungry eyes and said, "Pleased to meet my precious ingredients." As soon as the words fell, the killing intent grew several layers heavier. Back on Damien's side, Sanus still kept her radiant smile and calmly justified herself. "Sir Gammon secretly attacked us when the formation was scattered. She calmly insisted she had only acted in self-defense, so I was forced to subdue him." Dionysius shouted in shock at the accusation. "Impossible. Why would senior brother do that?" Faced with her comrades' questioning, Sanus remained calm and enigmatic. "How would I know? in this land of death, there was actually a traitor. Dionisio fell into panic, stammering that this was only a misunderstanding. Could you be suspecting me too? To prove his innocence, he firmly proposed, since you are so certain, arrest us and take us back to the tribunal of the church headquarters. Standing and watching the play before him, Damien silently posed a question. Was that truly the truth? He considered that if two second-class holy knights with strength equal to the intermediate level had truly fought, the collision alone would have made the surrounding air turn rigid. In that case, the surrounding area should have been flattened. Damien looked at the silent ruins, then glanced towards Sanus. He noticed a clear anomaly. Compared with Geman, who was gravely wounded and exhausted, Sanus was far too unscathed, far too calm. Damien's eyes were icy, and he curled his lips as he exposed her. It seems the real traitor is you instead. At once the false sanctity vanished. Sanus revealed an enchanting smile filled with satisfaction, as though the entire script had been overturned in a single breath. He chuckled flirtatiously. Well, now it seems you are not easy to fool. Sanus's eyes now shone with wicked energy. Dionysia was stunned, unable to understand what was happening. What nonsense are you spouting? Sanus calmly admitted, what else? I was the one who, before the other party could react. She threw a violent punch at Dionysio, leaving him dazed as he was knocked away and fell. A blazing red spiritual power erupted and Sanus said coldly, I ambushed him just like this. Looking at the comrades collapse beneath her feet, she sneered, Sir Gammon was the same, you people are truly weak and trash like you dares to become the representative sect of the order. You are unworthy. Sanus ignited a blazing red flame in her hand, her face fanatical to the point of madness. The true representative of the order should be our radiant pain. Before that madness, Damien remained expressionless and coldly asked in return, after becoming the representative sect, what do you intend to do? Sanus gave a mocking smile, saying that the current order had grown far too spineless when it still bothered interrogating heretics. In Sanus's extremist faith, heretics had only one end, to be dealt with on the spot. Her eyes blazed with cruelty as she said she would purge the current headquarters and rebuild the old order. Damien asked in a cold voice whether she would dare attack her comrades just because of that. Sanus calmly replied that the subjugation team had all but fallen in the dungeon, so her cult would become the new center. Giving his opponent no time to react, Damien immediately drew his sword, his eyes flaring with icy killing intent. He rushed like a bolt of lightning into the middle of the circle of traitorous knights and decisively unleashed his ultimate technique. With just one powerful sword strike that tore through the wind, Damien sent two knights collapsing to the ground. Sanus froze in disbelief, unable to accept that the holy knights empowered by sacred power had been brought down in a single move. Damien closed in on Sanus with terrifying speed, his cold eyes locking onto his prey. His icy gaze made her break out in a cold sweat. Damien poured strength into his sword and unleashed a blow so heavy that space itself seemed to crack. Though forced into a disadvantage, Sanus still tried to maintain her arrogance and defiance, saying he truly wanted to risk his life against her. Damien gave no reply, merely calmly activating the hidden energy within the ring on his hand. He sprang into the air, surrounded by blazing red streams of spiritual energy swirling around him. That power erupted violently, creating a dreadful shockwave that spread throughout the dungeon. Damien was forced back several steps by the crushing pressure. Shattered stone from the dungeon floor flew everywhere, whistling through the air around him. Sanus smugly boasted of the cult's authority, asking how much Damien understood of the power of pain that bound them. She said that power did not merely strengthen the body, but also increased the density of matter and the sharpness of weapons. Once it reached a higher realm, that power could even stack continuously. It sounded confident, yet still carried the faint scent of tragedy. Sanus screamed in madness that she could stack her power up to 30 times. Her face twisted with excitement. Damien observed with a grave expression, then remembered Guangming, one of the 5 great saints who had once used terrifying gravity to crush countless legions. He realized the troubling similarity in the church's authority. Sanus continued to provoke him, saying Damien was famous for his ultimate technique that deflected magic. Yet now he only knew how to dodge. Damien silently judged that her enhancement ability was very powerful, but her method of attack was far too monotonous. He understood that Myriad Flow Insight consumed mana according to the intensity of the opponent's attack. With his current amount of mana, defending continuously was beyond him. Sanus unleashed another heavy blow, forcing Damien to keep moving and dodging. Her attack was powerful, but Damien still evaded it amid the ruins. Sanus coldly declared that this game of dodging should end here. Damien curled his lips, his eyes lighting with determination, saying they should make a little wager. Suddenly, he clutched his chest tightly, his face clearly showing pain. That abnormal reaction made Sanus halt, doubt rising in her heart. A surge of blazing red spiritual energy suddenly burst from the suppressed spirit heart. That object was being clenched tightly in Damien's hand. Sanus was shocked to realize that the mana field around him was changing strangely. Sanus gritted her teeth and asked what trick that man had pulled. Though she did not yet understand what that red light was, she decided to end things before the situation worsened. Sanus swung the weapon, covered in enhancement authority, bringing down a blow as heavy as a mountain on Damien's position. Before that killing intent, Damien merely curled his lips into a meaningful smile. The more impatient she became, the more she resembled someone confident far too early. Myriad Flow Insight. Damien calmly raised his hand and stopped Sanus's massive blade before her stunned eyes. Seizing the instant his opponent faltered, he launched a kick like lightning straight into her stomach, sending Sanus flying far away. Witnessing that unbelievable sight, Gaman and Dionisio could only stand frozen in astonishment. Damien said coldly that since she could not be cut down no matter how many times he slashed, perhaps he needed to use more force. Sanus was blasted back a long distance. Her body aching from the aftershock, Sanus coughed violently, then realized in panic that Damien's mana had suddenly soared. Red spiritual energy from the spirit heart enveloped Damien, creating suffocating pressure throughout the space. He slowly advanced and coldly declared that it was now her turn to take a hit. Damien gritted his teeth against the contracting pain, secretly glad that he had absorbed the spirit heart at the right moment. Looking at the red spiritual energy surging violently, Sanus was so stunned she could barely react. Damien felt the new power merging into every vein. He had originally intended to absorb it slowly, but the urgent situation forced his body to adapt at once. Once the problem of depleted mana was solved, Damien sauntered forward amid the raging radiance, radiating oppressive pressure. Sanus screamed in terror when she realized Damien's strength had risen to a level far beyond imagination. Giving the enemy no chance to cope, Damien poured power into his glowing fist and threw a wind-tearing blow straight at Sanus. One look at that blow was enough to understand that the battle had reached its end. Meanwhile, in another passage of the dungeon, Agnes collapsed amid the ruins, her breathing ragged, both trembling hands clutching the wound in her abdomen. She realized in shock that the necromancer Dellen's power had far exceeded every calculation of the order. Before her stood a vast army of golems with blazing red eyes. Agnes stared in terror at the towering humanoid golem before her, the one that had broken through every layer of her defense. Everything had worsened from the moment the Holy Knights coldly sentenced Dellen to death in the name of the gods, yet that dark mage merely called out a name in a cold voice. Immediately, that man's trump card shot out as fast as a ghost. With astonishing speed and strength, Kai closed in and neutralized the divine power of Agnes and Magatha amid their utter shock. He launched a heavy kick carrying dark energy straight at Magatha, leaving the Holy Knightess dazed before she collapsed. Magatha was stunned by the monster's absurd speed, gritting her teeth as she wondered how this could have happened. Right after that, Kai changed direction and charged straight toward Agnes, making Magatha cry out in panic for her to run. But that monster was already one step faster than her. Magatha took another fatal blow and collapsed, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. On the verge of death, she still struggled to whisper for Agnes to run and find reinforcements. Kai's speed made the warning arrive almost too late. Dellen sauntered out of the darkness with a ghastly smile, asking Agnes whether she intended to run. He declared that he would not let anyone leave this place easily. The frenzied corpse monsters surrounded her, making Agnes tremble with fear. Dellen sneered that he had not killed her yet, because an important specimen had to remain alive for stitching. Agnes was stunned to realize she had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation, no longer a battle but exactly like survival mode. He looked at Magatha, who lay motionless right beneath Kai's feet. Dellen smugly said the Holy Knight's divine power was useless before his trump card, then gazed in rapture at the purple sphere on the monster's chest. Dellen kept praising it as the masterpiece created by his own hand, then excitedly ordered Kai to take the prey into the stitching room. Agnes collapsed to her knees, both hands clawing tightly at the ground in utter resentment. She bitterly wondered if everything would end like this, when the enemy was standing right before her eyes. Thinking of her dead elder brother, Agnes cried out in choking fury that after all these years of waiting, she had finally met her enemy. Dellen calmly asked which place of hers he had destroyed. Agnes shouted that it was Palmer Village, where he had wiped out everyone, just to satisfy his beastly nature. Dellen licked his lips and coldly admitted it. Agnes gritted her teeth and declared that she was the sole survivor of Palmer Village, then painfully demanded why he had caused the entire village and her elder brother to die. Contrary to her pain, Dellen froze, then burst into deranged laughter. He remembered that in Palmer Village there had once been a holy knight who resisted fiercely. Dellen's eyes lit up as he said her elder brother was the finest material he had ever had, because he had not wastefully killed him, but chosen the best parts to create a powerful undead. Just hearing about the recycling of humans was enough to show that sickness had gone far beyond normal limits. Dellen slowly walked over to the masked golem behind him, then made a chilling offer. Want to chat a little? For Agnes' horrified gaze, he smiled sinisterly, spoke of her elder brother, and asked if she did not very much want to see him again, then slowly pulled the mask down. Tears spilled from Agnes' eyes in terror as she recognized a feeling far too familiar. It came from the figure hidden behind that mask. Agnes choked up and tremblingly denied it. No, it is not. The image of her gentle elder brother from years ago suddenly surged into her mind, A cruel reality appeared behind the mask, a soulless face with blazing red eyes, her brother now only the enemy's puppet. Overwhelmed by pain, Agnes screamed in despair that it was not her brother, while Dylan watched with delight as she completely broke down. Dylan burst into gleeful laughter, treating that heartbreaking scream as the most exquisite sound, then stroked Kai's soulless head. He recalled how stubbornly that hero had fought alone, to the point that his blue flames had nearly swept away the golem army. Ellen smiled sinisterly and asked Agnes if she knew how he had handled that. Just hearing it was enough to feel the nightmare was about to begin. He stood up the giant golem and coldly ordered the villagers to surrender if they still wanted to save the survivors. The image of villagers swallowed by flames, crying out for help in desperate agony. The pleas of "save me" still echoed like an unending obsession. Witnessing that scene, Agnes's elder brother completely collapsed, tears streaming down amid his helplessness. Then he fell beneath the monster's iron hand, one wrong choice causing the entire village to vanish in an instant. Ellen laughed madly, insisting that her elder brother was the highest grade material he had ever obtained. He caressed Kai's soulless face, proudly calling him a masterpiece that far surpassed every kind of premium goods. Dylan looked at Agnes with greedy eyes and wondered what he should do with her. Or should he turn her into another golem to create the perfect sibling pair? Agnes lowered her head, clenched her teeth, and muttered that she could not forgive him, tears of rage falling as she trembled before that sickness. Dylan still calmly considered fusing her with Kai to create an even stronger entity, then coldly ordered the giant golem to seize her. In the very moment of deepest despair, a source of sacred power suddenly erupted. Agnes lifted her head high, her eyes blazing with spiritual power, then roared in fury, "Give back my brother." A massive pillar of green light tore through the dungeon's darkness, enveloping Agnes in brilliant holy flames. She reverently spoke before that great power, "Oh God." Dylan was not afraid, instead shedding tears of joy as he frantically gave thanks for being granted another supreme source material. Holy grace was a divine privilege bestowed by the gods, granting its owner supernatural energy. Agnes sank into the radiance, her hair shining like holy fire. Her eyes flared with resentment as she stared straight at the dark mage and declared that she would not forgive one who toyed with corpses. Seeing that fury, Dylan merely curled his lips into a sinister smile full of delight. He immediately decided to begin the second assessment round for his masterpiece candidate. Right after that, the giant corpse monsters with blazing red eyes charged madly forward, surrounding Agnes from every side. Amid the dark encirclement, Agnes erupted with dazzling holy light, then unleashed a powerful punch that swept away the monsters in a violent explosion. Witnessing the might of holy grace, even Dylan was stunned by that terrifying power far beyond imagination. He told himself that no matter how strong it was, holy grace was ultimately still only a form of divine power. Agnes rushed forward like a streak of light, but Kai blocked her in time before his master. Dylan roared that the power he had bestowed made all her efforts meaningless. When the heavy blow came crashing down, Agnes struggled to protect Magada. Dylan realized in horror that her divine power had not been neutralized at all. He stepped back, telling himself that, because Holy Grace possessors were too rare, there was still no data to counter them, then suddenly sensed multiple streams of spiritual power drawing near. Amid the wreckage, Agnes and Magada were stunned to see Damien strolling over, carrying the defeated Sanus by the neck. Asking if everyone was here, Dionycio asked in alarm why Lady Sanus had ended up in such a state. Damien coldly replied that she had betrayed the cult, so he had dealt with her. That shocking truth left Agnes and Magada frozen for several seconds in sheer astonishment. Seeing Agnes blazing in her Holy Grace state, Dionycio asked in terror what had happened, while Damien quickly confirmed the situation with Magada. Damien told Gaiman to take Agnes and retreat first while he handled the necromancer, but in truth he wanted the convenience of questioning him about Doggo. Though still dazed by everything and too badly wounded, Gaiman could only obey Damien, letting Dionycio carry him away. Dylan suddenly revealed a cruel smile, asking through gritted teeth who had allowed them to take material away, then ordered Kai to release the magic diagram. Immediately, the flesh golem's body erupted with an eerie stream of deep purple-black energy. It transformed into a terrifying demonic form, its entire body filled with killing intent and eyes blazing like fire. Dylan roared madly at Kai, ordering him to drag every last one of them back here no matter what. Seeing the opponent's horrific transformation, Dionycio and Agnes both turned pale, unable to hide their fear. Dionycio was stunned as he sensed that the enemy's aura had now become as powerful as an elite demonic creature. Kai roared wildly, his entire body erupting with deadly purple-black flames, turning into a beast with destructive power. A stomp as heavy as a mountain crashed down, creating an earth-shattering explosion that cracked the ground and sent everything flying through the dust. Faced with the crisis, Dionysia urged everyone to leave this place quickly as Damien had said. "Run quickly, if we delay any longer, it will be too late." Just as Kai's enormous fist was about to crush them all, Agnes charged forward in her Holy Grace state, stopping the 1,000-pound blow with her bare hands. Seeing her power burst forth, Damien silently judged that it was indeed not yet his turn to act. Amid the fierce struggle, Agnes looked urgently at Damien, "But Sir Damien, please leave this one to me." Damien frowned slightly in doubt. This golem, Is there a special reason? Tears streamed down Agnes's radiant face as she choked out the painful truth, because he is my older brother. That confession left Damien frozen in astonishment, her older brother. This really was interesting, one shock after another. He was shaken as he realized that the older brother Agnes had always mentioned had been turned by that demon into a soulless living puppet. Watching that tragedy from afar, necromancer Dylan wore a disgusting smile, as cruel as ever. That man who toyed with corpses madly ordered Kai to capture all of them alive as experimental materials. Magata realized the situation was gradually slipping out of control and gave a decisive order. It is time, Dionisio. Those who can no longer fight must retreat immediately. Dionisio hurriedly urged his comrades to stay close so they could escape safely. Seeing his prey trying to flee, Dylan roared furiously, "Bastards, who gave you permission to run away on your own?" He clicked his tongue in regret when his flesh golems had already been nearly all destroyed, then suddenly spat out an eerie purple fire serpent. Dylan loudly ordered Kai to bring Damien and all the knights back to the testing room, with absolutely no one missing. Seeing him arrogantly ride a bone horse wreathed in black flames, Damien could only blurt out, "Hey there, you little devil." Dylan's four-eyed monster radiated a deep purple killing aura and immediately manifested right before Damien. A violent explosion shook the dungeon, sending stones and dirt flying everywhere. Amid the brilliant light of holy grace, Agnes used all her strength to push back the enemy and shouted loudly, "Hurry and go, Sir Damien." Understanding his comrade's intention, Damien glanced back one last time and answered decisively, "I understand." Damien left behind a promise to meet again, then shot like lightning into the deep darkness of the tunnel to pursue the mastermind. Behind him, Golem Kai roared madly, swinging sharp energy claws in a frontal attack. Agnes gritted her teeth and endured the monster's heavy blow. Though the aftershock sent her flying, she still managed to force herself up. With the power of holy grace, Agnes unleashed an extremely powerful strike, driving back Kai's massive body. A violent stomp left huge cracks across the cold stone floor. Agnes collapsed to her knees, her sorrowful eyes fixed on the older brother who had become a soulless puppet. She choked out in self-blame, "I am sorry, brother. Was I too late?" At the same time, Dylan rode the bone horse wreathed in deep purple-black flames. He rushed madly over the jagged rocks in pursuit of Damien, his eyes blazing, his smile twisted, and his voice shrieking in madness, "Do not dream of escaping me." The demonic horse plunged straight down from above, aiming at Damien as if to crush him in an instant. Before the sudden attack, Damien nimbly swung the holy sword, creating a purple spiritual slash that tore across space. The precise slash crushed the bone horse. Dylan was flung hard to the ground, coughing violently in pain. Giving the opponent no time to react, Damien coldly brought a heavy kick down on Dylan's chest, making him groan. Standing proudly with the tip of his sword pressed close to the enemy's throat, Damien said in a low voice, "In the end, it is just the two of us now. At this point, even if heaven descended, it could not save you, bastard." Though restrained, Dylan still laughed disgustingly. He was amazed that Damien had made it through the traps to reach this place, then glared with twisted eyes and roared, "You really are incredible." Damien launched a kick like thunder, sending the necromancer flying far away, and Dylan groaned in pain. "Do not breathe in." Standing straight with his blade at the enemy's neck, Damien coldly declared, "After everything, it is finally just the two of us left, you beast." Though he was being restrained, Dylan still wore a disgusting smile. "Commendable indeed. You dared destroy my most powerful puppet to crawl all the way here. Well, you truly astonish me." Damien narrowed his eyes with killing intent and pressed him in a growling voice, "Answer me now. Who gave you that demonic tool? Who is that bastard?" As Damien was cornering the enemy, a massive phantom in the shape of a demonic spider suddenly appeared behind him, radiating terrifying dark pressure. The flesh golem charged madly to attack, forcing Damien to quickly tilt his body and dodge. He wondered in shock why another flesh golem had appeared in this place. Seeing his prey confused, Dylan laughed sinisterly, surprised by the sudden appearance of these undead. "My precious material, have you ever wondered, why were the undead filling this dungeon brought here without leaving any trace?" Dylan raised his hand and revealed smugly, "Tada, it is all thanks to this spatial pouch." He arrogantly summoned an entire army of undead blazing with purple spiritual power from the magical pouch. Dylan said gleefully that although they were not as strong as Kai, their numbers were still very great. Looking at the army of monsters looming into view and surrounding him from many sides, Damien exclaimed in shock, "A spatial pouch." Damien's gaze turned cold, and he silently decided, "Then I will kill you and take it." Standing before the giant spider golem, Dylan still would not stop dreaming of his insane experiments. He admitted that there was currently no product as perfect as Kai, but if Damien were used as material, it would surely create a masterpiece far beyond him. The necromancer's purple eyes gleamed with a twisted light, and he madly ordered all the monsters to charge forward and capture Damien alive. Facing the charging horde of undead, Damien calmly judged that the mana inside his body had increased. Perhaps now he had enough strength to perform that technique. He began awakening the true essence of the heavenly principle sword, something he had only touched the outer shell of all this time. The sword erupted with mighty purple spiritual power, sending out rings of shockwaves. Damien's eyes blazed brightly as he prepared to unleash the renowned ultimate technique of the sword musician. Mighty sound uproots the mountain. A terrifying explosion of energy erupted from Damien, sweeping away the undead army in an instant. Insanely cool, no different from a cinematic movie. The violent power tore through space, crushing every obstacle into flat ground. Before that shocking scene, Dylan froze in stunned disbelief. He could not believe his perfect puppets had been defeated so quickly, leaving only slimy streaks of black fluid on the ground. Damien slowly stepped out of the smoke and dust, the sword still blazing in his hand. He asked mockingly, "Was that all there was to the play you worked so hard to prepare?" Looking at the necromancer's panicked expression, Damien gave a cold smile and suggested they continue the unfinished questions and answers from earlier. His eyes shone with oppressive force as he declared decisively, "You only need to answer, and I will be the one asking the questions." Trembling in terror, he bitterly realized that Damien's combat power had far exceeded every initial calculation. Ellen gritted his teeth and clenched the dark purple mass of magic power radiating heavy pressure. Though the enhanced mana was still incomplete, he had no choice but to risk his life. Now all that was left was to go all in, win and take it all, lose and go meet the ancestors. At that moment, the black energy suddenly erupted violently. Damien narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "So you still have another puppet to send out?" Ellen laughed madly, his twisted expression chilling to the bone. He said he never expected the day would come when he had to use such a lowly measure while still alive. The necromancer's body began to deform terrifyingly, blazing purple tentacles sprouting from his back while his legs transformed into eerie claws. He turned into a chaotic muscular monster, thick black energy enveloping Damien. Dylan roared, declaring that he would personally end him here. Guys who usually get delusional like this tend to exit the stage early, everyone. At the same time, in another area of the dungeon, the battle between Agnes and Golem Kai had also reached its peak. An explosion of purple spiritual power tore through space, creating an energy storm that swept everything away. Agnes did not waver at all before the monster's power. Emerald holy fire surged up, making her body shine like a guardian star amid the darkness. She rushed forward like lightning, striking Kai's enormous body with a heavy blow. The collision cracked the ground, sending tremors throughout the dungeon. Agnes quickly retreated into a defensive stance, her eyes blazing with determination, ready for the decisive attack. The life or death battle became suffocating as Agnes continuously threw punches and unleashed slashes carrying the power of holy fire. She closed in with astonishing speed, driving a thunderous punch straight into the monster's face and leaving it completely dazed. With a cry filled with force, Agnes poured all her spiritual power into the finishing blow. A giant cross-shaped pillar of blue flame engulfed the enemy's grotesque body in dazzling light. This side seemed evenly matched as well. An earth-shaking collision erupted in the middle of the dungeon, and Agnes in her holy grace state exerted all her strength to push back Kai's gigantic body. Amid shattered stone and thick clouds of dust, a weak call suddenly rang out from the monster's side. Holy radiance. Agnes froze, her eyes blazing with spiritual power suddenly trembling violently. She was shocked to realize that her older brother's soul was still suffering inside that grotesque body. It hurt just to hear it. If I saw a loved one become like that with my own eyes, I would probably collapse on the spot. Tears rolled down the blood-stained face of the holy knight when she saw her dying loved one still trying to call her name. Kate's golem body trembled, its red eyes filled with pain and regret. Inside the manipulated mind, the true voice of Agnes's older brother rang out urgently, "Save me, please kill me." That plea for release seemed to tear her heart apart, making Agnes choke before the pain caused by black magic. Agnes slowly stepped toward the giant shadow, her call of Big Brother echoing sorrowfully through the dark space. Tears streamed down without stopping, but her eyes now carried painful resolve. She understood that the only mercy now was to end his suffering. Agnes clenched her fist, the blue holy fire burning stronger than ever, then choked out in a whisper, "I understand." Agnes shot forward, pouring the full power of holy fire into the final blow, driving a thunderous strike into the monster's chest to free her brother's soul. Words of the one transformed into a flesh golem were his final obsession before death. Within the divine flames, Kai still struggled to let out one last sound, while Agnes held his vanishing body. She whispered through tears, "That is why I understand what you want to say. Yes, Big Brother, I am still here beside you." Before dissolving into nothingness, Kai gasped his final words with peaceful relief, "Agnes, finish me off." Even at the very end, he still did not want to harm his little sister. Agnes choked back sobs as she embraced her brother's grotesque form. She understood the ultimate agony of being trapped in a body neither living nor dead, his soul constantly begging to be released. In broken breaths, the monster Kai rasped his final request, "Kill me, Agnes." Agnes sobbed in pain, whispering as if to soothe that shattered soul, "You have endured too much, Big Brother. It must have hurt so much." On the fragile boundary between life and death, Kai's soulless face suddenly became peaceful. He softly left his final words words behind "Thank you, my little sister." Memories of their beautiful childhood days suddenly came flooding back. Image of her older brother in gallant knight armor embracing his little sister clearly appeared. His warm voice echoed in her mind, "And I am also so sorry to you. From now on you must live strong. Do you hear me clearly? Hey, come on, do not." I make him fade out so soon. Seriously. Back to the scene. Returning to the cruel reality inside the dark dungeon, Agnes broke down crying until she choked, the blue flames of holy grace still blazing around her trembling body. She tearfully promised the soul of the departed, "Yes, I promise I will live well for your share too." Agnes's trembling hands reached out, but touched only empty air. She called out in despair, "Big brother, big brother." Ai's form gradually turned into blue motes of light, drifting through the dark space like a final farewell. "Take care, Agnes." She collapsed to her knees, her tear-blurred eyes following the remnants of her brother's soul. They gradually vanished completely into nothingness, leaving an endless emptiness in her heart. Her tears still kept falling over the dazed face of the holy knight. In the vast, cold dungeon, Agnes's small figure knelt alone beneath the sheer rock wall. Her choked sobs dissolved into the sorrowful silence. Dellen roared madly, unable to believe that while still alive, he had to use such a lowly measure. A man this evil could still live so comfortably. Dark purple-black energy erupted, sweeping up the souls of the dead and beginning the terrifying process of mutation. Necromancer's body gradually merged into a grotesque form, transforming him into a threatening half-human, half-beast monster before Damien's eyes. Looking at that twisted appearance, Damien narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He had not expected him to truly be able to use a technique that fused him with a golem. This was a battle form he had never seen in his previous life. Damien silently thought that perhaps because of his presence on the front lines back then, this bastard had only dared to hide in dark corners and had never revealed his true form. Dellen laughed sinisterly, then declared clearly, "You are the first to force me to use this trump card, so..." His eyes blazing with purple spiritual power, Dellen screamed in frenzy, "I must obtain you. You think this is some domineering CEO trying to possess a cute little girl or something?" Beams of destructive black magic shot continuously from the energy sphere, tearing apart the dungeon stone floor in violent explosions. Damien nimbly dodged the streams of firepower sweeping through wildly. He realized it was magic of the destruction school, then was shaken by Dellen's cruelty in turning even other black mages into golems for his ambition. A swing of a giant claw tore through space, aiming straight at Damien, but sprang into the air as fast as lightning to neutralize the attack. The monster Dellen immediately charged forward with terrifying speed, wanting to crush his opponent with a heavy tackle. But amid the thick smoke and dust, Damien suddenly appeared above, his eyes blazing with majestic light, killing intent covering the entire space. That sudden appearance left Dellen shocked to the point of disbelief. The necromancer only had time to let out a terrified sound as the blade closed in before his face. Damien launched himself into the air. The sword descended like thunder, tearing through space straight toward Dellen. The powerful slash made the necromancer scream as he was crushed head-on by spiritual power. Damien was stunned to realize he was even using the frenzy school. The strike was so powerful it sent Dellen's grotesque form flying far away, forcing him to brace himself against the aftershock. Dellen frantically gathered dark magic, forming a massive sphere blazing with purple spiritual energy in his palm. That man broke into a twisted, frenzied smile, then roared, "Dodging is useless. Obediently become material offered to that person." A destructive blast of firepower shot straight toward Damien's position, causing a shockwave of an explosion. Dellen laughed loudly in smug delight. "How is it, darling, intense enough? Say something if you can handle it." That man arrogantly declared that he was the true masterpiece of dark magic, impossible to defeat. Before that arrogance, Damien merely curled his lips in scorn. He inwardly mocked that those demonic creatures always thought their dark magic was the pinnacle. An ancient mark suddenly blazed above. Damien's ringed hand released a terrifying pressure. He coldly mocked his opponent's ignorance, a bunch who did not even understand a D in dark magic yet still dared to act superior. Immediately afterward, a fierce giant phantom with blazing purple eyes erupted into being. From Damien's body, thick dark killing intent spread over the entire dungeon. Witnessing that evil mana, Dellen turned pale with terror. That man trembled and screamed, "This is dark mana. There is someone using dark mana in the Order's subjugation team." That man could not believe a member of the church possessed such pure dark power, and fearfully demanded to know what he really was. Surprised, darling, do not be so shocked that you faint on the spot. Standing amid the ancient magic circle radiating destructive might, Damien declared in a cold voice, "I will show you what true dark magic is." Dellen stared in shock at the purple-black energy surging around Damien, trembling as he muttered, "What is that thing?" That man realized this was a kind of dark magic he had never seen before. A ghastly feeling spread through his body, leaving him terrified by that strange pressure. Sensing the dreadful threat, Dellen gritted his teeth, charged forward, and roared. That thing is too dangerous. It is definitely high-level dark magic. I have to kill him before he finishes the incantation. At the instant Dellen had just closed in, his dark mana suddenly vanished, leaving Dellen stunned beyond belief. My dark mana has been broken. That man realized in shock that Damien seemed to possess a magic artifact exactly like that person's, then wildly questioned him. You also possess that person's magic artifact. No, that is impossible. What in the world are you? Damien silently extended his hand, immediately activating the ancient magic circles. From them shot chains of deep purple energy, binding Dellen tightly before delivering a heavy blow that left him able only to groan. Bound in place, Dellen at first still sneered, believing they were only ordinary restraining chains. That man arrogantly said he had expected something more. These cheap shackles could be broken whenever he wanted. That man quickly realized his body could not move at all. Why can I not move? Serves you right, caught by your own trick. Stop being so cocky. Damien stepped forward coldly, pouring another bucket of cold water over him. Not only your body, even your mana cannot be used. Dellen trembled in despair and asked who he was to know this kind of dark magic. Damien did not bother answering that question. He lightly snapped his fingers, making the chains move at once. They tightened violently and forced Dellen's face down against the stone floor. Looking down from above at the defeated man struggling Damien ordered in a low voice like a sentence. Forget everything else, reveal Dogosa's location. His icy gaze made Dellen's eyes bulge in terror. Driven into a corner, Dellen widened his blazing purple eyes in fear. That man trembled as he asked how he knew that person's revered name. Amid his delirium, the necromancer began guessing Damien's true identity, wondering if he too was someone who had made a pact with that person. Damien remained cold and expressionless, only giving a decisive order: stop asking back, answer exactly what you are asked. Dark chains tightened, making Dellen cough violently in pain. Yet that man still forced a mad smile, saying he'd not know why a pact-bearer like him would betray them, but that man glared at Damien defiantly. You think this will make me talk? That man understood very well. Dellen knew Damien could kill the vessel and then interrogate the soul, so he had prepared a cruel last resort. That man laughed smugly, saying that if he was also a dark mage, then he would surely do that. But his soul had already been placed under a restriction beforehand. Damien's expression shifted slightly when he realized the opponent's madness. What? Dellen screamed fanatically to protect the secret about Doggo. That man had placed a restriction on himself, and the moment he was interrogated, his soul would immediately dissipate. A deep purple magic circle blazed on Dellen's chest, radiating threatening energy. Damien inwardly cursed. Had this madman really installed a restriction on himself? Dellen laughed repulsively, challenging Damien that he would get nothing from him. That man frantically urged him to kill, saying it was a pity he could not turn him into a puppet, but dying for that person was still something to celebrate. Damien raised a hand to cover his face, his breathing growing heavy and full of killing intent. He declared coldly, yes, you will die, but they will be the ones to do it. Dellen stared blankly, not understanding what Damien meant. Immediately afterward, emerald blue ghosts filled with resentment began emerging from the void. Damien revealed that they were the spirits who had died by Dellen's hands. The dark chain still locked him in place amid tens of thousands of screaming souls. He explained spirits always cling to dark mages, but because dark mana covers them, they usually cannot be seen. Damien curled his lips and said, but for you, someone whose mana has been completely sealed by my spell, everything will appear clearly. You know it too, the most painful punishment in the world of dark mages. It was to have one's soul gnawed away by vengeful spirits until it withered completely. At once the swarm of hungry ghosts rushed forward and surrounded Dellen, making him scream miserably in unbearable agony. That is right, this moment has finally come. The necromancer completely collapsed. That man begged in despair, wait, this spell is too cruel, do not, just kill me please. Damien watched coldly, reminding him that the pain of being tormented by spirits was many times more terrifying than being burned by fire. Damien told him in a low voice to thoroughly feel the resentment of thousands of spirits. Dellen's screams echoed throughout the dark dungeon. Those screams gradually faded into the stillness of the cold stone corridors. Only dry bones and flickering candlelight remained there. Deeper within was a secret chamber flooded with eerie purple light. An ancient magic circle was radiating a powerful stream of energy. At the center of the formation, a girl with vivid red hair sat hugging her knees in gloom. Suddenly, she lifted her head. Her blazing red eyes radiated terrifying killing intent, signaling the appearance of an extremely dangerous existence. Damien coldly ordered Dellen to fully feel this pain. It was the resentment accumulated from thousands of spirits who had lost their lives by his hands. Dellen screamed in despair as his soul was tormented by emerald blue ghosts filled with hatred. You reap what you sow, fan. Time to go enjoy the incense. Watching the enemy surrounded by spirits, Damien inwardly thought this man was truly annoyingly troublesome. Even so, he was also glad he had not directly finished him off in front of the Knights of the Order, thereby avoiding unnecessary suspicion. Looking at the souls surrounding him, Damien advised them to quickly pass on. Sensing the Holy Knights returning, he immediately used his ability to erase every trace of dark mana at the scene. Damien smiled with calculation, reminding himself to quickly collect the remaining spoils from the necromancer. Damien slowly advanced deeper inside, to the place that was Delon's secret laboratory. The dim room was filled with chains and white bones, giving off a chilling atmosphere. Although he had told them to pass on, the spirits still clung to Damien without leaving, making him wonder why they still refused to depart. Suddenly, Damien stopped his gaze on the giant mirror in the middle of the room. From the memories of his previous life, he recognized this as a magic tool directly connected to Doggo. He truly was quick-witted, powerful, and intelligent. Damien approached, hoping he could use this mirror to find Doggo's hiding place more easily. He placed his hand, blazing with purple spiritual power, against the mirror, and even the lightest touch made it react at once. The mirror erupted with strange streams of energy, dazzling and filled with demonic nature. But after trying to connect for a while, Damien's face darkened with suspicion. He realized D. Lang seemed to have lost contact with Doggo long ago, making that silence even more suspicious. Damien quietly thought it over. Doggo had valued him enough to appoint him as a corpse commander, so he would certainly not discard a useful piece so easily. He wondered whether it was because he had taken down Euron far earlier than in his previous life. Perhaps the one behind it had taken the initiative to erase every trace and hide. A thunderous boom suddenly shook the air, making Damien grit his teeth in anger. That cunning bastard, what in the world happened this time? Immediately after that, Damien discovered something unusual amid the ruins. Among white bones and broken bricks, a secret door slowly revealed itself. Finding everything far too suspicious, he slipped into the dark room, hoping to find more bracelets containing demonic power, but a bad premonition suddenly struck him. Damien's gaze stopped on an object hanging on the wall, leaving him unable to hide his surprise. Wait, looking closely, this thing looked like a map. It even seemed more important than he had thought. Just as he reached out to take it down, a pair of blazing purple eyes suddenly flashed in the deep darkness. A figure with chains around her neck charged forward in a frenzy, attacking so abruptly that Damien only had time to blurt out in surprise. Clang. A sharp collision rang out as Damien poured strength into his fist, stopping the stranger's attack dead. He was shocked to realize that although the one who had created it was dead, this puppet could still move with agility. It was a red-haired girl with bewitching purple eyes and a heavy killing intent. Damien narrowed his eyes and assessed. It could regenerate too. No wonder there were no stitches. He silently faced the monster, growling in madness. Damien stared at the red-haired girl chained inside the magic circle and fell into thought. Did this thing truly have its own ego? He realized this was not a soulless puppet, but the lingering resentment of countless wronged spirits fused into a separate consciousness. Seeing how tightly the girl had been chained and imprisoned, Damien understood that this willful existence had likely fallen outside the necromancer's expectations. Though it was rather strange, in Damien's eyes, an undead was still an undead. He immediately drew his sword. Just wait a little longer, I will help you pass on cleanly. But the moment his blade swung down, blue ghosts suddenly appeared to protect the girl, making Damien stop in suspicion. One suffering spirit said this child had been born from hatred toward black mages. That soul begged Damien to take the girl in, to give her a chance to help destroy the black mages, because this ability would certainly prove useful. Damien asked in silence, "Is this girl your family?" Receiving nods of confirmation from the ghosts, he turned to the girl and asked her name. That spirit answered in a ragged voice that the girl's name was Mia. The little girl lifted her round eyes to look at Damien, her gaze full of expectation and hope. Damien swung his sword decisively, cutting through the chains binding the girl. He coldly warned the spirits that if Mia attacked humans or proved useless, he would personally send her on. Seeing Mia cheer at gaining her freedom, Damien faintly curled his lips, satisfied that the loot in the dungeon had been fully collected. He walked away at an unhurried pace, while signaling for everyone to leave this place with him. A while later, Gimen and Dionysio hurried back with reinforcements, but all of them froze before the shocking scene. Damien appeared calmly, carrying Delon's head in one hand while supporting Agnes, who was still dazed, with the other. Everyone was stunned that he had taken down such a terrifying opponent without a scratch. Damien quickly made up a perfunctory excuse to conceal his true strength. After that, Sanus was bound in chains and escorted to the court of the Order headquarters to await judgment. Good news continued to arrive when Magatha, who had been closest to death with the gravest injuries, also recovered miraculously. Thanks to Damien's intervention, the core forces who should have died in his previous life all fortunately returned alive. Once everything was settled, Damien prepared to leave and smiled as he thanked Knight Agnes. She hurriedly held him back, wanting to prepare a carriage to see him off. Damien waved his hand and refused, saying he still had somewhere to stop by and had to leave at once. Agnes asked worriedly whether he intended to go home. Damien gave a bitter smile, remembering that he had left home without informing his father. Viscount Paul was probably furious, so he intended to travel for a while. Agnes smiled softly and told him to visit the order in the future. She said the success of this subjugation was entirely thanks to Damien. Moreover, exposing Sanus was a great achievement, so headquarters wanted to personally reward him at the church headquarters. Damien nodded, outwardly calm, but his mind had already begun calculating. Since there was a reward, of course he had to accept it. The problem was what he should ask for to make it worthwhile. Agnes gently promised that if he came he should look for her, and she would certainly receive him with great care. She bowed her head respectfully, sincerely thanking him because, thanks to Damien, she had taken revenge and saved her brother's soul. Damien quietly watched Agnes, thinking that the greatest gain from this trip was stopping Sanus and saving her life, because Agnes, who had just awakened her holy soul, would later become an important combat force in the war of destruction set off by Doggo. Damien waved goodbye, then leisurely followed the narrow path, leaving the convoy behind. Although he had just rendered a great service, Damien was still worried. He understood that this much was still not enough to face Doggo's mighty legion. He knew he had to eliminate Doggo's subordinates one by one before that man's forces were complete. Damien unfolded the old map, his eyes filled with calculation. At the secret base of the Iran organization, deep within the Longquit Mountains, the atmosphere sank into panic. The surviving black mages trembled as they whispered that the necromancer had been destroyed, and all their leaders were dead as well. While they were still in confusion, a loud explosion suddenly tore through the space. One mage only had time to let out a choked cry, his face full of shock. In the darkness, a cold voice rang out, asking if they knew what black mages and rats had in common. The mages screamed in panic, demanding to know who dared enter this place. Damien leisurely stepped out, crushing a grotesque object that was giving off purple smoke. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he stared straight at the trembling little rats. Damien said coldly, "That is why I cannot leave you alone." Standing beside him was Mia, the girl with beast ears who was growling in threat, her crimson eyes shining brightly in the darkness. The dark mages froze as they realized her identity. She was the creation raised by the necromancer, Dellen's ultimate weapon, now standing on the enemy's side. Damien curled his lips faintly, madness gleaming in his eyes as he ordered, "Finish this, Mia. It is time to send these little rats on their way." Mia immediately let out a roar that seemed to tear through the sky, then charged forward like a whirlwind, beginning a terrifying purge. In a lively tavern within the Empire, every conversation centered on the latest news. Someone mentioned a dark mage operating around here, and another quickly chimed in, saying it was the man who dealt with dark mages as easily as splitting firewood. Rumors spread far and wide that, because he had lost his entire family to dark mages, he had also stepped onto the path of evil. Some saw him as a pitiable hero, but others looked down on him, saying that in the end, he was still just a dark mage who specialized in tormenting souls. A townsman spoke up to correct them, saying he only took the souls of other dark mages. When everyone asked the identity of that man who hunted his own kind, the name Victor suddenly rang out. At that very moment, the real Victor was standing at the reception counter, saying he had come to collect luggage stored under his name. The instant they heard that name, the entire tavern fell dead silent for a few seconds, then erupted into chaos. Screams rang out everywhere, from "I did not say anything" to "hurry and run." Everyone fled the tavern in panic, and some even shouted for someone to call the church for help. They were probably so frightened it would haunt them for life. Amid the overturned tables and chairs and the empty silence, Victor stared blankly and wondered what was going on. He looked at the letter in his hand, thinking that the young master had only sent a letter after 3 months, so he had traveled all this way here. Yet for some reason, every time his name was mentioned, the people around him would panic so loudly. Victor tiptoed toward the corner of the room to retrieve the item the young master had sent. Just as he was checking it, a dark figure covered from head to toe quietly appeared behind him and slowly asked, "Are you really Victor?" Seeing Victor nod innocently, he narrowed his eyes in suspicion and asked again, "So young?" Still unaware of the danger, Victor confidently boasted that although he was young, he was very skilled. Immediately, the stranger revealed his face and his blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. He growled with hatred, "So it was you? I never thought you would look this stupid." A surge of dark purple energy erupted violently. He madly declared that he would avenge the elders. A cold, sharp sword stroke suddenly tore across the air. The slash struck down the dark mage the moment he tried to make a move, and emerald spiritual power flared fiercely amid the chaos. Damien Haxon appeared behind Victor. He curled his lips in mockery and called out, "Hey Victor. We have not been apart for long, yet it seems you have already become a big figure." Seeing his savior arrive at just the right moment, Victor burst into emotional tears and stammered, "Young Master Damien." Damien stood there with a relaxed air. He tightened his grip on the glowing sword in his hand, looked at his close servant with a radiant smile, and asked, "Have you been well?" Victor walked while endlessly grumbling about the bizarre nickname Young Victor that was now being rumored everywhere. He shouted in frustration that being labeled an evil dark mage was far too much, then angrily said he wanted to see the face of the imposter and make him kneel down to apologize. Looking at his furious servant, Damien could only smile awkwardly and apologize inwardly. In truth, he was the one who had borrowed Victor's name to hide his identity all this time. Thinking about it, he did feel a little guilty, but so be it. Damien quietly changed the subject, asking with concern whether his father had calmed down after he secretly ran away from home. Victor cheerfully reassured him that the Viscount seemed to have cooled off a great deal, and that every day he stood by the window waiting for his son to return. But when Victor said his father always gripped something tightly whenever he looked out the door, Damien immediately broke into a cold sweat. He imagined his father clutching a wooden staff so hard the veins stood out, and bitterly understood that the anger remained fully intact, with a beating waiting for him at home. It was exactly like coming home late after playing outside, knowing for certain that his father was already waiting at home with a huge rod in hand. Damien hurriedly asked about how everyone in the family had been while he was away. Victor suddenly remembered something important and reported that Lady Louise was about to hold her wedding. The news startled Damien. He immediately grew wary and asked whether it could not be another scheme by the Dark Mages, but it turned out to truly be good news. Victor excitedly explained that Lord Van Rathwigo was finally about to complete his long mission in a distant place and return. He firmly stated that as soon as that fiancé came back, Damien's older sister's wedding would be held amid the joy of the whole family. Victor added that after the young lady married out, only young Master Damien would still remain alone in the household. Hearing this, Damien fell silent with emotion, his eyes shining with relief and happiness. He thought to himself that he had finally protected his sister's love, the precious thing he had once destroyed with his own hands in his previous life. Unwilling to wait even another second, Damien immediately called out loudly for the entire group to return home at once and share in the joy. Although Victor complained that he had only just arrived and had not even had time to rest for a day as planned, Damien still hurriedly urged everyone to cross the bridge quickly so they could make it home in time. Damien and Mia quickly crossed the streets, but he suddenly stopped short when he sensed something unusual. Although that aura was extremely faint, Damien was certain it was dark mana. Seeing Victor drenched in sweat, struggling to carry the luggage while suggesting they stay for one night, Damien, who had been in a hurry, suddenly changed his mind and agreed to rest there. Before his servant's blank look, wondering what this was now and why he kept changing his mind at every turn, he inwardly thought the real reason was that the rats had not yet been fully cleaned out. That night, at a gloomy fortress on the outskirts of town, the purge began. Mia displayed terrifying strength, repeatedly overwhelming the dark guards with her bare hands alone. Screams rose amid explosions and blazing firelight as she swept through the base. Damien leisurely stepped into the ruins, nodded in satisfaction, and praised Mia for doing well. It was the same praise, but delivered in a very restrained style. As he advanced deeper inside, Damien looked around and said he had heard that the items they had transported before were stored here, even placed with great reverence. Looking at the coffin on the raised platform, he approached suspiciously and discovered a warning note pasted to the lid. The words written on it made Damien stop short, warning that this was the item that person was searching for, and that it had to be handled with extreme care. The strange characters and mysterious title immediately made Damien connect the dots. If that person was the one the Dark Mages often mentioned, then it was Darugo. His eyes lit with triumph and Damien curled lips faintly as he said he had finally found it. For the past 3 months, he had hunted relentlessly, yet still had not found any trace of that man. Without hesitating any longer, Damien swung his sword and unleashed powerful strikes, shattering the lid of the stone coffin. As the dust gradually cleared, Damien froze at what appeared before his eyes. He stammered in shock. "This is..." Memories of his previous life suddenly flooded back, leaving him shaken as he recognized that weapon. It was the sword he had once used when he was a Death Knight. A dark purple aura emanated from the blade of eerie beauty lying quietly within. It was the demonic sword Erebos. Damien remembered that aside from his plot to collapse the Empire, Darugo also had the ultimate goal of collecting every fragment of this sword to complete it. Standing before the stone coffin, Damien stared at the sword radiating purple spiritual power and wondered silently. When it had been in his hands, it had recovered more than half, yet at this moment, it was only at this level. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from inside the coffin, making him cry out in horror. Amid the brilliant radiance, Damien called out the name in shock, Erebos. He looked down in disbelief at his glowing arm, marked with an ancient magical sigil, then realized it had once again acknowledged him as its master. How could something this fantastical happen? It was the first time anyone had seen him so visibly shaken. Damien could not believe this truth, because even when he had been a Death Knight in his previous life, it had taken him a full half-year to be acknowledged by this demonic sword. Looking at the mark on his hand, Damien asked himself in a daze whether it still remembered him. No, how could that be possible? Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, green-haired Shadow suddenly charged in with a lightning-fast attack, warning coldly that if he dared lay even one finger on that person's possession, he would lose his life on the spot. Damien only had time to widen his eyes in shock at the sudden assassination strike, aimed straight at his life. Damien braced himself against the collision as heavy as a mountain, then coldly planted his feet into the ground. The one controlling that strange undead thing to attack us was you, right? The opponent revealed herself with a mad, bewitching smile. This time, you have crossed the line. Is that not so? Seeing Mia about to rush in to help, Damien immediately stopped her. Stop, Mia. That is not an opponent you can withstand. It seemed Damien had already seen through everything. The strange woman asked in surprise, oh my, you know me. Damien calmly replied, a little. Are you not Sela, an executive of Pandemonium, the largest organization of dark mages on the continent? What? Sheila curled her lips into a bewitching smile at her opponent's knowledge. It seems you have done quite a bit of investigation. Then you must also know how capable I am, right? With you alone, are you even qualified to be the opponent of this great dark mage? She released a blazing purple stream of dark energy filled with oppressive force, making the surrounding space so heavy it was hard to breathe. Damien tightened his grip on the sword hilt, silently weighing both sides' strength. If measured by knights, she was at master level, while he was currently only at the peak of high rank. Facing her now was still too soon. He looked at the demonic sword mark glowing on his arm and hesitated in thought. What should he do now? Use H-mana again, or Erebus? But this space was too cramped to wield the power of Erebus. When the atmosphere was stretched taut, a long yawn suddenly rang out. A boy with messy blue hair and sharp hands wandered out, scratching his belly as he muttered, what a nuisance who keeps making all that noise. Wait, when did I fall asleep? That sudden appearance left Damien, Mia, and even Shayla frozen in shock. Damien narrowed his eyes in suspicion and murmured softly, dark mumble. The boy still had not realized there were people around him, only rubbing his sleepy eyes before wondering blankly, where am I? Blue-haired boy's yawn shattered the tense atmosphere. He scratched his belly blankly and asked, what is all this noise? Where is this? Damien and Mia were both stunned, but Damien was even more shaken inside. Why is this old man here? The boy vaguely wondered if the shock of battle had awakened him, then looked curiously at Mia. What is this cat? Suddenly his eyes turned cold as he looked towards Selah. Unless I slept too much and got muddled, that lizard over there is Selah, right? Selah was so shocked her face changed, unable to believe the target had awakened. Because she had spent an entire month using poisonous incense to slowly make this entity fall asleep. The boy coldly said he roughly understood what she had done to him, then suddenly shot forward at terrifying speed. Punch-carrying thunderous force slammed straight into Selah, accompanied by an enraged roar. Do you want to die? And now, the real big matter was about to arrive. Let us see who takes it all this time, and who falls with nothing. Damien froze when he realized the man before him was the king of mercenaries, Cash Hopper. In his previous life, when he had still been a Death Knight, he had fought for an entire week before barely managing to bring him down. The surge of blue energy erupted and shook the fortress, and Damien immediately carried Mia away from the danger zone. Selah gritted her teeth, trying to seize the moment before Cash fully regained his senses to launch a counterattack. He had to suppress him before he fully awakened. A gigantic purple magic circle blazed to life, enveloping Cash in a suffocating cage of energy meant to restrain the dragon blood within him. From afar, Damien narrowed his eyes warily as he watched the raging purple spiritual force surround its target. Cash merely frowned in irritation and clicked his tongue. Damn it! Cash Hopper struck decisively. He muttered that this woman was truly troublesome, then stomped Selah down into the ground. A colossal pillar of blue light shot straight up from the center of the fortress, radiating a shocking power that tore through the night. Standing atop the unconscious body of his enemy, Cash calmly said that at first he had only intended to play around a little because she was rather beautiful, but she dared to act recklessly, so he had no choice but to strike. Damien observed from afar, unable to hide his astonishment at a power that could crush an upper-level master as easily as breaking a toy. He was one of the only 3 transcendent beings in the world, a true grandmaster. Cash turned to look at Damien, blue lightning still coiling around his body. He growled, "Kid, who are you?" After hearing the answer, Cash Hopper burst into hearty laughter and quickly recognized him. "Oh, so that is how it is. You know someone else's secret and still remain so calm. You are the honorary knight of the order, Damien, right?" Damien maintained a respectful attitude and explained that he had only happened to be pursuing a black mage, which was why he had become involved in this matter. Great commander of the Fafnir Mercenary Corps was 72 years old, yet still had the appearance of a young man. He laughed loudly, blaming himself for almost killing his life-saving benefactor by mistake. Damien wondered wondered why a senior of that level had fallen into such a situation. Cash scratched his head and chuckled. He confessed that, because Zilla was too beautiful, he had intended to tease her a little, never expecting to end up poisoned by the fragrance. Damien could only smile awkwardly, silently judging that this old man was truly beyond saving. Even so, he began to ponder why Dago wanted to kidnap the king of mercenaries, along with the mark of Erebos that had just appeared on his hand. Damien wanted to search through the memories in Sella's soul for answers, but the Grandmaster before him kept staring, so he could not act yet. While Damien and Cash were talking, another unexpected incident suddenly occurred. Calls of Commander and Father rang out from the sky. Members of the Fafnir Mercenary Corps descended one after another, while Cash Hopper looked up and clicked his tongue mockingly. Sent the signal for so long, and only now do you dare show your faces. Cash turned to Damien, firmly refusing to let his benefactor help clean up the scene. He laughed boldly, saying he would open the treasury and send the reward directly to his home. Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon filled with sinister energy, Dago was immersed in a mad experiment. A subordinate quietly stepped in and reported the grim news that Sela had failed to capture the king of mercenaries and had lost her life. Dago furrowed his brow slightly, regretful at losing the perfect experimental subject for creating a Death Knight. But his true rage erupted when he heard that the demonic sword Erebos had also vanished. Great Wizard roared, "What?" His eyes blazed with threatening purple spiritual force, as though he might explode on the spot from fury. A few days later, in an outlying city of the Apple Kingdom, Damien and Victor finally returned to their homeland. Victor staggered under a huge bag of luggage, while Damien let out a relieved sigh. We finally reached the Apple Kingdom. Half a day more, and we will be home. Even so, Damien still felt a trace of regret and quietly sank into thought. After parting with the king of mercenaries, he had used a secret art to search for Sella's soul, intending to extract more information. But just as expected, she had been placed under a strict restriction, so he gained nothing from that blue magic circle. Victor excitedly thought about tonight's reunion banquet, while Damien broke into a sweat, worried that his father would not let him off easily. Victor smiled brightly and reassured him that when Damien secretly went to meet the Order, his father had indeed been angrier than ever, but all of it was only because he had been too worried about him. The boy patted the heavy luggage bag and insisted that with this grand pile of gifts, everything would be fine. Just live with optimism. Damien pondered and calculated. He understood that to calm his father's anger, he needed a gift greater than these miscellaneous assets. If he returned empty-handed, he might not even be allowed to sit. An idea suddenly flashed through the young master's mind. It had to be something that could raise the honor of the entire Hudson family. As he walked through the street with Victor, Damien suddenly stopped when he heard the people discussing that this year was the time for the Hellion tournament. The crowd buzzed, saying that although the high-level masters in the kingdom were all too old, there were still many formidable figures in the lower and middle ranks. Damien's eyes gleamed with calculation as he murmured the name Hellion. It was one of the most prestigious tournaments, held in the Helios Empire. That place was protected by the Empire's greatest swordsmen. Once every 4 years, knights from across the continent gathered to compete. The victor received a large prize and brought glory to both himself and his homeland. Damien immediately analyzed the situation. He knew clearly that each division had an age limit, while the current masters of the Apple Kingdom had all exceeded the regulations. A rare opportunity was appearing before the young master of the Hudson family. Damien smiled with calculated intent, secretly pleased that he had found the key to calming his father's anger. Turning to his close servant, Damien declared in a clear voice that they needed to prepare an even better gift. Victor was still blankly asking what could be more precious than that pile of treasures, when Damien, burning with enthusiasm, ordered them to go to the Helios Empire. The bold answer left Victor gaping in shock. At that very moment, the coachman's voice rang out about the express carriage to the Helios Empire to watch the Hellion tournament. Damien immediately waved and called loudly, "Perfect timing. Let us go, Victor, one express ticket." As Damien eagerly rushed toward the carriage, Victor could only tremble with tears in his eyes under the weight of the enormous pile of luggage. The boy whimpered as he struggled to chase after his master's back. Sob, sob, that is so like the young master. Wait for me too, young master. Carriage rolled away, leaving behind the wanted notice for Victor the Sniveler as it quietly fell to the ground. In a damp, dark room, Jack Norris knelt flat before a sinister mirror radiating purple spiritual force. From within the mirror, Dago spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, questioning the demonic sword's level of growth. Jack respectfully reported that the user had reached the advanced level, but that answer still displeased Dago. Down in the training yard, Jackson was madly swinging his sword among piles of dry bones, completely unaware that he was merely an experimental subject. Jack thought to himself that the demonic sword bestowed by that lord could absorb the blood and souls of opponents to continue growing. More terrifyingly, it also transferred talent from the devoured souls to its master, creating a grotesque symbiosis between man and sword. Jack bitterly admitted that Jackson had never possessed the slightest talent. The fact that he had become an advanced master was entirely thanks to that evil object. The old knight trembled as he expressed boundless gratitude for that blessing. The entity in the mirror, Dago, made a cold and tempting promise. He said that the wish to meet that lord could become the reward for the next mission, making Jack so excited that he was ready to trade away his life. Jack was fanatical, wishing only to see the person of his dreams once. Dago issued the final order in a commanding voice. Die the Empire's festival at the Hellion tournament in blood. Jack gritted his teeth and accepted the order. The Helios Empire rose majestically before their eyes, marking the end of the long journey. Damien stretched slightly in relaxation, while Victor still staggered under the towering pile of luggage. Looking at that scene, the boy truly seemed to be suffering far too much. Gazing at the splendid white castles beneath the blue sky, Damien murmured thoughtfully to himself, "Finally, we are here. It has been so long since I last returned." Victor asked curiously, "Did you visit the Empire during your travels, my lord?" Damien merely curled his lips into a meaningful smile and replied, "Ah, only for a short while, haha." After telling Victor to find lodging and meet him at the reception desk, Damien leisurely wandered alone through the crowded streets. A strange feeling suddenly crept into his mind. Walking through this city truly left him with an indescribable sensation. This was the very street he had once destroyed. The dark memories of his previous life surfaced vividly again, when he, in the form of a death knight, had ravaged this place in a sea of flames. While he was sinking into those gloomy thoughts, Damien was suddenly pulled back by a voice from behind. "Oh, there you are." He startled and turned around, then froze when a tall figure rushed over and called out cheerfully, "Damien." Damien exclaimed in shock, "Damn it, Michael." It really was Michael, but his body was now so burly that Damien immediately thought of Old Man Holland. Michael was beyond excited, smiling brightly as he said, "I knew you would come too. I knew I would meet you here. I am so happy." Damien forced a smile and replied, "Ah, I am happy too." That was what he said, but the fakeness was obvious. Exactly like running into someone he could not stand. The two headed toward the registration area together, while Michael kept praising Damien's dazzling reputation over the past while. He proudly bragged, "Just as you taught me, I did not get complacent and kept working hard. Now I have become a knight." Damien signed his name while answering indifferently, "Yeah, is that so?" That cold attitude left Michael crestfallen. "What is with that disappointing reaction? I was even planning to have a rematch with you." Damien stopped, glanced at him coldly. "What now? What rematch? Are you still dreaming?" Michael's eyes widened in disbelief. "Huh?" Damien looked at the registration form and said calmly, "The two of us are in different divisions." Michael went dead silent when he saw that he had marked the elite division box. He stammered, "You have already reached elite rank." Damien nodded calmly. "Yeah, that is right." Michael still found it hard to believe. Damien had clearly been at the same level as him before, yet now he had already surpassed him by an entire rank. Damien smiled and explained that he had actually been close to the elite rank even then. This news instantly stirred the surrounding crowd, and they began talking nonstop about the name Damien. From within the shadows, a hooded figure silently appeared. The mysterious figure with blazing red eyes quietly watched his every movement, grinding his teeth in suspicion over how one person could rise in rank so quickly in just a few short months. Seeing Michael still standing frozen, Damien patted his shoulder and urged him, "You are the same, are you not? Too noisy, let us go eat." The two left under the calculating gaze of the anonymous figure. The official competition day of the Hellion tournament finally arrived. The atmosphere in the arena seemed to ignite amid the thunderous cheers of tens of thousands of spectators. Victor looked around and asked curiously, "There are no sword master matches this year. That feels lacking." Damien answered calmly, "You think sword masters are that easy to find?" This slightly curt way of answering was honestly rather satisfying. He explained that those who reached the master realm were usually older, so most of them exceeded the tournament's age limit. Victor asked worriedly whether the stands were safe, so many knight-level monsters around. The mages of the magic tower had erected an extremely sturdy protective barrier. Unless a sword master truly made a move, everything would remain under control. Michael Liamblum was warming up eagerly in the knight division. The loudspeaker rang out, announcing that the kingly battle was about to begin. The tournament rules were extremely harsh. 100 knights from many nations would fight at the same time. They would battle one another, and only the sole person who endured until the very end would claim victory. This round looked hard to swallow, tense for real and no joke. Standing amid the encirclement of hundreds of powerful opponents, Michael curled his lips in excitement. He remembered Damien's words and wondered whether the strong person he mentioned was here. Michael tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his fighting spirit blazing fiercely as he resolved to show Damien the full extent of his strength. Michael swung his sword decisively, creating a crimson slash that tore through the air, then charged straight into the frantic melee. The match began. The moment the loudspeaker fell silent, the entire Hellion arena instantly exploded into breathless clashes. Michael Liamblum plunged into the encirclement like a wild beast, the harsh clang of weapons echoing throughout the space. With terrifying speed and sharp attacks, he sent every opponent blocking his path flying again and again, sweeping away the surrounding knights in the blink of an eye. Oh my god, amazing little brother, I am giving you full marks. Watching from the stands, Victor could not help marveling. With that level, among ordinary people, there is no one left who can match him. Damien narrowed his eyes slightly and commented coldly, that is only if you count within the bounds of ordinary people. At that very moment on the battlefield, a female knight with a noble bearing slowly walked toward Michael. She spoke, "You are Michael Lamblum, right? I am Rachel Lichter. I heard that among knights of the same rank, you are the only one who can stand on equal footing with me." Rachel drew her sword decisively and challenged him. "Would you serve as my practice opponent for a while?" Hearing the surname Lichter, Michael froze, because it belonged to a great noble house from a renowned swordsmanship family. Instead of being afraid, Michael smiled with excitement. "After waiting so long, I finally met an interesting opponent." The two charged at each other, their spirit-filled sword strikes colliding violently and creating dazzling bursts of energy all across the arena. In the waiting room after the match, Michael appeared in a miserable state, his face bruised, swollen, and wrapped all over in bandages. Seeing him battered as if he had just returned from the gates of death, Damien asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Michael let out a faint groan, but still forced himself up to answer. "Just as you said, this world truly is too vast." He tremblingly admitted that since meeting Damien, this was the first time he had witnessed such a terrifying monster. In terms of reach and weapon compatibility, that should have been a fatal strike. Michael bitterly recounted the moment he faced Rachel. He could not believe she could coat her body in aura and neutralize the attack so easily. It was a high-level technique that only a true elite could perform. In the end, Michael helplessly endured her lightning-fast counterattack and suffered a crushing defeat. Damien calmly consoled him, "Losing was only natural, because your opponent is the person known as the Sword Empress. In his previous life, she and the Empire's first sword were the two strongest people on the continent. Her ultimate technique, the Radiance of Battle Aura, was extremely terrifying. Facing Rachel head-on while she was unleashing her power, and even coating her body in sword aura radiance, was truly an act so dangerous it bordered on reckless." Suddenly, an announcement thundered everywhere. "All rise, His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." Damien, Michael, and Victor were all stunned when the head of the Empire personally appeared at the arena. With this level of prestige, it was obvious the battle would not be easy. Amid the resounding cheers of tens of thousands of spectators, the Emperor with golden hair and a dignified beard slowly stepped onto the VIP stand, waving to all the people. Damien narrowed his eyes and looked up, silently judging that it seemed the real game was only beginning now. The loudspeaker continued to ring out, announcing that the elite rank division had officially begun. Unlike the previous rounds, from this point on, the contestants would fight in a round-robin format for points. Although there were fewer participants, the pressure was several times heavier. Victor cheered with burning enthusiasm, "Young master, now that it has come to this, you must win the championship." Damien curled his lips and replied confidently, "Good grief, do you even need to ask? Of course I have to." The atmosphere in the waiting area for the elite rank knights grew suffocatingly tense. One fighter nervously bit hard on his finger, inwardly thinking that he had listened to his father and registered to participate. But everyone here was far stronger than he had imagined. Amid that sea of people, there were many renowned faces, along with those still keeping themselves hidden. Mysterious figures quietly watched one another, as though silently probing their opponents. Damien stood tall among a lineup of formidable rivals, his unyielding aura radiating as though he was ready to step into a life-and-death battle. Behind the wings, a hand tightened around the hilt of a glowing sword, a sinister red eye flaring to life. He told himself, "Father wants me to become champion here, so I must do it." For Father and for that person, the blazing red eyes of the demon sword reflected the Emperor's silhouette in the stands, roiling with a hateful black aura. The film will pause here for now. Bear really hopes to receive plenty of likes and shares to gain more motivation to make even more outstanding works.